Chapter 4360 Entering the Outer Boundary. Duan Ling Tian found himself standing in the midst of a cluster of deserted buildings after he was transported to the outer boundary. Before leaving the Sun Clan, Duan Ling Tian learned from the Sun Clan that the transportation formation would send him to the territory of the cyclic world's Luo domain in the outer boundary. The cyclic world's upper tri-domains had a territory each in the outer boundary. The supreme powerhouses would take turns guarding the territories. Currently, the supreme powerhouse on duty at the territory of the cyclic world's Luo domain in the outer boundary was coincidentally from the Sun Clan. Someone from the Sun Clan came here. The supreme powerhouse from the Sun Clan, who was on duty in the Luo domain's territory in the outer boundary, could naturally sense the fluctuations in the territory before Duan Ling Tian even arrived. When Duan Ling Tian appeared, he quickly probed Duan Ling Tian with his divine consciousness and determined that Duan Ling Tian was not from the Sun Clan. As the ancestor of the Sun Clan, he could naturally sense if someone was a descendant of the Sun Clan. He has no blood relations with the Sun Clan. Sun Ping Yun, the supreme powerhouse from the Sun Clan, frowned slightly. Upon seeing this, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, who was sitting in front of Sun Ping Yun, asked in confusion, "What's the matter, brother Sun?" Sun Ping Yun returned to his senses and shook his head as he said to the old man, "It's nothing. An intermediate came from our Sun Clan's estate, but he's not a descendant of the clan. He's likely a friend of the clan. An intermediate supreme god." The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise as he said, "It's not unprecedented for intermediate supreme gods to come to the outer boundary, but it's really dangerous. It'll be difficult for them to gain a foothold in the outer boundary as well. Unless they're really confident, intermediate supreme gods won't usually come to the outer boundary without a good reason. He's likely quite strong," Sun Ping Yun said. He hesitated for a moment before he continued to say, "Since he came from the Sun Clan's estate, it's likely that he has a close relationship with a young descendant of the clan. He must have been warned about the dangers of the outer boundary before he came here. He must be a powerful intermediate supreme god since he dares to come here." Sun Ping Yun paused for a moment and looked at the old man in front of him before he said, "Speaking of intermediate supreme gods, Duan Ling Tian from the god-defying world is still the most terrifying. It's said that he currently possesses the strength of an advanced supreme god despite being an intermediate supreme god." The old man sitting in front of Sun Ping Yun was a supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world. When he heard Sun Ping Yun's words, his eyes flashed for a moment before he said, "In the known history of the god-defying world, I've not heard of any intermediate supreme god who could match his strength. He's now irrefutably recognized as the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world. Moreover, he still has the liquid from the divine fountain." The old man's eyes brightened when he mentioned the divine fountain. He, like many others, coveted the divine fountain. Although he had no use for it and did not have any descendants or disciples who could use it, he could exchange the divine fountain for things he needed. Many powerhouses were willing to pay a generous price for the divine fountain to cultivate their descendants, after all. Divine fountain. A hint of greed flashed in Sun Ping Yun's eyes when the supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world mentioned the divine fountain. He said, "That young man from the god-defying world is really lucky. He obtained such a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain." It's said that the amount he obtained even shocked people from the three major worlds. Many people are clamoring that the way he obtained it was unfair. The supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world scoffed and said, "Those people just like to complain. What do they mean by unfair? Isn't it common for people to seize the opportunity presented to them? If they were in his shoes, would they think it's unfair? How ridiculous." Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that he was the topic of discussion between two supreme powerhouses, let alone that the two supreme powerhouses were also in the Luo domain's territory in the outer boundary. Based on the words of the supreme powerhouse from the Sha clan, the territories in the outer boundary aren't actually inside the outer boundary. However, one can easily enter the outer boundary from these territories. There's no need to worry about getting lost. These territories are also protected by their respective worlds. It won't be easy for most people to force their way in. Perhaps, only a group of supreme powerhouses are capable of doing so. However, it's rare for something like that to happen. After all, it's a highly offensive action. Even if the cyclic world isn't a powerful world, if a group of supreme powerhouses break in, the cyclic world can ask for help from the god-defying world even if the cyclic world's supreme powerhouses can't do anything. After all, the cyclic world is under the rule of the god-defying world. The god-defying world won't just stand aside and do nothing if the cyclic world asks for help. The god-defying world will definitely send some supreme powerhouses over to help. This is also how the weak survive. Weak worlds might be exploited by powerful worlds, but they also have the protection from the powerful world. Moreover, without the protection of a powerful world, if the barrier breaks during an invasion, all lives will be gone. Only supreme powerhouses will have a chance to survive. For this reason, many weak worlds seek protection from powerful worlds. Duan Lingtian learned about this from the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan when he was in the Xia clan in the god-defying world's divine offering land. The outer boundary should be up ahead. Duan Lingtian walked forward in the territory of the cyclic world's Luo domain. He did not see anyone at all. When he finally reached the end of the road, he saw a space barrier that resembled a dome. He could clearly see the scenery on the other side of the barrier. The scenery behind the barrier changed every once in a while. Beautiful mountains and rivers appeared before they were replaced by volcanoes and lakes. Duan Lingtian was not surprised since he had also heard about this from the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan. The entrances of territories to the outer boundary changed places from time to time to prevent those who had just entered the outer boundary from being intercepted and killed. However, the distance between the changing places was not very far. After all, there was no world capable of making their entrances move over huge distances. In fact, even if all the supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds joined forces, it would still be an impossible feat. Let's go. In just a moment, Duan Lingtian passed through the translucent space barrier. Then, he found himself in the ocean. Instead of a valley, a small river, or a stream, he appeared in the vast ocean. Naturally, it did not make a difference to him whether he was in the ocean, on land, or in the endless void. He easily kept himself dry with his divine energy. So this is the outer boundary. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the outer boundary, he could sense that the heaven and earth spirit energy had gotten thinner. Apart from that, he could detect the smell of blood that permeated the air. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt the seawater surge around him. Not long after that, he saw a huge and unfamiliar demon in the distance. The demon possessed 4 limbs like humans, but its proportions and figures were odd and unbalanced. Its face was ferocious, and it had horns on its head. It looked quite grotesque. When the demon saw Duan Lingtian, it laughed wildly. It said to Duan Lingtian using the common language in the myriad worlds, "A human actually entered my territory in the ocean. Free food for me. I killed quite a few human intermediate supreme gods. The strongest one managed to withstand 32 moves from me. I wonder how many moves you, a human, can withstand." When the demon drew closer, Duan Lingtian confirmed its cultivation base from its aura. It was a demon in the realm of an advanced supreme god. The huge demon continued to say mockingly, like a hunter toying with its prey, "Human, hurry up and run, let me see you flee in desperation. Although it's highly unlikely for you to escape under my nose, perhaps you'll get lucky." Duan Lingtian remained indifferent toward the demon's mocking and condescending words. Although he was not completely certain about the full extent of the demon's strength, he was confident as long as the demon was not a supreme powerhouse. After all, despite being an intermediate supreme god, he possessed strength comparable to top advanced supreme gods. Duan Lingtian looked at the demon who was making its way over and smiled coldly as he asked, "Why should I run away?" At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. The 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand in just a blink of an eye. Currently, the 7 orifices exquisite sword had absorbed another few fragments of prime divine artifacts, and it was getting closer and closer to becoming a prime divine artifact. Upon seeing the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, the demon's eyes lit up. "Oh, it's a prominent divine artifact that's about to become a prime divine artifact. Human, you really gave me a huge surprise. Very good. Since you prepared this surprise for me, I'll make sure to leave you with an intact corpse." The demon bellowed before a divine weapon appeared in its hand. Based on its aura, the weapon was not any weaker than the current 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian was only slightly surprised by this. After all, the opponent was a huge demon in the realm of an advanced supreme god. It had likely ruled the seas for many years. How could someone like that not have a hidden trump card? Those who survived and thrived in the outer boundary were naturally powerful. Chapter 4361 Supreme Demon. I just arrived in the outer boundary. It's fated that you met me. Duan Ling Tian stared at the huge demon, who pounced over, unflinchingly. In the demon's eyes, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but it was the same for him as well. Although Duan Ling Tian was not unrivaled among advanced supreme gods, there were only a few who could defeat him now. He was not any weaker than most of the top advanced supreme gods. He was only weaker than the strongest among the top advanced supreme gods, like his eldest senior sister, Wangfu Meng Yuan, whom even prime supreme rank forces were afraid of. The seven orifices exquisite sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand emitted an extremely fierce sword aura as the divine energy of an intermediate supreme god swept out. Although it seemed somewhat lacking compared to the divine energy of an advanced supreme god, its speed and power were not weak at all. Duan Ling Tian cast the law of space, causing a commotion, and the phenomenon that shone for 10,000 miles appeared. Indeed, it was a phenomenon of the law that shone for 10,000 miles. On the realm battlefield, phenomena of the laws could shine for 100,000 miles, a million miles, and even 10 million miles. There was no phenomenon that shone for 10,000 miles. Outside of the God-defying world's realm battlefield, the phenomenon of the law that could shine for 10 million miles would only shine dimly for 10,000 miles in the outer boundary. The phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles on the realm battlefield only shone for 100 miles here. The phenomenon of the law that shines for 10,000 miles. The demon paled slightly when he saw the power of Duan Ling Tian's law of space. Although the power of the law he comprehended could also manifest a phenomenon that shone for 10,000 miles like Duan Ling Tian, he comprehended the law of water unlike Duan Ling Tian who comprehended the law of space. How could the law of water compare to the law of space, which was one of the four supreme laws? Fortunately, he's only an intermediate supreme god. Otherwise, I might not be able to defeat him today. The demon thought to himself, feeling lucky. Nonetheless, it remained vigilant. After all, for an intermediate supreme god to comprehend the law to this extent, it was clear that the other party was the best of the best. The demon knew that someone like Duan Ling Tian was no fool. As such, he could not help but wonder why Duan Ling Tian did not retreat but dared to approach it after witnessing its power. He also wondered if Duan Ling Tian chose to fight because Duan Ling Tian knew that it was impossible to escape. However, after a moment, the demon quickly dismissed this idea. No, his strongest law is the law of space. If he really wants to escape, he still has a slim chance even if he's in the sea. However, even if the chance is slim, why doesn't he grasp it? Isn't he going to try at all? Why did he choose to fight me when his death is guaranteed? I should be cautious, he might have other cards hidden up his sleeve. The demon continued to wonder inwardly, could it be that he possesses the supreme divine energy? Then, a sneer appeared on its face as it continued thinking to itself, so what if he has the supreme divine energy? Does he think I don't have the supreme divine energy? There were also supreme powerhouses among members of the Sea clan. The overlords of the sea like the demon belonged to the clan and were loyal to the supreme powerhouses in the Sea clan. Usually, as long as one made a big contribution, one would be rewarded with some supreme divine energy. In the next moment, just as the demon predicted, Duan Ling Tian used the supreme divine energy. In fact, he only used it to lower the demon's guard. He knew that if he did not use the supreme divine energy, the demon would suspect him of having other cards up his sleeve. If he alarmed the demon, who knew if the demon would call for reinforcements from other demons in the sea? If more powerful demons joined the fight, he might be defeated. Before coming to the outer boundary, Duan Ling Tian had also heard the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan say that demon supreme powerhouses were likely present where demons gathered. As such, he was even more cautious. When it comes closer, I'll use the supreme divine energy as well and kill him with the innate power of my clan. The demon thought to itself, devising a plan as it watched Duan Ling Tian flying over aggressively. Although Duan Ling Tian was an intermediate supreme god, the demon did not underestimate him. In the outer boundary, a moment of carelessness could result in death, after all. It had lived for many years and had seen too many tragedies and deaths which were caused by carelessness. It was determined not to let such a thing happen to him. Additionally, the demon naturally knew that many humans in the outer boundary possessed bloodline powers or the ability to form doppelgangers from the laws. All of them possessed extraordinary combat power. It was not sure if the human in front of him possessed bloodline power or the ability to form doppelgangers from the laws. In any case, it had decided to attack with all its might as soon as the human approached and kill the human with just one strike. The huge demon's strongest law was the law of water. The artifact in its hand thrummed, stirring up violent waves that rose to the sky. It was as though a storm had descended in the sea, and it had the power to destroy a city. Duan Ling Tian looked insignificant in front of the huge demon. It was as though he would be completely annihilated without a trace by the surging waves. Human, since you broke into my territory, it seems like you have a death wish. The big demon said as it rushed out as well. It used the supreme divine energy before a strange energy swept out of its body. As expected, upon seeing the demon's action, Duan Ling Tian knew that his speculations were right. Everything was within his expectations. He was also certain that the huge demon did not comprehend any of the four Taoes of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it would have already used it at this moment. Before coming to the outer boundary, the supreme powerhouse from the Xia clan advised him not to hold back in the outer boundary when he encountered an opponent. It did not matter even if the opponent was weaker than him. Otherwise, there was a possibility that he might die. In other words, he should use the strength of the lion even if the opponent was a rabbit. Human, show me your bloodline power or your doppelganger from your law. The demon bellowed. At the same time, a terrifying wave of attack swept over. The waves surged like flood beasts, intent on devouring Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing the huge demon's words, Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently and said, "As you wish." In the next moment, the doppelganger from the law of space shot out of Duan Ling Tian's body. When the doppelganger from the law of space appeared, Duan Ling Tian finally cast his sword Dao. The doppelganger seemed to be imbued with the sword Dao, becoming one with its sword as it fought the aggressive demon. When the huge demon saw Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger and the sword that seemed to be one charging toward it, its eyes widened and shone with fear. Weapon Dao. It's the weapon Dao. He comprehended the weapon Dao, one of the four Taoes of heaven and earth. No, impossible. How could a human intermediate supreme god comprehend such a powerful weapon Dao? Apart from fear, the demon felt shocked as well. It watched as its attack was easily negated by its opponent, which was one with the sword. It was not even a match for its opponent's doppelganger. No, impossible. The demon knew that the doppelganger was weaker than its true body. Even if the difference in strength was not much, it still meant that the true body was stronger. The doppelganger was already very strong, and the true body could only be stronger. If the doppelganger and the true body joined forces, was there any way it could survive? With this in mind, the huge demon grew extremely terrified. I must escape. Although the huge demon was violent and bloodthirsty, its intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. It knew that it was no match for Duan Ling Tian. If it continued to fight, it would be tantamount to seeking death. The huge demon decisively turned around and fled. Alas, Duan Ling Tian was faster than it. Supreme Demon, help me. The demon fled at top speed. It did not even dare to turn back. Although it was like a fish in water in the sea and it comprehended the law of water, its opponent's extremely powerful law of space and speedy sword Dao terrified him and caused his heart to palpitate. The demon knew that Duan Ling Tian would catch up to it in about a dozen breaths at most. At that time, it would surely die. The human chasing me is an intermediate supreme god. He comprehended the law of space to the extent where it can manifest the phenomenon that shines for 10,000 miles. His sword Dao is above the fifth stage. Even in the outer boundary, the fifth stage of the sword Dao was very high. Even among advanced supreme gods, only those who stood at the top of the pyramid could comprehend the Dao to this stage. In fact, many powerhouses who claimed to be skilled in the sword did not even comprehend the sword Dao to the fifth stage. The demon did not hold back when it spoke. As such, it alarmed the demons in the surroundings. Even the other demons, who were overlords of the sea and were not weaker than the demon Duan Ling Tian was chasing, were slightly frightened. After all, based on the demon's description, they knew that Duan Ling Tian was comparable to a top advanced supreme god. As soon as such a person became an advanced supreme god, he or she would be the strongest among top advanced supreme gods. I should leave this area so I won't be dragged down by that guy. How did Hu Ke provoke such a powerful human being? It did not take long before the demons, ordinary ones and advanced supreme gods, left. At the same time, they sent out voice transmissions one after another. It was impossible for the supreme demon to hear the huge demon's loud cries. The other demons could only send voice transmissions to the messengers, who were advanced supreme gods, around the supreme demon to alert them to the presence of the human prodigy in the sea. Such a monstrous prodigy, once the supreme demon finds out about him, he'll definitely attack him. However, by the time the supreme demon finds out about him and makes a move, will he still be able to find the other guy? Humans aren't foolish. He'll definitely leave immediately after killing Hu Kei. About a dozen breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. While the demons fled in all directions, Duan Ling Tian caught up with the huge demon and quickly killed the demon. I have to leave now. Duan Ling Tian collected the demon's artifact and ignored the demon's spatial ring after he killed the demon. Then, he quickly fled to land. He did not dare to stay a moment longer. Chapter 4362 Crimson Demon Ridge. After arriving in the outer boundary, Duan Ling Tian easily killed the demon advanced supreme god he encountered. Although everything seemed calm after that, he knew it was only the calm before the storm. He could foresee that if he stayed after killing the demon, today would be his death anniversary. In the outer boundary, most demons aren't solitary creatures, they're usually in groups. The leaders of these demons are supreme powerhouses. Even if the leaders are not supreme powerhouses, they are at least top advanced supreme gods. Only a powerful demon can make these demons submit. Huge demons usually have more freedom, and if they did not live solitary lives, there'll inevitably be a more powerful demon that will avenge them if they die. Duan Ling Tian learned a lot of useful information from the supreme powerhouse of the Sha clan before he came to the outer boundary. For this reason, when he first appeared in the sea, he did not intend to provoke any huge demons in the sea. However, he did not expect that a huge demon would find him. In the end, he had no choice but to kill the other party. Although he should keep a low profile in the outer boundary, he needed to be strong as well when the time called for it. The rule of survival in the outer boundary was the same as the one in the god-defying world: the strong were revered, and kill or be killed. I have to go to land. The huge demons and supreme demons from the Sea clan generally don't leave the sea recklessly. After all, they're not united. If they leave, they risk invasions in their territories. In the outer boundary, the stronger the demon beasts were, the better their territories would be. These places were usually fertile places that would give birth to precious resources. Moreover, most of these resources were reaching maturity and could be harvested soon. If the demons left, their territory would be defenseless. It was very likely that other demons would take advantage of the situation. However, these demons would not dare to rush in recklessly as well unless they were absolutely certain that the other party had left. Otherwise, they would be dead if the other party actually did not leave. Even if they plan to chase after me, they won't chase me for long, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself confidently. Just when Duan Ling Tian arrived on land, in the sea where he had just left, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a handsome and tall young man with a bewitching appearance. He wore a dark blue robe. He looked completely human, but two huge demons, looking as strong as a bull, with fierce faces stood behind him. The handsome young man's eyes were narrowed as he looked at the figure that vanished to the shore. If Duan Ling Tian were still here, he would be able to sense that two huge demons with human-like figures were much stronger than the one he killed. Lord Supreme Demon, do you plan to chase after him? One of the huge demons asked respectfully. The young man shook his head. It's useless to chase after him. He's entered the territory of the Crimson Demon Ridge. If I chase after him, the Crimson Demon Ridge won't just stand aside and do nothing. It's not worth it to offend the Crimson Demon for a human. After a pause, the young man smiled and continued to say, moreover, it's still unknown if that human kid will survive after entering the Crimson Demon Ridge. Although most of the beings in the Crimson Demon Ridge are human monks, they're just puppets of the Crimson Demon. That human kid is just an intermediate supreme god, but he already possesses such strength. The Crimson Demon definitely won't let go of this chance to obtain such a powerful puppet. The smile on the young man's face gradually disappeared as he continued to say, that's good, once he becomes a puppet, he won't be able to become a supreme powerhouse. To us, it's a good thing that the humans have one less talented supreme powerhouse. He's just an intermediate supreme god, but he's comprehended the law of space to the extent where it can manifest the phenomenon that shines for 10,000 miles. Not only that, but he also comprehended the sword Tao to such a high level. I can still sense the traces of his attack. What a terrifying person. After a moment, the young man turned around and left, followed by the two huge demons. Duan Ling Tian was naturally clueless. He had no idea that he had entered the Crimson Demon Ridge. He only knew that after leaving the sea and going on land, he was relatively safe. Nonetheless, even if the land was safer than the sea where he had killed a huge demon, he still did not let his guard down. As he moved forward, he kept a close watch on his surroundings. Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that he was being watched at this moment. In a stone house behind a mountain that was not very tall, a mirror image from a formation was projected in the air. It showed Duan Ling Tian moving forward vigilantly. A group of people dressed in black stood in front of the mirror image. Apart from the leader of the group, all of their faces were expressionless, but their eyes shone with violence. All in all, they looked unsettling and creepy. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man dressed in black armor with blood chi lingering on his body. He said, "He dares to trespass into our Crimson Demon Ridge. He's quite bold, moreover, he's just an intermediate supreme god. Go, catch him and send him to the Centurion." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, his black armor extended up and over his head, forming a helmet. He looked like a dark knight. The Black Knight took the lead and flew out before the 10 people behind him followed suit. 11 figures flew in the air like black phantoms. The Dark Knight's cultivation base was in the realm of an advanced supreme god, and the 10 people behind him were all intermediate supreme gods who had stabilized their cultivation bases. Duan Ling Tian suddenly heard the sound of wind howling from behind him. When he came to a halt, he could hear the sound of the wind howling coming from the front, the left, and the right. It did not take long before he saw 4 groups of people coming at him from all 4 directions. It was not difficult for him to figure out that the 4 leaders of these 4 groups of people were those who were dressed in black armor. He could not see the other party's appearances since they were completely covered by the armor. He could only see 4 pairs of bloodthirsty gazes. 10 people stood behind each of the 4 leaders. These people, regardless of their gender and age, were expressionless and their gazes were hostile and intimidating. Duan Ling Tian could tell that they were not normal. At this time, the leader of the group on Duan Ling Tian's left said loudly with a growl, "He's mine." Then, the leader led his people and rushed toward Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he attacked, he used all this strength as an advanced supreme god. His strength was slightly weaker compared to the demon that Duan Ling Tian encountered earlier. If he were to fight the demon, he might not even be able to withstand 3 moves from the demon. A scoff rang in the air before another group of people charged toward Duan Ling Tian as well before the 2 remaining groups followed suit. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. These people were organized and disciplined. He wondered if he had entered another party's territory. The outer boundary was vast, and many of the areas were occupied territories. I must leave as soon as I can. The strength of these 4 groups of people was only average. Duan Ling Tian could have killed all of them within a few breaths if he went all out. However, he did not intend to make a move against these people. If he killed them, it would bring bigger trouble. This place was different from the sea. When Duan Ling Tian was in the sea, he could see that the land was not far away, and he knew that the land was not the territory of the demons in the sea. As such, he had no qualms about killing the demon. All he had to do was leave the sea after he killed the demon, and he would be safe from the demons once he was on land. However, now that Duan Ling Tian was on land, the situation was different. He did not know how wide these people's territory spanned. If their territory was vast, after he killed these people, he was bound to run into a stronger opponent. For this reason, he chose to flee instead of engaging in a battle with these people. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian flew into the distance. It was not that he did not consider teleporting away, but there were many people among these 4 groups who also comprehended the law of space, and they had disrupted the space in the surroundings. When Duan Ling Tian moved, he quickly cast the law of space as well. In just a moment, the phenomenon of the law that shone for 10,000 miles appeared. Upon seeing this, 2 of the 4 leaders cried out in surprise. Is he the same person who manifested the phenomenon of the law of space that shone for 10,000 miles in the sea earlier? Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was an intermediate supreme god who comprehended the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, to the extent where it could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 10,000 miles, everyone naturally knew that he was a monstrous prodigy. The 4 leaders did not waste time and quickly sent out messages. When Duan Ling Tian discovered this, he had already left the range of the space that was disrupted. He quickly teleported away before casting the double teleportation profundity. I have to leave as quickly as possible. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. His expression was rather grim at this moment. After the 4 leaders discovered they could not stop him, they clearly sent a message out immediately. He naturally knew that they were likely notifying someone more powerful about him. In just a moment, a burst of thunderous laughter rang in the air, echoing in a large area. Then, a voice said, an intermediate supreme god who comprehended the law of space to the point where it can manifest the phenomenon that shines for 10,000 miles. Interesting, interesting. If we offer such a prodigy to Lord Crimson Demon, we'll be rewarded handsomely. Chapter 4363 Personal Demon Guard. The voice was so loud that it could be heard in Duan Ling Tian's original spot and the distant place he had gone where he could no longer be seen by the four groups of people. Upon hearing the thunderous voice, the eyes of the four leaders dressed in black armor, otherwise known as decurions, who led people to besiege and kill Duan Ling Tian, lit up with fanaticism. Lord Centurion, the owner of the voice, was the four leaders' centurion. He was a top advanced supreme god. Even if 10 decurions joined forces, they still would not be able to defeat him. Under the Crimson Demon, there were only 8 centurions in the Crimson Demon Ridge. My strongest law is also the law of space. I'll play with you. As soon as the centurion's voice fell, Duan Ling Tian felt the space in surroundings was once again disrupted, preventing him from teleporting away. After discovering this, he did not linger and quickly flew away. Duan Ling Tian could sense that the other party was an advanced supreme god. Although the other party was possibly stronger than the demon in the sea, he was confident he could kill the party if he went all out. However, what would happen after he killed the other party? Was there a more powerful person? Was there a supreme powerhouse? Danger lurks everywhere in the outer boundary. It's best that I leave this territory as soon as possible. After confirming that this place was an occupied territory, Duan Ling Tian wanted nothing more than to leave this place. Unable to teleport, Duan Ling Tian continued to fly. As he flew, he said earnestly in a low voice, "Sir, I strayed into this place unintentionally. If I offended you, I hope you'll forgive me. I have no intention of making an enemy out of you. I only want to leave your territory now." A burst of thunderous laughter rang in the air again. "Everyone who comes here is a guest of ours. You should stay." The voice was getting closer and closer to Duan Ling Tian. At this time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly discovered a formation that he failed to notice before. The formation quickly blocked him and prevented him from leaving. The formation's power was like surging waves as it rolled toward him. Although its power was not strong and could not hurt him, it hindered his way forward. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately. He knew that the person who had spoken earlier controlled this formation. It was unlikely that the four leaders and their men whom he encountered earlier were capable of controlling the formation. Otherwise, they would have used the formation earlier to stop him from leaving. Moreover, the formation also contained spatial energy that prevented him from teleporting. If those people were capable of using the formation, they would have used the formation instead of relying on those who comprehended the law of space to disrupt the space. This person is obviously those people's superior, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Not long after Duan Ling Tian was forced to stop by the formation, he saw a middle-aged man in black armor whose body emitted blood qi. He had a square jaw and pair of eyebrows that made him look fierce. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with a teasing smile as he said, "An intermediate supreme god like you is definitely the top prodigy among prodigies. Alas, in front of a powerful advanced supreme god, your strength is not enough." Subsequently, the middle-aged man flew toward Duan Ling Tian and cast his strongest law, which was the law of fire. In just an instant, flames surged into the sky, making him look like an invincible fire god. The divine energy of an advanced supreme god surged just as the phenomenon of the law that shone for 10,000 miles appeared. However, in the next moment, the range of the phenomenon grew, indicating that his comprehension of the law of fire was much more profound than Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space. The middle-aged man brought his weapon. It was a huge mace. It was longer than 2 meters, exceeding his height, and its width was more than 1.5 meters. The weapon did not look like it was made for an ordinary person, even if the person was 2 meters tall. The weapon looked more suited to be used by a 10-meter-tall giant. Although the mace was big, it did not seem unwieldy in the middle-aged man's hands. In fact, he wielded it nimbly. When he swung it, the flames in the sky surged again. It was as though countless flaming meteors were descending from the sky. When the middle-aged man swung the huge mace toward Duan Ling Tian clearly sensed that the huge mace was weaker than his 7 orifices exquisite sword. It seemed like it did not absorb as many fragments of prime divine artifacts as the 7 orifices exquisite sword did. In fact, it was even weaker than the weapon of the demon he encountered earlier. He's stronger than the huge demon, but his weapon is inferior to that of the huge demon, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He was slightly puzzled. Generally, those who were more powerful would have better weapons. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that humans and demons were different. For demons, they could kill wantonly as long as they left their group, allowing them to obtain better weapons. Conversely, humans were more orderly. Although there were also humans who killed wantonly, not many people dared to do so. After all, they would become the public enemy. It would not be so bad if they were really powerful. Otherwise, they would be hunted down and killed in the end. Seeing the mason its artifact soul falling down from the sky, Duan Ling Tian quickly summoned the 7 orifices exquisite sword soul. Wanzher. The power from Duan Ling Tian's law of space surged, and he quickly used the sword Dao. Before using the sword Dao, there was quite a gap between his and his opponent's strength. However, with the sword Dao, not only did he close the gap, but he even surpassed the other party. Sword Dao. When the middle-aged man saw his attack being blocked and continuously pushed back by a sword that suddenly rose into the sky, his expression changed drastically. Following that, the blood chi lingering on his body surged as he used his bloodline power. Humans in the outer boundary either possessed bloodline powers or the ability to form doppelgangers. The middle-aged man clearly belonged to the former group. After using his bloodline power, the middle-aged man's attack grew a little stronger. However, he was still in a disadvantageous position and was completely suppressed by Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged man thought that the purple-clad young man in front of him would take advantage of the situation to attack or even kill him, but he soon discovered that the other party had suddenly retreated. At the critical moment, when the 7-colored sword ray annihilated the middle-aged man's attack, the sword spun and sent him flying instead of cleaving him into 2. As he flew back, a hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes that shone with fear. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian heard the middle-aged man say, "Thank you for showing mercy. If you want to leave this place, please go right. After crossing 13 hills, you'll no longer be in the Crimson Demon Ridge's territory. However, during the journey, you'll encounter a centurion. If you leave in the other directions, you'll encounter more than 2 centurions. If you follow my direction, the centurion you encounter will definitely make a move. However, if you don't kill him, he likely won't notify Lord Crimson Demon's personal demon guard immediately." The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he continued to say, "If the personal demon guard makes a move, he can activate all the formations in the Crimson Demon Ridge. Even if your strength is on par with his, you still won't be able to leave. Leave as far as you can. If you stay here, the life of a monstrous prodigy like you will be ruined." Since Duan Ling Tian spared the middle-aged man's life at the critical moment, the middle-aged man decided to remind Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. "After a few breaths, I must contact Lord Crimson Demon's personal demon guard. Otherwise, I'll be punished for being irresponsible. If the Crimson Demon holds me accountable, even if he doesn't kill me, he'll skin me alive." The middle-aged man had not even finished speaking before Duan Ling Tian flew to the right, following the middle-aged man's direction. After flying for a while, he teleported away. Lord Crimson Demon. Based on his words, it seems like the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard is stronger than him. If that's the case, I'm afraid the personal demon guard isn't any weaker than the top advanced supreme gods in all of the god-defying world's realms of God's prime supreme rank forces. Then, the Crimson Demon must be a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was frightened when he thought about this. Then, when he recalled his time in the sea, he concluded that the Crimson Demon was much likely stronger than the most powerful demons in the sea since the Crimson Demon dared to occupy the territory so close to the sea. After Duan Ling Tian left, the 4 groups of people, who surrounded Duan Ling Tian earlier, followed the middle-aged man's voice and finally arrived. When they arrived, they saw that the middle-aged man was injured and coughing up blood. The middle-aged man was clearly struggling to stay conscious. "Lord Centurion." The 4 leaders' expressions changed immediately. They quickly took off the helmets on their heads, revealing the shocked expressions on their faces. It seemed like the purple-clad young man was stronger than their centurion. They could not help but wonder if he was truly just an intermediate supreme god. All of a sudden, they heard the sounds of fighting in the right direction. Following that, they heard a stern voice say, "Centurions, I'm no match for this invader. Come and assist me quickly." The centurion Duan Ling Tian encountered reacted differently from the middle-aged centurion from earlier. This centurion was unwilling to let him go and was adamant on opposing him despite being no match for him. "Scram!" Duan Ling Tian cried out. His expression darkened when he sensed a few powerful auras surging in the distance. including the aura of the middle-aged man whom he defeated earlier. At the same time, a 7-colored sword ray shot out. Duan Ling Tian did not kill the centurion, but he dealt a heavy blow on the centurion, seriously injuring the centurion and knocking the centurion unconscious. I have to leave Crimson Demon Ridge quickly. After finding out that the Crimson Demon Ridge was the territory of a supreme powerhouse, Duan Ling Tian wanted to leave even more. He fled into the distance, crossing hills after hills. According to the middle-aged man, he would leave the Crimson Demon Ridge after crossing 13 hills. Once he was out of the Crimson Demon Ridge, he would no longer have to worry about being restricted by the formations. However, just as the 13th hill appeared in Duan Ling Tian's sight, he suddenly sensed something and quickly moved back. Following that, a saber ray shot out from the front with overwhelming power. It seemed capable of splitting the sky and cleaving the earth. When the saber ray appeared, a phenomenon of the law that shone further than 10,000 miles appeared. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian could also sense a trace of the saber Dao from the attack. He quickly extended his divine consciousness. After a moment, his expression changed drastically into one of fear. The phenomenon shines for 100,000 miles. In the outer boundary, when someone's law could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles, it meant that he or she had comprehended the law to the perfect form. If an advanced supreme god did not comprehend any of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth or any special and powerful techniques, he or she would still be considered a top advanced supreme god if he or she comprehended a law to the perfect form. Master Kang. In the next moment, following the respect cries that rang in the air, a lightning bolt flashed and struck the ground not far from Duan Ling Tian. Subsequently, a tall and strong topless man who was 3 meters tall appeared. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with a bloodthirsty expression on his face. Is he the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard whom the middle-aged man mentioned earlier? Duan Ling Tian was horrified as he guessed the identity of the person in front of him. Chapter 4364 Prime Divine Artifact. A terrifying and thunderous saber ray struck down. With just a strike, it directly split the mountain below in half and formed a seemingly bottomless ravine. The phenomenon that shines for 100,000 miles. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in shock. In the outer boundary, the phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles indicated that one's law had reached the perfect form. This was the lifelong pursuit of many supreme gods. There were many advanced supreme gods who had yet to comprehend their respective laws to the perfect form even after they became supreme powerhouses. One could not rely on the law to become a supreme powerhouse, after all. Even if one comprehended the law to the highest level, which was the paramount stage, it was still impossible for one to become a supreme powerhouse through that alone. However, advanced supreme gods who had comprehended their respective laws to the paramount stage were undoubtedly the strongest and invincible among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses. However, advanced supreme gods who comprehended the laws to the paramount stage were rare even in the myriad worlds. As for the god-defying world, as far as Duan Ling Tian knew, there had only been one advanced supreme god who comprehended a law to the paramount stage in the past, and there was no one like that currently. Put aside the paramount stage, even advanced supreme gods who comprehended their respective laws to the perfect form were undoubtedly top advanced supreme gods. In the god-defying world, there were not many advanced supreme gods who had comprehended the law to the perfect form, and those who did were like overlords of an area. Duan Ling Tian stared at the 3-meter-tall man with lightning flashing around his body as he thought to himself, in the outer boundary, such a powerful advanced supreme god is just a personal demon guard. However, it's not surprising since the owner of Crimson Demon Ridge is a supreme powerhouse. Only a supreme powerhouse would have such a powerful subordinate. Duan Ling Tian's expression was solemn as he stared at the person in front of him. The other party was definitely a formidable opponent and was not much weaker than him. Moreover, who knew if the other party had any hidden means? There were countless powerhouses in the outer boundary such as the advanced supreme god in front of Duan Ling Tian. Apart from the law he comprehended, who would dare to say he did not have other hidden means? He's the personal demon guard of a supreme powerhouse, he might have a prime divine artifact. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened slightly when he thought about this. He was horrified by this realization. A prime divine artifact was undoubtedly much more powerful than the 7 Orifices exquisite sword in Duan Ling Tian's possession. Although he had enough fragments of prime divine artifacts to transform the 7 Orifices exquisite sword into a prime divine artifact, it would take time for the 7 Orifices exquisite sword to complete the transformation. As of now, His 7 orifices exquisite sword was still in the process of transforming into a prime divine artifact. If he really possesses a prime divine artifact, even if I go all out, I might not be able to defeat him. Duan Ling Tian was still confident that he was on par with his opponent, but he was not sure he could defeat his opponent. After all, if the opponent possessed other astonishing means, the opponent would have been strong enough to break through into the realm of a supreme powerhouse. Timing was important when breaking through to the realm of supreme powerhouses. It did not necessarily mean that one could break through after comprehending the law to a certain level or accumulating one's divine energy to a certain level. Needless to say, after the breakthrough, one's strength would skyrocket. If a weaker advanced supreme god became a supreme powerhouse first before a powerful advanced supreme god, the powerful advanced supreme god would be easily crushed by the weaker advanced supreme god, who had become a supreme powerhouse, with just a finger. One's strength would rise multiple levels after becoming a supreme powerhouse. At the very least, one's strength would increase by more than 5 times. For this reason, even if the opponent was incredibly powerful, as long as the opponent was not a supreme powerhouse, Duan Ling Tian was confident he would be able to fight on even ground with the opponent even if the opponent possessed a prime divine artifact. However, defeating his opponent was a different matter. He naturally wished he could defeat his opponent. He wanted to leave Crimson Demon Ridge as soon as he could. Although Duan Ling Tian himself did not know why, he felt uneasy in Crimson Demon Ridge. Perhaps, it was due to the 4 groups, 2 centurions, and the personal demon guard he encountered. All these people did not seem like ordinary humans. They bore a little resemblance to the Devil Dao cultivators he met in the god-defying worlds.Devata realms. All in all, they looked strange. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 3-meter-tall giant staring at him with battle intent as he slightly cupped his fists together and said, "Senior, I have no intention of making an enemy out of you. I'm actually preparing to leave now." Faced with Duan Ling Tian's earnest words, the 3-meter-tall giant grinned sinisterly and said, "So what? Since you came to our Crimson Demon Ridge, you should just stay. Our Lord will definitely be willing to accept a prodigy like you as his personal demon guard if you stay. When you break through into the realm of advanced supreme gods, you don't even need to stabilize your cultivation base, but your strength won't be any weaker than mine." When the 3-meter-tall giant spoke, a hint of shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. After all, the intermediate supreme god in front of him not only comprehended the law of space to a high level, but he also comprehended the sword Dao to a high level. He had a strong feeling that when the other party became an advanced supreme god, the other party would definitely become a supreme powerhouse after the other party cultivated enough. With this thought in mind, the giant's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. He knew that he would never become a supreme powerhouse in his life. Even if he comprehended the 4 Daos of heaven and earth or had the means to become a supreme powerhouse, he would always be that person's personal demon guard. It was impossible for him to become a supreme powerhouse unless that person died. His eyes flashed with a hint of despair and complexity when his thoughts drifted to that person. The personal demon guard knew that it was unlikely for that person to die. That person was not just astonishingly powerful, but that person also possessed incredible life-saving means. He had once heard from that person that 2 powerful supreme powerhouses, who were stronger than that person, joined forces to deal with that person, but that person managed to escape from the 2 supreme powerhouses. He did not know if that person was just bragging, but based on his understanding of that person was unlikely to brag to him, who was just a personal demon guard. If I manage to capture this prodigy and offer him to the Lord, he might be satisfied and be willing to grant me my freedom after a certain number of years have passed. After all, there was such a precedent in the past with his previous personal demon guards. When this thought appeared in the giant's mind, his eyes lit up immediately with hope, desire, and expectations. At this time, the giant finally noticed that the purple-clad young man in front of him was making a move to leave. He quickly returned to his senses and attacked as fast as lightning. A terrifying and thunderous saber ray shot out in the direction where the giant pointed his long saber, stopping Duan Ling Tian who was about to bypass the giant. After Duan Ling Tian narrowly dodged the saber ray, his gaze landed on the long saber in the giant's hand. It's really a prime divine artifact. The long saber looked unassuming, and it did not have any soul aura. Clearly, it was a prime divine artifact without a soul. However, even without a soul, it was definitely more powerful than the 7 orifices exquisite sword by more than 1 level. Chapter 4365 Crimson Demon, the Supreme Powerhouse. The long saber, including the handle, was about 5 feet long, and its entire body was dark blue. It was hard to tell what it was forged from, but it looked ordinary. However, the lightning bolts in. The surroundings rushed into the seemingly ordinary and unadorned saber. It exuded an oppressive aura that was nothing like the aura of a prominent divine artifact. The aura not only made Duan Ling Tian feel slightly suffocated, but it also made his soul feel a sense of oppression. It was as though the aura contained some terrifying power. Prime divine artifacts are the weapons of supreme powerhouses. Even in the hands of advanced supreme gods, they're still terrifyingly powerful. Back in the god-defying world, Duan Ling Tian had heard about the horrifying powers of prime divine artifacts many times. He naturally knew that prime divine artifacts were peerless weapons. However, possessing a peerless weapon did not make one peerless. Nonetheless, between two people with equal strength, the person in possession of a prime divine artifact could easily crush the other person. He's the personal demon guard of the owner of Crimson Demon Ridge, a powerful supreme powerhouse. He even brought out his prime divine artifact. He's clearly determined to stop me from leaving. I'm no match for a supreme powerhouse at all. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Even if he has a prime divine artifact, I won't let him stop me from leaving. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his gaze turned icy. Even if the other party was a top advanced supreme god, had comprehended the law to the perfect form, and possessed a prime divine artifact, Duan Ling Tian was determined not to let the other party stop him. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian attacked as well. 7 colored sword rays shone brilliantly as he cast his sword Dao in his law of space without holding back. At the same time, his doppelganger from the law of space appeared as well. I just want to leave, Duan Ling Tian said tonelessly as he strode in the air with large steps. He waved his 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand, and the beautiful and magnificent 7 colored sword rays fell from the 9 heavens. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the law of space charged toward the opponent. The giant's eyes brightened when he saw Duan Ling Tian attacking. He had been waiting for this moment after he prevented Duan Ling Tian from leaving. He wanted to see how strong the seemingly peerless prodigy among intermediate supreme gods in front of him was. When the saber rays and the sword rays collided, the giant was shocked, and he did not recover his senses for a long time. From the collision, he discovered that even if he had comprehended the law of thunder to the perfect form and possessed the prime divine artifact, he did not have the upper hand at all when faced with the intermediate supreme god in front of him. Although Duan Ling Tian was just an intermediate supreme god, his comprehension of the law of space was close to the perfect form. Moreover, his prominent divine artifact had fused with multiple fragments of prime divine artifacts. Duan Ling Tian was clearly inferior to the giant in every aspect such as cultivation base, comprehension of the law, and weapons. How could the giant not be shocked when he discovered that Duan Ling Tian was able to fight on even ground with him just by relying on his law of space's doppelganger and sword Dao? For a moment, he wondered if Duan Ling Tian was truly just an intermediate supreme god. If he's an advanced supreme god or close to becoming an advanced supreme god, even if I use my bloodline power, I'm afraid I still won't be a match for him, the giant thought to himself. He felt fortunate that Duan Ling Tian was indeed just an intermediate supreme god. Following that, just as he was about to use his bloodline power, his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "How's this possible?" Duan Ling Tian, who was on par with the giant, suddenly surged with power and fought the giant off. When he retreated, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand seemed to change as he cast the law. A sword ray shot out into the air, causing the surroundings to freeze for a moment. In the next moment, the giant saw the purple-clad Duan Ling Tian moving at lightning speed toward the border of Crimson Demon Ridge, clearly intending to leave. The law of time. His law of time is actually stronger than his law of space. Duan Ling Tian had caught the giant off guard by using his law of time to restrain the giant. The giant could only watch as Duan Ling Tian fled from Crimson Demon Ridge. It's useless. The giant knew that he would not be able to catch up to Duan Ling Tian now. However, strangely, the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. In the next moment, just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave Crimson Demon Ridge, a solid crystal barrier rose up, blocking his way. At this moment, the giant also regained his mobility, finally getting rid of the restriction from the law of time. Then, he quickly caught up to Duan Ling Tian, who was trying to break the barrier but was unable to do so in a short time. Duan Ling Tian's expression was extremely dark at this moment. The formation that the giant activated in Crimson Demon Ridge was extremely powerful. Clearly, the two centurions he encountered before were unable to activate this formation. Otherwise, the duo would have activated it long ago to stop him. What a monstrous prodigy, the giant thought to himself as he stared at Duan Ling Tian's back in shock and disbelief. Duan Ling Tian was just an intermediate supreme god, but his law of space was close to the perfect form. Most shockingly, his law of time was even closer to the perfect form. It seemed like it was on the verge of achieving the perfect form. Once again, the giant wondered if Duan Ling Tian was just an intermediate supreme god. Meanwhile, the centurions of Crimson Demon Ridge, who had arrived a while ago and witnessed Duan Ling Tian fighting on even ground with the giant, wore horrified expressions on their faces when they saw Duan Ling Tian changing his law to restrain the giant. This intermediate supreme god is too strong, right? If he had attacked with all his might earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to last one breath. He's too strong. His vital energy is incredibly strong as well. It seems like he's not very old. Where did such a prodigy come from? Why did he come to our Crimson Demon Ridge? It won't be easy for such a prodigy to leave after coming here. At the very least, Lord Wu Kang won't just watch him leave. That's only natural. Didn't you see Lord Wu Kang using the highest authority he was granted to activate the formation barrier? The barrier is strong enough to stop everyone under the realm of supreme powerhouses. As long as he's not a supreme powerhouse, the formation will be able to keep him here until Lord Crimson Demon arrives. Lord Crimson Demon should have sensed the attacks on the barrier by now. I think he should arrive soon, right? Once Lord Crimson Demon arrives, he'll be at the end of his rope. A hint of pity could be seen on the centurions' faces when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was a pity that such a monstrous prodigy would become the puppet of the Crimson Demon in Crimson Demon Ridge just like them. Once he became a puppet, his soul would be bound. In order to break the binding, he had to be a supreme powerhouse. Alas, the binding restricted one from becoming a supreme powerhouse. At this moment, the expression of Duan Ling Tian, who was still attacking the barrier, changed when he overheard the centurions' conversation. Attacking the barrier will alert the supreme powerhouse of the Crimson Demon Ridge. Suddenly, Wu Kang, the gigantic personal demon guard of the Crimson Demon Ridge's supreme powerhouse who had been chasing Duan Ling Tian, suddenly bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, Lord Crimson Demon." In the next moment, blood-red light flashed before a figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others. The figure belonged to a burly young man who was about 1.80 meters dressed in blood-red armor. He had an extraordinarily handsome face and looked somewhat harmless if not for the sinister smile on his face. Following Wu Kang, the centurions of Crimson Demon Ridge present on the scene quickly bowed and greeted the young man dressed in blood-red armor. However, unlike Wu Kang who looked at the young man, all of them lowered their heads, unable to meet the young man's gaze. An intermediate supreme god, the young man dressed in blood-red armor murmured to himself, ignoring the others who greeted him respectfully. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with narrowed eyes as though he was sensing something. After a few breaths passed, a surprised expression and a smile appeared on his face. A hint of excitement could also be seen in the depths of his eyes. This intermediate supreme god actually comprehended the law of time and the law of space to such an extent. The young man thought to himself as his eyes flashed, inwardly surprised, Wu Kang even had to use the formation I created to stop him from leaving. It's really hard to believe that he's just an intermediate supreme god. At this time, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and looked at the young man who commanded such respect from Wu Kang before he cupped his fists together slightly and said, "Senior Crimson Demon, I have no intention of trespassing into Crimson Demon Ridge. I came here by accident, and I was planning to leave immediately. Senior Crimson Demon, I hope you'll allow me to leave." Based on the words of the centurions, Duan Ling Tian could tell the supreme powerhouse in front of him was not a kind person, but he still hoped to reason with the other party. After all, faced with a supreme powerhouse, even if he went all out, he was no different from an insignificant ant. Under such circumstances, he could use other means to leave. Duan Ling Tian knew that if he became the puppet of the Crimson Demon, his path to becoming a supreme powerhouse would come to an end. To him, that was not different from dying. The Crimson Demon ignored Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he glanced at Wu Kang and said indifferently, "Useless trash. You can't even stop an intermediate supreme god and had to activate the formation using the highest authority I granted you before being able to stop him from leaving. My lord, please calm down." After hearing the young man's words, the expression of Wu Kang, who was domineering previously, changed drastically. He hastily kneeled in the air and kowtowed. His entire body trembled as he said, "It's my incompetence that gave him a chance to escape. Please forgive me, my lord." Wu Kang felt extremely regretful at this moment. He should have used his bloodline power immediately to overwhelm his opponent earlier. At that time, the opponent would not have a chance to change his law and catch him off guard. Chapter 4366 Condition. No one knew the Crimson Demon as well as his personal demon guard, Wu Kang. In the past, Wu Kang had witnessed the Supreme Powerhouse kill another personal demon guard because the personal demon guard failed to carry out the Supreme Powerhouse's order. One had to know that the personal demon guard had been following the Supreme Powerhouse for tens of thousands of years and was the Supreme Powerhouse's right-hand man. As such, it was only natural that he began to panic when he heard the Supreme Powerhouse's icy words. He might be a top advanced Supreme God, far stronger than most advanced Supreme Gods, but he was no different from an ant in front of a Supreme Powerhouse. He shuddered when he recalled how that now dead personal demon guard was killed with just a strike despite defending with all his might. This is the might of a Supreme Powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian watched in a trance as Wu Kang, a top advanced Supreme God, kneeled and pleaded for his life. He could not help but feel sorry for Wu Kang. Wu Kang was rather powerful, and if Wu Kang had used his bloodline power or doppelgangers earlier, he might not have been able to escape Wu Kang without using the divine tree of life or the 5 divine elements in his little world. Even if his sword Dao was at a high level, Duan Ling Tian had calculated everything earlier. If he had used his law of time and both his doppelgangers from the law of time and the law of space, he would only be on par with Wu Kang at best. Perhaps, he might have a chance of gaining the upper hand if he used the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. When he was still in the god-defying world, the 5 divine elements managed to recover slightly after absorbing the vital energy and liquid of the divine fountain. Although they had yet to fully recover, it would not be a problem for him to borrow their powers. Seeing that such a powerful advanced Supreme God was reduced to such a humble state in front of the Supreme Powerhouse, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel slightly helpless. He prayed inwardly that the Supreme Powerhouse would be willing to let him go. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape today. After listening to Wu Kang's words, the Supreme Powerhouse known as the Crimson Devil scoffed coldly. The few centurions present on the scene held their breaths as they shifted their eyes from Wu Kang to Duan Ling Tian. Upon sensing the Crimson Demon's gaze on him, Duan Ling Tian cupped his fists together again and said, "Senior Crimson Demon, it's my fault for accidentally trespassing into your territory. Please forgive me." Duan Ling Tian knew he had to put aside his pride and lower himself in order to preserve his life. The Supreme Powerhouse was too strong. He was not alone, he had his family waiting for him, and Ka was still waiting for him to rescue her. He had come to the outer boundary to become stronger. His ultimate goal was to become a Supreme Powerhouse so he could force the Supreme Powerhouse who merged with Yun Qingyan to release Ka's soul. Even if he could not find Yun Qingyan, as long as he became a Supreme Powerhouse, he was confident he would be able to find another way to save Ka. Although the Supreme Powerhouses in the god-defying world were unable to help Ka, perhaps he could find one of the strongest Supreme Powerhouses in the myriad worlds to help her. He naturally knew there was a chance that they might refuse him, but he still had to try. Based on what he learned in the god-defying world, he knew that his cultivation speed was unprecedented in the god-defying world. As such, there was a possibility that he would become one of the strongest Supreme Powerhouses in the future. The Sha clan's Supreme Powerhouse said that the few strongest Supreme Powerhouses in the myriad worlds might be able to rescue Ka. However, even if the strongest Supreme Powerhouse in our god-defying world asks for help, it's unlikely for them to help me. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with determination. He had to leave Crimson Demon Ridge no matter what. "It's fine if you want to leave," the Crimson Demon said with a smile as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. On the other hand, Wu Kang, who was still kneeling with his head lowered, widened his eyes in disbelief. It was impossible for the Crimson Demon to let such a monstrous prodigy go. After all, such a prodigy would become the Crimson Demon's strongest subordinate. Similarly, the centurions looked at each other with expressions of disbelief on their faces as well. Since when did Lord Crimson Demon become so kind? Is the Lord letting him go due to his monstrous talent? Are you joking? You think the Lord is going to let him go due to his talent? The Centurions also had a high status in Crimson Demon Ridge. As such, they were familiar with the Crimson Demon as well. They knew he was powerful and overbearing. Those who trespassed into the Crimson Demon Ridge were either killed or forced to become his puppets. It was only natural that they did not believe it when it seemed like he was willing to let Duan Ling Tian, an immensely talented intermediate supreme god, leave Crimson Demon Ridge. "Thank you, Senior," Duan Ling Tian said. He did not expect the Crimson Demon to be so amenable. Nonetheless, he knew that it would not be without conditions. It did not matter to him as long as he could leave this place. The Crimson Demon said indifferently, "It's too early for you to thank me. You may leave if you're able to fulfill a condition of mine. Otherwise, you'll have to stay and become my subordinate." Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn upon hearing these words. It was just as he had expected. There was a condition. Wu Kang and the Centurions knew that it was impossible for the Crimson Demon to let Duan Ling Tian go. As such, the condition had to be something impossible. However, they had no idea why the Crimson Demon would give Duan Ling Tian false hope. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he asked, "Senior Crimson Devil, if I fulfill the condition, you'll let me leave Crimson Demon Ridge, and I won't have to become your subordinate?" "Yes." The Crimson Demon nodded. "You won't go back on your words, will you?" Duan Ling Tian asked after mustering up his courage. His life was already on the line anyway. Moreover, he did not think his question was offensive. "I naturally won't go back on my words," the Crimson Demon said nonchalantly. "Then, may I know what's the condition?" Duan Ling Tian asked after inhaling deeply. No matter what the condition was, he had no choice but to accept it. Nothing mattered as long as he could leave Crimson Demon Ridge safely. Meanwhile, Wu Kang and the Centurions held their breaths as they waited for the Crimson Demon to state his condition. They were also curious about the kind of condition the mighty supreme powerhouse came up with for Duan Ling Tian, even if they knew the condition was something that was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to fulfill. Chapter 4367, A Life or Death Battle. Wu Kang and the Centurions were curious as to why their lord, the Crimson Demon, was giving Duan Ling Tian false hope. They did not believe the ruthless Crimson Demon would be so kind. The few Centurions could not help but speculate inwardly. Perhaps, he's bored. Maybe he's jealous that he wasn't as strong as the young man when he was at the young man's age. Perhaps, that's why he wants to toy with the young man before making the young man his puppet. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian could not wait for the Crimson Demon to state his condition so he could fulfill it and leave Crimson Demon Ridge. "I won't make you my puppet and I'll allow you to leave Crimson Demon Ridge if you're able to kill someone," the Crimson Demon said. Wu Kang and the Centurions quickly guessed that the Crimson Demon must want Duan Ling Tian to kill an advanced supreme god comparable to Wu Kang. In Wu Kang's opinion, although Duan Ling Tian was strong, their strength was on par. It was impossible for them to kill one or the other. "Who is it?" Duan Ling Tian asked solemnly. It was against his principles to kill indiscriminately. However, this was his only way to escape from this supreme powerhouse and survive now. It would be over for him if he became the Crimson Demon's puppet. "Kill him," the Crimson Demon said nonchalantly as he casually pointed to the side. Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction where the Crimson Demon pointed and found that the target was Wu Kang. Before Wu Kang regained his senses, the other Centurions finally confirmed that the Crimson Demon had no intention of letting Duan Ling Tian leave at all. After all, how was it possible for an intermediate supreme god to kill Wu Kang, the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard, who was a top advanced supreme god? When Wu Kang regained his senses, he instinctively looked at the Crimson Demon with a respectful expression. The Crimson Demon looked at Wu Kang and said slowly, "If you survive the battle with him, I'll forgive your mistake and let the matter go. If you die, it only proves that you're trash." Wu Kang's eyes brightened upon hearing the Crimson Demon's words. He hastily said, "Thank you, my lord." Wu Kang was obviously confident about his strength. He knew Duan Ling Tian was an intermediate supreme god and had a profound comprehension of the law of time and the law of space. Apart from that, he also knew about Duan Ling Tian's two doppelgangers from the law of time and the law of space and Duan Ling Tian's high attainment in the Sword Dao. With his bloodline power and prime divine artifact, he was on par with Duan Ling Tian. In Wu Kang's opinion, the Crimson Demon was giving him a way out. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows upon hearing the Crimson Demon's words. Wu Kang was rather powerful, after all. It was impossible for him to kill Wu Kang without borrowing the powers of the Divine Tree of Life and the 5 Divine Elements. Previously, he managed to gain the upper hand and escaped briefly because he managed to catch Wu Kang off guard. After all, Wu Kang was unaware of the extent of his strength, and most importantly, Wu Kang had yet to use his bloodline power. "Bring it on, boy," Wu Kang said as he rose to his feet in the air and faced Duan Ling Tian expressionlessly. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he turned to face Wu Kang and said, "I had no intention to kill you, but I'm left with no other choice." Wu Kang sneered, "Are you saying you're able to kill me? Do you think you're able to kill me just because you managed to gain a slight upper hand previously? What a joke, I didn't even go all out." As Wu Kang spoke, his divine energy, blood qi, and law of thunder began to brew and merge, emitting a powerful aura. Lightning bolts began to flash along the edge of his long saber, which was a prime divine artifact, causing the void around it to ripple. Upon seeing this, the Centurion began to discuss it among themselves through voice transmission. "Lord Kang is going all out. This is a life or death battle." Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian shook his head slightly. He did not dare to be rash during a life or death battle. Suddenly, two doppelgangers shot out from Duan Ling Tian's body. One of them was surrounded by a terrifying spatial energy. As for the other one, it looked ordinary, but the divine energy around it caused its surroundings to freeze and speed up in intervals. Even the wind was not spared from its divine energy. These two doppelgangers were from Duan Ling Tian's law of space and law of time. The two doppelgangers held a prominent divine sword with a complete soul, a weapon that was only second to prime divine artifacts, each in their hands. There were different grades among prominent divine artifacts, depending on how many fragments of prime divine artifacts they had absorbed. As for the prominent divine artifacts in Duan Ling Tian's doppelgangers' hands, they had not absorbed any fragments of prime divine artifacts. After all, he only had enough fragments of prime divine artifacts for his 7 orifices exquisite sword. The two souls of the doppelgangers, prominent divine artifacts, were naturally envious of Wanzhor, but they did not dare to utter a word about it. After all, Wanzhor was the first to follow Duan Ling Tian among them. Duan Ling Tian pointed the 7 orifices exquisite sword at Wu Kang as he looked at Wu Kang indifferently and asked, "Do you think I'm unaware that you didn't go all out earlier? Perhaps, you should ask yourself if I went all out earlier." Wu Kang's expression changed slightly. After a brief moment, he said with a scoff, "Are you trying to deceive me?" In Wu Kang's opinion, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to have hidden his strength earlier. If Duan Ling Tian had more tricks up his sleeve, Duan Ling Tian would not have to use his law of time and his doppelganger from the law of space to hold him back and flee at the critical moment. On the contrary, the supreme powerhouse, the Crimson Demon, looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully as he thought to himself, "It seems like he still has hidden means." The Crimson Demon's eyes flashed with excitement when he thought about this. It seemed like the person he had been waiting for years had finally shown up. Chapter 4368, A True Monster. "Trying to deceive you." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly upon hearing Wu Kang's words. He fused the law of time with his divine energy before he sent it out. The tip of the 7 orifices exquisite sword flashed as he brandished it and charged toward Wu Kang along with his doppelgangers from the law of time and the law of space. The 3 of them surrounded Wu Kang in 3 different directions. Upon seeing this, Wu Kang scoffed. "How unnecessary. Boy, do you think I'd need to run away from you? I'll let you have a taste of what it's like when I unleash my full power." Wu Kang made a move as soon as his voice fell and lightning flashed in the sky. A terrifying saber ray shot out amidst the lightning bolts toward Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, with the lightning flashing around him brilliantly, he looked like a thunder god who had descended from heaven. Upon seeing this, the centurions looked at Wu Kang in awe. So this is the extent of Lord Kang's strength. This intermediate supreme god has underestimated Lord Kang. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was fast approaching the domineering Wu Kang. He had opened his little world, informing the 5 divine elements that he planned to borrow the divine tree of life and their powers. He waved his 7 orifices exquisite sword, sending it out. He knew he would not be able to perfectly integrate the energy from the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life with his divine energy. Nonetheless, they would still be able to assist him without conflicting with divine energy. "I really have no choice." Duan Ling Tian was aware of the risks of exposing the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, but he truly had no choice at this moment. Fortunately, it would not be easy for another person to snatch the divine tree of life from him. Apart from that, his 5 divine elements were not in any life-threatening danger as long as his opponent did not possess any 5 divine elements at the same or a higher level than his. His life was now in the hands of the supreme powerhouse who was capable of killing him as easily as strangling a chicken. If he did not take this risk, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements would also be eventually discovered by the supreme powerhouse. If the supreme powerhouse killed him, Duan Ling Tian attacked with the powers of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. His eyes shone with killing intent as he attacked. He was forced into this life or death battle simply because he accidentally trespassed into Crimson Demon Ridge. He did not even provoke anyone. Although he was insignificant in front of a supreme powerhouse, he was not afraid of facing an advanced supreme god. The 2 doppelgangers followed suit and attacked. Although they were inferior to Duan Ling Tian, coupled with the powers of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, they were able to raise his strength significantly. After exchanging a few blows, Duan Ling Tian managed to gain the upper hand. The divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Although the Crimson Demon knew that Duan Ling Tian still had hidden means, he was still shocked when he saw the different external energies that surged out when Duan Ling Tian attacked. In the outer boundary, it was not uncommon for a person of such caliber to possess a divine tree of life, and it was also not uncommon for them to possess one divine element. However, it was unheard of for someone to possess all 5 divine elements. There were some people who possessed more than one divine element, forcing the divine elements to coexist. However, these people all came to a bad end and died prematurely. He had never heard of any supreme gods in the myriad worlds who possessed more than 2 of the 5 divine elements. Rumor had it that it had something to do with a curse from the 5 divine elements to prevent supreme powerhouses from controlling more than 2 of the 5 divine elements. How could he not be shocked now that he encountered an intermediate supreme god who easily mobilized the powers of all 5 divine elements? The 5 divine elements are all arrogant to their bones. Perhaps, they might compromise and agree to coexist in the same host when they're weak, but it's inevitable that they would rebel once they became strong. After all, they can search for other powerful and even more suitable hosts in the myriad worlds. The Crimson Demon was rather knowledgeable about the 5 divine elements. He had a close friend who became a supreme powerhouse through one of the 5 divine elements. All of his 5 divine elements are at a high level, but they're willing to follow him and coexist peacefully. This means that they acknowledge him. What a monster! The Crimson Demon exclaimed inwardly. At the same time, he was also delighted. He did not expect to encounter such a monstrous prodigy. He was a true monster. I've not heard of anyone in the realm of supreme gods in the myriad worlds who possesses more than 2 divine elements in this generation. However, it's not unprecedented in the myriad worlds. Those people were acknowledged by the divine elements because the divine elements felt like there was no one stronger than their hosts. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian was one of a kind in the myriad worlds. He was a true monster who was acknowledged by all 5 divine elements. It's my lucky day. Perhaps, he might be able to make my dream come true. The Crimson Demon's eyes shone with anticipation as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, although the Centurions agreed that Duan Ling Tian was extraordinary, none of them thought Duan Ling Tian was a match for Wu Kang. Perhaps, he would be able to fight to a draw with Wu Kang, but it was impossible for him to kill Wu Kang. Their expressions changed like the weather as the battle progressed. Lightning bolts and sword rays clashed violently in the air. When Wu Kang brandished and struck with his saber, it felt as though heaven and earth were going to split. The Centurions inhaled sharply. They knew very well they would not be able to withstand even one strike from Wu Kang, but the purple-clad young man managed to block each and every strike from Wu Kang with his sword at lightning speed. They began to whisper fervently among themselves. I can't believe he has 2 doppelgangers. Heavens, how did he become so strong? Did you notice yet? There are different energies lingering on his sword. They're obviously not his energies, but he's able to use them perfectly. What kind of energy is that? One of them is filled with vitality. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the vital energy from a divine tree of life. That monster has a divine tree of life in his little world. The divine tree of life. It's said that if one possesses a complete divine tree of life and the tree takes root in one's little world, one will definitely become a supreme powerhouse. It's not a surprise that a monster like him possesses a divine tree of life. I'm more curious about the other energy. It seemed like it belonged to a divine element, but something seems off. Instead of one kind of energy, it seemed more like 5 different kinds of energies from all 5 divine elements. However, how's that possible? Let alone 5. It's difficult enough for 2 divine elements to coexist peacefully in a host's body. Moreover, I don't think I've heard of any supreme god in the myriad worlds who possesses more than 2 divine elements. Meanwhile, Wu Kang was shocked. He truly did not expect Duan Ling Tian to have more hidden means. He thought to himself in disbelief, impossible. How's he able to control the powers of all 5 divine elements? Unlike the centurions, Wu Kang knew very well that the energies belonged to the 5 divine elements. Moreover, he could also sense that the 5 divine elements were all at high levels. He knew that the 5 divine elements must have acknowledged Duan Ling Tian and felt that they could not find a stronger host than Duan Ling Tian. After living for tens of thousands of years, it was only natural that he was knowledgeable. He even possesses the divine tree of life. Initially, Wu Kang could still fight equally with Duan Ling Tian. Alas, as the battle dragged on, he greatly exhausted his strength while Duan Ling Tian continued to recover his energy effortlessly with the help of the divine tree of life. He knew he would not be able to keep up with Duan Ling Tian if the battle continued. Moreover, he was aware that Duan Ling Tian had yet to attack with all his might. After all, Duan Ling Tian's doppelgangers had yet to fully join forces with Duan Ling Tian. He knew without a doubt that he would die if the 3 of them joined forces. I can fight like this any longer. I should destroy his doppelgangers first. It'll affect him negatively, and I might even be able to kill him when he suffers the backlash from the destruction of his doppelgangers. With many years of combat experience, Wu Kang quickly came up with a new strategy. He did not carry out his plan immediately. Instead, he charged domineeringly toward Duan Ling Tian first. At this time, a saber ray descended from the sky and shot toward Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 4369 The Death of Wu Kang. Wu Kang was confident he could turn the tide despite being in a disadvantageous position. He had managed to do so twice in his life when almost everyone thought he would die. Hence, he managed to keep his composure despite the unfavorable situation he was in at the moment. He'll definitely suffer the backlash if I destroy his doppelgangers. At that time, I'll be able to turn things around if I strike at the right time. I may even be able to kill him. Ha, you're still too green to be able to kill me, boy. Wu Kang charged at Duan Ling Tian domineeringly. Flames of fury danced in his eyes. He looked as though he had lost his mind in his desperate bid to win this battle. However, contrary to his appearance, he was in fact very calm. He was pretending to lose his cool to fool Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not doubt Wu Kang's act and thought that this was just Wu Kang's final struggle before dying. It seems like you have a death wish. I'm glad to grant you your wish. Duan Ling Tian did not know how strong the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements had become. Hence, before he even mobilized their powers, he had summoned his doppelgangers from the law of time and the law of space first. However, later, he discovered how strong the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements had become. He found that he could fight Wu Kang without the help of his doppelgangers. I'll summon my doppelgangers back first. Otherwise, it'll take some time for them to recover if they're injured. At the end of his thoughts, Duan Ling Tian teleported and reappeared in front of one of his doppelgangers before summoning it back into his body. Then, he teleported to his second doppelganger and did the same thing. Upon seeing this, Wu Kang's expression changed drastically. How's this possible? Wu Kang shuddered inwardly as he thought to himself, did he see through my strategy? That's impossible. His instincts are impeccable. Otherwise, why did he suddenly summon his doppelgangers back? After all, I'm attacking with all my might, but he still has the upper hand. Wu Kang fell into despair now that Duan Ling Tian foiled his plan. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was puzzled when he saw Wu Kang's reaction. However, after a moment, his eyes widened imperceptibly when a thought flashed in his mind. Did he plan to destroy my doppelgangers? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. He did not expect that he would unintentionally prevent a disaster. Although he would not die from it, it was inevitable that he would suffer some injuries if Wu Kang carried out his plan. Meanwhile, the Crimson Demon looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock as he wondered inwardly, is it sheer luck or did he see through Wu Kang's plan? The Crimson Demon knew that Wu Kang would not lose his composure in the face of death. After all, Wu Kang had been his personal demon guard for many years. However, he did not realize Wu Kang's plan until he saw Wu Kang's reaction after Duan Ling Tian summoned his doppelgangers back. The doppelgangers are like a double-edged sword. If they're destroyed, the original body will suffer backlash to a certain degree for a short time. Although he's stronger than Wu Kang with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he's only a little stronger than Wu Kang. If Wu Kang manages to destroy even one of his doppelgangers, Wu Kang might have been able to turn things around as long as he strikes at the right time. The Crimson Demon suddenly felt reluctant to sacrifice Wu Kang. However, he quickly dismissed his thoughts and shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. Wu Kang will be suspicious of me if I save him now, and he might spoil my plans in the future. Oh, well, his life in exchange for a monstrous prodigy is definitely worth it, the Crimson Demon thought to himself, feeling more at ease. Meanwhile, the Centurions watched the battle in disbelief. They did not expect Wu Kang, who was mighty in their eyes and almost invincible among advanced supreme gods, would be suppressed by an intermediate supreme god. A few of them could not help but speculate among themselves. Where did this monstrous intermediate supreme god come from? Is he a prodigy from one of the strongest worlds? The Centurions were not worried that Duan Lingtian's formidable background would cause trouble to Crimson Demon Ridge. After all, the formation in Crimson Demon Ridge also cut off communication with the outside world. The Crimson Demon would never risk the safety of Crimson Demon Ridge. At this time, Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Kang and said nonchalantly, "Nice strategy. Unfortunately, you missed your chance. I'm going to fight you without my doppelgangers." Previously, Duan Lingtian had used his law of space when he summoned his doppelgangers back. Now, he switched his law of space for the law of time before he attacked again. He charged toward Wu Kang with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. Wu Kang hastily blocked Duan Lingtian's attack. At this moment, after Duan Lingtian foiled his plan, his fighting spirit had diminished by half. Dispirited, he could not withstand more than 10 blows from Duan Lingtian and was eventually killed by Duan Lingtian. Just like that, a top advanced supreme god who had comprehended the law of thunder to the perfect form perished. When Wu Kang collapsed to the ground, lightning flashed in the sky above Crimson Demon Ridge and thunder resounded in the sky. At the same time, a huge figure appeared in the sky before crumbling as well. It was similar to the phenomenon that appeared on the god-defying world's realm battlefield when a supreme god died. In fact, the phenomenon in the god-defying world was an imitation of the phenomenon in the outer boundary, and it was more exaggerated. If a powerhouse like Wu Kang died on the realm battlefield, the phenomenon would have been earth-shaking. On the contrary, in the outer boundary, only a dozen lightning bolts flashed in the sky when the huge figure appeared and collapsed. The phenomenon could only be seen from about 10 miles away. Lord Kang is dead. The Centurions were in shock and disbelief as they watched the mighty Wu Kang die before their eyes. At the same time, the 2 Centurions who fought Duan Lingtian previously felt chills running up their spines. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian had no intention of killing them earlier. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Duan Lingtian turned to look at the master of Crimson Demon Ridge, a supreme powerhouse, after killing Wu Kang. Although he looked calm at the moment, in the depths of his heart, he was worried that the Crimson Demon would go back on his words. If the Crimson Demon went back on his words, everything he had done up until now would have been in vain. Chapter 4370 Intercepted by the Crimson Demon. It had been a long time since Duan Lingtian had felt so powerless. After becoming an intermediate supreme god and stabilizing his cultivation base, no matter how strong an advanced supreme god was, he was confident he would be able to escape even if he was not a match for the other party. However, today, he met an existence much stronger than the most powerful advanced supreme god, a supreme powerhouse, an existence that stood at the peak of the myriad worlds. If the other party went back on his words, Duan Lingtian knew there was nothing he could do and could only wait to be slaughtered. The master of Crimson Demon Ridge, the supreme powerhouse, saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts immediately. He smiled disdainfully and asked, "What? Are you afraid that I'll go back on my words?" "I don't dare," Duan Lingtian said as he hurriedly shook his head. He naturally tried his best not to provoke the Crimson Demon. After all, who knew if his words could cause the Crimson Demon to go back on his words? At that time, it would be a disaster. At this time, he could only bow to the circumstances. If Duan Lingtian was alone without any fetters, he would not have feared death. It was just like that during his previous life on Earth. At that time, who in heaven could make him lower his head? However, in this life, Duan Lingtian had many people he cared about. He also had to survive to save his wife, Ka. All his struggles over the past 1,000 years were to see Ka again. Who knew that when they reunited, she would be unconscious? Moreover, If he did not save her in time, her soul would scatter. While Duan Lingtian was in the Sha clan, he had also heard about Kei's struggles for the past 1,000 years from Xianxia. He had also heard many things outside the clan about the difficulties she faced. He naturally understood that all her struggles were for their future. Meanwhile, after seeing Duan Lingtian lowering himself, the corners of the Crimson Demon's lips curled up into a satisfied smile. So what if he's a monstrous prodigy? In front of me, he still has to lower his head. The Crimson Demon said indifferently, rest assured. Since I've given my word, I naturally won't go back on it. I won't keep you in Crimson Demon Ridge, nor will I turn you into one of my puppets. You can leave. As the Crimson Demon spoke, the formation, which Wu Kang activated previously, disappeared, revealing a path. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Then, without wasting another moment, Duan Lingtian cupped his fists together at the Crimson Demon and thanked the latter before he quickly cast the double teleportation profundity. He did not dare to stay for even a moment longer. Even after leaving Crimson Demon Ridge, Duan Lingtian did not feel safe. He continued teleporting, not daring to stop at all. After all, if the other party changed his mind, the other party could still catch up to him. The most important thing now was for him to escape as far as possible so the other party would have difficulties catching up to him. In Crimson Demon Ridge, the Centurions exchanged a look of disbelief and confusion after they saw the Crimson Demon let Duan Lingtian go. They wondered when he became so kind. Deal with the matter here before you leave, the Crimson Demon said as he glanced at the few Centurions indifferently. Then, without saying another word, he vanished into thin air. Yes, Lord Crimson Demon. The Centurions wore fearful expressions on their faces when they responded to the Crimson Demon. After he left, they turned to look at the battle-torn place. When their eyes landed on Wu Kang's corpse, their expressions turned grim. Wu Kang, the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard, died just like that. Moreover, his death was orchestrated by the Crimson Demon himself. Wu Kang was someone the Centurions looked up to. However, such a person in the Crimson Demon's eyes was an easily replaceable chess piece. They could only imagine what their position was like in the Crimson Demon's eyes. They were nothing more than insignificant pawns. Alas, there was nothing they could do. After all, they were the Crimson Demon's puppets. While cleaning up the wreckage, one of the Centurions asked through voice transmission, "What do you think? Is Lord Crimson Demon really so nice as to let that prodigy leave?" "I think that's highly unlikely. Lord Crimson Demon likely has a plan," another Centurion said. "Since a few years ago, Lord Crimson Demon has been looking for prodigies. He brought so many prodigies back. In the end, we didn't see them again. Who knows what happened to them? I'm afraid only Lord Crimson Demon has the answer to that question. It seems like Lord Crimson Demon doesn't really intend to let that prodigy go." "So you're saying that Lord Crimson Demon will go back on his word?" "I don't know for sure. After all, Lord Crimson Demon didn't go back on his words. He let that prodigy go and didn't turn him into a puppet. What the Lord does after that has nothing to do with his promise." Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who had escaped far away from Crimson Demon Ridge but still showed no signs of stopping, suddenly saw a figure appear in front of him. His expression changed drastically. The person blocking his path was none other than the Crimson Demon, the master of Crimson Demon Ridge, a supreme powerhouse who was so powerful that he immediately put out Duan Lingtian's fighting spirit. Duan Lingtian did not turn around to flee. Instead, he continued to advance. He knew he had no chance of escaping faced with a supreme powerhouse like the Crimson Demon. Moreover, at this moment, he was not completely sure the Crimson Demon intended to go back on his words. After all, if the Crimson Demon intended to break his promise, the Crimson Demon could have done so back in Crimson Demon Ridge. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, there was no reason for the Crimson Demon to put on a show in front of his puppets. When Duan Lingtian came to a stop, he asked calmly, "Senior, what's the matter?" When the Crimson Demon saw Duan Lingtian maintaining his composure, he smiled mockingly and said, "You're indeed quite courageous. Aren't you worried I came because I intend to break my promise?" Duan Lingtian remained outwardly calm, but he sighed in relief inwardly. Based on the Crimson Demon's words, it seemed like the Crimson Demon was not going to break his promise. Then, he replied, "Senior, if you'd intended to break your promise, you would have done so back in Crimson Demon Ridge. There's no need for you to allow me to leave Crimson Demon Ridge in the first place." The Crimson Demon looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully as he said, "You're right. I won't break my promise. However, you seem to have forgotten that I only promised not to turn you into a puppet and let you leave Crimson Demon Ridge. I didn't promise not to kill you." As soon as the Crimson Demon's voice fell, Duan Ling Tian felt a terrifying killing intent shrouding him from head to toe. It made him feel as though he was experiencing death. Chapter 4371 The Crimson Demon's Motives. Upon hearing the Crimson Demon's words, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly regained his composure. This was because he knew that the Crimson Demon would have killed him earlier if the Crimson Demon truly wanted him dead. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. He naturally noticed the loophole in the Crimson Demon's words earlier, but he did not dare to say anything. In the end, he inhaled deeply before he raised his head to look at the Crimson Demon and say solemnly, "Senior, you could have killed me earlier as soon as I stepped foot out of Crimson Demon Ridge. May I ask what it is you need from me? I'll do my best to cooperate as long as it's within my capabilities." The Crimson Demon smiled. "How courageous. You're right, I have no intention of killing you. I should say that killing you doesn't benefit me at all. I'm here for a different matter. Rest assured, I won't make you stay in Crimson Demon Ridge and turn you into my puppet." Duan Ling Tian continued to look at the Crimson Demon even though his heart was racing in his chest. "There must be a catch, right, Senior?" Duan Ling Tian asked. He naturally knew the Crimson Demon did not come to him just to tell him these things. "That's right," the Crimson Demon said as he nodded, "I want to send you to a place. If you're able to survive, you can consider it a fortuitous encounter. You can refuse me, but the consequence is death." Duan Ling Tian's expression changed upon hearing the Crimson Demon's words. He naturally knew the Crimson Demon must have a reason for doing this. He took a deep breath before he asked, "Senior, may I know what kind of place you plan to send me to? What kind of fortuitous encounter is there?" "You'll find out when you're there," the Crimson Demon said unhurriedly. "It's an independent realm outside of the outer boundary. Don't even think of escaping once you're there. If I catch you trying to break the spatial barrier there to escape, I won't hesitate to kill you immediately. I trust a smart person like you won't take such risks, right?" Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. "Tell me, what's your decision? You'll have to choose between death and going to that independent realm," the Crimson Demon said. "I'll go to the independent realm," Duan Ling Tian replied without any hesitation. The Crimson Demon smirked. "Excellent choice. You're a true prodigy." As soon as his voice fell, the Crimson Demon raised his hand. Duan Ling Tian felt the void shaking before he was overwhelmed by an energy that stopped him from mobilizing his divine energy, making him feel helpless. The power of a supreme powerhouse far exceeded his expectations. He thought to himself, the Crimson Demon might not be an ordinary supreme powerhouse. This was Duan Ling Tian's final thought before he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the Crimson Demon looked at the unconscious Duan Ling Tian who was suspended in midair by his energy with bright eyes. He muttered to himself, "I hope this boy will be able to survive my cultivation plan, he's the best candidate I found so far." Subsequently, the Crimson Demon brought Duan Ling Tian with him and vanished into thin air. After a while, the Crimson Demon arrived in a remote valley near the Crimson Demon Ridge. He waved his air, and a spatial tear appeared in the void. "Now, go, perhaps, you're my last hope," the Crimson Demon murmured as he sent the unconscious Duan Ling Tian into the spatial tear. "Although many years have passed, I refuse to just wait and die." As soon as he finished speaking, the Crimson Demon's body trembled slightly. He held his chest and coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The blood was quickly dissipated by his divine energy. If Duan Ling Tian had witnessed this, he would have been able to tell that the supreme powerhouse was seriously injured internally. Under normal circumstances, this level of injury had to be inflicted by a supreme powerhouse more powerful than the Crimson Demon or by a few supreme powerhouses on par with the Crimson Demon. There was also a possibility that the injury was caused by another reason. Perhaps, the Crimson Demon was injured in a highly dangerous place outside of the outer boundary, or perhaps, the Crimson Demon was injured by the time heavenly tribulation that happened once every 10,000 years. It was similar to the heavenly tribulations that cultivators under the realm of supreme powerhouses had to go through once every 1,000 years. Even supreme powerhouses could not avoid the heavenly tribulation. Needless to say, similar to the heavenly tribulation, the time heavenly tribulation would only get increasingly strong. Although supreme powerhouses were powerful, they would eventually succumb to the heavenly tribulation with the passage of time. No one knew the origins of the heavenly tribulation, they only knew it was unavoidable. In the God-defying world, all cultivators knew that they would have to undergo the heavenly tribulation after reaching a certain level. Many cultivators tried to escape the heavenly tribulation by fleeing to the lower realms. However, they all discovered that it was futile, they could not avoid the heavenly tribulation at all. Moreover, the strength of natives of realms of gods would be suppressed in the lower realms, lowering their chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation. With this, they stopped trying to escape to the lower realms. When Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he found himself in a desolate mountain range. It was extremely quiet, and there were no signs of life at all. Duan Lingtian staggered slightly after rising to his feet. Where am I? The heaven and earth spirit energy here is much richer than the outer boundary. According to the Crimson Demon, this is an independent realm outside of the outer boundary and that there are fortuitous encounters here. There's no doubt that this place is dangerous. I have to learn more about this place before searching for fortuitous encounters. There must be a catch somewhere. It's impossible for him to have no hidden motive for sending me here. Although this place might benefit me, there's no doubt it'll benefit him as well. Is he planning to use me to obtain some treasure here? Perhaps. Supreme powerhouses can't enter this place. Well, as long as I'm able to preserve my life, he can have whatever he wants. I have no choice but to become his errand boy since I'm no match for him. This is how the world is. Is this karma? Back on the realm battlefield, everyone had no choice but to follow my orders since they were no match for me. Duan Lingtian was certain that the Crimson Demon wanted something from this place. He did not care about that, what he cared about was his life. I hope the Crimson Demon will stop pestering me after he gets what he wants. I hope he'll let me go. Duan Lingtian kept his spirits high despite feeling a little uneasy. He flew into the air and surveyed his surroundings before he wandered aimlessly, searching for signs of human activities. However, as time passed, he still did not see any signs of life after traveling for 10,000 miles. He did not even see a single plant in this desolate independent realm. Chapter 4372. A group of prodigies in captivity. Exactly what kind of place is this? Panic began to creep in after Duan Lingtian failed to find any signs of life in this unknown independent realm after wandering for a period of time. Is this place uninhabitable? However, what's the point of him sending me here if there's nothing here? Duan Lingtian did not think that the Crimson Demon would send him here for no reason. It was impossible for the Crimson Demon to waste his time and energy sending him here just for entertainment. I'll find the end of this independent realm. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian continued to move again. Unknowingly, days turned into months and months turned into years during Duan Lingtian's journey to find the end of the independent realm. When will I reach the end of this independent realm? Why do I feel like I'm back at the same place I started? Is this independent realm a sphere like Earth? In just a blink of an eye, 6 years had passed since Duan Lingtian came to this independent realm. During this time, he still failed to sign any signs of life. Occasionally, thoughts of escaping from the independent realm would appear in his mind, but he quickly dismissed them when he recalled the Crimson Demon's warning. He did not doubt that the Crimson Demon would kill him immediately if he attempted to escape. I'll have to soldier on. 6 years were nothing, and it could not wear down Duan Lingtian's mind and determination. After a while, Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped in his tracks when something dawned on him. His eyes brightened as he muttered to himself, "Wait a minute. This doesn't make sense. It's impossible for my divine energy to remain stagnant after 6 years. It's normal for ordinary intermediate supreme gods to not have any changes in their divine energy, but I'm different. I'm a little over 1,000 years old, so 6 years can be considered a long time to me. Even if I didn't cultivate, I should still make some progress in my cultivation. However, after 6 years, my cultivation base didn't move at all. This means that either this independent realm suppresses my cultivation base or the 6 years I spent here is just an illusion. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is even richer than that of the outer boundary, and I'm able to absorb it. This only means that the 6 years I spent here are just an illusion. If so, not much time must have passed in reality. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened further at the end of his thoughts. He released his divine energy as he flew into the sky. Then, he brought the 7 orifices exquisite sword out and brought it down. Slash. With just a thought, Countless seven-colored sword rays shot out off the tip of the seven orifices exquisite sword and slashed at the void. In just a moment, the void cracked as the illusion broke. Following that, Duan Ling Tian heard the sounds of exclamations. Heavens! This kid only spent 6 years in the illusion. 6 years? Are you joking? I was lost in the illusion for at least 100 years, and that was considered a short time. Before he broke the record, the shortest time someone spent in the illusory realm was 39 years, right? 39 years. That person was the first person to be sent here, so we don't know if he's telling the truth. You're right. However, he's really quite strong. The person in second place who spent 55 years in the illusory realm couldn't beat him until now. Isn't it normal for him to be stronger since he's much older? After all, among all of us, he's the only one above 10,000 years of age. After shattering the illusion, Duan Ling Tian's vision went dark briefly. When he returned to his senses, he discovered himself hovering in midair and shrouded by a glowing spherical barrier. He saw a mountain in the near distance. There was a stone platform at the peak of the mountain, and a group of men was gathered on the stone platform. After a quick look, he discovered that the men were very young based on the myriad world standards. They're under the age of 10,000 years old. Suddenly, the spherical barrier around Duan Ling Tian disappeared, and he began to plummet to the ground. He reacted quickly and hastily mobilized his divine energy to break the fall. At the same time, he sensed several different energies streaking toward him from the stone platform. They were the divine consciousness of a few men on the stone platform. Advanced supreme gods, and a few intermediate supreme gods, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after sensing the energies. He also found that the intermediate supreme gods had all stabilized their cultivation bases like him. Duan Ling Tian was confused. Everything in the independent realm was out of his expectations. Is this also another illusion? Duan Ling Tian did not waste time. He soared high into the sky and extended his divine consciousness as he wielded the seven orifices exquisite sword again. Sword rays shot out in all directions as Duan Ling Tian tried to break what he thought was another illusion. However, this time, nothing happened. At the same time, a few men laughed upon seeing this. I was just like him in the past. I thought this was an illusion as well. It's been a long time since we had a newbie in this place. I was just as foolish as him in the past. How nostalgic. His comprehension of the law of space is shockingly profound even though he's just an intermediate supreme god. It's close to the perfect form. Has anyone sensed his age? He seems to be younger than all of us. To be precise, he's not even 2,000 years old. Not even 2,000 years old. Are you sure? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was shocked and confused when he overheard the men's conversation. If he was not in another illusion, were they sent here just like him? After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian cupped his fists together at the group of men and asked, "Gentlemen, may I ask who sent you to this place?" Following that, an aloof young man dressed in black robes replied. Who else could it be? We're being held captive by that Crimson Demon from the Crimson Demon Ridge. Chapter 4373 The Crimson Demon's True Motive. Brother, you were captured by the Crimson Demon as well, weren't you? This means that your innate talent is good and you're a prodigy. One of the men said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile. The Crimson Demon wouldn't bother with you if you're not a prodigy, what a pity. Even prodigies won't be able to do anything here. We're all in the same boat. I was acknowledged as one of the top 3 strongest young prodigies under the age of 10,000 in my world, and I come from one of the strongest second-tier worlds. You came at a bad time. The Crimson Demon has been targeting us more and more frequently in recent times. If I'm not mistaken, his time must be almost up. Then, one of the men said to another man, apart from the chosen one, do you think he'll release the others? Well, there's one way to preserve your life, and that is to become his puppet. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard the men say that they were top prodigies below the age of 10,000 and that they were all captured by the Crimson Demon. What exactly does the Crimson Demon want? Did he really send me here to find some fortuitous encounter on his behalf? Duan Ling Tian began to question his own speculations about the Crimson Demon's motives after listening to the men trapped here. He cupped his fist slightly at the men again before he asked, Gentlemen, do you know why the Crimson Demon sent us here? Based on the men's conversation, it seemed like they had figured out the Crimson Demon's true motives. Alas, most of them ignored Duan Ling Tian's question and sighed, walking away. He's just another unlucky person. We're all unlucky to be trapped here. However, A few men stayed behind and looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously. Most of the prodigies captured by the Crimson Demon were advanced supreme gods. The few intermediate supreme gods were on par with ordinary advanced supreme gods. The youngest among them were below the age of 5,000, so they were shocked when they discovered that Duan Ling Tian might not even be 2,000 years old. Just like many things, cultivation was difficult in the beginning. Even if one became an intermediate supreme god or an advanced supreme god before reaching 5,000 years old, it did not mean one could enter the realm of supreme gods before the age of 2,000 years old. After a moment, an average-looking young man dressed in a green long robe stepped forward. He looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was still hovering in the air, and said, "We're currently in the Crimson Demon's little world." He didn't reveal his plan to us, but many people speculated that he's searching for a new body. A new body? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock. "You're saying he's planning to possess one of our bodies?" The young man nodded. "That's right. Even supreme powerhouses have to go through heavenly tribulations once every 10,000 years. Some of our ancestors who are supreme powerhouses know about the Crimson Demon. According to them, the Crimson Demon is just a mediocre supreme powerhouse, and he's very old now. It's possible that he was seriously injured during his last heavenly tribulation. As such, it's not surprising that he's willing to do anything to prolong his life." Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. "Based on my knowledge, even if he possesses a new body, his soul will still be the same. Under such circumstances, he still has to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the stronger his soul is, the more difficult it'll be for him to adapt to a new body. It'll take at least a few thousand to 10,000 years for a supreme powerhouse to adapt to a new body, right?" Duan Ling Tian had some basic knowledge. After all, moreover, it was not unheard of for cultivators below the realm of supreme powerhouses to possess another person's body. Even after possessing a body, those people were still unable to avoid the heavenly tribulation that occurred every 10,000 years. As such, it was not surprising if supreme powerhouses had the means to avoid the heavenly tribulation and live forever. It was not difficult for supreme powerhouses to possess a new body, after all. It's common knowledge that ordinary supreme powerhouses aren't capable of avoiding the heavenly tribulation. The green-clad young man shook his head and said, "However, according to some people, there are a few clans in the myriad worlds that possess bloodline powers that can transform their souls and allow them to retain their memories after possessing a new body." Duan Ling Tian's expression changed as soon as he heard the green-clad young man's words. These clans would be invincible if all their supreme powerhouses could live forever. After all, if those supreme powerhouses could live forever, they would only grow stronger with the passage of time. The green-clad young man continued to say, "However, despite those clans' heaven-defying bloodline powers, they only have one chance. Apart from that, the process is extremely dangerous, and the requirements for the new body are extremely high as well. Generally, the younger and stronger the body is, the better it'll be. For example, if a supreme powerhouse had to choose between an intermediate supreme god below the age of 2,000 years old or a rudimentary supreme god who's 1,000 years old, his success rate would be higher if he chose the latter." After a beat, the green-clad young man looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked hesitantly, "Are you really under 2,000 years old?" The green-clad young man could sense through his divine consciousness that Duan Ling Tian was very young, but he could not sense Duan Ling Tian's exact age. When Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to his question, his eyes widened in shock before he said, "If that's the case, I'm afraid that you're now the Crimson Demon's target if he's really from a clan that possesses those heaven-defying bloodline powers. We're not 100% certain, but most of us believe he indeed possesses such a bloodline power. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for him to keep us here and kill some of us once in a while. It doesn't make sense for him to go through so much trouble just to capture us. After all, the Crimson Demon will be in trouble if our ancestors learn about this." Duan Ling Tian was greatly enlightened after listening to the green-clad young man. He agreed with the green-clad young man. It was likely that he was now targeted by the Crimson Demon and that the Crimson Demon intended to possess his body. It was likely the Crimson Demon sent him here to test his capabilities. If they're right about the Crimson Demon needing a young and strong body to fulfill the high requirements, he could have summoned me back now. Why is he still keeping me in his little world? After a moment, Duan Ling Tian concluded that Crimson Demon kept all the prodigies here so they could fight each other for survival. Then, the last one standing would then be possessed by the Crimson Demon. I was wrong. The Crimson Demon lied about the fortuitous encounter, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh after realizing the precarious situation he was in. Even if he survived and the Crimson Demon failed to possess his body, his own soul would be inevitably injured. I didn't expect to be in such deep trouble not long after coming to the outer boundary. Why do I have to wander into the Crimson Demon Ridge after leaving the sea? Duan Ling Tian lamented his luck inwardly. If he had taken a different route, he would not have been targeted by the Crimson Demon. At this moment, the green-clad young man asked, "My name is Wang Yiyuan. How should I address you?" Duan Ling Tian replied without hesitation after he regained his senses. After all, the green-clad young man left a good impression on him. "Brother Duan, let me introduce you to," Wang Yiyuan said with a smile as he turned back to look at the few prodigies standing who stayed back. Chapter 4374 Duan Ling Tian is in a hopeless situation. This is Shu Shudong. This is Na Pa. This is Ke Lu. The prodigies whom Wang Yiyuan introduced to Duan Ling Tian were all advanced supreme gods, including Wang Yiyuan himself. They were all relatively young and seemed familiar with Wang Yiyuan. They quickly got along with Duan Ling Tian. All of them admired Duan Ling Tian's ability of becoming an intermediate supreme god and stabilizing his cultivation base before reaching 2,000 years old. Although all of us here are prodigies from the myriad worlds, none of our cultivation speed is comparable to yours, Na Pa said. He was a wickedly handsome young man dressed in a long gray robe, and he had long azure hair. His hair fluttered in the wind like tiny serpents. According to Wang Yiyuan, Na Pa was from the sun-bright world, one of the top worlds of the myriad worlds. However, the force he belonged to was a second-tier force in the sun-bright world. It was similar to a heavyweight supreme rank force in the god-defying world. However, even a second-tier force in the sun-bright world had a supreme powerhouse. A second-tier force with a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was inwardly shocked upon hearing Wang Yiyuan's words. Then, he asked Na Pa, "This means that first-tier forces in the sun-bright world have more than one supreme powerhouse, right?" Na Pa smiled brightly and proudly before he said, "Of course. There are at least 3 supreme powerhouses in a first-tier force. Some of them are even among the strongest supreme powerhouses. Not only that, but some second-tier forces even have 2 supreme powerhouses." The sun-bright world was one of the strongest worlds in the myriad worlds. It was not surprising that natives of the sun-bright world felt a sense of superiority, especially when they were with natives of other worlds in the outer boundary. After all, there were very few strong worlds in the myriad worlds. At this moment, Shu Shudong, a young man dressed in a long gray robe, said teasingly to Na Pa, "Na Pa, so what if you come from the sun-bright world? In the end, you're still captured by the Crimson Demon, right?" Na Pa's smile vanished immediately, and he fell silent upon hearing Shu Shudong's words. The expressions on Wang Yiyuan and the other 3 prodigies' faces turned grim as well. Duan Ling Tian could naturally sense the heavy atmosphere brought about by Shu Shudong's words. Finally, Ke Lu, a bald middle-aged man who was dressed in a loose black robe, looked at Shu Shudong and said, clearly displeased, "Shu Shudong, we're all in the same boat. There's no need for such words. Aren't you also captured by the Crimson Demon?" Shu Shudong smiled and replied, "Ke Lu, I know we're in the same boat. It's likely we'll all die here. I've come to accept my fate. However, it seems like all of you are still holding hope of surviving. Many people tried to escape from this place in the past. Have you forgotten what happened to them?" The smile on his face vanished as he continued to say, "When they tried to break through the spatial barrier, the Crimson Demon caught them and tortured their souls in the most brutal manner in front of all of us. All of them suffered pain beyond our imaginations and died a slow death. I still remember the images vividly as though it just happened yesterday." After Shu Shudong finished speaking, a smile of despair appeared on his face. Silence descended immediately following Shu Shudong's words. After a few moments, Shu Shudong, Ke Lu, and Na Pa turned around and left, leaving Wang Yiyuan and Duan Ling Tian alone. "Brother Ling Tian," Wang Yiyuan said with a smile, "although it's unfortunate that we met in such a place, our meeting is fated. Let me show you around since you're new here." "Thank you," Duan Ling Tian replied. He knew nothing about this little world compared to Wang Yiyuan and the others, so he was eager to learn more about this place where the Crimson Demon held the young prodigies captive. Although the chances were slim, he still wanted to look for a way to escape. He could sense Wang Yiyuan and the others' despair, but he had no intention of doing nothing and waiting for death. It was not in his character to give up. After leaving the stone platform, Duan Ling Tian learned from Wang Yiyuan that those captured by the Crimson Demon would appear in the little world on the stone platform. Whenever a newcomer appeared, the commotion would catch the attention of the other prodigies. Some of them would come to watch the show, but many of them were not interested or were in closed-door cultivation. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Yiyuan and asked, "I heard someone said earlier that a few prodigies would die every once in a while." Wang Yiyuan revealed a hopeless smile on his face before he replied with a nod, "That's right. To be honest, I barely survived previously. I was lucky to have survived. In any case, it's obvious that I don't meet the Crimson Demon's standards. Perhaps, it won't be long before I die during his next game." Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Wang Yiyuan nodded. "Every once in a while, the Crimson Demon will throw us into a dangerous secret realm. We have to pass a series of challenges in the secret realm. If you die there, that's it. When I first arrived, there were 139 prodigies. Now, there are only 32 of us left, including you." After listening to Wang Yiyuan, Duan Ling Tian naturally knew that the Crimson Demon was culling the prodigies by sending them to a secret realm in his little world to test their strength, weeding out the weaker ones. Wang Yiyuan sighed. "Perhaps, this will only come to an end when only one of us is left standing. If everyone's speculations are right, the last one standing will be possessed by the Crimson Demon. If that's the case, it doesn't matter at all if we die or survive. Although we don't show, most of us have already come to terms with the fact that we won't be able to leave this place alive." Shu Shu Dong's words only reminded us of the sad reality of our situation. Duan Ling Tian could hear the despair in Wang Yiyuan's voice, and he could empathize with Wang Yiyuan and the others. He would have felt the same if he were in their shoes. The weakest among us are intermediate supreme gods. If ordinary people were here, they might have already committed suicide. Wang Yiyuan said, "Brother Ling Tian, you'll have to find a cultivation ground for yourself here. I carved out a cave in one of the mountains here. Since everyone's in the same boat, no one will look for trouble with you as long as you don't provoke them. The top advanced supreme gods here, in particular, keep to themselves. They can't be bothered with anything and are only focused on breaking through to become a supreme powerhouse. Unless we're brought to a secret realm by the Crimson Demon, they rarely appear." Thanks to Wang Yiyuan, Duan Ling Tian had a better understanding of the prodigies that were captured by the Crimson Demon. The oldest among them was a top advanced supreme god who was slightly over 10,000 years old. A top advanced supreme god who's slightly over 10,000 years old and close to becoming a supreme powerhouse would be a prominent figure in the god-defying world. Alas, such a person is still trapped in this little world, and he faces the threat of death every day, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask, were those who tried to escape top advanced supreme gods? Wang Yiyuan said with a wry smile, "Do you think they'd be ordinary if they had the courage to try and escape from the Crimson Demon?" Obviously all of them were top advanced supreme gods. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled as the reality of being trapped in a terrifying and hopeless situation hit him. Chapter 4375 50% chance. Duan Ling Tian further understood the dangers he would face in this place after speaking to Wang Yiyuan. Even top advanced supreme gods could not escape from this place. Those top advanced supreme gods who tried to escape were all caught and tortured to death in front of everyone by the Crimson Demon. If this is the Crimson Demon's little world, he'll know about everything that happens here even if the little world isn't in his body. Unless I become a supreme powerhouse, it's impossible to escape from this place. In the end, Duan Ling Tian found a place near Wang Yiyuan's cultivation ground and made it his cultivation ground. As he looked at Wang Yiyuan's retreating back, his expression was grim. With his strength and the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he was not weaker than the average top advanced supreme gods. However, it was useless since even top advanced supreme gods could not escape from this place. Duan Ling Tian could not help but wonder if he could truly escape from this place. In the beginning, he was rather hopeful, but at this moment, he could not help but despair. After entering the cave he carved out, Duan Ling Tian threw out a formation compass to isolate the cave before he sat down cross-legged and opened his little world to speak to the world-cleansing divine water, the most knowledgeable one of the 5 divine elements. "Sister Water, is there any way for me to escape?" The world-cleansing divine water used to reside in the divine tree of life in his little world. She had spent a long time with the divine tree of life, and they were like inseparable partners. According to the world-cleansing divine water, when she first started living in the divine tree of life before it was obtained by a supreme powerhouse. At that time, the supreme powerhouse was yet a supreme powerhouse when he obtained the divine tree of life. He only became a supreme powerhouse later on after he obtained the divine tree of life and obtained its help. As such, the world-cleansing divine water witnessed his entire journey of becoming a supreme powerhouse. In terms of judgment and knowledge, the other four divine elements could not compare to the world-cleansing divine water at all. It was for this reason that the other four divine elements treated her like their leader even if their strength now was not inferior to hers. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, the world-cleansing divine water mulled over his words for a moment before she said, "Their speculations are likely correct. The Crimson Demon is likely from one of the clans they spoke about. He should be able to change his soul and possess a body to escape the heavenly tribulation that happens once every 10,000 years. However, the success rate is extremely low. The body he possesses has to be very strong and meet strict requirements. The requirements are different from clan to clan. There are quite a few clans in the myriad worlds capable of such a feat, and I know about them. Hence, I know the requirements for each clan are different. They depend on the clan's bloodline powers and traits." The world-cleansing divine water paused for a moment before she continued to say, "It's not hard to see that he imprisoned everyone here and tested their strength in a secret realm to find a new body. The last one standing will be his chosen one. However, the requirements can't be based on just innate talent alone. Otherwise, he would have directly chosen you." The world-cleansing divine water shared similar thoughts with Duan Lingtian. If it was based on talent alone, there was no need for the Crimson Demon to imprison him here. However, since the Crimson Demon placed him here with the other prodigies, it meant that the Crimson Demon currently viewed him and the other prodigies equally, and they were all still candidates to be selected. "Sister, is there a way to escape without alerting him?" Duan Lingtian asked again. What he wanted to do most now was to escape from this place in the Crimson Demon's control. "It'll be very difficult," the world-cleansing divine water said with a sigh. "Even if a supreme powerhouse's little world isn't in his body, he still has a close connection to it. He can easily monitor everything in his little world. The problem is there are too few people here. For example, the god-defying world, the little world of a supreme powerhouse, is filled with many people. As such, the supreme powerhouse could not keep an eye on everyone. On the contrary, with how few people here, it'll be easy for the Crimson Demon to keep an eye on everyone." Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, the spark of hope that appeared in Duan Lingtian's heart was quickly extinguished. He muttered, "Things really aren't simple. However, I said it's very difficult, not impossible," the world-cleansing divine water said, reigniting Duan Lingtian's hope. "If this is truly the Crimson Demon's little world, there must be a divine tree of life in here. Unlike supreme powerhouses, most people don't have a divine tree of life in their little worlds. On the contrary, all supreme powerhouses have a divine tree of life in their respective little worlds. For supreme powerhouses who didn't have a divine tree of life before becoming a supreme powerhouse, once they became a supreme powerhouse, the seed of the divine tree of life will appear in their little worlds. It'll spring from the ground and grow at a rapid speed," the cleansing divine water said. "Sister Water, since you mentioned the divine tree of life, could it be that you want to target his divine tree of life?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He could vaguely hear the implications behind the world-cleansing divine water's words. "Yes," the world-cleansing divine water replied, "we should start with targeting the divine tree of life in his little world. We can only hope his divine tree of life has yet to fully mature. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for us to target it. If it has matured, unless it's damaged, it's impossible for us to target it and leave this place." Then, as though she had just recalled something, the world-cleansing divine water sighed and said, "If he's looking for a new body because he doesn't think he can survive his next heavenly tribulation, it means that he's very old and must have been a supreme powerhouse for a long time now. This means that it's impossible that his divine tree of life has yet to mature. We can only hope his divine tree of life is damaged when he underwent his previous heavenly tribulation. The more damaged his divine tree of life is, the better it'll be for you. Even then, I'm not completely confident about the success rate of this plan. Even if his divine tree of life is severely damaged, you only have, at most, a 50% success rate. Before he reacts, you have To seize the chance and leave his little world. Duan Ling Tian fell silent when he heard these words. After a while, his eyes shone with determination, and he said through gritted teeth, "A 50% chance isn't bad. It's a lot better than not having a chance at all. Sister Water, tell me what I should do next." Chapter 4376 The Boundary Pill. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had lost all hope of escaping. However, the world-cleansing divine water's words undoubtedly reignited his hope. Under normal circumstances, it was an impossible task for Duan Ling Tian to escape unnoticed by the supreme powerhouse whose little world he was in unless he was a supreme powerhouse. He had not even broken into the realm of advanced supreme gods. How could he become a supreme powerhouse so quickly? He could not afford to wait until he became a supreme powerhouse before he escaped. At that time, who knew if the Crimson Demon would have already possessed him? Not only that, but what he died during one of the challenges in the secret realm used to test the strength of the prodigies the Crimson Demon captured. The challenges in the secret realms the Crimson Demon created for those of us he imprisoned are clearly more than to test just our strength, talent, and comprehension skills. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well after listening to Wang Yi Yuan and the world-cleansing divine water. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian no longer felt bleak like before after listening to the world-cleansing divine water. A wry smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "I didn't expect to face such a calamity so soon after coming to the outer boundary. Even with Sister Water's idea, I only have a 50% chance to survive. Forget it, I'll face it as it comes. I'll try to improve my strength as much as I can. Even if I become an advanced supreme god now, I still won't be a match for the Crimson Demon. However, it'll increase my chances of survival when the Crimson Demon throws me into a secret realm. But then again, who knows if the challenges test one's strength? In any case, being stronger will give an advantage in most situations." With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian began to cultivate, absorbing the liquid from the divine fountain in his body to boost his cultivation. The divine fountain was far superior to any divine pills he could take. After soaking in the pool of divine fountain, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the divine pills he owned that were useful to him were no longer of use to him. His body seemed to have developed immunity against the divine pills. In the end, he could only give up on taking the divine pills. So what if I'm a skilled alchemist? Currently, even ordinary supreme-grade divine pills can't help my cultivation. Perhaps, only boundary pills from the outer boundary are effective on me. The boundary pill could only be refined by alchemists who were supreme powerhouses. In fact, only highly skilled supreme alchemists could refine the boundary pill. It was a supreme-grade divine pill. The boundary pill was useful even to supreme powerhouses. As such, it was a rare treasure for supreme gods. Duan Ling Tian had heard about the boundary pill when he was in the god-defying world. Unsurprisingly, the boundary pill was rare in not only the god-defying world, but the myriad worlds as well. It was as rare as a phoenix feather. Unless a supreme powerhouse was involved, a bloodbath would occur whenever a boundary pill was found. In the god-defying world, there's no supreme powerhouse capable of refining the boundary pill. Apart from that, the boundary pills that appeared in the god-defying world were only common boundary pills. Even then, they were incredibly rare treasures in the god-defying world. Duan Ling Tian had heard about this from a descendant of a supreme powerhouse while he was in the base camp in the chaotic region of the god-defying world's realm battlefield. According to the other party, even the supreme powerhouse from his force only managed to obtain 5 boundary pills in his entire life. 3 of the pills were obtained at a great price from supreme powerhouses from other places in the outer boundary. Perhaps, the pills I refine will only be effective on me once I become a supreme powerhouse. It doesn't matter. During this time, all I need to do is devote myself to cultivating. There's no need to think about alchemy. Duan Ling Tian's heart gradually calmed down with this thought in mind, and he continued to focus on cultivating. During this time, he lost track of time and forgot about his current situation as he cultivated. With the help of the divine fountain, his cultivation continued to improve at an exaggerated speed, and he was drawing closer and closer to the realm of advanced supreme gods. Crimson Demon Ridge. On a small island suspended high up in the clouds, amidst mountains and clear rivers stood a magnificent mansion. In the front yard of the mansion, the Crimson Demon, who was sitting silently on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes that were shining brightly. Divine fountain. Moreover, it seems like he has a huge amount of liquid from it. A hint of surprise could be seen in the Crimson Demon's eyes at this moment. although the Crimson Demon's little world was not in his body at this moment, he was still closely connected to it. It was easy for him to monitor everything in his little world. After sending Duan Ling Tian, who was an intermediate supreme god capable of killing advanced supreme gods, into his little world, all of the Crimson Demon's attention had been on him. If it were up to the Crimson Demon, he would have directly chosen Duan Ling Tian and possessed Duan Ling Tian's body. Alas, it was not up to him to decide the body to possess. He had to follow the ancestral precepts of his clan when choosing a body to possess. This was to increase the success rate of his possession. The best candidate is someone compatible with me. The compatibility doesn't just depend on strength and talent. However, I hope he's the one. From what I can see, he still has a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain in his body. If I can possess him, the liquid from the divine fountain will naturally be mine. At that time, it'll be faster for me to re-enter the realm of supreme powerhouses. The Crimson Demon's eyes shone feverishly as he muttered to himself. Even if he's not chosen in the end, I have to find a way to obtain the liquid from the divine fountain from him. After all, it'll be extremely useful. Even the Crimson Demon, who was a supreme powerhouse, was tempted by the divine fountain. If he did not plan to possess a new body, he would not have been interested in the divine fountain. However, since he planned to possess a new body, the divine fountain would help him quickly raise his cultivation base after the possession was complete. Alas, I have to be patient. Although the Crimson Demon was a supreme powerhouse, he was still incapable of opening someone else's spatial rings since most spatial rings would self-destruct. If he acted rashly and the spatial ring self-destructed, everything in the spatial ring would be lost in space. Finding something in space was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that his every move was being watched by the Crimson Demon. He naturally was also unaware that not only did the Crimson Demon discover the liquid from the divine fountain, but the Crimson Demon was also scheming for the liquid from the divine fountain. Chapter 4377. 3 months later, Duan Ling Tian was so focused on cultivating that he lost track of time completely. He did not even use his divine consciousness to monitor his surroundings. He only left a small opening in Little World so the 5 divine elements could protect him. With the help of the divine fountain, the 5 divine elements had recovered significantly. They could now protect Duan Ling Tian while they continued to recover. Although he was in a precarious situation, none of them had any complaints. After all, it was difficult for them to have a better future if they left Duan Ling Tian. If he managed to grow stronger, escape from this place, and became a supreme powerhouse in the future, their future would be very bright. If they switched to another host, not only was there no guarantee the other party might become a supreme powerhouse, but the other party might not trust them as well. Even if the other party was highly talented and could become a supreme powerhouse, there was also a chance the other party could die prematurely. In the 5 divine elements' eyes, Duan Ling Tian was extremely lucky. They had witnessed his growth, and all of them were certain he would become a supreme powerhouse. He was undoubtedly the best host they could find. Duan Ling Tian was also aware of the 5 divine elements' thoughts, so he felt rest assured and left them to guard him. Moreover, in this place, the 5 divine elements only needed to protect him from the other prodigies. If the Crimson Demon, who was a supreme powerhouse, attacked him, he would not be able to defend himself even if he was not cultivating, let alone 5 divine elements. The divine fountain is truly miraculous. My soul feels refreshed, and I seem to perceive the world in a different way now. Although it was easy for me to perceive heaven and earth spirit energy in the past, it's even easier now. Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating, felt as though he was one with the heaven and earth spirit energy. He discovered that he could easily absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Not only that, but the liquid from the divine fountain was also emitting an energy similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy. As that energy grew stronger, his cultivation speed increased again. While Duan Ling Tian was focused on cultivating, he was suddenly awakened by a voice that seemed to reverberate in his soul. Everyone, prepare yourselves. After 3 months, you'll enter a secret realm. It's the same as before. All those who refuse to enter the secret realm, I hope all of you don't make a mistake. Duan Ling Tian naturally recognized the voice that interrupted his cultivation. It was the voice of the Crimson Demon, the owner of the Crimson Demon Ridge who imprisoned him here. Duan Ling Tian's expression was solemn at this moment. His heart, which had calmed down, began to grow restless again. He was like an ant in front of the Crimson Demon, who was a supreme powerhouse. As such, How could he dare to refuse to enter the secret realm when ordered by the Crimson Demon? I don't know when I'll become a supreme powerhouse. Currently, even if I find that supreme powerhouse from a soul clan who merged with Xianxia, there's nothing I can do since I'm no match for him. How can I force him to release Ka's soul? When Duan Lingtian thought about this, his eyes shone with determination. His desire to grow stronger intensified. After calming down, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate. At this time, in the Crimson Demon's little world, the other prodigies were not as calm as Duan Lingtian was. A young man walked out of his cultivation ground and met up with the other prodigies. He said with a bitter and helpless smile on his face, "The Crimson Demon is going to open another secret realm again. This time, among the 31 of us, I don't know how many will survive. No, there are now 32 of us," another young man said as he shook his head. 2 years ago, a newcomer came. He's an intermediate supreme god. He was only seen when he first appeared. I haven't seen him since. He's quite patient and calm. The other prodigies agreed with these words. He might have been calm before, but I'm not sure he'll be able to keep calm now. I know where his cultivation ground is. Let's make a bet. I bet that he'll come out soon. I won't bet with you on this. The possibility of losing is high. In the end, only one young man took the bet. The result came quickly as well. The person who initiated the bet lost. Even a few days after the Crimson Demon's announcement about the secret realm, no one saw Duan Lingtian coming out of his cultivation ground. He's really calm. Although the person lost the bet, he did not have any complaints. However, he really did not expect that a newcomer who was only an intermediate supreme god was able to maintain his composure for so long. There were still many people who were still injured from their last visit to a secret realm and had yet to recover. As such, when they learned that they would have to enter another secret realm in 3 months, their hearts sank. There was no doubt that their trip to the secret realm would be even more dangerous now that they were injured. At this time, Wang Yiyuan, the person whom Duan Lingtian was most familiar with in this place, walked out of his cultivation ground with a grim expression on his face. I didn't expect him to open a secret realm again so soon. The last time he opened a secret realm was 9 years ago. When there were no newcomers, he only opened a secret realm once every 20 years. Even when someone new came, he would only open a secret realm once every 10 years. Brother Lingtian has only been here for a few years, but he's already going to open a secret realm. What's wrong? Is he growing impatient to find a body to possess? I thought Brother Lingtian's arrival will delay the opening of another secret realm for another few years. Who knew it'll be the other way around? Wang Yiyuan was understandably upset. Perhaps, if Duan Lingtian did not come, the Crimson Demon would only open a secret realm 7 years later at least. Based on past patterns, instead of once every 20 years, the Crimson Demon would open a secret realm once every 10 years. Wang Yiyuan thought he would have more time to heal his injuries before the secret realm opened again. He did not expect that it would be brought forward. I'll definitely die in the secret realm this time, Wang Yiyuan thought to himself, feeling worried. Wang Yiyuan. At this moment, while Wang Yiyuan was still depressed, a young man with a dark expression on his face flew over from the distance and asked, "How much of your injuries did you recover?" Wang Yiyuan looked at the young man and shook his head. "What about you?" Similar to Wang Yiyuan, the young man was seriously injured during the last trip in the secret realm. The young man's expression was gloomy as he said in a deep voice, "I've only recovered about 60% to 70% of my injuries. If the secret realm opens as usual, I'm sure I would have healed my injuries completely at that time. I really didn't expect the Crimson Demon to open a secret realm ahead of schedule. It's all that newcomer's fault." The young man clearly resented Duan Lingtian. Wang Yiyuan shook his head and said, "You can't say that. It might not have anything to do with him. Even if it really has something to do with him, it's all the Crimson Demon's decision. Moreover, we don't know for sure. Perhaps, the Crimson Demon has long planned to open the secret realm in advance." Wang Yiyuan's attitude was very different from that of the young man. The young man glanced at Wang Yiyuan and said tonelessly, "Wang Yiyuan, I heard people say that you're quite close to the newcomer. I didn't expect you to take his side despite only knowing him for a short time. No matter what, he annoys me. This is all his fault." In fact, it was understandable that the young man blamed Duan Lingtian. After all, before Duan Lingtian's arrival, the secret realm would open on schedule. After Duan Lingtian came, the schedule was brought forward. How could there be such a coincidence? Like I said before, it might not have anything to do with him, Wang Yiyuan said with a helpless smile. Perhaps, the Crimson Demon is impatient to find a suitable body to possess. The timing is indeed strange. In any case, before he came, the situation in the secret realms had grown increasingly brutal. More and more people died each time. You don't think that's normal, right? In the past, the number of people who died in the secret realms was roughly the same. However, the number has been increasing and more than doubled. Although Wang Yiyuan's words made sense, the young man clearly did not want to listen to his words. As soon as Wang Yiyuan finished speaking, he frowned and left after scoffing. Wang Yiyuan sighed helplessly as he watched the young man leave. His eyes shone with despair as he murmured, "It seems like I won't be able to return to the clan again in this life. I really didn't expect my journey to come to an end so soon. If only I could turn back time, I wouldn't have left the clan." At this time, there were many people in the Crimson Demon's little world who were despairing like Wang Yiyuan. Nonetheless, they gathered themselves after a while and prepared to enter the secret realm that would open in 3 months. Chapter 4378. Everyone's gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. If it was in the outer boundary, most people would have been ecstatic when given a chance to enter a secret realm. After all, there were fortuitous encounters in secret realms. Many supreme powerhouses and cultivators who did not belong to any sects or clans often left precious treasures and legacies in secret realms, which they prepared before their deaths. These secret realms were left to fated people to discover them. In the history of the myriad worlds, there were many supreme powerhouses who rose to the top through these encounters. However, there were also malicious powerhouses who left deadly secret realms for hapless people who stumbled upon them just to mess with future generations. Most people, even the most bloodthirsty, would have the intention to harm the future generation. No matter how vicious they were, they still hoped someone would inherit their legacies. It was also a way to gain peace before their deaths. For all these reasons, most people would be delighted by the chance to enter a secret realm in the outer boundary. On the contrary, the prodigies imprisoned by the Crimson Demon despaired at the thought of entering a secret realm. After all, the secret realm opened by the Crimson Demon did not contain any treasure or fortuitous encounter and was only filled with challenges. If they could not pass the challenges, they would be severely injured, and in the worst-case scenario, they would die. There were no advantages and only disadvantages to entering the secret realm. Who would be willing to enter such a secret realm? Alas, no matter how reluctant they were, they could only obey and enter the secret realm. After all, they still had a chance of surviving if they entered the secret realm, but if they refused to enter the secret realm, they would be killed immediately. 3 months were not long to begin with, and it flew by even faster for the prodigies imprisoned in the Crimson Demon's little world. Wang Yiyuan, whom Duan Ling Tian was most familiar with in the Crimson Demon's little world, spent 3 months in torture. After all, he was certain that he would be among those who perished in the secret realm this time. Previously, 67 people entered the secret realm, but only 31 people survived. Based on the death rate, even if the number doesn't increase, at most only 15 or 16 people will survive this time. Excluding Brother Ling Tian who only came here a few years ago, more than half of us are injured. 7 people, including myself, are seriously injured. This time, unless there's a miracle, the 7 of us will surely die. Wang Yiyuan did not dare to let down his guard at all during these 3 months. Although he was certain of his death, he did not stop preparing. After all, he really did not want to die. The secret realm is now open. A thunderous voice rang in the air, waking Wang Yiyuan up from his cultivation. When he regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. The day was finally here. The owner of the voice was none other than the Crimson Demon, the supreme powerhouse who imprisoned him here. The Crimson Demon's voice was like a nightmare to him. If someone doesn't enter the secret realm within 100 breaths, I'll consider it as their refusal to enter the secret realm, and I'll kill them immediately. The countdown starts now. Wang Yiyuan, who was distracted, did not notice Duan Ling Tian who had flown up into the air as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was also awakened by the Crimson Demon's voice, muttered inwardly, "I'm still a small distance away from breaking into the realm of advanced supreme gods." As soon as Duan Ling Tian flew up into the sky, he noticed Wang Yiyuan, the only person he was familiar with in this hell. Although he could only see Wang Yiyuan's back, he could palpably sense how depressed Wang Yiyuan was at the moment. Duan Ling Tian approached Wang Yiyuan and took the initiative to greet Wang Yiyuan. Brother Yi Yuan. However, Wang Yi Yuan continued forward as though he did not hear Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian moved next to Wang Yi Yuan. When he took a look, he saw Wang Yi Yuan's pale face and lifeless eyes devoid of hope. At this time, Wang Yi Yuan finally regained his senses and noticed Duan Ling Tian. He quickly forced a smile on his face and called out, "Brother Ling Tian." You, Duan Ling Tian was perplexed. Previously, Wang Yi Yuan was pessimistic, but Wang Yi Yuan was not in such a terrible state. He could not figure out what had happened to Wang Yi Yuan to bring about such a change. Duan Ling Tian finally understood Wang Yi Yuan's change when Wang Yi Yuan told him about how he was certain of his death in the secret realm, this time due to his injuries from before. How could Wang Yi Yuan not be depressed since he knew he was going to die after he entered the secret realm? Brother Ling Tian, I'm sure I'm going to die this time. Since you just arrived, you don't know how brutal the Crimson Demon's secret realms are. You'll be able to see for yourself after this. You must not be careless. I've seen many prodigies, who entered the secret realm for the first time, die, Wang Yi Yuan said with a sigh with a hopeless expression on his face. I know, Duan Ling Tian replied as he sighed inwardly. He did not know how to comfort Wang Yi Yuan at all. No matter what he said, it would be difficult to put Wang Yi Yuan at ease. Moreover, Wang Yi Yuan was much more familiar with the situation in the secret realm compared to him. He was just a newcomer, after all. After traveling with Wang Yi Yuan for a while, Duan Ling Tian saw a lot of people flying over from different directions. All of them traveled in the same direction, and there was a huge vortex up ahead. That resembled the maws of a giant beast. A group of people stood outside the vortex, not daring to rush in. That's the entrance to the secret realm. Duan Ling Tian and Wang Yi Yuan did not arrive too early or too late. When they arrived, about 20 people were already gathered there. Not too long after that, about a dozen other people arrived. Duan Ling Tian swept his eyes past everyone and saw quite a few familiar faces. They were people he had seen when he first arrived and the people whom Wang Yi Yuan introduced him to. Although everyone was gathered in the same place, they did not greet each other. Their faces were pale, and their expressions were grim. Some of them were despairing like Wang Yi Yuan, and their eyes, similar to those of Wang Yi Yuan, were devoid of hope. Duan Ling Tian knew that these people must also be injured like Wang Yi Yuan during their previous trip to the secret realm. Now that they were about to enter the secret realm again with injuries, their deaths were almost certain. These people were all prodigies in their own right in the myriad worlds before they were imprisoned by the Crimson Demon. Now, they're all at the mercy of the Crimson Demon. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know these people very well, he could not help but feel sad when he looked at them. A sense of powerlessness rose instantly in his heart. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could not help but wonder inwardly, can I really escape alive with Sister Water's plan? If I fail forever, my outcome will be like theirs. We'll be doomed to stay here until we die. Perhaps, my body will be possessed by the Crimson Demon and my soul will no longer be mine. Duan Ling Tian felt extremely suffocated by the heavy and depressing atmosphere. Initially, he had regained his hope, but now, he could not help but feel affected by the atmosphere. He began to think that his chances of escaping were not very high. You have 50 breaths left. When the Crimson Demon's voice rang in the air again, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, jolted in shock. They quickly returned to their senses. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian saw many hostile and resentful gazes directed his way. He frowned slightly, puzzled. He did not know these people, so he could not figure out why they were looking at him with such hostility. At this time, Wang Yi Yuan, who was pulled to his senses by the Crimson Demon's voice, called out, "Brother Ling Tian." Then, Wang Yi Yuan explained why the others were hostile toward Duan Ling Tian. He had seen Duan Ling Tian's puzzled expression earlier. After Duan Ling Tian heard Wang Yi Yuan's explanation, Duan Ling Tian was stunned and speechless. These people think that my arrival caused the Crimson Demon to open the secret realm in advance. Duan Ling Tian felt like he had been wrongly blamed. After all, he did not feel like he did anything wrong. He felt like the others were too unreasonable. According to Wang Yi Yuan, before his arrival, the Crimson Demon had already increased the difficulty of the secret realm. The death rate had more than doubled compared to the previous ones. Before that, the death rate was relatively stable. Actually, they know this might not be because of you. It's just that they need a target to vent their emotions on. They can't afford to provoke the Crimson Demon. After all, Wang Yiyuan said through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian knew that those people regarded him as a pushover and vented their frustrations on him after listening to Wang Yiyuan. Brother Ling Tian, let's go in. I'm afraid these people will look for trouble with you during these 50 breaths. Duan Ling Tian agreed with Wang Yiyuan and was just about to enter the secret realm when someone suddenly stopped them. Wang Yiyuan, you can go in. However, I won't allow him to enter without injuring him. The other party said to Wang Yiyuan before he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian with anger and hatred shining in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Wang Yiyuan's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, Peng Pu Sha, you're crossing the line. Chapter 4379 Peng Pu Sha. Peng Pu Sha was fairly handsome. He looked a little sinister and gloomy. At this moment, his eyes shone with hatred as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Crossing the line, Peng Pu Sha said with a sneer, Wang Yiyuan, it's very likely that the secret realm opened in advance because of him. Your previous injuries were worse than mine. Don't you resent him at all? If the secret realm opened according to the usual schedule, I could have completely healed my injuries. Even if I'm able to survive this time, I might not be able to survive the next time. Today, I won't allow him to enter without suffering injuries. A hint of determination glinted in Peng Pu Sha's eyes when he spoke. Peng Pu Sha, everything is the Crimson Demon's fault. If you're angry, direct your anger at him. Why are you venting your anger on a newcomer? Wang Yiyuan said in a deep voice. Wang Yiyuan, you're no match for me. Moreover, your injuries are more serious than mine. You have little hope of surviving this time. Do you want to get further injured because of him? Peng Pu Sha retorted as he looked at Wang Yiyuan mockingly. There was also a hint of expectations in his eyes as though he was certain Wang Yiyuan would back down and stop standing up for Duan Ling Tian now that he had such words. Wang Yiyuan sneered. Peng Pu Sha, just as you said, I have little hope of surviving this time, I'll likely die. However, there's a higher chance for you to survive. It's true that I'm no match for you. However, if we fight now, even if you kill me, I'm confident I'll be able to injure you before I die. If you really want to fight, I won't back down. At this time, Wang Yiyuan, who already gave up hopes of surviving in the secret realm, was annoyed by Peng Pu Sha stirring up trouble. He usually had a good temper, but he could not help but lose his temper today. Meanwhile, Peng Pu Sha could not help frowning when he heard Wang Yiyuan's words. Indeed, Wang Yiyuan was almost certainly going to die this time in the secret realm. As such, even if Wang Yiyuan fought with him now, Wang Yiyuan had nothing to lose. On the other hand, he was naturally unwilling to go all out to fight Wang Yiyuan since it would affect his performance in the secret realm. He could not help but feel annoyed that Wang Yiyuan refused to back down. While Peng Pu Sha was still mulling over what to do, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Wang Yiyuan, took 2 steps forward before he said to Peng Pu Sha indifferently, You want to stop me? Peng Pu Sha did not expect that Duan Ling Tian, who was protected by Wang Yiyuan, would step forward. His anger toward Duan Ling Tian had been stoked by Wang Yiyuan, and now, it was directed at Duan Ling Tian again. He said angrily, So what if I do? It seems like you're not simple. You're just a newcomer, but Wang Yiyuan is so willing to protect you. For Wang Yiyuan's sake, I'll let you go today. As soon as Peng Pu Sha's voice fell, someone chimed in, Peng Pu Sha, if Wang Yiyuan dares to fight you, the 2 of us will join forces to kill him. You're not the only one who thinks this newcomer caused the secret realm to be opened in advance. Following that, 2 figures flew over. One was a handsome young man dressed in a black robe, and the other was a burly young man dressed in a light blue robe. The one who had spoken was the former. Wang Yiyuan's expression darkened immediately when he saw the 2 young men interfering. He said, How long you, Tian Hu? Previously, you were only slightly injured in the secret realm. Your injuries should have healed by now. Why are you getting involved in this matter? Wang Yiyuan's strength was on par with the duo, but it would be a problem for him to deal with them if they joined forces. The duo was captured together by the Crimson Demon, and they were best friends who came to the outer boundary together before they were sent here and imprisoned by the Crimson Demon. Among the 4 of them, Peng Pu Sha was the strongest. However, if those 2 joined forces, even Peng Pu Sha was no match for them. Nonetheless, the difference between their strength was not that big. How long you, the black-clad young man, scoffed. Tian Hu's and my injuries have indeed healed. However, my cultivation was interrupted this time because the secret realm was opened in advance. I could have had a breakthrough, but the interruption caused my cultivation to stagnate again. You know what it's like to be interrupted at the critical moment. Unless I get another opportunity again, it'll be difficult for me to break through in a short time. Oolong Yu's voice turned colder and colder as he spoke, revealing his anger. On the other hand, Peng Pu-sha's eyes brightened upon hearing Oolong Yu's words. He said loudly, "Good. Oolong Yu, Tian Hu, both of you stop Wang Yi Yuan, and I'll deal with this brat. Originally, I only planned to injure him. However, since he offended you, I'll kill him to avenge you." Peng Pu-sha could hardly contain his joy. After all, Wang Yi Yuan threatened him earlier, and he was even forced to give up by the threat. However, now that he had helpers, there was no need for him to give up on his initial plan at all. As soon as Peng Pu-sha's voice fell, Oolong Yu and Tian Hu flew over toward Wang Yi Yuan. "Wang Yi Yuan, don't even think of helping that brat. You should know that Tian Hu and I are not only strong enough to stop you, but we can also help him at the same time," Oolong Yu said threateningly. Wang Yi Yuan's expression further darkened. Peng Pu-sha laughed when he saw Wang Yi Yuan standing still with a dark expression on his face. Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian with a grin and said, "Brat, you're going to die." Peng Pu-sha's bad mood had completely disappeared at this moment. At this time, Wang Yi Yuan said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Brother Ling Tian, I can't help you now. It's okay if Oolong Yu and Tian Hu join forces to deal with me. However, if I make a move now, they'll also join Peng Pu-sha to deal with you. At that time, it'll be impossible for you to escape. There are fewer than 30 breaths left now. When he attacks, try to run and stall for time. When the time is drawing near, he'll naturally enter the secret realm. He won't dare to be late. Otherwise, the Crimson Demon will kill him. However, you're different. Since you're new, the Crimson Demon won't kill you immediately. Such things have happened before in the past." Duan Ling Tian turned his head slightly to the side and nodded before he looked at Peng Pu-sha who was flying toward him. The smile on his face, which was directed at Wang Yi Yuan earlier, vanished immediately when he thought about how Peng Pu-sha treated him like a pushover and tried to vent his anger on him. Peng Pu-sha did not waste time in bringing out his divine artifact. Based on its aura, it had also absorbed more fragments of prime divine artifacts than Duan Ling Tian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. Apart from that, although there was no phenomenon in the Crimson Demon's little world, Duan Ling Tian could tell that Peng Pu-sha's law of fire was not any weaker than his law of space and law of time. Duan Ling Tian also felt a sense of familiarity when he sensed the aura of the long staff, which seemed capable of shattering the void. It's the weapon Dao. The staff Dao. Moreover, it's not in the rudimentary form either. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised by this discovery. However, after a moment, he thought this was only natural. After all, those imprisoned by the Crimson Demon were all outstanding. "Die!" Peng Pu-sha roared as he brought his rod down. At the same time, flames surged out like a terrifying beast toward Duan Ling Tian. Blood qi lingered on the surface of Peng Pu-sha's body before it entered his body, boosting his already powerful attack even more. A suffocating pressure appeared immediately when Peng Pu-sha attacked. At this time, many of the prodigies had gathered around to watch the commotion. There were more than 20 breaths left before they had to enter the secret realm, so they decided to watch the show first. They wanted to watch an exciting fight. It seems like Peng Pu-sha really intends to kill that kid. He went all out as soon as he attacked. Clearly, he wants to kill the kid with one strike and quickly enter the secret realm. That kid is just an intermediate supreme god. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured by Peng Pu-sha's attack. Peng Pu-sha's second attack will certainly kill him. When Peng Pu-sha attacked, green energy appeared around Oolong Yu before it suddenly turned into vines. Similarly, gray energy appeared around Tian Hu before it merged with Oolong Yu's energy and spread to the surroundings. In the end, it turned into a barrier that covered Duan Ling Tian and Peng Pu-sha. Upon seeing this, Wang Yi Yuan's expression changed again. He did not expect the duo to make a move, cutting off Duan Ling Tian's chance to run and dodge. He mobilized his energy, but Peng Pu-sha's attack had already covered the entire inside of the barrier. It looked as though Duan Ling Tian could not dodge the attack at all. Meanwhile, the others could not help but shake their heads. Oolong Yu and Tian Hu completely cut off the newcomer's escape route. They're really ruthless. There's no point in continuing watching. Let's go. Even if the newcomer survives, he won't be able to withstand Peng Pu-sha's next attack. Chapter 4380. A Peerless Prodigy. Among the group of prodigies imprisoned by the Crimson Demon, Peng Pu-sha was definitely not among the strongest. His strength was ranked somewhere in the upper middle. Previously, Peng Pu-sha fought a personal demon guard of the Crimson Demon. After 100 moves, he fell into a disadvantageous position, and after 300 moves, he was defeated. The personal demon guard could be considered a top advanced supreme god. In the myriad worlds, he was strong enough to support a powerful force on his own. Due to Peng Pu-sha's previous fight, many prodigies did not think Duan Ling Tian was a match for Peng Pu-sha. However, just before they entered the secret realm, a seven-colored sword ray suddenly appeared in the range of Peng Pu-sha's attack. The sword ray, which was brimming with vital energy and the intertwined energies of the five divine elements, shot out and easily destroyed Peng Pu-sha's attack. Under the horrified gazes of the others, the sword ray then shot toward Peng Pu-sha like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Impossible! Peng Pu-sha roared as he hastily retreated. Unfortunately, he had only retreated a certain distance away before he was stopped by the barrier that Aolong Yuan Tian who erected to prevent Duan Ling Tian from dodging his attack. Hurry up and withdraw the barrier! Peng Pu-sha shouted anxiously as he looked at Aolong Yuan Tian who. Based on Duan Ling Tian's earlier attack, he knew without a doubt that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was so strong that he easily destroyed his attack. In the past, when Peng Pu-sha fought the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard, he had never felt such terrible pressure. One had to know that the personal demon guard was a top advanced supreme god. At this moment, he knew that Duan Ling Tian, who was just an intermediate supreme god, definitely possessed the strength of a stronger top advanced supreme god. There was also a difference in strength between top advanced supreme gods. If the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard was among the weakest top advanced supreme gods, then Duan Ling Tian's strength now was close to the strongest top advanced supreme gods. As such, how could Peng Pu-sha be a match for him? Meanwhile, Aolong Yuan Tian who were so startled by Duan Ling Tian's display of strength that they failed to react in time to Peng Pu-sha's words. Although only a moment had passed before they returned to their senses, just as they began to remove the barrier, the seven-colored sword ray brimming with a strong vital energy and the five divine elements' energies were already drawing close to Peng Pu-sha. Although Peng Pu-sha was panicking, he did not lose his composure completely and quickly defended against the attack. After all, he was also an experienced and outstanding advanced supreme god. At this time, Peng Pu-sha had already expected to be injured. He quickly made up his mind. He would try his best to defend himself against Duan Ling Tian's attack before he tried to escape into the secret realm. It did not matter even if he was injured. After all, he might still have a chance to escape death in the secret realm. Based on his plan, it was clear that he had completely acknowledged that Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than him despite only being an intermediate supreme god. At this time, Duan Ling Tian continued to advance toward Peng Pu-sha. At the same time, he looked at Aolong Yuan Tian who indifferently, after I kill him, it'll be your turn next. Aolong Yuan Tian whose expressions changed as soon as they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Let's escape. Aolong Yuan Tian who exchanged a look before they decisively fled toward the secret realm. Since Aolong Yuan Tian who stopped in the midst of the process of withdrawing the barrier, it would take a certain amount of time for the barrier to dissipate on its own. Under such circumstances, Peng Pu-sha, who had already planned his escape, felt the barrier at his back and looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of despair. It's too late. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian's fierce sword ray broke through Peng Pu-sha's last defense and killed Peng Pu-sha. When Peng Pu-sha died, Aolong Yuan Tian who had just arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Their expressions changed into one of regret upon witnessing Peng Pu-sha's death. If they had known the newcomer was so strong, they would not have dared to provoke him. After all, they only dared to do so because they were confident about defeating the other party. After witnessing Peng Pu-sha's death, the duo no longer dared to hesitate. They quickly turned around and entered the secret realm, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian only collected Peng Pu-sha's prominent divine artifact after he killed Peng Pu-sha. Peng Pu-sha's spatial ring had self-destructed upon his death, and its contents were swept into the turbulent space. It would be like searching for a needle in a haystack to look for the contents. Not long after Peng Pu-sha died, Aolong Yuan Tian whose barrier completely disappeared as well. The group of prodigies, who were about to enter the secret realm before they stopped to watch the fight again, looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. Only a few breaths passed from the moment Peng Pu-sha attacked to the moment he died, and in just a few breaths, their impression of the newcomer changed completely. Even Wang Yiyuan, who stood up for Duan Ling Tian, was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a shocked expression on his face. When he thought about how he had wanted to protect Duan Ling Tian earlier, his face flushed red from embarrassment and a wry smile appeared on his face. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, Duan Ling Tian did not need his protection at all. Even if Peng Pu-sha, Aolong Yu, and Tian Hu attacked Duan Ling Tian at the same time, they might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. When one's strength reached a certain level, and the difference in strength between one and one's opponents was substantial, it was almost impossible to win through numbers. In this regard, quality trumped quantity. They ran away pretty fast, Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer as he looked at the entrance of the secret realm. He was not one to look for trouble, but it did not mean he was afraid of trouble. If someone offended him, they would have to pay the price. I hope the both of you don't die in the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this time, Wang Yiyuan said, Brother Ling Tian, the time's almost up. There are only a dozen or so breaths left. Duan Ling Tian smiled at Wang Yiyuan amiably upon hearing these words before he flew toward the secret realm. From the beginning to the end, Duan Ling Tian was not worried about angering the Crimson Demon after killing Peng Pu-sha. This was because he knew the Crimson Demon would not intervene. When he had just arrived, he had learned from Wang Yiyuan that the Crimson Demon did not care if the prodigies fought among themselves. If one was killed, in the Crimson Demon's eyes, it only meant that one was incompetent and was not worthy of becoming his new body. As such, neither Duan Ling Tian nor Peng Pu-sha was worried when they fought each other. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian had entered the secret realm, Wang Yiyuan also followed suit. A bitter smile could be seen on his face as he thought to himself, earlier, I reminded Brother Ling Tian to be careful, however, it seems like my reminder is redundant. With Brother Ling Tian's strength, unless the Crimson Demon makes a move, it's not difficult for him to survive the secret realm. Although the challenges in the secret realm were not all aimed to test one's strength, having great strength still gave one the advantage. In Wang Yiyuan's memory, there was only one top advanced supreme god who had died in the secret realm. After Duan Ling Tian and Wang Yiyuan entered the secret realm, the others returned to their senses as well and entered the secret realm. At the same time, they discussed fervently among themselves. I really didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful. How's he so powerful? Although his comprehension of the law of space is profound, it has yet to reach the perfect form. However, his sword Dao is very strong. Although his sword Dao is strong, it's impossible for it to boost his strength to such an extent. Didn't you sense the abnormality in his energy earlier when he attacked? He had help. That's right, I sensed the energies of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. The prodigies were very knowledgeable, and a few of them also possessed a divine element. Those who possessed the divine elements were warned by their respective divine elements as well and told that Duan Ling Tian was not someone they could afford to provoke. It's the 5 divine elements' energies. His divine elements aren't any weaker than I am. It's impossible for his chaos divine earth to devour me, but with the help of the other divine elements, I stand no chance at all. Remember, don't provoke him. If you do, I won't help you. I can't afford to provoke him. To be precise, I can't afford to provoke his 5 divine elements. If it's not necessary, don't provoke him. The fact that 5 divine elements chose him as their host shows how talented he is. If there's no accident, it's likely that the Crimson Demon will choose him in the end. What a pity that such an outstanding prodigy is going to be possessed. If the Crimson Demon possesses him, the Crimson Demon might be able to achieve much more than he was able to in his original body. I wonder if that prodigy will meet the Crimson Demon's other requirements. There's no need to feel dissatisfied. It's definitely not a good thing to be possessed by the Crimson Demon. However, it's also a fact that you're nowhere as talented as he is. At least, I won't coexist with another divine element in your body. It won't be easy to find a host with your talent, but it's not impossible. Not everyone is a peerless prodigy like him. Chapter 4381 Wang Yiyuan's last words. Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Wang Yiyuan before he entered the secret realm because he knew that even if they entered together, they would be transported to different places at the periphery of the secret realm as soon as they entered. From the periphery of the secret realm, all of them had to make their way to the heart of the secret realm. During the journey, they would have to face many challenges. If the secret realm in the Crimson Demon's little world was a circle, the prodigies would have to make their way from the edge of the circle from all directions to the center of the circle. Only those who managed to reach the heart of the secret realm within a certain period of time could leave the secret realm alive. It was difficult to meet another person at the periphery of the secret realm, but the chances of meeting another person would continue to increase as they drew close to the heart of the secret realm. I heard that we'll be able to obtain clues after entering the secret realm. We can obtain clues from animals, plants, and beasts. We just need to look for them. It's not the end beyond the circle. If we go in the wrong direction, we'll travel on a road that leads to nowhere, getting further and further away from the heart of the secret realm. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this from Wang Yi Yuan before entering the secret realm. This was a test of one's observational skills. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian hovered in the sky above a tranquil forest. When he looked around, he saw the scenery in each direction was the same. The surroundings were quiet, and there was nothing that caught his attention. Duan Ling Tian's expression was serious. He knew that this tested his observational skills, and he needed to find the clues to get to the heart of the secret realm. He was not so foolish as to search for the clues on his own. He quickly opened his little world and asked for the 5 divine elements' help. The 5 divine elements were formed from the heaven and earth spirit energy. As such, they were very sensitive to their environment. In this regard, Duan Ling Tian, a human, was far inferior to them. That tree is different from the others, the clear heaven divine wood said as he gestured to a tree in a distance on Duan Ling Tian's right before he detailed the tree's abnormalities. After listening to the clear heaven divine wood, Duan Ling Tian took a closer look at the tree. At first glance, the tree looked no different from the other trees, but after a while, he noticed that more than half of the branches on the tree were strangely pointing in one direction. Due to the number of verdant leaves on the branches, without the clear heaven divine wood, he would not have been able to discover this at all from a distance, and he would have to turn over the leaves to discover this anomaly. As the wood element, the clear heaven divine wood naturally was able to sense the difference easily. I'll take a look at the other trees. Duan Ling Tian did not immediately approach the tree that the clear heaven divine wood pointed out. Instead, he decided to look around first. After all, with just a small mistake now, he would be off to a bad start going in the wrong direction. Who knew if the tree was just a red herring? Duan Ling Tian looked around the large forest for an hour before he finally confirmed that only one tree was different from the others. He also asked for the opinions of the other divine elements, and the world-cleansing divine water also used the divine tree of life to confirm the matter. After doing all these things, he finally continued to advance. It's in this direction. Not long after, a sudden commotion appeared in the sky where Duan Ling Tian had just left. Following the commotion, a figure appeared in the sky. If Duan Ling Tian were still here, he would have recognized the figure immediately. It was none other than the master of Crimson Demon Ridge, the supreme powerhouse who sent him to this hellhole. The Crimson Demon looked in the direction in which Duan Ling Tian left before he shook his head and muttered under his breath, I should increase the difficulty of the secret realm again. His law of wood isn't his strongest suit, so I thought it would be difficult for him to find the clue. I forgot that he also has the 5 divine elements. The clear heaven divine wood is naturally more sensitive to trees compared to those who comprehend the law of wood. His strength is almost comparable to that of the strongest top advanced supreme gods. With this, even if this is his first time coming to the secret realm, it won't be hard for him to leave. I don't have much time left. I'll increase the difficulty of the secret realm this time. There are more than 30 people left. I only need half of them to survive. The next time I open a secret realm again, I'll directly select 3 candidates with the most suitable bodies. The Crimson Demon's eyes lit up with greed as he continued to mutter to himself, I hope that Duan Ling Tian has the most suitable body for me to possess. I'm very satisfied with his body. He's young, powerful, and attractive. This time, I'll try to snatch the liquid from the divine fountain from him. Let's see if it's possible for me to force him to bring it out. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of the Crimson Demon's nefarious plan. He continued to advance after confirming he was going in the right direction. At the same time, he easily passed the checkpoints and challenges he encountered along the way with his extraordinary strength. These tests at the beginning might be difficult for ordinary intermediate supreme gods, but they were naturally not difficult at all for Duan Ling Tian. Although the difficulty of the tests increased the further he went, he was still strong enough to pass them easily without any issues. The challenges aren't difficult at all. At the same time, many people among the more than 30 prodigies, including Wang Yi Yuan, were struggling in different places. Wang Yiyuan had not recovered from his previous injuries, after all. This time, the difficulty of the secret realm increased again. It was only natural that he was struggling. I'll definitely die during the next test. Currently, Wang Yiyuan looked very different from how he looked when he first entered the secret realm. Not only was his robe in tatters, but it was also stained with blood from his wounds. His face was also stained with blood. He panted as he moved, and he looked completely exhausted. Should I take a break first? No, if I take a break, the next test might come to me directly. In the past, Wang Yiyuan had encountered such a situation. As such, he was very vigilant now. After traveling for a while, Wang Yiyuan finally encountered the next test. A huge demon appeared during this test and further injured Wang Yiyuan. It's too strong. I might be able to kill him in my prime, but now. Wang Yiyuan looked at the demon charging toward him with an expression of despair and eyes brimming with unwillingness. Although he was unwilling to die, he did not have the courage nor the energy to resist anymore. In the end, he subconsciously closed his eyes when he felt the blade-like wind blowing against his face as the huge demon drew close. Just as Wang Yiyuan thought he was going to die, he heard a loud noise. He instinctively opened his eyes and discovered that a purple figure had appeared in front of him at some point. Although he could only see the other party's back, he recognized the other party immediately. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had arrived at the critical moment. He had just passed a test earlier when he heard a huge commotion from this place. Since it was relatively near, he decided to come over to have a look. When he arrived, he saw the scene of Wang Yiyuan nearly getting killed. Apart from Aolong Yu and Tian who offended him, Duan Ling Tian would help everyone, let alone Wang Yiyuan whom he was most familiar with in the Crimson Demon's little world. After all, even if he did not know the others, they were all in the same boat. If he could help, he naturally did not mind lending the others a helping hand. Duan Ling Tian turned around and nodded with a smile at Wang Yiyuan. However, the smile on his face vanished immediately, and his expression changed drastically. He hastily sent a seven-colored sword ray toward Wang Yiyuan's feet. Alas, he was still too slow. The ground under Wang Yiyuan's feet shook before a grayish-brown spike shot up from the ground and pierced Wang Yiyuan's body. Following that, a shrill cry rang from the depths of the ground, and the noise grew softer and softer before it finally disappeared. It's hidden so deep. Duan Ling Tian did not expect there to be another powerful huge demon hidden underground in Wang Yiyuan's test. Moreover, the powerful demon was skilled in the law of earth. Before he had time to react, it had already attacked and injured Wang Yiyuan. Even from a distance away, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense Wang Yiyuan's vitality draining out of his body. Even Wang Yiyuan's soul was growing weaker and weaker. Brother Ling Tian. After the death of the huge demon that comprehended the law of earth, the spike it formed, which pierced Wang Yiyuan, had also disappeared. At this moment, Wang Yiyuan was lying on the ground. Wang Yiyuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a glimmer of hope in his eyes as Duan Ling Tian quickly stepped forward and brought out healing divine pills for Wang Yiyuan. However, Wang Yiyuan refused the healing divine pills and said, "It's useless, I know my body best. I have, at most, 15 minutes left." Wang Yiyuan launched into a coughing fit, spitting out blood. At the same time, he moved with great difficulty as he brought his spatial ring out and handed it to Duan Ling Tian as he struggled to say through his coughs, "Brother Ling Tian, I've already removed my ownership over this spatial ring. You likely won't be interested in its content. However, there's one thing in there. I'm not sure what it is, but it may be of some help to you. If it turns out to be useful to you, I hope you can do me a favor. I'm dying. I know I can't force you to help me, but I hope." Chapter 4382 Arriving at the heart of the secret realm. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses after Wang Yiyuan fell to the ground limply with his eyes open. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was complicated at this moment. Although he had lived for 1,000 years and had experienced countless deaths, he still could not but feel helpless. He could not help but wonder if he could really escape from the Crimson Demon. Before Wang Yiyuan passed away, he had asked Duan Ling Tian to help his family and his clan. "There's nothing I can do if I die here or end up being possessed by the Crimson Demon. Will I be able to help him?" Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. He felt that Wang Yiyuan had overestimated his ability. Perhaps, it's just a way to attain peace before he passes. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he raised his hand. The law of life, combined with the divine tree of life's vital energy, swept out and healed the wounds on Wang Yiyuan's body before Duan Ling Tian stored Wang Yiyuan's body in Wang Yiyuan's spatial ring. If I can't escape, I hope you'll rest in peace there. If I'm able to escape, I'll bring your body back to your family. After putting away Wang Yiyuan's spatial ring which Duan Ling Tian now owned, Duan Ling Tian continued on his journey. Since he was still in the secret realm, he had no time to look at the identified item that Wang Yiyuan mentioned. He had no doubt that the item had to be special since Wang Yiyuan mentioned it before his death. Moreover, it was also very mysterious since even Wang Yiyuan could not tell what it was. In Duan Ling Tian's mind, he had no doubt that Wang Yiyuan had obtained the mysterious item in the outside world before he was imprisoned in the Crimson Demon's little world. It was impossible for Wang Yiyuan to cherish the item if it was obtained in the Crimson Demon's little world, and it was also impossible for the Crimson Demon to leave a worthless thing in his little world. Duan Ling Tian continued to advance to the heart of the secret realm. Although the difficulty of the tests continued to increase, he still passed the tests relatively easily. If he were to find a test challenging, he felt that only a few prodigies would be able to survive the secret realm. As he continued to advance, he discovered that the tests encountered tested his intelligence and ability to react. Without sufficient intelligence and the ability to react, it would be difficult to pass these tests even if one was very strong. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the Crimson Demon was monitoring his progress in the secret realm. Duan Ling Tian is definitely the most outstanding one among the prodigies, his performance is flawless. There are also a few prodigies who seem to be having an easy time in this secret realm. I'll raise the difficulty to the highest in the next secret realm. At that time, we'll see how many prodigies will be able to survive. In the end, if there are a few suitable candidates like Duan Ling Tian, I'll choose Duan Ling Tian. Although the Crimson Demon was mostly focused on Duan Ling Tian, he also monitored the other prodigies. He naturally had a high regard for Duan Ling Tian compared to the others. After all, Duan Ling Tian did not only possess a huge amount of liquid from the divine fountain, but Duan Ling Tian, who was a little over 1,000 years old, was also the youngest among the group of prodigies. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian, who was an intermediate supreme god now, was very close to becoming an advanced supreme god. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, it was likely that Duan Ling Tian would become an advanced supreme god before reaching 2,000 years old. There's nothing interesting to watch anymore. I thought I'd be able to find a way to obtain the liquid from the divine fountain from him, but the tests were too easy for me to do so. Moreover, I also can't suddenly raise the difficulty of the tests again. Otherwise, it'll alarm him. Forget it, I better not push him too hard now. If he destroys his spatial ring before I possess him, I won't be able to get even a drop of liquid from the divine fountain. Previously, the Crimson Demon planned to snatch the liquid from the divine fountain from Duan Ling Tian first because he was not certain if he would possess Duan Ling Tian in the end. He knew Duan Ling Tian was very strong and highly talented, but he was not sure about Duan Ling Tian's other abilities. However, after monitoring for a while, he was rather satisfied with Duan Ling Tian's performance. At the same time, he was also rather certain that Duan Ling Tian would definitely be among the last ones standing. Although he was almost 100% certain that Duan Ling Tian had the most compatible body, he still wanted to put Duan Ling Tian through the final test. After all, he could only possess one body once in his lifetime. It was of great importance that he possessed the most compatible body since it would raise his chance of success. Duan Ling Tian, who was unaware that the Crimson Demon coveted his liquid from the divine fountain, continued his journey to the heart of the secret realm. During the journey, he encountered two prodigies whom he was not familiar with, but he did not pay attention to them. As for the duo, they gave Duan Ling Tian a wide berth after they witnessed how strong he was when he killed Peng Pu Sha. Duan Ling Tian is so strong, he's just an intermediate supreme god, but he's on par with top advanced supreme gods. Once he becomes an advanced supreme god, perhaps, only two people among us are a match for him. The two prodigies were forced to join forces to pass the tests in the secret realm. However, due to the increasing difficulty of the tests, they were also losing the advantage they gained from joining forces. They were also able to work together due to the trust they built over the years. Many prodigies would not join forces unless they trusted each other. Even if Duan Ling Tian was extremely strong, they still would not join forces with him if given a chance. After witnessing his strength, they had become wary of him. At this time, One of the two prodigies suddenly asked, "Do you think we'll be able to beat him if we join forces?" "Are you crazy? We can't even beat Oolong Yu and Tian Hu, let alone Duan Ling Tian. Didn't you see how terrified Oolong Yu and Tian Hu were before entering the secret realm?" The other prodigy refuted as he shook his head. The prodigy, who raised the question, fell silent for a moment before he shook his head and said with a sigh, "I didn't expect that I'd be so frightened of an intermediate supreme god, he's truly a monster." When Duan Ling Tian finally arrived at the heart of the secret realm, he saw a huge transportation formation. The formation glowed brilliantly whenever a prodigy stepped into the formation, and the light would dissipate when the prodigy vanished out of sight. Just as Duan Ling Tian arrived, he saw a black-clad aloof young man standing in the formation. They both exchanged a look before the black-clad young man disappeared. He arrived a little earlier, and it seems like he didn't suffer any injuries. He must be one of the strongest among the group of prodigies mentioned by Wang Yiyuan. A few years ago, Wang Yiyuan had mentioned a few prodigies who were top advanced supreme gods. Duan Ling Tian knew he was not any weaker than the black-clad young man who had just left. After all, he did not use the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life when he was undergoing the tests. There was also a slight delay when he encountered Wang Yiyuan. "Let's get out of here first. This secret realm is easy, but it might not be the case with the next secret realm. I wonder if Sister Water and the divine tree of life gained anything from this secret realm." Before arriving at the heart of the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian found the final 2 tests relatively challenging. However, he did not ask for help from the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life because they were occupied. It was part of their plan to help Duan Ling Tian escape from the Crimson Demon. "I hope they gain something out of this experience since it'll increase my chances of escaping from the Crimson Demon. Apart from that, according to Sister Water, if I become an advanced supreme god, my chances of success will increase significantly. It'll increase my success rate from 50% to at least 70%. Chapter 4383 The Spherical Order Token. When Duan Ling Tian's vision returned to him, he found that he had already left the secret realm and returned to the place where they were held captives by the Crimson Demon. The black-clad young man who had left ahead of him had also left, nowhere to be seen. After returning to his cave, Duan Ling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world, "Sister Water, did you and the divine tree of life gain anything from the secret realm the Crimson Demon opened?" Although Duan Ling Tian had never communicated with the divine tree of life, he knew it had its own consciousness. It could not communicate with him now because it had yet to return to its peak condition. Only the 5 divine elements who had spent years with it could communicate with it at this moment. Needless to say, although he could not communicate with the divine tree of life, it would still help him when it sensed that he was in danger. "It's just as I expected. There's nothing special about the secret realm," the world-cleansing divine water replied. "The secret realm in the Crimson Demon's little world is created with the help of his divine tree of life. In other words, the energy that supports the secret realm came from the divine tree of life in his little world." After discussing the matter with the other divine elements, we concluded that the best time for you to escape this place is when the next secret realm opens. For this reason, you have to cultivate diligently before the secret realm opens again. The chances of you escaping are greater if you're an advanced supreme god when you enter the secret realm. Just as they previously speculated, Duan Ling Tian learned from the world-cleansing divine water that the secret realm was supported by the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life. Duan Ling Tian's divine tree of life previously took root in the little world of a supreme powerhouse, after all. As such, it was also familiar with the techniques and requirements for a supreme powerhouse to create a secret realm in his or her little world. Coupled with the world-cleansing divine water's knowledge, everyone was confident about helping Duan Ling Tian to escape from the Crimson Demon's little world. Advanced Supreme God, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself. He took a deep breath to calm down before he brought out the spatial ring Wang Yiyuan gave him and brought out the mysterious object that Wang Yiyuan mentioned before his death. The object was spherical, and it looked like an order token. There were intricate and ancient carvings on the surface of the object that Duan Ling Tian was not familiar with. He could not tell if the carvings were just pictures or words. Apart from that, the material the object was forged from was so extraordinary that even the 7 orifices exquisite sword could not leave a scratch on it. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian thought that the spherical object was a profound divine metal since it roughly resembled the profound divine metal in its primitive form. However, the profound divine metal in his little world, disagreed. This is definitely not a profound divine metal, the profound divine metal said. Then, what is it? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Little Tian, toss it into your little world. Make sure it lands at the root of the divine tree of life, the world-cleansing divine water suddenly said. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up with anticipation as he tossed the spherical object into his little world as instructed. He could tell that world-cleansing divine water intended for the divine tree of life to have a look at the object. Why didn't I think of it earlier? After all, the divine tree of life used to be rooted in a supreme powerhouse's little world, so it has to be very knowledgeable. Wang Yi Yuan and I might not recognize the object, but it may not be the case for the divine tree of life. Duan Ling Tian watched expectantly as the divine tree of life glowed brilliantly. As the divine tree of life's branches reached toward the spherical object, a faint vital energy from the spherical object lit up and tried to stop the branches from approaching it. However, it was no match for the divine tree of life's vital energy and was quickly snuffed out. It has vital energy. What is it exactly? Duan Ling Tian was surprised to see the pure vital energy from the spherical order token. Although the energy was weak, it was identical to the divine tree of life's energy. It was also purer than Duan Ling Tian's vital energy when he used the law of life. According to the world-cleansing divine water, he had to comprehend the law of life to the perfect form if he wanted to produce such a pure energy. The branches of the divine tree of life curled around the spherical order token before they released a gentle flow of vital energy into it. Initially, Duan Ling Tian was puzzled, but after a few moments, his eyes widened in shock when he saw the spherical order token greedily devouring the vital energy from the divine tree of life. However, the divine tree of life did not resist at all and allowed the spherical object to absorb its vital energy. Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water, "Sister Water, what's going on?" "I'm not sure as well," the world-cleansing divine water replied. "I asked the divine tree of life about it, but there's no response. It seems like it's inconvenient for it to reply. Let's wait for a while. Although I'm not sure what's happening, I can feel that the divine tree of life is willingly letting it absorb its vital energy. I don't know what the object is, but I'm sure it's not ordinary." After a pause, she asked curiously, "Little Tian, where did you obtain it?" Duan Ling Tian told the world-cleansing divine water about Wang Yi Yuan and everything that happened. After listening to Duan Ling Tian, the world-cleansing divine water could not help but exclaim, "You owe him a huge favor if this thing happens to be useful to you." Duan Ling Tian nodded as his eyes shone with determination. "Even if this object is useless to me, I'll definitely carry out his final wish to the best of my ability because of his trust in me." "You're a responsible man, Little Tian," the world-cleansing divine water remarked. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and the world-cleansing divine water waited for a response from the divine tree of life. After 3 days and 3 nights, the divine tree of life finally stopped supplying vital energy to the spherical order token. Compared to the beginning, the divine tree of life's light had dimmed. Obviously, it had depleted quite an amount of vital energy. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian did not urge for a response from the divine tree of life. Even a person would be exhausted after supplying energy to another person for 3 days and 3 nights. After a while, the world-cleansing divine water's excited voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "Little Tian, the object that Wang Yi Yuan gave you is a treasure." Duan Ling Tian looked confused when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Although he knew that the spherical order token was not ordinary after seeing the divine tree of life's reaction to it, he did not dare to have high hopes. Moreover, even if it helped with the comprehension of his law of life, it would be impossible for him to forsake the law of space and the law of time for the law of life. After all, in his opinion, the law of space was stronger than the law of life, and the law of time was stronger than the law of space. Chapter 4384 The Spirit in the Order Token. "Sister Water, what is it?" Duan Ling Tian maintained his composure even after the world-cleansing divine water claimed that the spherical order token was a treasure. It was definitely a treasure if it could help him to further comprehend the law of life. However, he was reluctant to shift his focus to the law of life. After all, not only did he have a very profound comprehension of the law of time and the law of space, but he also possessed the supreme powerhouse divinities for the law of space and the law of time respectively, which helped him greatly in comprehending the two laws. Let alone in the God-defying world, the supreme powerhouse divinity was a supreme treasure even in the outer boundary. If that thing can help me to comprehend the law of life, I wonder if its ability is better than the supreme powerhouse divinity. Duan Ling Tian did not think the spherical order token's ability would be superior to that of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Nonetheless, he waited patiently for the world-cleansing divine water's response. The world-cleansing divine water might not be completely aware of Duan Ling Tian's current situation, but he was confident that she was aware of his thoughts regarding the law of life. It's a key, the world-cleansing divine water finally replied. Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned by the reply. After a while, he thought it must be a key to a place that was filled with treasures that would be useful to him. Unlike what he had assumed, it had nothing to do with the law of life. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up with anticipation as he asked, a key? A key to where or what? According to Wood Spirit, the key holds the aura of a supreme powerhouse. Most importantly, that supreme powerhouse was someone the tree's former master idolized. In fact, that supreme powerhouse is much stronger than his former master. Wood Spirit also said that the key has a spirit that was created by said supreme powerhouse after he had comprehended the law of life to the paramount stage. According to Wood Spirit, after that supreme powerhouse's demise, the purpose of the key is to open up the independent realm that holds the possessions of that supreme powerhouse. Whoever is capable of awakening the spirit will gain access to all the treasures in the independent realm. After a beat, the world-cleansing divine water continued to say, Wood Spirit and its former master saw that supreme powerhouse once from a distance. This was before I lived in the divine tree of life. It said that the supreme powerhouse was extremely powerful. Its former master even mentioned that the supreme powerhouse was a second-tier supreme powerhouse, only second to the three strongest mysterious supreme powerhouses from the three major worlds. In the past, there were fewer than 30 second-tier supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds. Just so you know, there was only one second-tier supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world in the past acknowledged by the myriad worlds. Wood Spirit was the name of the divine tree of life in Duan Ling Tian's little world. Duan Ling Tian had only learned of its name not too long ago. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by the world-cleansing divine water's words. He did not expect the spherical order token to belong to a second-tier supreme powerhouse. Moreover, that person was idolized by his divine tree of life's former master. One had to know that its former master was also a supreme powerhouse. One could only imagine how strong that supreme powerhouse must have been. According to the world-cleansing divine water, the spherical order token was a key left behind by a second-tier supreme powerhouse that would open up an independent realm created by said supreme powerhouse. The person who awakened the key's spirit would have access to that supreme powerhouse's possession. After returning to his senses, Duan Ling Tian asked, Sister Water, does that supreme powerhouse have any direct descendants or disciples? Wood Spirit said that the supreme powerhouse was a sectless cultivator who wandered the myriad worlds in the outer boundary. There were rumors that he was a native of the outer boundary. The outer boundary isn't part of the myriad worlds, and it's located outside of the myriad worlds. Such a place had produced many powerhouses throughout the years, and some of them even became supreme powerhouses. According to Wood Spirit, it's normal for that supreme powerhouse to place all his possessions in an independent realm before his demise for the fated person. The world-cleansing divine water replied, Wood Spirit said that you can claim ownership over the key. All you have to do is drip your blood on it to claim ownership. Although its spirit was awakened by it, it doesn't make a difference since you're its master now. Duan Ling Tian cast aside his curiosity and quickly claimed ownership of the spherical key after he brought it out of his little world. He dripped his blood on it according to the world-cleansing divine water's instruction, and a beat later, he felt an inexplicable connection with another being. The divine tree of life in your little world awakened me. As such, you're the fated person mentioned by my master. Once you become stronger, I'll bring you to the independent realm my master left behind to inherit his possessions. When the spherical key trembled, a childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. After it finished speaking, the key turned into a streak of light and entered his body, settling right next to his soul, startling him. Rest assured, the childish voice said again, I won't hurt you. After all, you're the fated person mentioned by my master. I will rest near your soul and protect it at the critical moment. However, my ability is limited. Defending against soul attacks is my only skill. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you with anything else even if I'm willing to help you. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief after listening to the spirit's words. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind, and he could not help but ask, You said that you'll take me to the independent realm your master left behind after I grow stronger. How much stronger do I need to be? In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, it would be best if he could enter the independent realm after he became an advanced supreme god. Alas, he was destined to be disappointed by the spirit's reply. You'll have to become a supreme powerhouse first. Chapter 4385 Ao Long Yu and Tian Hu seeks protection, a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian felt dispirited upon hearing the words of the spherical key, and the excitement in his heart vanished in just an instant. The idea of becoming a supreme powerhouse seemed like a distant dream to him now since he was not even an advanced supreme god yet. Moreover, even after becoming an advanced supreme god, it would not be easy to become a supreme powerhouse. He knew that he was able to become an intermediate supreme god and stabilized his cultivation base so quickly only because of the divine fountain. Such an opportunity was unlikely to present itself again in his lifetime. The amount of liquid he had in his possession was only enough for him to become an advanced supreme god. It was not enough to stabilize his cultivation base, let alone help him become a supreme powerhouse. What a pity that I can only enter the independent realm that supreme powerhouse left behind after I become a supreme powerhouse, Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. He had expected to be able to enter the independent realm after he became an advanced supreme god, but his expectations were quickly destroyed by the spherical key's words. Initially, I thought I might be able to use the treasures or resources in the independent realm to speed up the process of becoming a supreme powerhouse after I become an advanced supreme god. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh again. After a while, he quickly calmed down and reminded himself that the spherical key was given to him by Wang Yi Yuan before Wang Yi Yuan's death. If I manage to escape alive, I'll definitely fulfill your last wish on your behalf, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself solemnly as he recalled Wang Yi Yuan's final words. Although Wang Yi Yuan had passed away, he was determined to keep his word. I should calm down and start cultivating. Hopefully, I'll be able to become an advanced supreme god before the secret realm opens again. Duan Ling Tian was aware that his only chance to escape from the Crimson Demon was when the next secret realm opened again. According to the world-cleansing divine water, if he did not break through into the realm of advanced supreme gods, he only had a 50% chance of escaping from the Crimson Demon. Nonetheless, although the success rate is higher if he became an advanced supreme god, there was still a chance that he might fail. No matter what, I should try my best to obtain a higher success rate. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply and calmed down before he brought out the liquid from the divine fountain and began to cultivate. Just like before, he lost track of time as he immersed himself in cultivating, hoping to break through into the realm of advanced supreme gods. At this time, a few people left the secret realm one after another after Duan Ling Tian returned to his cave. Unlike Duan Ling Tian, they were injured, some minor and some severe. A frail figure stumbled out of the secret realm at this moment. He retched before he spat out a mouthful of blood, causing his face to turn pale. As he wiped the blood off the corners of his lips, he looked around his surroundings vigilantly. When he confirmed that he was alone, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. If I'd known better, I wouldn't have provoked Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. If Duan Ling Tian were present, he would have recognized the man immediately. The man was none other than Ao Long Yu, one of the two prodigies who sought trouble with Duan Ling Tian before they entered the secret realm. The Ao Long Yu from before was arrogant and dignified, but he looked exhausted and weak now. Although he managed to survive the secret realm, it took a huge toll on him. With his injuries now, he might not survive the next secret realm. Moreover, he had provoked Duan Ling Tian previously, so there was a chance that Duan Ling Tian would seek revenge from him and kill him before the secret realm opened again. He was no match for Duan Ling Tian even when he was in peak condition, let alone now that he was severely injured. Just like what Tian Hu and I discussed earlier before entering the secret realm, we should seek protection from someone after we leave. The secret realm. Duan Ling Tian is powerful, but there must be a few prodigies in the Crimson Demon's little world who aren't afraid of him, Ao Long Yu muttered to himself. Instead of returning to his cultivation ground, he left in a different direction. At the same time, Tian Hu was in a cave located in one of the distant mountain ranges. Tian Hu, what do you mean by this? A handsome white-clad young man sat at a stone table, sipping a cup of tea, as he looked at the spatial ring that Tian Hu presented him. Young Master Jun, this is more than half of my life savings. I came here to seek protection from you, Tian Hu said earnestly with a solemn expression on his face. Seek protection from me? The white-clad young man was stunned by Tianhu's words. After a moment, he laughed bitterly and said, "I'm afraid you've come to the wrong person. Just like you, I'm also a prisoner of the Crimson Demon. You should look for the Crimson Demon instead." Tianhu did not give up. He continued to say, "Young Master Jun, I only need you to protect me until the secret realm opens again. Once we enter the secret realm, you don't need to protect me anymore." A hint of desperation could be seen in Tianhu's voice when he spoke. He was naturally unwilling to die in Duan Ling Tian's hands before the secret realm opened again. He wanted to raise his strength before the secret realm opened again so he would have a higher chance of surviving. Moreover, if he became stronger, he might not have to fear fighting Duan Ling Tian with Aolong Yu. He knew that Aolong Yu was on the verge of a breakthrough, and it was possible that Aolong Yu might be able to do so before the secret realm opened again. All in all, he and Aolong Yu needed protection to buy time for themselves. In his opinion, he and Aolong Yu might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian now, but that might not be the case after a few years. The white-clad young man looked at Tianhu knowingly as he asked, "Are you afraid that the newcomer will attack you?" Tianhu took a deep breath and replied, "Young Master Jun, I'll be honest with you. Aolong Yu and I are indeed afraid that he might make a move on us. That's why I'm seeking protection from you as a preventive measure. I believe he won't dare to cause trouble if you're around." Tianhu was clearly confident about the white-clad young man's ability. The white-clad young man, Shangguan Jun, was a top advanced supreme god and one of the strongest prodigies in the Crimson Demon's little world, after all. In Tianhu's opinion, Duan Ling Tian was at most on par with Shangguan Jun. It would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to beat Shangguan Jun. Shangguan looked at Tianhu before he shifted his eyes to the spatial ring and said, "It's not a problem for me to protect you. However, I'll have to see if your sincerity is worth my protection. Otherwise, you'll have to look for another person to protect you. After all, I'm not the only person in this little world who's capable of protecting you." Tianhu bowed slightly and handed the spatial ring to Shangguan Jun as he said, "Young Master Jun, please have a look." After accepting the spatial ring, Shangguan Jun claimed ownership of it before he took a look inside. His gaze was calm in the beginning, but his eyes suddenly lit up like the stars in the sky a moment later. His breathing was slightly heavy, and he had to take a deep breath to calm down before he looked at Tianhu and said, "You're really generous, I have no reason to refuse you. We have a deal. If we were in the outer boundary, I wouldn't make an enemy out of him due to his high innate talent. However, there's no reason for me to fear him here since all of us are just waiting for our deaths in the Crimson Demon's little world." After a brief pause, Shangguan Jun continued to say, "You'll stay and cultivate here until the secret realm opens again. If Duan Ling Tian shows up, I'll stop him." "Thank you, young Master Jun," Tianhu said, delighted. He finally felt at ease after Shangguan Jun agreed to his request. When Tianhu successfully obtained Shangguan Jun's protection, Aolong Yu had just arrived outside of a cave. The cave was the cultivation ground of another prodigy comparable to Shangguan Jun. After greeting the prodigy, Aolong Yu expressed his intention and made an irresistible offer. Similar to Tianhu, he also successfully obtained protection from a prodigy who was one of the strongest prodigies in the Crimson Demon's little world. It did not take long for word of the duo's actions to spread. The surviving prodigies could empathize with the duo. After all, if they were in the duo's shoes, they would have done the same. It's impossible for Duan Ling Tian to attack Aolong Yu and Tianhu now that the duo has Sun Ji Yao and Shangguan Jun's protection. Chapter 4386 Duan Ling Tian, the Advanced Supreme God. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that Aolong Yu and Tianhu were so frightened that they had both paid a high price to hire the strongest prodigies in the Crimson Demon's little world to protect them. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was completely immersed in cultivating, losing track of time and everything else. With the help of the divine fountain, his cultivation improved very quickly, and he was drawing closer and closer to the realm of advanced supreme gods. Even the Crimson Demon, who would spy on Duan Ling Tian occasionally, could sense the change and improvement in Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. This kid's cultivation speed is truly amazing. Initially, I plan to open the secret realm after a few years. However, based on the current situation, I'll delay it until he becomes an advanced supreme god. The next secret realm will be the final secret realm. Only one person will be chosen in the end. Previously, the secret realm opened ahead of time. This time, I'll postpone the opening. It'll also give the others more time to recuperate. The dozen or so prodigies in the Crimson Demon's little world who survived the secret realm assumed that the next secret realm would open ahead of time as well. They speculated that it would open again in a few years. However, after a few years had passed, they discovered that the secret realm did not open. Then, another few years passed, and they found that the secret realm also did not open. Perhaps, the secret realm will open according to the old schedule. Many people shared this idea. However, when the time came again, the secret realm still did not open, causing the prodigies to feel puzzled. What's going on? Why isn't the secret realm open yet? Perhaps, there's a delay because it was opened ahead of time previously. Something doesn't feel right. Although the prodigies were confused, there was nothing they could do. After all, everything was under the Crimson Demon's control in this place. Among the prodigies, many of them were direct descendants of supreme powerhouses, and those supreme powerhouses had always been willing to help them. Alas, they had no way to seek help from those supreme powerhouses in the Crimson Demon's little world. A few of them even had life-saving jade tokens, which would help them contact a supreme powerhouse in the outside world but were useless in the Crimson Demon's little world. Unsurprisingly, all forms of communication were cut off in the Crimson Demon's little world, making it impossible for them to seek help. The Crimson Demon had planned everything meticulously, after all. Similarly, Aolong Yu and Tian Hu were also puzzled. What's going on? The secret realm hasn't opened yet. At this time, the duo had healed from most of their injuries. They thought they would have to enter the secret realm injured and did not expect to have the time to heal their injuries before entering the secret realm. In any case, this is good news for me. It seems like I'll be able to heal all my injuries before entering the secret realm again. Perhaps, I'll also be able to raise my strength further before entering the secret realm. Tian Hu muttered to himself with bright eyes. Similarly, Aolong Yu's eyes lit up as well as he muttered under his breath, I've grown stronger. I might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian alone, but if I join forces with Tian Hu, it'll be very difficult for him to kill us. If Tian Hu's strength has improved as well, we might even be on par with him if we join forces. Since the secret realm has yet to open, I'll continue healing my injuries. Once I'm completely healed, I'll be able to protect myself better. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who did not pay attention to the opening of the secret realm. He was still immersed in cultivating and left the 5 divine elements to guard him. If there was trouble, they would alert him immediately. He was not worried about missing the secret realm since the Crimson Demon's voice would jolt him awake even if the 5 divine elements did not remind him. While Duan Ling Tian cultivated, he absorbed the liquid from the divine fountain and converted part of it into his divine energy. As a result, his divine energy continued to grow stronger. When Duan Ling Tian finally opened his eyes, he had already successfully broken through. His eyes shone briefly with excitement before he quickly calmed down. How long have I been cultivating? It feels like I've absorbed most of the liquid from the divine fountain in my possession. I have less than half left. After checking his spatial ring, he found that he had 3/5 less of what he had before he began to cultivate. He only had 2/5 of liquid from the divine fountain left. His eyes widened slightly as he asked the world-cleansing divine water, Sister Water, how long have I been cultivating? You've been cultivating for 32 years, the world-cleansing divine water replied. 32 years? So long. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly. Then, a thought appeared in his mind, and he asked, why isn't the secret realm open yet? There's no announcement from the Crimson Demon, right? I couldn't have missed it otherwise even if I was cultivating. What's going on? Moreover, if I missed entering the secret realm, the Crimson Demon definitely wouldn't let me off so easily. It seems like the secret realm truly hasn't opened yet. Duan Ling Tian was still puzzling out this matter when the Crimson Demon's voice rang in the air. The secret realm will be open after 3 months. Duan Ling Tian was slightly stunned that the secret realm would open soon after his breakthrough. It was clear that the opening of the secret realm was deliberately delayed. He wondered if it was just a coincidence. After a moment, he asked, Sister Water, do you think the Crimson Demon is aware of my breakthrough? We're in his little world, after all. The world-cleansing divine water replied, of course. As long as he keeps an eye on you, he'll naturally be aware of it. Why do you ask? The world-cleansing divine water knew that Duan Ling Tian would not ask such a question for no good reason. Duan Ling Tian told the world-cleansing divine water about the strange coincidence. Soon after you broke through, the Crimson Demon announced the opening of the secret realm in 3 months. The opening has also been delayed the longest this time. The world-cleansing divine water thought about it for a moment before she said, "If I'm not mistaken, it's not a coincidence. He must have waited for you to break through into the realm of advanced supreme gods. It's clear that he values you. Apart from that, it's likely that he'll choose the most suitable body to possess this time." The world-cleansing divine water's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's speculations. However, he really did not expect the Crimson Demon to choose a compatible body so soon. He asked skeptically, "Sister Water, why do you think that he'll choose the most compatible body this time? Even if the elimination rate is 50% like before, he'll still have a few prodigies left to choose from. Is he going to directly select someone out of the remaining survivors?" "I have my reasons for thinking this way," the world-cleansing divine water said. "Previously, you told me that the death rates have been getting higher and higher each time the secret realm opens. It's clear that the Crimson Demon is growing anxious and can't wait any longer. It seems like he has no plan of undergoing his upcoming once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it's likely that it's coming up soon. That's why he's eager to possess a new body and use his clan's technique to hide and escape from the heavenly tribulation." Duan Lingtian felt the world-cleansing divine water's analysis made sense, and his expression turned solemn immediately. Upon seeing the expression on Duan Lingtian's face, the world-cleansing divine water said, "Little Tian, you don't have to worry too much. Whether or not this is the final secret realm, the plan has always been to escape during this time, and it doesn't affect our plan at all." Duan Lingtian's expression eased up after listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, "If he really waited for you to break through before opening the secret realm, then he has inadvertently helped you. Now that you're an advanced supreme god, we have a higher chance of successfully escaping." With this, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. At the same time, the other prodigies in the Crimson Demon's little world also heard the announcement, causing their hearts to tremble. It's finally here. They had waited a long time for the secret realm to be opened, and none of them expected to wait for 32 years. Some of those who were severely injured, like Aolongyu and Tianhu, also managed to recover from their injuries during this time. Not only did Aolongyu and Tianhu completely heal from their injuries, but they also managed to raise their strength. Similar to before, the duo decided to join forces again. With their bond and rapport, they were not any weaker than the respective prodigies they hired to protect them if they joined forces. Chapter 4387 The Crimson Demon in Disguise, Duan Lingtian seeks revenge. Although Aolongyu and Tianhu had grown stronger and were on par with the two prodigies they hired if they joined forces, none of them left the protection of the two prodigies. After all, the duo had spent a huge fortune hiring them to protect them until they entered the secret realm. Moreover, if they had a conflict with Duan Lingtian now and were injured before entering the secret realm, their chances of survival would drop. At this time, Aolongyu sent a message to Tianhu. "The secret realm will open in 3 months. Before that, it's not necessary for us to meet. Those two prodigies won't leave their cultivation ground for us, and we'll lose their protection if we leave their cultivation grounds. Let's have them escort us to the entrance of the secret realm when the time comes." "I agree," Tianhu replied. He shared the same thoughts as Aolongyu. Aolongyu continued to say, "Duan Lingtian didn't show up at all over the past 32 years, and it's unlikely that he'll look for trouble over the coming 3 months. However, we still shouldn't let our guards down." Needless to say, Tianhu agreed with Aolongyu again. While the duo decided on meeting up after 3 months when the secret realm opened, they were unaware that a purple figure flew up from a mountain range and flew in the direction of their cultivation ground. After asking around, Duan Lingtian arrived at Aolongyu and Tianhu's cultivation ground, which was also a cave. "Is this really their cultivation ground?" Duan Lingtian frowned when he saw that the cave was empty. "Did they die in the secret realm? Or did the person who pointed me here lie to me?" Duan Lingtian instinctively turned and looked at the young man who pointed him to Aolongyu and Tianhu's cultivation. When the young man saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he smiled faintly and asked, "This is indeed their cultivation ground. Do you want to ask me where they've gone?" After Duan Lingtian killed Peng Pu Sha at the entrance of the secret realm previously, everyone was aware of his strength that was comparable to a top advanced supreme god despite only being an intermediate supreme god. However, the young man did not seem afraid of him. "Do you know where they've gone?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing the young man's words. His gaze changed as well when he looked at the young man. Previously, He only thought that the young man was kind for pointing him to Aolong Yu and Tian Hu's cultivation ground. However, seeing that the young man followed him here and even spoke to him so casually, he felt that the young man was definitely not as simple as he had thought. "I do," the young man replied with a nod. Both of them were severely injured during their time in the secret realm. They spent a fortune hiring a prodigy each to protect them. Those prodigies are the strongest among us. If you go looking for them now, I'm afraid those two prodigies they hired won't just stand aside and do nothing. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. He did not expect Aolong Yu and Tian Hu to be so cautious. However, this did not affect his determination to kill them at all. After all, if he were weaker, he would have died because of them. As the saying went, an eye for an eye, he would not let this matter go. When Duan Ling Tian found out that the prodigies protecting Aolong Yu and Tian Hu were top advanced supreme gods and were among the strongest people here, his eyes lit up immediately. He had just recently become an advanced supreme god, and he needed to fight to adapt to the changes in his divine energy. Although he had yet to stabilize his cultivation base, his divine energy had grown much stronger than before. For this reason, he was eager to find out exactly how strong he had become, and the best way to do that was to fight. "Can you please tell me where they are now?" Duan Ling Tian asked politely. The young man led Duan Ling Tian to a place before he pointed in two directions and said, "They are in the caves over there." The caves are the cultivation grounds of the two prodigies. Tian Hu is in the cave on the right, and Aolong Yu is in the cave on the left. After the young man finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Duan Ling Tian thanked the young man and watched the young man leave. He inexplicably felt that the young man was very mysterious. He wondered inwardly, is he also among the strongest prodigies in this place? When the young man finally vanished out of sight, Duan Ling Tian heard the sounds of hushed conversations. "Who's that person with Duan Ling Tian? I've never seen him before, he must be a recluse. I dare say that I've seen everyone here, including Duan Ling Tian who's a newcomer. However, I really don't remember seeing that person before." Four men hovered in the distant sky, looking at Duan Ling Tian. They had emerged from their caves just at the moment Duan Ling Tian and the young man arrived. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he heard the four men's words. They've never seen that young man before. I wonder how that kid will fare against them now that he has become an advanced supreme god, the young man muttered to himself before he vanished into thin air. If Duan Ling Tian were present, he would have recognized the young man's voice, which had changed from before. The voice belonged to none other than the Crimson Demon who imprisoned him here. The Crimson Demon had disguised himself. He did not know much about Duan Ling Tian, but he was certain that someone like Duan Ling Tian would not let Aolong Yu and Tian Hu go after what they had done. He was even more certain when Duan Ling Tian saw him and asked him about Aolong Yu and Tian Hu's whereabouts. As such, he decided to push the boat along and showed Duan Ling Tian the way to Aolong Yu and Tian Hu's locations. That young man must be the Crimson Demon in disguise, Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly after hearing that the four men had never seen the young man before. He was further convinced when he recalled how the young man had told him about Aolong Yu and Tian Hu's whereabouts and situations. He speculated that the Crimson Demon wanted him to find Aolong Yu and Tian Hu so the Crimson Demon could see his strength after becoming an advanced supreme god. The Crimson Demon really thinks highly of me. He waited for me to break through before he decided to open the secret realm, and now, he disguised himself and waited for me outside my cave to lead me here, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. With this, he was even more certain that the Crimson Demon hoped to possess his body. After a brief moment, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses. His eyes glinted coldly as teleported to one of the two caves. "It's payback time," Duan Ling Tian murmured to himself before he said, "Aolong Yu, are you going to come out or do you want me to come in and drag you out?" Duan Ling Tian had imbued his voice with divine energy, and as such, although it was not loud, it covered a vast area. At this time, Tian Hu, who was in the midst of cultivating, trembled. His expression was grim as he rose to his feet, preparing to go outside. In just a moment, a cold voice rang from another room in the cave. "Tian Hu, Duan Ling Tian has become an advanced supreme god." Tian Hu froze in his tracks, shocked. Subsequently, a young man walked out of a room. He was the prodigy whom Tian Hu hired to protect himself. He was among the strongest prodigies here. Apart from that, not only did he leave the secret realm unscathed previously, but he also left ahead of Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 4388 1 verses 4. Advanced Supreme God. Not even in Tianhu's wildest dreams did he imagine the intermediate Supreme God, whom he and Ao Longyu feared since 32 years ago, would become an advanced Supreme God so soon. Without Shangguan reminder, Tianhu, who had grown stronger and was confident about facing Duan Ling Tian with Ao Longyu next to him, would have been fearless. However, after learning that Duan Ling Tian had become an advanced Supreme God, he could not help but feel shaken. He trembled again when he recalled the trace of divine energy in Duan Ling Tian's voice. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian had become an advanced Supreme God. Tianhu looked at Shangguan with a grim expression and said, "Young Master Jun, after he deals with Ao Longyu and Sun Jiyao, he'll definitely come for me, and you." Shangguan grunted, "I wouldn't have agreed to your request if I'd known he would become an advanced Supreme God so soon. Follow me, we'll go to Ao Longyu and Sun Jiyao." Although Shangguan was confident about his ability, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Ling Tian at all. Even if Duan Ling Tian had yet to stabilize his cultivation base, Duan Ling Tian's divine energy had grown a level stronger. Even if he was one of the strongest prodigies here and a second-tier top advanced Supreme God, he was not completely confident he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian isn't a first-tier top advanced Supreme God, he must only be slightly weaker. Not only am I no match for him, but he might even be able to beat me in a short time, Shangguan thought to himself. He looked calm, but inwardly, he felt rather worried. At this moment, Shangguan regretted agreeing to protect Tianhu. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to have a breakthrough during this time. Shangguan knew that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, so he decisively brought Tianhu with him to look for Sun Jiyao, who was on par with him, and Ao Longyu. When Shangguan and Tianhu arrived outside Sun Jiyao's cave, Sun Jiyao and Ao Longyu were coincidentally walking out of the cave. The four of them naturally gathered and stood together without the need to speak. At this time, people began to fly over from all directions. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and the four people who stood across from him, 11 people were present on the scene. Based on this, it seemed like only 16 prodigies were left in the Crimson Demon's little world. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Ao Longyu and Tianhu before he looked at Shangguan and Sun Jiyao and asked, "Both of you are intent on protecting them?" Duan Ling Tian vaguely recognized Shangguan and Sun Jiyao. He had seen them when he fought Peng Pu Sha, but at that time, he was unaware that they were the strongest prodigies here. Shangguan furrowed his brows slightly as he said sincerely, "Duan Ling Tian, I can't let you lay a single finger on Tianhu until the secret realm opens 3 months later. Wait until you leave the secret realm before you make a move on him. After that, if he survives, I promise that I won't protect him anymore even if he offers me a huge fortune." Before Duan Ling Tian responded, Sun Jiyao, a blue-clad young man, chimed in, "The same goes for me as well." Upon hearing Shangguan and Sun Jiyao's words, Ao Longyu and Tianhu's faces twisted into unsightly expressions. When they sought protection from the duo, they were seriously injured, so they did not have high hopes of surviving the next secret realm. Things naturally changed when the secret realm only opened 32 years later. They healed their injuries completely, increasing their chances of survival. Alas, they did not expect that they would still need the duo's protections after coming out of the upcoming secret realm. Ao Longyu and Tianhu exchanged a look and quickly discussed among themselves before they sent a message to Shangguan and Sun Jiyao. "Young Master Jun, brother Sun." Unsurprisingly, Ao Longyu and Tianhu offered up everything they had in exchange for Shangguan and Sun Jiyao's protection. They were willing to do anything as long as they could preserve their lives. Unfortunately, Shangguan and Sun Jiyao ignored the duo. After all, they were not so foolish as to offend Duan Ling Tian, who had become an advanced Supreme God and was likely stronger than them now. They naturally hoped to come to a compromise with Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, panic set in when Tianhu and Ao Longyu saw Shangguan and Sun Jiyao ignoring them. They naturally did not want to face Duan Ling Tian if they survived the upcoming secret realm. After all, even if they survived, they would undoubtedly be injured. At that time, it would be impossible for them to defend themselves against Duan Ling Tian, who had become an advanced Supreme God. Although they knew they could not avoid death in the Crimson Demon's hand, they wanted to live for as long as they could. Moreover, there was a chance that the Crimson Demon might let them go after choosing a person to possess. After all, as a supreme powerhouse, the Crimson Demon could easily erase their memories and release them without any consequences. All the prodigies hoped to survive and leave this place, and as such, many of them held on to this hope. At this time, the other prodigies could see how wary Shangguan Jun and Sun Jiyao were now that Duan Ling Tian had become an advanced supreme god. Although the duo did not say it outright, based on Sun Jiyao's response, it was clear that he stood on Shangguan Jun's side. It seems like Shangguan Jun and Sun Jiyao are going to join forces. Clearly, they're pressured by Duan Ling Tian, who has become an advanced supreme god. Unbelievable, a newcomer who's been here for a few decades became so powerful so quickly. I wonder how strong he has become. It's possible that he's the strongest person here. The other prodigies whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian, wondering how he would react. Most of them thought that Duan Ling Tian would compromise. Otherwise, he would need to face 4 opponents at once. Putting Shangguan Jun and Sun Jiyao aside, Aolong Yuan Tian, who would definitely kill Duan Ling Tian if the opportunity arose. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Shangguan Jun and Sun Jiyao and said nonchalantly, "I'm afraid none of you're able to stop me from killing them." The prodigies were all shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. Shangguan Jun scoffed. "How presumptuous! Why don't you give it a try?" Sun Jiyao said indignantly. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand. Following that, his doppelgangers from the Law of Space and Law of Time flew toward Shangguan Jun and Sun Jiyao. They did not engage in a fight with the 2 prodigies. Instead, they used the Law of Space and the Law of Time respectively to restrain the 2 prodigies. In terms of strength, the doppelgangers were naturally no match for Shangguan Jun and Sun Jiyao. In fact, Duan Ling Tian did not send his doppelgangers to defeat or kill the 2 prodigies. What he wanted to test was his doppelgangers' abilities to restrain the 2 prodigies. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian said to Shangguan Jun and Sun Jiyao through voice transmission, "Gentlemen, we can still coexist peacefully as long as you don't destroy my doppelgangers. Otherwise, I won't hold back if I encounter both of you in the secret realm." Shangguan Jun and Sun Jiyao's expressions darkened immediately. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's divine energy burst forth. At the same time, he cast the Law of Time and mobilized the energies of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Like a huge 7-colored sword ray, Duan Ling Tian, who was brimming with his divine energy, the divine tree of life's vital energy, and the 5 divine elements' mysterious energies, shot toward Aolong Yuan Tian, who. Terrifying heat waves swept out into the surroundings, stirring up a violent wind in their wake. In just a moment, a mountain range collapsed into a giant pit, stirring up a heavy cloud of dust. "Hang in there. Young Master Jun will rescue us after the doppelgangers are destroyed," Tian Hu cried out to Aolong Yu as he mobilized his divine energy and cast his strongest law. He brought out his prominent divine artifact before he shot toward the huge 7-colored sword ray. Upon seeing this, Aolong Yu had no choice but to follow suit and join forces with Tian Hu. Chapter 4389 Duan Ling Tian's trails are exposed. Tian Hu and Aolong Yu did not think they would lose to Duan Ling Tian if they joined forces with Sun Jiyao and Shangguan Jun. For this reason, they did not despair even though Sun Jiyao and Shangguan Jun were held back by Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger. They thought that the duo would come to their rescue after destroying the doppelgangers. The terrifyingly huge 7-colored sword ray that eclipsed the sun caused chills to run up the other prodigies' spines as it shot out in the air. At the same time, they whispered among themselves, "Duan Ling Tian is too terrifying. With his strength, he's definitely the strongest among us. Aolong Yu and Tian Hu were truly foolish to have offended him. Fortunately, I didn't provoke him even though I dislike him. Otherwise, I'd be like them." There's no doubt that Sun Jiyao and Shangguan Jun won't protect them anymore once the secret realm opens. Similar to Aolong Yu and Tian Hu, the other prodigies assumed that Sun Jiyao and Shangguan Jun would join forces with Aolong Yu and Tian Hu to fight Duan Ling Tian after the doppelgangers were destroyed. Meanwhile, although Aolong Yu and Tian Hu attacked with all their might, they were still suppressed by Duan Ling Tian. Although their attacks were quite powerful, they only managed to slow down the sword ray. In the end, the huge sword ray easily destroyed their attacks. What are they doing? At this moment, Aolong Yu and Tian Hu began to panic when they saw that Sun Jiyao and Shangguan Jun were still restrained by the doppelgangers. They did not expect the doppelgangers to restrain the duo for so long. At the same time, they quickly exhausted their strength trying to defend themselves against Duan Ling Tian's fierce attack. "Are you waiting for Sun Jiyao and Shangguan Jun?" Duan Ling Tian asked Aolong Yu and Tian Hu through voice transmission before he said, "I just warned them not to destroy my doppelgangers. Otherwise, I won't hold back if I run into them in the secret realm. I'm afraid it'll only be in vain if you're waiting for them to come to your rescue." Although Duan Ling Tian had spoken tonelessly, his voice was like the thunder in Aolong Yu and Tian Hu's ears. They finally realized that Duan Ling Tian had threatened Sun Ji Yao and Shangguan Jun. Most importantly, based on the duo's performance, it was clear that the threat was effective. In just a blink of an eye, they were overwhelmed by despair. After all, it was clear that the duo would not come to their rescue. Following that, Duan Ling Tian easily crushed Aolong Yu and Tian Hu's defenses before he killed them. In just a blink of an eye, two relatively strong advanced supreme gods ceased to exist, leaving only their weapons and spatial rings behind. Silence reigned in the entire place as the prodigies watched the two advanced supreme gods die. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his two doppelgangers. Shangguan Jun and Sun Ji Yao looked at Duan Ling Tian at the same time. A hint of reluctance flashed in their eyes as they returned to their respective cultivation grounds. They felt like they had suffered humiliation today for failing to protect Aolong Yu and Tian Hu. They also felt embarrassed because they knew it was obvious that they had held back when they were facing the doppelgangers. Duan Ling Tian did not linger and returned to his cultivation ground as well. He had achieved his goal of killing Aolong Yu and Tian Hu. He had no reason to stay any longer. He wanted to continue to cultivate so he could grow stronger and escape from the Crimson Demon. After Duan Ling Tian left, the other prodigies sighed. Aolong Yu and Tian Hu are really unfortunate. I didn't expect Shangguan Jun and Sun Ji Yao to abandon them. How unreliable. This just proves that they're not trustworthy. We should be cautious of them and think twice even if we have to join forces with them in the secret realm. The cyclic world. The Sun clan in the upper Tri-Domain's Luo domain was acknowledged as the strongest force among the three major prime supreme rank forces. Whenever the clan's supreme powerhouse returned, the members of the clan would receive him with a grand celebration. This was not surprising since they worshipped him like an omnipotent deity. However, this time, the celebratory atmosphere was absent during the supreme powerhouse's return. On the contrary, an ominous atmosphere loomed over the clan's estate. At this time, Sun Yiqian, one of the clan's most brilliant prodigies, and a middle-aged man were kneeling in the main hall. The middle-aged man was Sun Long. Sun Yiqian wore an expression of disbelief on his face while Sun Long wore an expression of regret and helplessness. Tell us how both of you met him in detail. Sun Ping Yun, the Sun clan's one and only supreme powerhouse and pillar of strength, sat in the main hall. He seldom returned to the Sun clan, and this time, he returned because of Duan Ling Tian. He discovered that it was likely that Duan Ling Tian, the terrifying prodigy from the god-defying world who escaped, was the same person as the intermediate supreme god who came to the Sun clan a few decades ago. As news of this matter spread, the supreme powerhouses from the cyclic world began to show up at the Sun clan and demand liquid from the divine fountain from Sun Ping Yun. In their opinion, since Duan Ling Tian was able to escape to the outer boundary from the Sun clan's estate, Duan Ling Tian must have given something to the Sun clan. However, the truth was Sun Ping Yun knew nothing about this matter. Not only did he not gain anything from Duan Ling Tian, but he also did not know that Duan Ling Tian was the intermediate supreme god who used the Sun clan's transportation formation to go to the outer boundary. When he first caught wind of this matter, he had returned to the clan immediately to investigate the matter. He wanted to find out who had given Duan Ling Tian permission to use the Sun clan's transportation formation to the outer boundary. It did not take long for him to find out that Sun Yiqian was the key person and that Sun Long was present when the former met Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 4390 World Supreme Powerhouse. Sun Yiqian was in disbelief. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian, the god-defying world's heaven-defying prodigy, was brother Li Feng, who had rescued him. He knew that the monstrous prodigy from the god-defying world's lower realms was stronger than most advanced supreme gods despite being only about 1,000 years old. Moreover, due to his strength and luck, Duan Ling Tian also possessed a huge amount of liquid from the divine fountain that even supreme powerhouses coveted. Meanwhile, Sun Long recounted their encounter with Duan Ling Tian to Sun Ping Yun, the supreme powerhouse of the Sun clan. Based on your words, it seems like he really did save Yu Qian's life, Sun Ping Yun said as he shifted his gaze to Sun Yiqian, the Sun clan's most outstanding prodigy. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, however, the coincidence is too uncanny. He rescued Yu Qian, but is it a coincidence that our clan also possesses the transportation formation to the outer boundary? Who knows if everything was set up by him? As a supreme powerhouse, Sun Pingyun had lived the longest among the members of the Sun clan. Based on his experience, he did not think that Sun Yiqian and Sun Long's encounter with Duan Lingtian was a mere coincidence. Sun Yiqian had never doubted his encounter with Li Feng, the man who saved him. However, after listening to Sun Pingyun, he did not think that it was impossible for it to be a setup. Not only did Duan Lingtian hide his identity, but he also came to the cyclic world and coincidentally rescued Sun Yiqian, the Sun clan's most outstanding prodigy, which gave him access to the Sun clan's transportation formation that led to the outer boundary. Moreover, it was not hard to guess that Duan Lingtian did not dare to go to the outer boundary from the god-defying world due to the liquid from the divine fountain in his possession that even supreme powerhouses coveted. Sun Yiqian took a deep breath and said solemnly with his forehead still pressed against the ground, "Old ancestor, this is all my fault. Second uncle doesn't have anything to do with it. I'm willing to bear the consequences and be punished." Upon hearing this, Sun Long's expression changed immediately. Yiqian, Sun Long might lose his qualification to become the next clan leader of the Sun clan if the supreme powerhouse of the Sun clan held Sun Yiqian responsible. Sun Pingyu grunted and said coldly, "How loyal. Very well, I'll fulfill your wish if that's what you want. From this day onward, Sun Yiqian, your status as a direct descendant of the Sun clan is revoked. Your status will only be reinstated after you become an advanced supreme god." The expressions of Sun Long and the other high-ranking officials of the Sun clan, who supported Sun Long and Sun Yiqian, changed immediately. Sun Long leapt to his feet and hastily said, "Old ancestor. It's all my fault. Yiqian is still young and inexperienced. It's only normal for him to make mistakes. As an elder, I failed to guide him." Sun Long was like an ant on a hot pan at this moment. If Sun Yiqian was temporarily cast out of the Sun clan, he would not be able to compete for the position of the clan leader of the Sun clan until he became an advanced supreme god. With that, one of the other candidates would become the next clan leader for the next 10,000 years at least. The clan leader of the Sun clan would usually serve for 10,000 years before a new clan leader was elected. If there were no other more suitable candidates, the clan leader would continue to serve the clan. After Sun Long spoke up, quite a few high-ranking officials chimed in, but they were all silenced by Sun Pingyun's frosty gaze. "This matter is settled," Sun Pingyun said expressionlessly. Although he looked indifferent, he felt rather gloomy at this moment. After all, he still had to face the other supreme powerhouses who suspected he gained some benefits from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was unaware that his identity had been exposed in the cyclic world and that the supreme powerhouses had found out that he came to the outer boundary through the Sun clan's transportation formation. Moreover, word of this matter had also spread to the god-defying world. In the pavilion on a floating island in the endless void, a middle-aged man said respectfully to the young man in the pavilion, "My lord, Duan Lingtian is already in the outer boundary." The young man nodded slightly in response. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he said, "My lord, he's just an intermediate supreme god. Isn't it too cruel to let him go to the outer boundary? Nobody in the god-defying world would dare to lay a hand on him if you speak out. Are you afraid that he'll die prematurely?" the young man asked. "Yes," the middle-aged man replied with a slight nod. In the middle-aged man's opinion, Duan Lingtian was very lucky so far. However, the outer boundary was much more dangerous compared to the god-defying world. A monstrous prodigy like Duan Lingtian was not unprecedented in the god-defying world, but most of them died shortly after going to the outer boundary. "It's his fate if he dies," the young man said. "He'll be able to survive in the outer boundary as long as he lays low. If he dies there, it only proves that he's foolish to have drawn unnecessary attention." Despite his words, the young man looked highly upon Duan Lingtian, who was a rare prodigy in the history of the god-defying world. However, he knew that Duan Lingtian would only become an ordinary supreme powerhouse if Duan Lingtian was not tempered by his experience in the outer boundary. After Master's demise, there has never been a supreme powerhouse who ranks among the top 30 supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds. The god-defying world's current peace is all thanks to Master's reputation. However, if the other supreme powerhouses find out that Master has passed, the god-defying world will likely face a crisis, the young man thought to himself with a sigh. After a moment, the young man said, "If there's nothing else, you can take your leave." The middle-aged left after the young man spoke. The young man continued to stare ahead and sighed heavily. "Things are too difficult." The two senior uncles have high hopes for me, but I'm afraid they've overestimated my ability. I might be on par with them now, but I'm still far from becoming a world supreme powerhouse. In the history of the myriad worlds, in its prime, there were only 40 world supreme powerhouses at most. Now, there are fewer than 30 of them. Master used to be one of them. There are at least 800 to 1,000 supreme powerhouses like me and my senior uncles in the myriad worlds. Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and comprehension skills are shocking. However, it's impossible for him to become a world supreme powerhouse if I keep him under my wings. Every world supreme powerhouse went through many trials and tribulations in the outer boundary before they rose to the peak. As such, there's no doubt that the outer boundary is the best training ground for him. In the Crimson Demon's little world, Duan Ling Tian was naturally clueless about the high hopes that the supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world had for him. At this moment, he was completely engrossed in cultivating, determined to grow as strong as he could before the secret realm opened. It would increase his chance of escaping from the Crimson Demon's little world. After all, just as Crimson Demon had announced before, the secret realm opened. Duan Ling Tian flew out of his cave toward the entrance of the secret realm. When he arrived, a few prodigies were already gathered there and were chatting among themselves. When the prodigies saw Duan Ling Tian, they greeted him enthusiastically. "Brother Ling Tian, are you ready to enter the secret realm? Brother Ling Tian, please take care of me if we meet in the secret realm. Brother Ling Tian." These few prodigies were on par with Oolong Yu and Tian Hu. Previously, they had no interactions with Duan Ling Tian at all. However, at this moment, all of them were trying to get acquainted with Duan Ling Tian. Their attitude changed completely after they witnessed his strength 3 months ago. Chapter 4391 Escape Plan. Faced with the enthusiastic people in front of him, Duan Ling Tian responded with a smile and a nod. He had no enmity with these people. Since they took the initiative to greet him, he would not ignore them. At the same time, he also felt a little sad and emotional for them. If he successfully escaped, it would be fine. Otherwise, his outcome would be no different from theirs. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and flew into the secret realm. "I'll have to depend on the divine tree of life, Sister Water, and the others." Although Duan Ling Tian also had a part to play in the escape plan, the main stars were the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. The divine tree of life had the most important role since their plan was to target the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's little world. Duan Ling Tian and the 5 divine elements would assist the divine tree of life in his body in his plan to escape from the Crimson Demon's little world under the nose of the Crimson Demon. When Duan Ling Tian was still an intermediate supreme god, the world-cleansing divine water told him that he only had a 50% chance of succeeding. Now that he became an advanced supreme god, his chances of success had increased greatly. However, he was not particularly joyful. After all, no matter how high the chances were, even if it were a 99% chance of success, there was still a chance of failure unless there was a 100% guarantee that he would succeed. "I'm in." After entering the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian found himself in the sky above the sea. The sea was boundless with no end in sight. Just like before, he had to determine the correct direction to the heart of the secret realm. The rules were the same every time the prodigies entered the secret realm. They would be sent to the periphery of a huge circle before they had to find their way to the center of the circle. Once they arrived at their destination, they would be able to leave the secret realm. Unlike the rules that remained the same, the environment in the secret realm would change every time. The prodigies would also be sent to a different place. For example, Duan Ling Tian was sent to a forest previously, but now, he was above the sea. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the sky as he surveyed his surroundings to find the right direction to the heart of the secret realm. The sea was calm, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. "Sister Water, what do I need to do to cooperate with you and Senior Wood Spirit?" Duan Ling Tian consulted the world-cleansing divine water. "For now, you only need to find the direction to the heart of the secret realm and make your way there. While you go through the challenges, Wood Spirit will look for the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's little world. After Wood Spirit locates the tree, we'll channel our energy to Wood Spirit to help it temporarily control the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life." Under normal circumstances, divine trees of life in the little worlds of supreme powerhouses are usually in a deep state of slumber. As such, Wood Spirit will have a chance to take control of it briefly. Needless to say, the stronger Wood Spirit is, the easier and faster it'll be for it to control the other party. Previously, the world-cleansing divine water did not reveal the details of the plan to Duan Ling Tian. As such, he only found out now that Wood Spirit planned to temporarily control the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's little world. If the plan succeeded, he would be able to leave the Crimson Demon's little world and possibly also escape the clutches of the Crimson Demon. Things would not have been so easy if the Crimson Demon's little world was placed in his body. Fortunately, the Crimson Demon's little world was now placed in the Crimson Demon Ridge. As such, if Wood Spirit managed to control his divine tree of life briefly, Duan Ling Tian would be able to escape his notice and leave. "Sister Water, please let me know if you need my help," Duan Ling Tian said, sounding anxious. It was only natural since his freedom and survival hinged on the success of this plan. He would either die or be possessed if he stayed here. Even without the threat of death, the Crimson Demon's little world was not optimal for cultivation. He had discovered this when he cultivated diligently over the past few decades. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel anxious again when he thought about what would happen if their plan failed. If the Crimson Demon was alerted and he was discovered before he could escape, he would either be killed immediately or placed on close watch until the Crimson Demon decided on who to possess. Duan Ling took a deep breath to calm down before he focused on the job at hand. "I have to find the way to the heart of the secret realm." Previously, Duan Ling Tian found a clue in a tree that stood out from the rest in a forest. However, this time, after looking around for a while, he still could not find anything. The sea was calm and seemed to be devoid of life. "I'll try looking in the sea, perhaps the clue that'll point me in the right direction is there." Duan Ling Tian continued to search for clues. 15 minutes passed, half an hour passed, but Duan Ling Tian still did not find anything. It was not until about 2 hours had passed when Duan Ling Tian finally found something with his divine consciousness in the sea. If he had not been concentrating, he would not have detected the slight fluctuations, which was an abnormality. This way, after confirming it, Duan Ling Tian flew in the direction the clue pointed him to. After flying for 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian finally encountered the first test. A series of thunderous sounds rang in the air as the calm surface of the sea was disturbed. In just a moment, huge figures shot out of the sea. They were all terrifyingly powerful demons. These demons were in all kinds of shapes. Some resembled birds, some were like wild beasts, and some were like snakes. The only thing they had in common was their bloodthirsty red eyes and that they were all black and covered with sharp scales. About 20 demons stared at Duan Ling Tian after coming out of the sea. Without another word, they rushed toward him in a frenzy as though he was their arch-enemy. Duan Ling Tian had just brought his 7 orifices exquisite sword out and was prepared to strike when the world-cleansing divine water suddenly said, "There's no need for you to attack. Let Wood Spirit deal with them." Duan Ling Tian stopped moving as soon as the world-cleansing divine water. Then, in the next moment, he saw a shocking scene. Chapter 4392. You fool! Duan Ling Tian looked around, and soon enough, he saw another, him, appear. He was certain it was not his doppelganger due to their lack of connection. The other him fought fiercely with the huge demons that came out of the sea almost as soon as they appeared. Duan Ling Tian felt like he was watching a show on television when he watched the fight that was getting further and further away. Wood Spirit has begun to invade the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life. With our help, it's using the Crimson Demon's tree of life to confuse the Crimson Demon. Wood Spirit is doing this because it's worried that the Crimson Demon is monitoring you, which will hinder our plan. The world-cleansing divine water promptly explained. With this, Duan Ling Tian found out that this was also part of Wood Spirit's plan, and everything in front of him was conjured by Wood Spirit. Those big demons. Duan Ling Tian was still slightly puzzled when he thought about the huge demon's strength. If everything was an illusion, where did they go? The tests and challenges in the secret realm are all controlled by the Crimson Demon. To be precise, they're controlled by the Crimson Demon using his divine tree of life. Under normal circumstances, even if the divine tree of life is in a deep slumber, the Crimson Demon would still be able to use it to control everything in the secret realm. Needless to say, the divine tree of life is even more adept at controlling things here compared to its owner, the Crimson Demon. Wood Spirit briefly controlled the tree and used it to send the demons back into the sea. If the Crimson Demon is watching, he'd see the illusion. Wood Spirit conjured through his divine tree of life. Then, the word-cleansing divine water's voice turned serious as she continued to say, "Now, let's hurry up and get down to business." Follow my instructions and channel your energy into Wood Spirit so he'll have better control of the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life and help you escape from the Crimson Demon's little world. Hopefully, it'll be able to help you escape pursuit as well before the Crimson Demon realizes what happened. Duan Ling Tian's heart began to pound when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Once the Crimson Demon was alerted, the Crimson Demon would definitely hunt him down. It was of great importance that he was able to escape the Crimson Demon's pursuit after leaving the Crimson Demon's little world as well. Alright, let's start. Duan Ling Tian put away his distracting thoughts and followed the world-cleansing divine water's instructions and channeled his energy to his divine tree of life in his little world. He could feel his divine tree of life releasing energy into the secret realm, but the energy disappeared quickly. It was as though the secret realm was a bottomless pit that could not be filled with the divine tree of life's energy. The world-cleansing divine water and Duan Ling Tian were only speculating that the Crimson Demon was keeping an eye on him. They were unaware that as soon he entered the secret realm, the Crimson Demon had been watching him. It only took a few glances at the others once in a while. He, who was in the Crimson Demon Ridge, could see everything in the secret realm through the divine tree of life in his little world. After watching Duan Ling Tian for a long time, the Crimson Demon felt that something was amiss. Logically, with Duan Ling Tian's strength, it shouldn't take him so long to pass the first test. What is he doing? The Crimson Demon watched as Duan Ling Tian fought on even ground with the group of huge demons. They were so evenly matched that it was difficult to tell who would emerge victorious. However, he quickly noticed that Duan Ling Tian was not going all out. Is he trying to use the demons to discover something? Perhaps, he's not sure that he's going in the right direction. Or perhaps, he's trying to confirm if there are any other clues to gain from fighting these demons. The Crimson Demon nodded to himself when he thought about it, feeling at ease. He felt that his speculations made sense. After a moment, the Crimson Demon shifted his attention to the other prodigies. At this moment, not counting Duan Ling Tian, about a dozen prodigies, including Sun Jiyao and Shangguan Jun, had also entered the secret realm. Similar to Duan Ling Tian, they found themselves hovering in the sky above the sea as soon as they entered. Most of them had yet to find the clue, and only a few people managed to find something and began to make their way to their destination. Among the few who found something, 2 of them went in the wrong direction. The duo was among those who had greeted Duan Ling Tian earlier at the entrance of the secret realm. One of them barely passed the first test after going the wrong way. He was seriously injured after killing a huge number of demons. As such, during the second test, he was further injured before he was killed. This isn't fair. The prodigy roared mournfully before he died, becoming the food in the belly of the demons. After he died, the other prodigy followed suit. The Crimson Demon watched everything indifferently. This is how it should be. This time, I'll be able to choose the most suitable body for me. I hope Duan Ling Tian won't let me down. Until now, the Crimson Demon still favored Duan Ling Tian the most. For this reason, he paid special attention to Duan Ling Tian. If it were not for the requirements imposed by the ancestors of his clan, he would have directly chosen Duan Ling Tian to possess. After some time had passed, the sense that something was amiss grew stronger in the Crimson Demon. The other few surviving prodigies were already halfway to the heart of the secret realm and had passed half of the tests, but strangely, Duan Ling Tian was still fighting on even ground with the big demons from the first test. What's going on? This isn't possible. What the hell is trying to do? The Crimson Demon grew suspicious, and unlike before, he began to scrutinize Duan Ling Tian's every movement. In just a short moment, he discovered the problem. It's an illusion. The Crimson Demon's expression changed drastically as he bellowed, "You fool." The Crimson Demon's voice was so thunderous that everyone in the Crimson Demon Ridge, including his personal demon guards, centurions, and decurions, heard his voice. Their expressions changed immediately as they shuddered in fear. They could not help but wonder who the Crimson Demon was scolding. At the same time, they felt sorry for the person, knowing that the person was going to meet his demise soon. It was their first time seeing the Crimson Demon so angry after they became his puppet. A figure flew up in the Crimson Demon Ridge and shot out like a streak of light. Based on the tear in the void, it was clear how fast the figure was moving. Not long after, a voice burning with fury rang in the Crimson Demon's little world. Who dares to take control of my divine tree of life while it slumbers? Damn it, don't even think of escaping. Chapter 4393 Escape. Duan Ling Tian was now desperately moving forward at lightning speed. He did not hold back at all. Earlier, the divine tree of life in his little world finally found a chance to control the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life to create an opening out of the Crimson Demon's little world. It managed to persist for a while after that before its energy in the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life dissipated. Duan Tian knew that it was likely that the Crimson Demon had already been alerted. However, he had no time to worry at this moment and could only focus on escaping as fast as he could. He flew out of the spatial tear and returned to the outer boundary. The Crimson Demon's little world was located outside of his body in the outer boundary. After returning to the outer boundary, Duan Tian did not dare to stay where he was and quickly fled. Whether or not I can escape the Crimson Demon's pursuit depends on this critical moment. The only thought left in Duan Tian's head now was to escape. For days, he continued to flee. When his divine energy was almost depleted, he would use divine pills to replenish it. He did not stop at all the entire time. Several days had passed, and the Crimson Demon had yet to catch up to him. It was likely impossible for the Crimson Demon to find him now, but he still did not dare to let his guard down, fearing that the slightest mistake would land him in the clutches of the Crimson Demon again. If he failed to escape this time and was caught, it was impossible for him to escape again. At that time, only two outcomes awaited him: he would be killed or possessed by the Crimson Demon. During the few days Duan Tian spent fleeing, the Crimson Demon did not stay idle. He did not even stay to reprimand the divine tree of life in his little world. He only told the divine tree of life that Duan Tian had escaped before he gave chase. Alas, the Crimson Demon did not find any trace of Duan Tian at all. It was as though Duan Tian's traces had been erased. Although the Crimson Demon was a supreme powerhouse and had an incredibly strong divine consciousness, he did not dare to recklessly extend his divine consciousness out in the outer boundary, fearing that he would provoke another supreme powerhouse. At that time, things would be bad for him. He was already injured from his last once in 10,000-year heavenly tribulation and had yet to recover. He knew it would be almost impossible for him to survive his next heavenly tribulation. This was the reason he was so anxious to find a compatible body to possess. If he fought another supreme powerhouse at this time, it would only further injure him and affect his plan to possess a body. In the end, the Crimson Demon finally gave up on chasing Duan Tian after a few days. He knew that, at this point, even if he continued, it was unlikely for him to find Duan Tian. "You're really lucky." Duan Tian had clearly been planning this for a long time. The Crimson Demon truly did not expect him to have such means. "I'm really curious about how he escaped." The Crimson Demon was so focused on chasing Duan Tian that he did not even communicate with his divine tree of life. As such, he was privy to details of Duan Tian's escape. After giving up on chasing Duan Tian, the Crimson Demon returned to the place near the Crimson Demon Ridge where his little world was located. He quickly went into his little world and looked for his divine tree of life. "Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation for this matter?" the Crimson Demon asked, clearly angry. "I was sleeping and recuperating. When I came to my senses and found them, it was already too late," an elderly voice replied before launching into a coughing fit. In a place in the Crimson Demon's little world where the prodigies the Crimson Demon imprisoned could not access, stood an upright and majestic towering tree. If Duan Tian had seen the towering tree, he would have felt that his divine tree of life looked insignificant in comparison. "I acted as soon as I woke up, but it was too late. I don't dare to use too much power in fear of affecting your possession plan." The owner of the elderly voice belonged to the Crimson Demon's divine tree of life. The vital energy of the divine tree of life was a little weak at this moment, as though it was greatly exhausted. There were even cracks on its trunk. If one looked closely, one would be able to see many scars on it. As the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's little world, it would naturally lend a hand when the Crimson Demon needed help dealing with enemies. However, the scars on its trunk did not come from the Crimson Demon's enemies. Instead, it was from the Crimson Demon's previous once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. At that time, if it did not act in time and used its body to shield the Crimson Demon from the power of the heavenly tribulation, the Crimson Demon would have died. After hearing the divine tree of life's words and sensing its sluggish energy, the Crimson Demon's expression changed slightly. Then, he heaved a long sigh and said, "Perhaps, he's the legendary monster, I should be more careful. Based on the history of the myriad worlds, the more monstrously talented he is, the harder he is to kill and the harder it'll be to possess him. I was careless as well. I can't blame you for this. You still need to recover and control my secret realm, you've had it tough." The elderly voice said, choose the one that suits you most among the remaining people. Your success depends on this step. My remaining energy and the burning of my body should be able to help you complete the body possession. I was born in your little world, and you're like a parent to me. I'm willing to give up everything for you. As the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's little world, it naturally had to contribute to the process of the Crimson Demon's body possession. Moreover, it played a very important part. Not only did it have to exhaust its energy, but it also had to burn its body to support the Crimson Demon when the Crimson Demon possessed a new body. After that, although it would not disappear, it would fall into a long and deep sleep due to the depletion of its energy. It would only have a chance to awaken again after the Crimson Demon successfully possessed a new body and became a supreme powerhouse again. Needless to say, if the Crimson Demon failed to possess his chosen body, it would die along with the Crimson Demon. Not every divine tree of life was able to survive the death of its master. Only divine trees of life that had absorbed the realm energy for a long time had a chance of surviving the deaths of their masters and being revived if they were lucky. An example of this was Wood Spirit, the divine tree of life in Duan Ling Tian's little world. In the past, Wood Spirit's master was also the master of one of the 18 realms of gods in the god-defying world. Not only that, but he was also among the leading supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. As the divine tree of life of such a person, Wood Spirit had access to the god-defying world's realm energy to guard the god-defying world. As such, during its many years guarding the god-defying world, it was able to absorb a large amount of realm energy from the god-defying world. Apart from absorbing the realm energy, another reason the Wood Spirit was able to survive after the death of its master until Duan Ling Tian found it was due to the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, providing it with nutrition. However, if Duan Ling Tian did not find it in time, Wood Spirit would eventually perish as well. The nutrients provided by the world-cleansing divine would not be able to keep up with its speed of consumption. After all, its speed of consumption had always been greater than the nutrients the world-cleansing divine spirit provided. It only managed to recover and grow stronger thanks to the 5 divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body. Meanwhile, after the Crimson Demon heard the divine tree of life's words, he nodded. Alright, I'm going to increase the difficulty of the secret realm again. Only one of them will survive it. Duan Ling Tian better not run into me in the future. Even if I can't possess him anymore, I'll still kill him. How dare he go against me? Damn it! Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the Crimson Demon planned to kill him if they met again after the Crimson Demon successfully possessed a new body. However, even if he had known, not only would he not be afraid, but he would also look forward to meeting the Crimson Demon again. He wanted to pay the Crimson Demon back for imprisoning him and almost killing him. I should be safe now, right? After fleeing for a month, Duan Ling Tian finally stopped running for his life. Previously, it might have seemed as though he was escaping in random directions. However, in truth, he had taken great care to avoid places that were possibly territories of supreme powerhouses. He was deeply afraid of wandering into the territory of a supreme powerhouse after his experience in the Crimson Demon Ridge. It would be fine if the supreme powerhouse was easygoing. Otherwise, he would enter the lion's den again. I saw some dilapidated cities along the way. There were many humans and demons wandering in and out. Some of those demons kept their original appearance and some of them took the form of humans. There are even some plant-like huge demons. Duan Ling Tian had seen many places while he was fleeing. He knew that there were also trading places in the outer boundary. Coincidentally, there's a city up ahead. I'll go and have a look and find out where this place is. Duan Ling Tian looked at the dilapidated city not far ahead for a moment before he flew over. He could see many figures coming in and out of the city as he flew. Chapter 4394 Dancing Sun City. After entering the dilapidated city, no one paid any attention to Duan Ling Tian. After all, there were many young humans like him coming in and out of the city every day. It was difficult to tell a person's age if one did not probe with one's divine consciousness. Many of those who had lived for tens of thousands of years liked to maintain a youthful appearance after all. For this reason, no one judged a person's age or strength based on their appearance. Perhaps, there were some young people who were truly easy targets, but there were many who were much older and more powerful than they seemed. If one provoked the wrong person, one would have to pay a hefty price. This place. When Duan Ling Tian walked in, he saw many people gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Some people stood at the side and placed things in front of them, waiting for someone to ask for their prices. These people hoped to trade away treasures that were not useful to them for something useful. Unsurprisingly, those who dared to bring their treasures out here were all confident about their strength. They were also not foolish and would not bring out treasures that might attract people more powerful than themselves. After all, they would die in vain if they were killed because of a few treasures. There was no lack of robbers, and there was also no lack of robbers who would kill once they obtained what they wanted. While walking around, Duan Lingtian saw a few things that were useful to him. However, after inquiring about them, he realized he did not have what was needed to exchange for those things. Needless to say, he could easily exchange for these things with the liquid from the divine fountain, which was highly valuable, but he knew he could not bring the liquid from the divine fountain out. After all, it was something that even supreme powerhouses coveted. He would definitely be in deep trouble if he brought the liquid from the divine fountain out even with his current strength. He was not afraid of anyone under the realm of supreme powerhouses, but what if a supreme powerhouse made a move? Thinking about supreme powerhouses inadvertently made Duan Lingtian think of the Crimson Demon, causing him to shudder and feel powerless. Supreme powerhouses are too strong, it's impossible for those below the realm of supreme powerhouses to compete with them. Duan Lingtian also suddenly thought about his reason for leaving the god-defying world for the outer boundary, which led to Yun Qingyan, who had merged with a supreme powerhouse. If the other party appeared in front of him at this moment, there was nothing he could do to the other party at all. Although Duan Lingtian could not use the liquid from the divine fountain to trade, fortunately, he could still use his divine pills. In the end, he managed to exchange for a few things that would help him stabilize his cultivation base. Now that he had become an advanced supreme god, the next thing he needed to do was stabilize his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian continued to wander the city after exchanging for a few items. He noticed that none of the buildings there were intact and inhabited. The people in the city were just passers-by who came to trade. According to the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan, not all cities are dilapidated in the outer boundary. Many of the intact cities with a large number of inhabitants are controlled by powerful forces. It seems like this city I'm in should be in a remote part of the outer boundary. As Duan Lingtian wandered the city, he saw many other things that he wanted and tried to exchange for them. As time passed, he discovered that many people were staring at him. Some of them did not even bother to hide the greedy expressions on their faces or their intention to rob him. Duan Lingtian did not care about those people at all. After all, not counting the supreme powerhouses, there were only a few advanced supreme gods whom he was afraid of. As such, he was not afraid of those advanced supreme gods who were staring at him covetously. It's best if none of you fight with me. If you go looking for trouble, you can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. After exchanging for a few more things, Duan Lingtian finally left the dilapidated city. After he stepped out of the city, he discovered about a dozen people tailing him in groups. He flew a distance away before he finally turned to look at the people indifferently. Upon seeing this, the group of people was surprised that Duan Lingtian, who knew he was being targeted, did not flee after he discovered them. They wondered if he was going to obediently bring his things out, giving up resistance. Duan Lingtian's cold gaze swept past the dozen or so people as he said slowly in a menacing voice, "If anyone continues to follow me, I'll kill them." Upon hearing these words, most of the people who tailed Duan Lingtian laughed. He's just entered the realm of advanced supreme gods, but he's so arrogant. He probably doesn't know that we're aware of his cultivation. Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to the ridicule. Instead, he turned around and continued on his way. Those people did not heed his advice and continued to follow him. With this, Duan Lingtian paused briefly before he suddenly teleported into the midst of those people. When he reappeared, the seven orifices exquisite sword was already in his hand, and a seven-colored sword ray shot out. Even without the help from the divine tree of life and the five divine elements, Duan Lingtian's attack, which he had combined with his law of space and his fierce sword Dao, stirred up a violent spatial storm and instantly killed 3 of the people standing closest to him before they even had time to react. Needless to say, the others were shocked by Duan Lingtian's attack. At this moment, they finally realized that Duan Lingtian's earlier words were not a bluff. He clearly had the ability to back up his threats. They were just ordinary advanced supreme gods. Even if they had stabilized their cultivation base, their strength was limited. They were no match for the stronger advanced supreme gods, let alone Duan Lingtian, who was a top advanced supreme god. Were no match for him. Heavens! How's it possible for an advanced supreme god who has yet to stabilize his cultivation base to be so strong? These people were not stupid. They all prepared to flee in different directions. At this moment, two figures shot out of Duan Ling Tian's body. They were his doppelgangers from the law of space and the law of time. The three of them split up in 3 directions and killed everyone in 10 breaths. After killing the dozen or so people who followed him, Duan Ling Tian looked at the distance for a moment before he finally turned to leave. Not long after Duan Ling Tian left, more than a dozen people came out of a forest in the distance. All of them wore fearful expressions on their faces at this moment. Fortunately, we weren't reckless and didn't get too close, otherwise, we would have perished along with those people. He's terrifyingly strong, and he's yet to stabilize his cultivation base. He must have an extraordinary background. No wonder he has so many divine pills. Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware of these people's presence. However, since they didn't follow him too closely, he did not care about them. After his display of strength earlier, no one followed him anymore. I'll go to Dancing Sun City now to ask about Wang Yiyuan's clan. I'll try to repay the favor by fulfilling his final wish. Wang Yiyuan was the prodigy whom Duan Ling Tian met in the Crimson Demon's little world. Although Wang Yiyuan was strong, he had unfortunately died in the Crimson Demon's little world. Before he died, he had given Duan Ling Tian his spatial ring that contained a spherical object, which turned out to be a key to an independent realm left behind by a powerful supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian learned that Dancing Sun City was the closest intact city earlier when he was exchanging for things in the dilapidated city. He also learned that Dancing Sun City was peaceful and prosperous and was controlled by 5 major forces. Each of the 5 forces was commanded by a supreme powerhouse. Chapter 4395 That person from Kai Ming Mountain. Forces from all realms in the myriad worlds gathered in the outer boundary. In the beginning, no one knew if the outer boundary was inhabited. What was known was that many people from myriad worlds settled in the outer boundary and started families after leaving their respective homelands. For this reason, many natives of the outer boundary were descendants of those from the myriad worlds. However, due to their long history, some of them only knew their ancestors came from the myriad worlds and did not know the details. Even supreme powerhouses from the myriad worlds did not dare to be careless in the outer boundary like they might be in their respective worlds. After all, there might be supreme powerhouses, who were natives of the outer boundary, who were more powerful. Long before Duan Ling Tian went to the outer boundary, when he was still in the Sha clan in the Divine Offering Land, he had heard from the ancestor of the Sha clan that the outer boundary was a complicated place. As such, he had mentally prepared for himself. According to the ancestor of the Sha clan, even the most powerful beings in the 3 strongest worlds did not act rampantly in the outer boundary. When the ancestor of the Sha clan was in the outer boundary, he had heard rumors about the hidden powerhouses in the outer boundary. It was said that 2 powerhouses from the outer boundary fought against and successfully fended off 2 of the strongest powerhouses in the myriad worlds. There were also rumors that there was only one hidden powerhouse from the outer boundary who fought against 2 of the strongest powerhouses in the myriad world. In any case, everyone knew that the natives of the outer boundary were not to be underestimated. Dancing Sun City, which was Duan Ling Tian's current destination, was controlled by 5 major forces native to the outer boundary. The rules there were created and enforced by the 5 major forces. They could be considered the masters of Dancing Sun City. After many days, is Dancing Sun City. Duan Ling Tian, who had been traveling at high speed for quite a while, saw a huge city surrounded by tall city walls in a long mountain range. The city was a mountain city, and half of it was in the mountains. The area of the city in the mountains was closed to most people. No one was allowed to approach it without good reason. This was because this place was where those from the 5 major forces stayed, and it was known as the inner city of Dancing Sun City. In the inner city, there were trading places and training fields for sparring. They were all shared by the 5 major forces. The trading places were the internal trading market for the 5 major forces. On the contrary, everyone was free to enter the outer city. It did not matter where one came from, one would not be denied entry into the outer city. Needless to say, those in the outer city would have to abide by the rules of Dancing Sun City. Otherwise, one would be dealt with by the law enforcement team in the city. The law enforcement team in Dancing Sun City consisted of members from the 5 major forces. The team leader and the members were powerful and could easily deal with 99% of those under the realm of supreme powerhouses. If they encountered someone they were unable to deal with, a letter would be sent to the inner city, and a supreme powerhouse would come to their aid. For this reason, there was little crime in the city. After entering the city, Duan Ling Tian felt that the city was rather orderly and peaceful. The people in the city were polite. Some of them would take the initiative to give way when traveling on a narrow road. After walking around for a while, Duan Ling Tian still did not see anyone from the law enforcement team. I heard that law enforcement teams in places like Dancing Sun City don't usually patrol in the open. They stay hidden until something happens, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Dancing Sun City, including the inner city, was a rather big city. It was not inferior to the cities Duan Ling Tian had seen in the god-defying world. When Duan Ling Tian flew into the sky and looked down, he discovered that the inner city was shrouded in smoke, blocking his sight. He could only see a faint outline of the city walls in the inner city. It was not hard for him to guess that the 5 major forces must have used formations to keep the inner city hidden from view. After all, even in the god-defying world, powerful forces in the city would employ such methods as well. Unlike some cities where flying was prohibited, there was no rule like that in Dancing Sun City. As long as one did not harbor malicious intentions, one would not be stopped from flying. Needless to say, if one flew into the sky of the inner city and caused trouble, the law enforcement team would definitely take action. Apart from gathering more information about the outer boundary, I'll ask around about the whereabouts of Wang Yiyuan's clan. If I'm able to find out his clan's whereabouts, I'll head over there and complete the task he entrusted me with. With my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for me to fulfill his final wish. This was Duan Ling Tian's reason for coming to Dancing Sun City. He had learned a little about the outer boundary before he left the god-defying world. There were still many things in the outer boundary for him to learn. Initially, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to stay long in Dancing Sun City. However, plans often did not go according to one's wishes. After staying in the city for a few days to learn about the outer boundary and the whereabouts of Wang Yiyuan's clan, Duan Ling Tian was prepared to leave the next day. Unfortunately, something happened the night before he planned to leave, alarming him. Duan Ling Tian, who was staying in a nice inn owned by one of the 5 major forces in Dancing Sun City, was sitting cross-legged in his room when he suddenly heard a thunderous sound followed by a huge commotion in the distance. Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and left his room to have a look. As soon as he walked out, he heard the conversations in his surroundings. I heard that a supreme demon, a supreme powerhouse led demons to attack Dancing Sun City. This is bad. Dancing Sun City is surrounded. Why are you so anxious? So what if a supreme demon came? Dancing Sun City is protected by 5 supreme powerhouses. Even if the supreme demon doesn't die, he or she will be grievously injured. The one who came seems to be that person from Kai Ming Mountain. Are you sure that person is from Kai Ming Mountain? Heavens, how did Dancing Sun City provoke that person? Duan Ling Tian sighed after listening to the conversations in his surroundings. His expression was a little dark when he lamented his luck. Soon after he arrived in the outer boundary, he encountered one trouble after another. When he first arrived, he had to fight demons in the sea immediately. Following that, he accidentally wandered into the Crimson Demon Ridge after leaving the sea. As a result, he was imprisoned by the Crimson Demon. After he narrowly escaped the Crimson Demon, he came to the relatively peaceful Dancing Sun City, but who knew he would encounter a supreme demon attacking Dancing Sun City? Duan Ling Tian knew that supreme demon referred to a supreme powerhouse who was a demon. It's just a supreme demon, right? There are 5 supreme powerhouses in Dancing Sun City. Why are they afraid of one supreme demon? It's clear that they don't think the 5 supreme powerhouses are able to fend off that supreme demon. Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly with a puzzled expression on his face. Chapter 4396 The Supreme Powerhouses of Dancing Sun City. Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware that even supreme powerhouses possessed varied levels of strength. Based on the conversations in the surroundings, it seemed like the supreme demon from Kai Ming Mountain was much stronger than the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 major forces in Dancing Sun City. Even if the 5 supreme powerhouses join forces, they aren't a match for that supreme demon. How powerful is that person exactly to be unafraid of 5 supreme powerhouses? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly as his expression turned grim. Duan Ling Tian was still mulling over this discovery when the thunderous roars of demons accompanied by the sounds of buildings collapsing pulled him back to his senses. He could tell that the sound was drawing closer and closer. The people around Duan Ling Tian flew into the air one after another and fled in different directions. Run! The huge demons from Kai Ming Mountain are here. Run! A loud explosion rang in the air before a huge ape-like demon appeared above the inn. He had a huge body seemed to cover the sky. When one of his feet landed, he directly stepped on two people to death. Then, a terrifying energy swept out toward the duo, causing them to explode into blood mists. Humans are too weak. After killing the two people, the giant ape stepped on the courtyard at the side of the inn before he punched twice. The terrifying force from the punches killed those who fled one after another. Fortunately, those who were stronger managed to escape. Meanwhile, isn't this just an ordinary demon from Kai Ming Mountain? Duan Ling Tian looked at the giant ape in front of him with a calm expression, but inwardly, his heart was in turmoil. Although the giant ape was not as strong as the huge sea demon he encountered when he first came to the outer boundary, he was not much weaker than the huge sea demon. Most importantly, the giant ape was just one of many huge demons in the troops that the supreme demon led to Kai Ming Mountain. In the eyes of the giant ape, the humans in front of it were all prey. He rather enjoyed the thrill of chasing after its fleeing prey. He was puzzled when he saw a human standing in the inn motionlessly. Is he scared witless? The giant ape thought. In any case, this pretty boy is really an eyesore. The human standing in the inn was none other than Duan Ling Tian. He did not bother to flee at all since the giant ape in front of him, which was an advanced supreme god, was no match for him. I can kill this pretty boy with just a punch, the giant ape thought as he threw out a punch toward Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, lightning flashed around him, indicating that he comprehended the law of thunder. It did not take long before a phenomenon that shone for 1,000 miles shone weakly in the sky. In the outer boundary, the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000 miles was equivalent to the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles on the realm battlefield of the god-defying world. Even among advanced supreme gods, this level of comprehension was considered not bad. Duan Ling Tian did not try to avoid the giant ape's punch. Instead, he waved his hand, mobilizing the law of space. The law of space easily deflected the force of the giant ape's attack. During the entire process, he remained calm. This human is very strong. At this time, the giant ape's eyes widened in disbelief, and his heart trembled. He no longer dared to be careless. Blood chi began to rise from his body as he cast his bloodline power. The blood chi merged with the energy from the law of thunder, turning the lightning bolts blood red. Following that, he charged toward Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on his face. Although the giant ape attacked without holding back this time, Duan Ling Tian easily sent him flying with a wave of his hand. A loud explosion sounded as the giant ape landed at the corner of the inn, easily crushing the walls. Duan Ling Tian teleported closer to the giant ape with a sword in his hand that had been imbued with his divine energy. He pointed the sword at the giant ape's glabella as he said indifferently, "You're no match for me." Duan Ling Tian had no intention of killing the giant ape. In fact, he had taken care not to injure the giant ape too seriously. After all, if he killed the giant ape, who knew if it would attract a group of huge demons over? Although he might be stronger than them, the demons had numbers on their side. Most importantly, at that time, the commotion might catch the attention of the supreme demon from Kai Ming Mountain. He would definitely die if he was targeted by a supreme powerhouse. The giant ape struggled to rise to its feet. He looked at the handsome young man in front of him in confusion as he asked, "Human, why didn't you kill me?" At the same time, the giant ape found Duan Ling Tian more pleasing to the eye than before. Duan Ling Tian ignored the giant ape's question. He flew into the distance in just a blink of an eye and extended his divine consciousness. He could sense a few huge demons heading in the inn's direction as though they could sense the giant ape's predicament. As Duan Ling Tian fled, he thought, "It seems like the giant ape is well liked by its companions. In such a short time, a few of them are already rushing over to aid him." After leaving the inn, Duan Ling Tian wandered stealthily among the humans and demons fighting in the city. Occasionally, some huge demons would attack him, but he easily avoided them. With his strength now, as long as he did not encounter the supreme demon of Kai Ming Mountain, he would be able to protect himself from the other demons of Kai Ming Mountain. That human is incredibly powerful. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that he had been targeted by a few of the stronger demons. 3 demons hovered in the sky. One resembled a beast, the other resembled a bird, and the third one had scales. All of them were staring at Duan Ling Tian at this moment. The demon that spoke first was the one that resembled a beast. His body was like a small mountain, and he looked like a cross between a tiger and a leopard, but his head was that of a deer, and he possessed 3 antlers. If those who were familiar with Kaiming Mountain were here at this time, they would have turned pale in fright when they saw the 3 huge demons. These 3 demons were only second to the supreme demon of Kaiming Mountain and were among the strongest advanced supreme gods. Ta Yu, your adoptive son was almost killed by him earlier. It's a wonder to me that you're still able to remain calm, the bird-like demon said with a chuckle. He looked gleeful as he added fuel to fire. The scaled demon laughed before he said, Ta Yu knows that the human didn't have any intention of killing him. Otherwise, Ta Yu wouldn't sit still. Then, it added, that human is indeed powerful. If we don't use the prime divine artifacts bestowed by our Lord, I'm afraid we won't be a match for him. Such a strong human, is he from one of the 5 major forces? I don't think so. If he's from one of the 5 major forces, he would have gone to the inner city. Why did he run in the opposite direction? At this time, Duan Ling Tian was moving in the opposite direction of the inner city. He did not want to stay a moment longer in Dancing Sun City. He knew that even if he did not offend Kai Ming Mountain and even spared the giant ape's life, there was no guarantee the Supreme Demon would let him leave if he encountered the Supreme Demon. He was naturally not afraid of the other demons. While Duan Ling Tian drew closer and closer to the city wall, avoiding many demons along the way. Supreme Demon Kai Ming, are you really going to provoke the 5 of us? A thunderous and furious voice rang from the inner city of Dancing Sun City. The voice echoed loudly in all corners of Dancing Sun City. Chapter 4397 Another Choice. After the voice rang from the inner city of Dancing Sun City, before Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he heard a loud scoff before another voice said, Zhang Yuanju, do you have brain regression? How can you ask such a stupid question? Today, I, Kai Ming, am not only going to provoke all of you, but also destroy the 5 major forces. Following that, Duan Ling Tian, who had just arrived near the city wall, saw terrifying beams of light shooting down from the sky. They were like pillars that imprisoned the entire Dancing Sun City. Duan Ling Tian looked at the beams of light that easily destroyed the city walls, and his heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he heard the world-cleansing divine water's solemn warning from his little world. Little Tian, this supreme powerhouse has sealed off the entire city. This means his power covers the entire city now. Don't act rashly. If you attack the light beams, there'll be consequences. You haven't comprehended your laws to the perfect form, so you'll die from the backlash. Also, your sword Dao is strong, so it'll only attract a greater backlash. Duan Ling Tian did not close his little world and left a small opening so the world-cleansing divine water could monitor the situation in the outside world. This was to prevent him from wandering into dangerous places. If he had let the world-cleansing divine water monitor the situation as soon as he arrived in the outer boundary, he would not have wandered so deep into Crimson Demon Ridge. When the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements helped Duan Ling Tian escape from the Crimson Demon's little world, they had exhausted almost all of their energies. However, because Duan Ling Tian needed the world-cleansing divine water, the other 4 divine elements bore more of the burden during the escape. As such, the other 4 divine elements had now fallen into a deep sleep while the world-cleansing divine water stayed awake because her energy consumption was not very high. Then what should I do now? Duan Ling Tian asked. His heart raced in his chest, and he could not help but feel nervous. This was a battle between supreme powerhouses. He would die if they destroyed the city. You can't force your way out of the city, the world-cleansing divine water said solemnly. It's best if you stay in the midst of the demons from Kaiming Mountain. When the Supreme Demon fights the 5 supreme powerhouses, it's likely that he'll take the demon's safety into consideration. Similarly, the 5 supreme powerhouses will also consider their descendants' safety when they fight, but I have a feeling that Kaiming Mountain will win this battle. If you choose to stay with the humans, I'm afraid you'll die when the 5 major forces are defeated. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Another choice, I have to make another choice again. Since Duan Ling Tian came to the outer boundary, he had been making choices regarding his life and death. In fact, he was not weak now even in the outer boundary. It was difficult to find anyone below the realm of supreme powerhouses who was on par with him unless the other party was an advanced supreme god who had comprehended the law to the paramount stage. Sister Water, you said that I should be with the demons from Kaiming Mountain, but I'm human, after all. How am I going to follow them without arousing any conflict? Duan Ling Tian asked. There's no need to be afraid of conflict, the world-cleansing divine water said indifferently, just follow the group of huge demons. If they attack you, you can just defend yourself. With your current strength, do you think they have the ability to kill you? In my opinion, you should follow the giant ape you defeated earlier. You spared his life after all. With his tribe's character, he won't repay kindness with revenge. Based on the world-cleansing divine water, it was obvious that she recognized the giant ape's tribe. Sister Water, why do you think the 5 major forces of Dancing Sun City will lose? It seems like you have a low opinion of the 5 supreme powerhouses, Duan Ling Tian asked with a slight frown. He felt that it was too risky and reckless to entrust his life to the demons. The world-cleansing divine water replied, it's not like that. However, since the supreme demon from Kai Ming Mountain dared to provoke them, it shows that he's confident, and I'm sure he has also considered the 5 supreme powerhouses, hidden trump cards as well. As such, what I proposed to you is what I thought was the safest choice. If you stay close to the humans, do you think the supreme demon will spare you, a human, once he destroyed the 5 major forces? On the contrary, if the humans win, you just need to kill a few huge demons. Not only will they be impressed, but they might invite you to join their respective forces. After all, even among the 5 major forces, they only have a few advanced supreme gods on par with you. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian after he listened to the world-cleansing divine water's explanation. Once again, he was reminded that the world-cleansing divine water had his best interest in mind and that the choice she gave him was also the safest choice. Duan Ling Tian moved at lightning speed around Dancing Sun City. The city was now in ruins. The originally bustling streets and buildings were all destroyed. It felt like the end was nigh. Blood stained the ground everywhere, flowing like rivers. Many people who were still fleeing were eventually killed by the huge demons, and there were also quite a few who were battling the huge demons. There were members of the 5 major forces staying in the outer city of Dancing Sun City as well. However, they had all returned to the inner city when the battle started. These people included the law enforcement team of Dancing Sun City. It was easy for them to maintain order and peace in Dancing Sun City because most of the people they dealt with were weaker than them, and they also had the 5 major forces backing them. However, their opponents now were demons led by the powerful supreme demon from Kai Ming Mountain. They were simply no match for the demons. Moreover, they had also been summoned by their respective forces to return to the inner city to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for the others in the outer city, the 5 major forces had already given up on them. Found you. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to find the giant ape he defeated at the inn earlier. At this moment, the giant was not alone. He was with another 2 demons. One was a bird-like demon with golden feathers while the other one resembled a bat with green and blood-red lines on his body, making him look sinister. Duan Ling Tian teleported near the giant ape and the 2 huge demons. At this time, the 3 demons were destroying a tall building and killing those who tried to flee. Many begged for mercy, but the trio turned a deaf ear to their pleas. Corpses piled up into mountains while mournful cries rang in the air. The giant ape finally noticed Duan Ling Tian. His eyes widened, and his body trembled slightly as he stumbled a few steps back, looking frightened. The other 2 huge demons heard the giant ape, and they gave up on chasing the people who tried to flee. Their eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian in unison. The giant ape looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully and asked, "What do you want?" Chapter 4398 Kai Ming avenges his son. The giant ape had no ill feelings toward the human in front of him. After all, the other party had the strength to kill him but had spared his life. Although demons and humans were on different sides, he did not forget the other party's grace. His tribe was upright in nature and disdained employing tricks. At this time, when he saw the other party, his first thought was that the other party regretted his decision and came back to kill him. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he looked at the vigilant giant ape. He replied, "Nothing. Since the battle between the supreme powerhouses is about to begin, I'm looking for someone to watch the fight and chat with. I just arrived in Dancing Sun City not too long ago, so I don't know anyone." "That's all." The giant ape frowned, clearly skeptical. His adoptive father had told him repeatedly that humans were cunning. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, one of the 2 demons next to the giant ape, who were glaring at Duan Ling Tian, asked, "Ta Meng Sha, do you know this human?" The giant ape looked at Duan Ling Tian and replied to his companions in a deep voice, "He's the human who defeated me earlier." As soon as the giant ape's words fell, the 2 winged demons' gazes turned slightly fearful. After all, Their strength was on par with that of Ta Mengsha, the giant ape. So it's him. After a moment, the bat-like demon looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully and said, "Human, you spared Ta Mengsha's life earlier, so we owe you a favor. We'll repay you for your grace of sparing his life. However, I'm sure you came to him not because you want to watch the battle, right? You're hoping to use him to stay safe, am I right? I'm quite sure you're not from one of the 5 major forces, if I'm not mistaken. Whether our Lord Supreme Demon or the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City win, you've determined that the safest place for you to be is with Ta Mengsha. That's why you came to Ta Mengsha." Duan Ling Tian tried to maintain his composure. He was slightly taken aback by the accuracy of the other party's analysis. He did not expect the somewhat scary-looking bat-like demon to be so smart and perceptive. Unlike the smart bat-like demon, Ta Mengsha and the other winged demon looked at the bat-like demon with a mix of confusion and curiosity. The bat-like demon calmly explained, "This human came to Ta Mengsha because he hopes to take advantage of his grace of sparing Ta Mengsha's life. He wants to survive the disaster that's about to befall Dancing Sun City by using Ta Mengsha. He doesn't know if our Lord or the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City will win the battle, but he has determined that if he stays with his demons, no matter who wins, he'll be able to survive." Realization finally dawned on Ta Mengsha and the bird-like demon. "Humans are really cunning," Ta Mengsha said as he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian again. This time, his gaze carried a hint of disapproval. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he looked at the bat-like demon and said, "I really didn't expect you to see through my intentions so quickly. After all, I thought demons were all simple-minded. I didn't expect to meet such a smart demon like you." Duan Ling Tian did not deny or hide his intentions. It was useless to lie, it was better to be frank. He just wanted to survive, after all, and he bore no ill intentions. Ta Mengsha said to Duan Ling Tian in a deep voice, "Human, I can cooperate with you in this matter. However, after this, we're even, and I, Ta Mengsha, no longer owe you." Unlike the bat-like demon, Ta Mengsha was very simple. Even his speech was direct without any unnecessary words. "Of course," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. He had been waiting for these words. After reaching a consensus, Duan Ling Tian followed the 3 demons. At the same time, the 3 demons also no longer hunted and killed the humans in Dancing Sun City. Instead, the 4 of them found a place and looked at the sky. At this time, a 3-meter-tall sturdy and masculine figure dressed in a gray robe stood in the sky above Dancing Sun City. His jaw was chiseled as though it had been carved by a knife. He looked very determined at this moment as he stared at the inner city of Dancing Sun City. Behind the gray-clad sturdy figure stood 3 huge demons, a beast-like demon, a bird-like demon, and a scaled demon. Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly, those 3 demons, are they the 3 demons second only to the supreme demon of Kai Ming Mountain? Duan Ling Tian naturally knew nothing about Kai Ming Mountain. He had never heard of Kai Ming Mountain until today. Everything he knew about it was gleaned from the conversations he had overheard from his surroundings earlier. He had heard that there were 3 demons under the command of the supreme demon of Kai Ming Mountain. The trio was among the strongest advanced supreme gods and had comprehended their respective laws to the perfect form. This meant that they were able to manifest the phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles in the outer boundary. If they were on the god-defying world's realm battlefield, they would manifest the phenomenon that shone for 100 million miles that would cover almost half of the realm battlefield. At this moment, a voice said indifferently, "Kai Ming, I spared your life back then. I didn't expect you to come back and provoke me. Today, the 5 of us will join forces and mete out justice on behalf of heaven. We'll kill you today in Dancing Sun City." Following that, Duan Ling Tian saw 5 illusory figures appear before they began to solidify into person in the sky above the inner city of Dancing Sun City. In just a blink of an eye, the 5 figures suddenly vanished into thin air, and a thunderous commotion rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by their speed. Subsequently, a terrifying wave of energy swept down from the sky, crushing the buildings in the outer city of Dancing Sun City. On the contrary, the buildings in the inner city remained intact thanks to the guarding formations of the 5 major forces. Even then, when the wave of energy swept out, one could see the formations flashing brightly before they dimmed. Clearly, the formations were badly damaged. Kai Ming's voice echoed in Dancing Sun City as he said coldly, "You spared my life back then. Back then, I didn't offend or provoke the 5 of you or any of your descendants. However, all of you, for your own selfish desires, killed my son so you could take his heart and blood to refine a divine pill that could help your descendants be reborn. You should know very well whether you spared my life back then or you were unable to kill me back then. Today, not only will I kill all of you, but I'll also kill your so-called prodigious descendants who were reborn using my son's life. After that, I'll destroy all your forces so they'll cease to exist in the outer boundary. Kai Ming's voice turned frostier and frostier as he spoke. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's heart shook slightly upon hearing the reason Kai Ming attacked Dancing Sun City. As it turned out, Kai Ming came to avenge his son. In order to cultivate prodigious disciples, the 5 major forces of Dancing Sun City joined forces to kill Kai Ming's son and took his heart and blood. Not all humans are good, and not all demons are bad. Feng Qingyang's words echoed in Duan Lingtian's mind at this moment. His master had said this to him in the past. In fact, even before he met his master, when he was in the mundane realm, he had already felt this way. Chapter 4399 Supreme Demon Kai Ming's Trump Card. The old ancestor looked for trouble with Supreme Demon Kai Ming first. They killed his son for his heart and blood to cultivate their descendants into prodigies. It makes sense now why Supreme Demon Kai Ming attacked our Dancing Sun City. After waiting for so many years, Supreme Demon Kai Ming must be confident about avenging his son now. The members of the 5 major forces were shocked by this revelation. They were unaware that their respective supreme powerhouses had done such a thing in the past. They were naturally furious since they now had to bear the consequences even though they were innocent. Alas, as ordinary members, there was nothing they could do. It seemed like an impossible feat to eradicate all 5 major forces in Dancing Sun City, but they were worried about Kai Ming's confidence. Kai Ming, your strength might have improved, but it's still impossible for you to defeat the 5 of us. This is your last chance to retreat. We'll forget what happened today if you leave now. Another supreme powerhouse from Dancing Sun City said. He was loud and arrogant when he spoke. The clouds dispersed due to the shockwave, revealing a tall and burly figure standing across from the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City. The 5 supreme powerhouses were an old man, a middle-aged man, a young man, a beautiful woman, and an old woman. As the dust settled in the city, Duan Lingtian and the 3 demons looked at the ruined city. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and only a few survivors could be seen slowly crawling out of the rubble. Duan Lingtian was the only human who remained completely unscathed because of his proximity to the 3 demons. The 3 demons might not be the most powerful among the troops of demons from Kai Ming Mountain, but they had powerful backgrounds. The giant ape, Ta Meng Sha, was the adoptive son of one of the 3 strongest demons under Kai Ming's command. Even demons stronger than Ta Meng Sha did not dare to offend him. As such, the other demons did not dare to attack Duan Lingtian at all. This is the destructive power of a supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian surveyed the ruins of the city with a hint of fear in his eyes. Blood flowed like rivers in the outer city of Dancing Sun City, and the city walls, except for those within the cage formed by the beams of light, had long collapsed. The destruction would be worse if Supreme Demon Kai Ming didn't cast a protective barrier to protect this part of Dancing Sun City. Moreover, the 5 supreme powerhouses had most certainly held back earlier when they made a move. After all, their descendants and members of their forces are in the city. They definitely won't act recklessly, worried that the shockwaves would affect the others. Many thoughts raced through Duan Lingtian's mind at this moment. This was his first time watching a battle between supreme powerhouses, after all. It dawned on him again how terrifying supreme powerhouses were. As hard as Duan Lingtian tried, he could hardly catch the movements of the 6 supreme powerhouses. Their movements were too fast for him. Duan Lingtian looked at Kai Ming suddenly. He could sense that Kai Ming's energy was unstable compared to the other 5 supreme powerhouses. It seems like Kai Ming was at a disadvantageous position during their previous exchange. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he heard a cold snort. Ha! The 5 of them think that our Lord came alone. How silly! The bat-like demon said. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened upon hearing these words. Did Supreme Demon Kai Ming bring help? What a kind offer. However, I think you're just afraid that if I continue, you'll all be injured. I have to admit, all of you have gotten slightly stronger compared to the past, Kai Ming said. The 5 supreme powerhouses' expressions darkened immediately when they heard his words. After exchanging blows, they discovered that Kai Ming's improvements surpassed theirs. It seemed like at least 3 of them would have to join forces to be on par with Kai Ming. If the 5 of them joined forces, they would likely be able to take him down, but it would be a tough battle. They would definitely be injured in the process, and there was also a possibility that 1 or 2 of them might die in the battle. They were naturally reluctant to suffer injuries, fearing that it would affect the chances of them surviving their next heavenly tribulation that came once every 10,000 years. At this time, Kai Ming suddenly cupped his fists together and said, "Brother Han Wang, please help me kill these 5 people." Following that, a burst of hearty laughter rang in the air as a terrifyingly cold wave of energy swept out from high above the sky. Snowflakes began to fall on Dancing Sun City as though winter had suddenly arrived. Chapter 4400 Han Wang. Unlike winter, Duan Ling Tian felt the freezing cold pierce through his bones. At the same time, the 3 demons next to Duan Ling Tian had already mobilized their divine energies to protect themselves from the cold. A supreme powerhouse who comprehends the law of ice. Duan Ling Tian mobilized his divine energy as he looked at the blue-clad young man who had appeared after the supreme demon. Kai Ming spoke. The blue-clad young man was about 1.8 meters tall. He was handsome and possessed a pair of straight brows. His most eye-catching feature was his long azure hair that fluttered in the wind. Despite being shorter than Kai Ming, who was 3 meters tall, his aura was much more overbearing. Han Wang. The expressions of the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City changed immediately. A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of their eyes as they looked at the blue-clad young man standing across from them. Based on the 5 supreme powerhouses' reactions, Duan Ling Tian knew that the blue-clad young man must be extraordinary. Moreover, the blue-clad young man had to be stronger than Kai Ming. Otherwise, Kai Ming would have been so respectful or sought his help. At this time, an old woman, one of the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City, forced a smile on her face and said, "Lord Han Wang, there's no reason for you to help Kai Ming, right? The 5 of us in our respective forces have no enmity with you, after all." The old woman did not expect Kai Ming to seek help from Han Wang, a sectless cultivator who was much stronger than her. Not too long ago, she had heard that Han Wang was living in seclusion near Dancing Sun City. At that time, she even thought about visiting him. Who knew that their first meeting would be under such circumstances? Following that, an old man cupped his fists together and bowed slightly at Han Wang before he said, "Han Wang, if you're willing to stay out of this matter, the 5 of us promise to compensate you generously. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the compensation." The old man and the other 4 supreme powerhouses had discussed among themselves not long after Han Wang made his appearance. All of them agreed to offer Han Wang something as long as Han Wang did not intervene in this matter. After all, if the rumors were true, at least half of them would die if they fought Kai Ming and Han Wang. Not only that, but if Han Wang helped Kai Ming, all the 5 major forces of Dancing Sun City would be destroyed as well. A warm smile bloomed on the face of the blue-clad young man who brought winter to Dancing Sun City as he asked, "Really?" The 5 supreme powerhouses were stunned by Han Wang's smile. Of course, the old man replied with a nod. Subsequently, Han Wang withdrew his energy, turning the dark expressions on the 5 supreme powerhouses' faces into smiles. "Lord Han Wang, you're free to go through our treasure vault or even our spatial rings and take what you like." "That's right, Lord Han Wang. This is a show of our sincerity." Han Wang laughed heartily before he said, "Kai Ming, I'm sorry, but their offer is irresistible." Han Wang flashed and reappeared near the 5 supreme powerhouses. The 5 supreme powerhouses naturally did not let their guards down even though Han Wang had seemingly accepted their offer. In fact, they found it a little hard to believe that things went so smoothly. Kai Ming's expression darkened immediately upon seeing this. "Han Wang, did you forget that you've accepted my things?" Then, he turned to look at the 5 supreme powerhouses and said, "Do you really think he's on your side now? Since he can break his promise to me, he can do the same to you too." Seeing that Kai Ming was upset, the troops of demons were furious. They began to howl and roar. Even the 3 demons next to Duan Ling Tian were furious. If looks could kill, Han Wang would have died many times over by now. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was baffled by the sudden twist of events. The glorious image of a supreme powerhouse in his heart had also crumbled at this moment. He realized that supreme powerhouses were no different from ordinary people. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he could not help feeling that something was amiss. Kai Ming would not have taken such a huge risk if Han Wang was so unreliable. According to Ta Meng Sha, Han Wang was a reclusive supreme powerhouse who was stronger than Kai Ming. It was for this reason that Kai Ming sought Han Wang's help and gained the confidence to deal with the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City. On the other hand, after seeing how furious Kai Ming was, the 5 supreme powerhouses felt slightly more at ease. Nonetheless, they were still wary of Han Wang. At this time, Han Wang said, "Let me have a look at your respective treasure vaults now. I'll leave after I take what I want." 2 of the 5 supreme powerhouses hesitated briefly while the others brought out their respective prominent divine artifacts. These prominent divine artifacts were not only their weapons, but they also possessed a storage space, which was used as their treasure vaults. Then, they handed their prominent divine artifacts along with their spatial rings to Han Wang. "Lord Han Wang, please have a look." After a brief moment, the remaining 2 supreme powerhouses followed suit and handed Han Wang their prominent divine artifacts and spatial rings as well. Upon seeing this scene, the members of the 5 forces of Dancing Sun City felt aggrieved and unwilling. Alas, there was nothing they could do. After all, they had no doubts that Han Wang was extremely strong based on how the 5 supreme powerhouses treated him. "Our clan is going to suffer a huge loss. What a heavy price to pay." Han Wang extended his divine consciousness into the prominent divine artifacts and spatial rings, looking through the treasures inside. "This is useless to me. Oh, the winter dust grass, not bad, I'll take all of it." In this, Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he watched Han Wang go through the 5 supreme powerhouses' possessions. He thought to himself with a hint of envy, "I wonder when I'll be strong enough to make 5 supreme powerhouses let me go through their possessions and take whatever I want. That Han Wang must be having the time of his life now." If the 5 supreme powerhouses could read Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment, they would have killed him immediately. "All right, I'm done," Han Wang said with a bright smile on his face. On the contrary, the expressions of the 5 supreme powerhouses were rather unsightly at this moment. They did not expect Han Wang to be so shameless, taking almost all the valuable things in their treasure vaults and spatial rings. Fortunately, there in their clans, treasures were not all stored in one place. Otherwise, Han Wang would have taken everything. Finally, a young man, one of the 5 supreme powerhouses, asked politely, "Lord Han Wang, since you've gotten what you want, are you going to leave now?" The young man's voice shook slightly when he spoke. He felt like he was on the verge of a breakdown at this moment. Upon hearing the young man's words, the members of the 5 major forces looked at Han Wang in unison. Although the price was hefty, it was worth it as long as Han Wang did not intervene in this matter. Alas, the outcome was not what they had expected, and it left them stunned and furious. Han Wang asked nonchalantly, "Why should I leave?" Silence descended in Dancing Sun City as Han Wang's voice echoed through the city. Chapter 4401, A Battle Between Supreme Powerhouses. "Why should I leave?" Han Wang's words brought about a deafening silence. Apart from the 5 supreme powerhouses and the members of their respective forces, even the demons from Kai Ming Mountain and Duan Ling Tian were stunned. "Kai Ming, attack," Han Wang said. It was clear now that he had deceived the 5 supreme powerhouses. The 5 supreme powerhouses instantly regained their senses upon hearing this and hastily retreated. How could they not know by now that they had been fooled by Han Wang? All of them glared at Han Wang with eyes burning with the flames of fury. Kai Ming laughed heartily before he asked, "Han Wang, what do you think of my acting skills?" At the same time, a miniature mountain appeared in Kai Ming's hand. When he tossed it out into the air, it began to expand rapidly, covering the sky. Han Wang replied with a faint smile, "Your acting skills aren't as good as mine." A terrifyingly cold energy surged out of Han Wang's hands toward Dancing Sun City. In just a blink of an eye, the outer city of Dancing Sun City was covered in frost. The inner city remained unharmed since it was still protected by the 5 major fosses guarding formations. The frost spread quickly, and in just a moment, it surrounded the 5 supreme powerhouses. "9 heavens frost," Han Wang murmured. Although his voice was not loud, everyone heard him clearly. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the 5 supreme powerhouses changed again. Clearly, Han Wang had spread his divine energy through Dancing Sun City earlier without them noticing, silently setting up an ice formation to trap them. "Han Wang, you cheated." Kai Ming laughed heartily. "All of you will die here today. Killing 5 supreme powerhouses in a battle will be the most glorious feat of my life." When the mountain fell, Kai Ming charged at the 5 supreme powerhouses at the speed of light. In the next moment, Earth-shaking explosions rang in the air as powerful energies clashed in the sky. At the same time, the chilling energy swept out as well. Let's get out of here. Ta Mengsha's voice pulled Duan Lingtian back to his senses. Then, he discovered that the cage around the outer city had disappeared and many demons from Kai Ming Mountain were evacuating Dancing Sun City at this moment. Clearly, Kai Ming wanted his subordinates to leave so they would not be affected during the battle between the supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian was naturally overjoyed now that he could leave Dancing Sun City. He did not think the demons would stop him from leaving after this. Even if the three strongest demons under Kai Ming's command tried to stop him, it would be impossible for them to succeed unless a supreme powerhouse intervened. After Duan Lingtian and the three demons left the outer city, the three strongest demons under Kai Ming's command looked at Duan Lingtian. Upon sensing the trio's gazes, Duan Lingtian turned to look at them. They did not seem to carry any ill intentions. In fact, the demon standing in the lead wore a rather amiable expression on his face. "Thank you for sparing my adoptive son's life. I've spoken to our lord, and you can leave Dancing Sun City if Kai Ming Mountain emerges victorious from this battle." Duan Lingtian looked at the demon in the distance and nodded slightly. He finally felt at ease. He wanted to put a safe distance between himself and Dancing Sun City. Who knew if Kai Ming would make him stay after the battle ended? At that time, it would be impossible for him to leave. It should be safe now. After Duan Lingtian, Ta Mengsha, and the others were a distance away from Dancing Sun City, they continued to watch the epic battle. From afar, Duan Lingtian saw 7 phenomena in the sky. Each phenomenon had its own distinct color. This is the true strength of a supreme powerhouse. How terrifying. Duan Lingtian was able to see the 7 phenomena clearly, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch the movements of the supreme powerhouses. He only saw their afterimages. Shockwave after shockwave swept through the ruined city, destroying whatever was left of the city. At the same time, the guarding formations protecting the inner city were also visibly weakening as time passed, looking as though they were about to collapse. It must be chaotic in the 5 major forces now. I don't think they'll be able to leave the city unless their respective supreme powerhouses send them out of the city. Although Duan Lingtian could not see what was going on in the inner city, he had no doubt that it was chaotic at this time. Waves of energies continued to clash in the sky above Dancing Sun City, and the shockwaves from the collisions made those in the inner city panic. Let's get out of here. Things aren't looking optimistic for the old ancestor. The guarding formations are about to collapse, and the old ancestor can't help us now. We have to find a way ourselves. I don't want to die. Many members of the 5 major forces in Dancing Sun City tried to escape. Alas, as soon as they stepped out of the protection of the guarding formations, they were instantly reduced to dust by the shockwaves. Even advanced supreme gods were not exempted from this tragic outcome. The shockwaves from the battle between supreme powerhouses were so terrifying that perhaps only top advanced supreme gods from the 5 major forces were able to survive the shockwaves without the protection of the guarding formations. Han Wang, die. Han Wang, you're really despicable. Aren't you afraid that you'll be criticized by everyone in the outer boundary? The 5 supreme powerhouses, who were at the end of the rope, began to curse at Han Wang out of frustration and exasperation. It seems like the 5 supreme powerhouses have fallen into a disadvantageous position. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, this isn't surprising. After all, they wouldn't have offered up their treasures to Han Wang if they weren't afraid of Han Wang joining forces with Kai Ming. The dust and debris stirred up by the shockwaves hide Dancing Sun City from view. After 100 breaths, the commotion finally showed signs of slowing down. A voice brimming with agony shouted, "Shui Zheng." Another panicked voice cried out, "Split up and run." Following that, Kai Ming scoffed and said, "Perhaps, you'd have a chance to escape if you had done so as soon as Han Wang appeared. However, now that his ice formation is in place, do you really think you can run?" What a joke. After Kai Ming finished speaking, he coughed slightly. Obviously, he suffered some injuries from the battle as well. At this time, Han Wang said indifferently, "Seal." Suddenly, the dust settled in Dancing Sun City as Han Wang's terrifying energy swept out domineeringly. The turbulent sky gradually regained its peace, and one could see 6 figures hovering in the sky as one figure fell and turned into dust. Chapter 4402 The Deaths of the Supreme Powerhouses. One of the supreme powerhouses died. Duan Lingtian was stunned. At the same time, Ta Mengsha and the other demons rejoiced and celebrated their victory. All hail the Lord, The death of one of the 5 supreme powerhouses was more than enough to prove that the others had no chance of winning Kai Ming and Han Wang. An explosion rang out as the cloud suddenly turned red before it began to rain blood in Dancing Sun City. The rivers of blood in the outer city seemed to have turned into a sea of blood due to the heavy downpour, heralding the death of a supreme powerhouse. The Shui clan's supreme powerhouse, Shui Zheng, who was also the longest living member of the clan, had perished. The members of the Shui clan in the clan's ancestral hall were shocked when Shui Zheng's soul pearl shattered. Earlier, when they heard one of the supreme powerhouses calling out Shui Zheng's name, they already had a foreboding feeling. However, none of them expected him to die. As the clan leader and the high-ranking officials of the Shui clan mourned the death of their supreme powerhouse, panic began to set in. Members of the Kui clan, gather at the ancestral hall. Members of the Yang clan, gather at the ancestral hall. After Shui Zhen's death, the other 4 demoralized supreme powerhouses ordered their clan members to gather in their respective ancestral halls. There was a portal to the supreme powerhouses, little worlds in each of the clans' ancestral halls. As the members swarmed toward the ancestral hall, a terrifyingly cold energy surged up from the ground, freezing almost all of them. Only a few powerful top-advanced supreme gods managed to escape. A gust of strong wind blew through the ancestral halls, killing all the frozen members. The 4 supreme powerhouses' expressions turned to one of horror when they realized that Han Wang planned to completely annihilate their respective clans as well. They quickly communicated through voice transmission. "Run, there's nothing we can do. Now, let's split up. I don't think both of them can catch all of us at once. Whoever survives must avenge all of us in the future." Then, the old woman said before she suddenly flashed and vanished from her spot, "Han Wang, I'll avenge my clan in the future." Trying to escape, Kai Ming, the supreme demon, sneered as he threw a punch. Although the old woman escaped 1,000 miles away from Dancing Sun City in just a blink of an eye, Kai Ming's punch still landed on her. The old woman was already seriously injured from the fight and from forcefully breaking Han Wang's special formation, which was created with his blood, and now, she was further injured by Kai Ming's punch. Nonetheless, she did not stop running. When Kai Ming was about to chase after the old woman, the 3 remaining supreme powerhouses broke through Han Wang's formation as well and fled in different directions. He exchanged a glance with Han Wang. They both chased after the trio and managed to kill 2 of them. The blood clouds in the sky that were slowly dissipating returned again, and once again, blood rained down on Dancing Sun City. The members of the 2 clans whose supreme powerhouses just died despaired. As for the members of the clans of the 2 surviving supreme powerhouses, they did not rejoice. After all, they knew they had been abandoned. "I hope our old ancestor will avenge us in the future. I thought I'd be killed by the heavenly tribulation or even killed by some strangers. I didn't expect to be killed by a supreme powerhouse." The members of the 5 major forces of Dancing Sun City knew that death was imminent. However, some of them did not give up and were still trying to escape. "Comrades, I don't want any humans to make it out of Dancing Sun City alive," Kai Ming said loudly. His voice echoed across Dancing Sun City. The troops of demons outside Dancing Sun City roared and charged toward the members of the 5 major forces who managed to escape. Dispirited and outnumbered, they were quickly killed by the demons. At the same time, a distance away from Dancing Sun City, "Ta Meng Sha, where's that human?" the bat-like demon asked when he discovered that Duan Ling Tian was gone. Then, he added, "It seems like he doesn't trust us and thinks we'll force him to stay." Ta Meng Sha said with a smile, "It's good that he left. If our Lord refuses to let him go, there's nothing I can do even if I owe him a favor." The bat-like demon looked at Ta Meng Sha knowingly as he said, "Ta Meng Sha, you noticed it the moment he left, right? You deliberately sent us to your adoptive father earlier to give him a chance to leave, am I right?" Ta Meng Sha scratched the back of his head and asked sheepishly, "How do you know that? Was it so obvious?" The bat-like demon shook his head. "Oh, well, although he's very strong, I don't think our Lord will mind since he's not a member of any of the 5 major forces." Before the 2nd and 3rd supreme powerhouses perished, Duan Ling Tian had already teleported away. He knew the surviving supreme powerhouses would either flee or fight after their clan members were killed on the way to their ancestral halls. Before Kai Ming or Han Wang noticed him, he decided to flee. Although he had no enmity with Kai Ming and Han Wang, his previous experience with the Crimson Demon taught him to avoid supreme powerhouses if possible. "They're so powerful," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he sighed inwardly. Kai Ming and Han Wang easily defeated those 5 supreme powerhouses. They even managed to kill one of the 5 supreme powerhouses so quickly thanks to Han Wang's formation that caught them off guard. This proves how terrifying Han Wang is. I wonder if Han Wang is a human, a demon, or another being. Duan Ling Tian was blown away by what he saw today. Not only was it his first time witnessing a battle between supreme powerhouses, but it was also his first time witnessing the death of a supreme powerhouse. Although he did not witness the death of the following 2 supreme powerhouses, he knew they died when he saw the blood-red clouds that appeared in the sky above Dancing Sun City again. Although supreme powerhouses stand at the peak with their strength, their deaths happen just as quickly as ordinary people. It seems like there is quite a difference in strength between supreme powerhouses. I wonder how strong Yun Qing Yan is now, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes at this moment. When he finally regained his composure, Duan Ling Tian finally decided to make his way to the city where Wang Yi Yuan's clan was based to fulfill Wang Yi Yuan's final wish. Previously, he had found out that the city was quite far from Dancing Sun City. The journey would take 3 months at least. Fortunately, he had the foresight to buy a map in Dancing Sun City that showed the locations of various major forces, which included Wang Yi Yuan's clan and Crimson Demon Ridge. Chapter 4403 The Blood Sea Organization. This was Duan Ling Tian's longest journey since he came to the outer boundary. However, with the map in his hands, he was confident about avoiding dangerous places. Based on his current strength, he was also confident he would be able to escape from everyone under the realm of supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian traveled using his flying ship after teleporting away from Ta Meng Sha and the others. Flying ships were a common mode of transportation in the outer boundary. People usually put them away before entering cities to avoid unnecessary trouble. Divine crystals and basic cultivation tools were used as currencies in the outer boundary as well. Duan Ling Tian had amassed quite a number of divine crystals when he was in the god-defying world. He did not use them for cultivation due to the divine pills he refined and the liquid from the divine fountain that he obtained later. As such, he only used his divine crystals to fuel his flying ship or trade for things. However, when he was in Dancing Sun City, he discovered that most people prefer to trade using goods compared to divine crystals. This meant that not everything could be traded for using divine crystals. Similar to most places, the value of an item was not dictated only by its worth and demand. If someone was in urgent need of an item, naturally the item might be sold at a higher price. Duan Ling Tian had to make a few detours while he was traveling on the flying ship to avoid dangerous territories owned by supreme powerhouses. Some of them would view flying ships that flew through their territories as threats and would attack without questions. In the god-defying world, supreme powerhouses are mysterious and treated like legends. I only managed to meet 1 or 2 supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. However, in the outer boundary, most of the stronger forces are led by supreme powerhouses. Suddenly, it seems like supreme powerhouses are everywhere. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. Duan Ling Tian knew that the supreme powerhouses here were mostly natives of the outer boundary. Under normal circumstances, supreme powerhouses from the myriad worlds rarely settled down in the outer boundary. After all, they carried the responsibility to protect their respective worlds. This was also the case for the supreme powerhouses of the 3 strongest worlds. They would carry out their duties in the outer boundary for a period of time before they returned to their respective worlds. Needless to say, the top supreme powerhouses from the 3 strongest worlds were heaven-defying even in the outer boundary. Wang Yi Yuan's final wish is simple. He had said that without his protection, his clan would arrange a marriage for his sister. He wished for her to be free. I'll do all I can to help her, but I'll have to ask for her opinion as well, Duan Ling Tian murmured. It would take Duan Ling Tian 3 months to arrive if he flew at full speed, but it would take him half a year since he flew at the speed of an ordinary advanced supreme god. Half a year passed in just a blink of an eye. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian encountered bandits on a few separate occasions, but he easily killed all of them. The strongest one he encountered was an advanced supreme god who had just stabilized his cultivation base. The other party's strength was just like a rudimentary supreme god when faced with him. Despite killing quite a few bandits, he did not gain much. After all their spatial rings exploded after their deaths. A few offered up their spatial rings to preserve their lives, but there was nothing useful to him in there. This was not surprising since those who were wealthy in the outer boundary would not choose to become bandits. My lord, it seems like you're flying in the direction of Blue Dawn City. Can you please give us a ride? A hoarse voice that belonged to an old lady rang from outside the flying ship. She sounded weak when she spoke, and it seemed like she was injured. Duan Ling Tian raised his head and saw an old woman and a young woman. The old woman spat out a mouthful of blood at this time before she looked at Duan Ling Tian's flying ship hopefully. On the other hand, the young woman looked anxious and worried. At this moment, a few voices rang from the distance. There, get them. She finally left the Yi clan. Hurry up and catch her. We'll offer her to our leader. Under normal circumstances, Duan Ling Tian would not intervene in other people's matters. However, he could not let this matter go after seeing a group of men trying to abduct the young woman. Grandma, they're almost here. Let's go. The owner of this flying ship is innocent. We shouldn't trouble him, the young woman said anxiously. My dear, you're too kind, the old woman said before coughing up another mouthful of blood. She did not say anything else as she brought the young woman with her and put some distance between them and Duan Ling Tian's flying ship. However, before the duo could go far, Duan Ling Tian flew over and left his flying ship. He looked at the old woman and the young woman as he said nonchalantly, "You may board the flying ship." "Thank you for your kindness, brother, but it's best that we don't trouble you," the young woman said, feeling grateful. Then, she added optimistically, "We should be able to get to Blue Dawn City before they catch up with us. They won't dare to act recklessly once we arrive in the city." Upon hearing this, a bitter expression on the old woman's face. It seemed like the young woman was unaware of how severe her injuries were and how precarious their situation was. "With her injuries, she won't be able to bring you to Blue Dawn City in time," Duan Ling Tian said. He could tell the old woman was severely injured. It was a miracle that she was still alive. The young woman froze, and when she turned to look at the old woman, she saw the helpless expression on the old woman's face. "Don't worry, you don't have to leave. I'll get rid of them," Duan Ling Tian said to the old woman before he put away his flying ship. Then, he turned around and looked at the black dots in the distance that were growing bigger and bigger. The old woman sighed in relief. "Miss, he's much stronger than I thought." After a dozen breaths, 5 men, 2 old men and 3 middle-aged men in plain clothes, arrived. Their gazes were menacing when they looked at the old woman and the young woman. One of the old men looked at Duan Ling Tian warily as he asked, "Who are you? Are you going to help them?" The old man had snow-white hair and brows, but he looked young for his age. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to the old man's question. Instead, he put his hands on his back and looked at the 5 men before he calmly said, "I'll give you 3 breaths to scram." The old man said, "Sir, I'm the Left Guardian of the Blood Sea Organization." The Blood Sea Organization was a nomadic force based in the outskirts of Blue Dawn City. The organization had been around for at least 1,000 years and was led by a top advanced supreme god. Since they moved bases frequently, it was difficult to deal with them unless a supreme powerhouse intervened. Chapter 4404 1 verses 5. You have 2 breaths left. The old woman and the young woman thought that Duan Ling Tian would be intimidated after hearing that the opponents were members of the Blood Sea Organization. Seeing that he remained calm, they wondered if he was really powerful or if he had just never heard of the Blood Sea Organization. At this moment, one of the 3 men looked at Duan Ling Tian murderously as he said, "Left Guardian, there's no need to waste time talking to him. Let's just kill him. I gave you a chance to leave, so don't blame me for not showing mercy," the Left Guardian of the Blood Sea Organization said angrily. He did not care if the purple-clad young man in front of him was a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse or not. After all, the Blood Sea Organization would leave after completing their current mission. Searching for them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. 5 phenomena of the laws appeared in the sky as the 5 men mobilized their divine energies and cast their laws. Based on the phenomena, Duan Ling Tian knew that the 3 middle-aged men's strength was comparable to the giant ape he encountered in Dancing Sun City, and the 2 old men's strength was comparable to that of the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard. Is there a supreme powerhouse in the Blood Sea Organization? Duan Ling Tian asked the old woman through voice transmission. The old woman hastily replied, "The Blood Sea Organization doesn't have a supreme powerhouse. However, their leader has comprehended the law of death to the perfect form." After arriving at the outer boundary, Duan Ling Tian had encountered a few people who comprehended the laws to the perfect form. The first person was Wu Kang, the Crimson Demon's personal demon guard, and the others were Kai Ming's 3 strongest subordinates. However, the laws they comprehended were just ordinary laws. In comparison, the law of death was one of the 4 supreme laws. Unsurprisingly, the 4 supreme laws that had been comprehended to the perfect form were stronger than ordinary laws that had been comprehended to the paramount stage. Compared to ordinary laws, it was 10 times more difficult to comprehend the law of death to the perfect form. Based on the phenomena of the 2 old men's law of fire and law of metal that shone for 100,000 miles, Duan Ling Tian knew their laws were stronger than his law of space and law of time. His laws could only manifest the phenomenon that shone for 10,000 miles. Apart from their stronger laws, the 2 old men also possessed prime divine artifacts. It seems like this Blood Sea organization isn't simple. The organization doesn't even have a supreme powerhouse, but between the 5 of them, they have 2 prime divine artifacts, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. Previously, he had asked the old woman if there was a supreme powerhouse in the Blood Sea organization to determine his next course of action. If there was a supreme powerhouse, he would spare the 5 men's lives to avoid offending the supreme powerhouse. After learning that there was no supreme powerhouse in the organization, he no longer had any qualms about killing them. Before becoming an advanced supreme god, I'll only be able to fight to a draw with the 5 of them, even with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. The divine tree of life and the 5 elements can't help me now, but with my current cultivation base and the 7 orifices exquisite sword, which is now a prime divine artifact, I'll be able to deal with them. The divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, excluding the world-cleansing divine water, had fallen into deep slumber after they exhausted their energies to help Duan Ling Tian escape from the Crimson Demon's little world. As such, unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to ask for help again. The 7 orifices exquisite sword shot out of Duan Ling Tian's hand, and its aura was more terrifying than before. Before arriving in Dancing Sun City, Duan Ling Tian had traded with the people in the ruined cities to upgrade the 7 orifices exquisite sword to match his strength. After that, Wanzhou, the sword soul, had entered closed-door cultivation. She could only leave the sword once her cultivation base reached a certain level. However, Wanzhou's absence would not affect the power of the 7 orifices exquisite sword as a prime divine artifact. Prime divine artifact. The 5 men from the Blood Sea organization were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian's 7 orifices exquisite sword, but they quickly pulled themselves together. After thinking about it, they thought it was not surprising that Duan Ling Tian possessed a prime divine artifact. After all, they also had 2 prime divine artifacts among them. Subsequently, the 5 men scoffed when they saw the phenomenon of the law that Duan Ling Tian manifested only shone for 10,000 miles. Is this all there is to his strength? With such strength, he actually dares to meddle in another person's business. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian's death was imminent. Meanwhile, the old woman behind Duan Ling Tian fell into despair. She assumed that Duan Ling Tian was very powerful, but based on his current strength display, he was no match for the 5 men at all. Seeing that the situation was bad, the young woman cried out anxiously, "Run! You're no match for them." Although the young woman did not want to die, she did not want to implicate an innocent person as well. One of the middle-aged men said with a scoff, "This is all you got, but you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. I think you have a death wish." Following that, the 5 men charged toward Duan Ling Tian in unison. None of them is going to use their bloodline powers or doppelgangers. The 5 men did not think it was necessary to go all out against Duan Ling Tian. They were absolutely confident that Duan Ling Tian was no match for them at all. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's doppelgangers shot out from his body. "Your doppelgangers won't be able to change the outcome," the left guardian of the Blood Sea organization said indifferently as he brandished his saber that had been imbued with the law of fire. In just a moment, flames swept toward Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the law of time. He was certain he could destroy Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger with just one strike. Chapter 4405 A Peerless Top Advanced Supreme God. Although the old woman and the young woman knew that the purple-clad young man was strong, they did not think he was a match for the 5 members of the Blood Sea organization. Seeing that they had implicated Duan Ling Tian, the young woman felt regretful about not trying harder to dissuade the old woman from seeking help from him. Why isn't he leaving? The young woman wondered inwardly, unable to understand why Duan Ling Tian did not retreat when given the chance. In the young woman's opinion, Duan Ling Tian was seeking death since 2 of his opponents had comprehended their respective laws to the perfect form. After all, he had yet to comprehend his law to the perfect form. They're seriously underestimating my abilities, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh, seeing that the 5 men treated him as a pushover. Since it's like this, I'll end this quickly. In your next lives, I hope all of you won't make the mistake of underestimating your opponents. Duan Ling Tian flew toward the 3 middle-aged men as he used his sword Dao along with the law of space. The 7-colored sword ray and Duan Ling Tian's phenomenon of the law made the surroundings pale in comparison. The 7-colored sword ray in particular looked dazzlingly beautiful but deadly. The 3 middle-aged men, who were powerful advanced supreme gods in the Blood Sea organization, could not defend against Duan Ling Tian's sword strike at all. The 7-colored sword ray crushed their attacks and killed them before they could even use their bloodline powers or doppelgangers. Meanwhile, the 2 old men who were exchanging blows with Duan Ling Tian's doppelgangers were shocked by the doppelganger's sword Dao. Although they had a slight upper hand, they realized it would be difficult for them to defeat the doppelgangers, let alone destroy them. The upper hand they gained was so slight that the tables could turn at any moment. They were further shocked when they realized their companions had already been killed by Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Now that they realized they were no match for Duan Ling Tian, who was as strong as their leader, they exchanged a glance before they fled in haste. Duan Ling Tian was a top advanced supreme god. It would be impossible for most people under the realm of supreme powerhouses to beat him. You think you can escape? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly before he teleported and blocked the path of one of the old men while his doppelgangers stopped the other old man. The 2 old men quickly used their bloodline powers to protect themselves. They had no intention to fight at all. My lord, we admit defeat. One of the old men said with a grim expression. I just sent a message to our leader. You'll risk offending the Blood Sea organization if you kill us. Our leader won't let this matter go. Our leader is almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god. Duan Ling Tian knew that those who were considered peerless among top advanced supreme gods were those who had comprehended the law to the paramount stage or possessed some terrifying means. Almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god. Duan Ling Tian did not care about the old man's threat. Only supreme powerhouses and true peerless top advanced supreme gods were a threat to him. He was confident that even if he was unable to defeat the leader who was only almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god, he could still escape from the other party. Even a peerless top advanced supreme god would find it difficult to stop him from escaping unless they had comprehended the law of space or the law of time to the paramount stage. I don't mind sparring with him if he comes, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly as he flew toward the old man, who was stronger than the 3 middle-aged men. Although the old man used his bloodline power, Duan Ling Tian still managed to kill him in fewer than 10 moves. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's 2 doppelgangers were exchanging blows with the left guardian of the Blood Sea organization. The 2 doppelgangers with their sword Dao were on par with him. Damn it! A hint of despair could be seen in the eyes of the left guardian of the Blood Sea organization as he watched Duan Ling Tian kill his companion. The other old man with the right guardian of the Blood Sea organization after all. Even if I die, I won't make it easy for you. The old man muttered as his eyes shone with killing intent. Following that, a terrifying energy burst forth from the old man's body like a beast that had awakened from a deep slumber. Chapter 4406 The leader of the Blood Sea organization. Under normal circumstances, those in and above the realm of supreme gods would not detonate their little worlds as a means of death. Not only was it a difficult feat, but the consequences were terrible as well. If they detonated their little world, not only was the physical suffering unimaginably excruciating, but their souls would also suffer greatly. It was a terrible way to die. For this reason, many of those in and above the realm of supreme gods did not have the courage to die in such a way. Fool! Duan Ling Tian scoffed when he saw that the left guardian of the Blood Sea organization intended to detonate his little world to injure him. He thought the old man was not only stupid, but also crazy for wanting to detonate his little world. He asked, "Did you forget that I comprehended the law of space? In order to detonate one's little world, one's divine energy and one's law had to be perfectly in sync." Although the old man's comprehension of the law was more profound than that of Duan Ling Tian, the law he comprehended was no match for Duan Ling Tian's law of space and law of time, which were 2 of the 4 supreme laws. Duan Ling Tian might not be able to simultaneously use his law of space and law of time, but he could use his doppelgangers from the 2 laws which were nearing their perfect form thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinities. As such, it was almost impossible for the detonation of the old man's little world to injure him. I hope you enjoy the method of death you chose, Duan Ling Tian said before teleporting away, bringing his doppelgangers with him. He did not want his doppelgangers to be destroyed by the shockwaves of the explosion. Since he had grown stronger, it would take a longer time for him to create doppelgangers. Duan Ling Tian reappeared in front of the old woman and the young woman. He raised his hand and shrouded them with his energy as he said, "If you don't want to die, don't resist my energy." The old woman and the young woman quickly withdrew their divine energies. Their expressions were grim when they discovered that the left guardian of the Blood Sea organization was going to detonate his little world. Duan Ling Tian brought the duo with him as he teleported away. The left guardian of the Blood Sea organization had tried to prevent Duan Ling Tian from leaving by setting up a formation, but Duan Ling Tian managed to break through the formation with the help of his doppelgangers. Not long after Duan Ling Tian and the others broke the formation and left, a thunderous explosion rang in the air. Shockwaves rolled out for 1,000 miles, destroying everything in their wake. Before his death, the left guardian of the Blood Sea organization let out a chilling shriek. In fact, death was swift, but the excruciating pain he suffered before his death felt like an eternity had passed before he died. He regretted choosing this way to die, knowing that Duan Ling Tian escaped completely unharmed. Unlike supreme powerhouses, the death of an advanced supreme god would not manifest a phenomenon. However, since the left guardian of the Blood Sea Guardian was an advanced supreme god, the detonation of his little world naturally stirred up a huge commotion that could be seen within the area of 10,000 miles. Heavens! A supreme god detonated his little world. These shockwaves came from far away. It seems like the other party was an advanced supreme god. Otherwise, the shockwaves wouldn't be able to travel this far. He's really bold. He's already an advanced supreme god, but he dared to detonate his little world. I wonder if his opponent died. I think so, otherwise, that advanced supreme god has died in vain. The commotion attracted many people's attention. Some people even tried to locate the origin of the shockwaves. At the same time, a middle-aged man froze when he sensed the commotion. The middle-aged man was dressed in a long gray robe, and he was almost 2 meters tall. His long robe could not hide his burly figure at all. At this moment, killing intent shone in the middle-aged man's eyes as an unsightly expression appeared on his face. At the same time, the two men standing behind the middle-aged man were shocked as well. "My lord, this aura, it's the left guardian, right?" "Yes," the gray-clad middle-aged man replied with a dark expression. The gray-clad middle-aged man did not waste time and flew toward the source of the commotion. He did not wait for the two old men, leaving them to catch up to him as fast as they could. It did not take long before the gray-clad middle-aged man, who was the leader of the Blood Sea organization, arrived on the scene. The explosion had left behind a huge bottomless pit and destruction for miles. The level of destruction was truly shocking. The people who had gathered here discussed fervently among themselves upon seeing the destruction. That advanced supreme god managed to leave behind such huge destruction. He must have comprehended the law of the perfect form, right? I saw a few phenomena of the laws in the sky earlier from afar. It must have been a battle between powerful advanced supreme gods. I can sense a few different energies lingering in this place as well. It seems like more than one person died here. Perhaps it's his opponent. I think so. After all, he had to be confident about killing his opponent before he chose to detonate his little world. The gray-clad middle-aged man and the two old men frowned when they heard the hushed conversations in their surroundings. The gray-clad middle-aged man, who was almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god, could sense that the lingering energies belonged to 5 of his powerful subordinates. He murmured, "Apart from the left guardian, right guardian Gu Luo and the others died as well. Who did this?" The gray-clad middle-aged man wondered inwardly as fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. He knew it was not easy to escape the explosion of his left guardian's little world. There was no doubt that the opponent was as strong as him at least. The Blood Sea organization did not have any qualms about killing direct descendants of supreme powerhouses due to their organization's nomadic nature. However, that did not mean that they would intentionally seek death. For this reason, after speculating about the opponent's strength, although the leader of the organization was furious, he did not intend to avenge his dead subordinates. He was afraid of the person who killed them. It was not wise for him to provoke someone who was at least on par with him. Who knew if the opponent was stronger? In any case, it was impossible for him to kill the other party if the other party was on par with him. If the other party was stronger, he would definitely be seriously injured if he did not die. He could not afford to suffer injuries since it would affect his chances of survival during his next heavenly tribulation. The two old men looked at each other in shock before one of them asked, "My lord, are you saying the left guardian failed to kill his opponent?" "That's right," the leader of the Blood Sea organization replied solemnly. Then, without another word, he flew in the direction of their temporary base. The two old men quickly followed suit. At the same time, they spoke among themselves using voice transmission. "It seems like even our leader is afraid of that person. Isn't it obvious? Moreover, he's not the kind to seek trouble for himself." Chapter 4407 Yi Chengwei. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that the leader of the Blood Sea organization had rushed over not long after he left. Needless to say, he was also unaware that the leader of the Blood Sea organization was frightened and did not intend to pursue the matter. However, he had already speculated that things would turn out this way. It was a testament to Duan Ling Tian's strength that he was capable of killing the 5 members of the Blood Sea organization. The leader of the Blood Sea organization was neither a supreme powerhouse nor a peerless top advanced supreme god. As such, the leader of the organization would not be able to avenge his dead subordinates. Moreover, there was a chance that the leader only viewed his subordinates as tools and did not care about their deaths at all. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was in his flying ship. In front of him, the young woman from before supported the old woman as she said, "Sir, thank you for saving our lives. I, Yi Chengwei, will remember this life-saving grace. If you need my help in the future, you can look for me in the Rising Leaf City's Yi clan." At the same time, a hint of shock could be seen in Yi Chengwei's eyes when she looked at the purple-clad young man in front of her. The old woman next to her had told her that the other party was very young. With her strength, she could not sense his age, but she was certain he was not even 10,000 years old. She thought that he was at most a little over 9,000 years old. In comparison, she was only 3,000 years old. In the outer boundary, many powerhouses were often tens of thousands of years old, and there were even those who were 100,000 years old. It was common for advanced supreme gods to be close to 100,000 years old. If one was a peerless top advanced supreme god and one had no problems with one's heavenly tribulations, it was not impossible to live for 100,000 years even if one did not enter the realm of supreme powerhouses. Those who were under the age of 10,000 were considered relatively young in the outer boundary. In fact, even those who were 20,000 or 30,000 years old were also considered young. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yi Chengwei and said indifferently, "It's just a trivial matter. I just couldn't stand their attitude. You don't need to thank me. Since you're going to Blue Dawn City, we can travel together for now. When we arrive at the city, we'll part ways. We might not see each other again after this." Duan Ling Tian was going to Blue Dawn City to fulfill the final wish of Wang Yiyuan, whom he had met in the Crimson Demon's little world. This was his current mission. After completing the mission, he planned to stay in Blue Dawn City for a while to gather more information about the outer boundary before leaving. When he came to the outer boundary, he had no intention of staying in one city to cultivate. He wanted to travel around as well. After all, he did not only need to cultivate, but he needed combat experience as well. It was very important for Duan Ling Tian to grow stronger. After all, his wife, Ka, would not be able to wait that long. Although he had made great progress in the past, it did not mean that it would be the same in the future. He did not dare to be complacent and was determined to work hard. It was not his ultimate goal to become a peerless top advanced supreme god. His ultimate goal was to become a powerful supreme powerhouse so he could find that person from the soul imprisonment clan who had merged with Yun Qingyan so he could force that person to free his wife's soul. Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Yi Chengwei's reply. Instead, he took a few steps back and sat cross-legged at the side. He no longer responded to Yi Chengwei even when she asked for his name. A disappointed expression appeared on Yi Chengwei's face. This was the first time she had been ignored. It was not like she had never met a prodigy before. In fact, there was more than one young prodigy who was a top advanced supreme god who pursued her. Yi Chengwei, who was on the other side of the ship, looked at the old woman with a complicated expression on her face as she asked, "Grandma, who do you think he is? I have never heard of someone below the age of 10,000 who's almost on par with a peerless top advanced supreme god." The old woman glanced at the young man sitting cross-legged nearby on the other side of the flying ship before she said in a low voice, "I don't think he's from our Divine Sand Realm. I have never heard of such a prodigy in the Divine Sand Realm. In any case, there's no doubt that he has an extraordinary background. Not from our divine sand realm. Yi Changwei's eyes lit up as she murmured, I wonder which world he comes from. Even in the outer boundary, I have never heard of such a prodigy. He must be the heir of a hidden force. Perhaps, he was cultivated by a supreme powerhouse. Yi Changwei was obviously curious about Duan Lingtian. Worried about being overheard, she said in a lowered voice, however, this is my first time meeting such a dense person. I introduced myself earlier, but he didn't even tell me his name. Then, when I asked for his name, he simply ignored me. Is he embarrassed of his name? The old woman said with a hint of helplessness, Miss, he said earlier that we'll part ways in Blue Dawn City, never to see each other again. It's best if you leave him alone. With the speed of this flying ship, it won't be long before we arrive in Blue Dawn City. The old woman could naturally see that Yi Changwei was curious about Duan Lingtian. She had experienced such a thing before, and she knew that curiosity could develop into feelings. She wanted to nip this in the bud, so she continued to say, don't forget that we have a business to attend to in Blue Dawn City. Yi Changwei nodded. However, a hint of unwillingness could be seen in her eyes when she glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting nearby. Then, she deliberately raised her voice and said, no matter what, I, Yi Changwei, won't forget my savior. I'll definitely repay this favor in the future. Duan Lingtian was not cultivating, so he could naturally hear Yi Changwei. However, he remained indifferent and pretended like he did not hear her. It did not take long before the flying ship arrived outside Blue Dawn City. Blue Dawn City was huge and magnificent. It was no worse than Dancing Sun City. I wonder what rank is Wang Yiyuan's clan in Blue Dawn City. When Duan Lingtian was in Dancing Sun City, he found out that the clans in the outer boundaries cities were divided into ranks as well. For example, the 5 major clans with supreme powerhouses in Dancing Sun City were ranked first in Dancing Sun City. Clans that were ranked second were without supreme powerhouses, but they were rather powerful as well. The clans usually had those who were almost on par with peerless top advanced supreme gods. I'm going to put away the flying ship now, Duan Lingtian said to Yi Changwei, I'll take my leave now. Before Yi Changwei could react, Duan Lingtian put the flying ship away and flew into Blue Dawn City. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian vanished from sight. Yi Changwei truly could not accept Duan Lingtian's cold treatment, and she could not help but feel annoyed. Does he hate me so much? Why is he so eager to part ways? Ha, since you're in Blue Dawn City, it won't be difficult for me to find you. We'll definitely meet again. Duan Lingtian was unaware that he had provoked a petty woman. After entering Blue Dawn City, he began to ask around about the Wang clan, which was Wang Yiyuan's clan. The Wang clan used to be one of the strongest clans in Blue Dawn City with a supreme powerhouse. However, 100,000 years ago, the Wang clan's supreme powerhouse perished. As such, the Wang clan dropped from a first-rank clan to a second-rank clan. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a fat horse. Although the Wang clan has dropped in rank, it has deep roots in Blue Dawn City. It's the strongest among second-rank clans in Blue Dawn City. Currently, there are 3 elders in the Wang clan who are almost comparable peerless top advanced supreme gods. In just half a day, Duan Lingtian used his divine crystals and managed to gather quite an amount of information in a restaurant in the city. Moreover, he also learned quite a bit about Wang Yiyuan. Unsurprisingly, Wang Yiyuan was the most outstanding person among the younger generation in the Wang clan. If it were not for Wang Yiyuan's talents, how could the Crimson Demon imprison Wang Yiyuan in the little world as a candidate to possess? Coincidentally, someone said, did you hear? The prodigy from the Wang clan died. What a pity, he was so young. I heard that he died while he was cultivating and training outside. Wang Yiyuan was the strongest among the younger generation in the Wang clan, while his younger sister is the #1 beauty in our Blue Dawn City. His sister was given preferential treatment, all thanks to Wang Yiyuan. After all, the clan had high hopes for him. Alas, now that Wang Yiyuan is dead, Wang Luoyu no longer has any protection. With her beauty, it's likely that the Wang clan is going to use her as a tool and marry her off. Wang Yiyuan and Wang Luoyu are from the side branch of the Wang family, to begin with. It was only due to Wang Yiyuan's high innate talent that someone from the main branch of the family took them in. Now that Wang Yiyuan is gone, I'm sure they won't take away Wang Luoyu's status as a direct descendant. After all, the clan would only attract criticism for their ruthlessness. However, they'll definitely use Wang Luoyu to force her into a marriage that will benefit the clan. Even when Wang Yiyuan was still alive, those elders and high-ranking officials of the clan already had this idea. However, Wang Yiyuan made a fuss so no one mentioned the arranged marriage again. Now that Wang Yiyuan is gone, after listening to the conversation, Duan Ling Tian finally realized the reason behind Wang Yiyuan's final wish. Wang Yiyuan was aware that his sister would only be able to live well if he was alive. If he died, his sister would only be used as a tool to benefit the clan. Now that I learned about the ins and outs of the matter, I have to get in touch with Wang Luoyu first. I'll tell her about Wang Yiyuan's final wish then. After that, everything will depend on her choice. If she's willing, I'll try my best to find a place for her where she can be free and doesn't have to worry about the arranged marriage. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Ling Tian walked in the direction of the Wang clan's estate. Chapter 4408 The Wang clan. In Blue Dawn City, clans of different ranks were distinctly separated. The residences of first-rank clans were naturally located in the best parts of the city. The east of Blue Dawn City was where the 4 first-rank clans of Blue Dawn City were based. Needless to say, each of the 4 clans had supreme powerhouses, making them the most powerful clans in Blue Dawn City. Their status was the same as the 5 major clans of Dancing Sun City, which Duan Ling Tian visited previously. Similarly, each of the 5 clans had a supreme powerhouse in their ranks. Alas, the 5 major clans in Dancing Sun City no longer existed. Although not all 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City perished, those who survived had fled Dancing Sun City. Their clans were all annihilated by Kai Ming, his demons, and Han Wang. After all, Kai Ming's hatred toward them for killing his son would not allow him to let them go. Even supreme powerhouses aren't invincible. It's not impossible to kill them. Duan Ling Tian had been shocked when he watched the battle at Dancing Sun City. He had seen a supreme powerhouse die and the phenomenon that appeared after the supreme powerhouse's death. At that time, the clouds turned red, and then it rained blood as though the heavens were shedding tears of blood for the death of the supreme powerhouse. Although the Wang clan is now a second-rank clan in Blue Dawn City, their supreme powerhouse and the clan's glorious past gave them many connections. It was once a first-rank clan, after all. As such, although they didn't move out of their residence, the other 4 major clans didn't give them trouble or force them to move. Otherwise, they might risk offending other supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary who had a good relationship with the Wang clan's supreme powerhouse. The Wang clan's supreme powerhouse died because of the heavenly tribulation. His friends are also supreme powerhouses. Since his friends are still alive, it means that they're stronger than him. Perhaps, the supreme powerhouses from the 4 major clans aren't confident that they're stronger than those supreme powerhouses. Moreover, the 4 major clans have nothing to lose by letting the Wang clan continue to occupy their residence. All the profitable businesses are owned by the 4 major forces, and the Wang clan can't and also dare not to interfere at all. Since ancient times, the strong are respected. Although Duan Ling Tian just arrived in Blue Dawn City not long ago, he already had a clear understanding of the Wang clan. The Wang clan, formerly a first-rank clan, had a glorious past. When their supreme powerhouse was alive, others would scramble to make a marriage alliance with them. They never needed to propose a marriage alliance. However, after a long time, they were still without a descendant who had a high potential of becoming a supreme powerhouse. For this reason, they began to marry out female members of the clan to ally themselves with powerful forces for their survival. After all, even the supreme powerhouses, who were friends of their clan's supreme powerhouses, would age and die eventually. At that time, it would be difficult for the clan to maintain their status. In the past, Wang Luoyu, who was acknowledged as the #1 beauty of Blue Dawn City, was pursued by many direct descendants of supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary. As such, the elders of the Wang clan got the idea to marry her off to one of them to forge a connection with a supreme powerhouse. However, at that time, Wang Yiyuan had shown a high potential of becoming a supreme powerhouse in the future. After weighing the pros and cons, the elders gave in to Wang Yiyuan and dropped the idea of marrying his sister off. With Wang Yiyuan around, Wang Luoyu was safe. Although Wang Yiyuan was missing, no one made things difficult for her. However, things changed some time ago when Wang Yiyuan's soul pearl shattered. After Wang Yiyuan's death was confirmed, many clan members began to bring up the matter of Wang Luoyu's marriage again. Recently, many first-rank clans from the outer boundary had come to propose marriage to her. Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and flew to the inner city, east of Blue Dawn City, where the four major clans of Blue Dawn City and the Wang clan were based. Unsurprisingly, an ordinary person like Duan Ling Tian usually would not be granted entry into the inner city. When Duan Ling Tian arrived in the inner city near the Wang clan's estate, he was quickly stopped by the patrolling team. One of them stepped forward and said, "Sir, please wait. The area up ahead is the Wang clan's estate." The patrolling team consisted of one old man and two middle-aged men. Two of them were elders of the clan, and the other man was a disciple. "I'm here to visit the Wang clan," Duan Ling Tian said calmly to the trio in front of him as he hovered in the air. At the same time, his oppressive and powerful energy from the law of space and the sword Dao swept toward the trio. The two middle-aged men's expressions changed drastically, and their faces turned red. Even the old man could not maintain the calm expression on his face. If Duan Ling Tian did not quickly withdraw his energy, he would have asked for reinforcement from the Wang clan. His expression was dark as he asked, "Sir, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to threaten the Wang clan?" A faint smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he replied, "Senior, don't misunderstand me. You're not an ordinary advanced supreme god, you should be an elder of the Wang clan, right?" After a brief pause, Duan Ling Tian added, "My name is Li Feng, and I'm a sectless cultivator in the outer boundary. When I arrived in Blue Dawn City, I heard that many young talents from powerful clans came to propose marriage in the Wang clan. I also heard that Miss Wang Luo Yu is the most beautiful woman in the Wang clan. I've been wandering for so many years, with no relatives and friends to rely on. I've grown tired of that life. If I can meet Miss Wang and gain her favor, I'm willing to stay and serve the Wang clan." Duan Ling Tian had long thought about what to say to the Wang clan. His plan was to enter the Wang clan as a sectless cultivator, get close to Wang Luo Yu, and find an opportunity to bring her away from the Wang clan if that was what she wanted. Needless to say, it was impossible for him to tell the Wang clan about Wang Yiyuan's final wish and tell them to give up on the idea of marrying Wang Luo Yu off. After all, the Wang clan definitely did not care about Wang Yiyuan or his wish now that Wang Yiyuan was dead. The Wang clan valued benefits more. As such, he could only resort to such a plan. Duan Ling Tian thought that the best way was to use the Wang clan's greed against them. He was a prodigy below the age of 10,000 and possessed strength almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god. If he was willing to serve the Wang clan, how could the Wang clan refuse him? This was much more beneficial to them compared to marrying Wang Luo Yu off to another clan. Duan Ling Tian looked at the elder from the Wang clan and said in a neither servile nor arrogant manner, "You can check if I'm qualified or not. I don't mind sparring with the strongest member of the Wang clan to show my sincerity and strength." The old man's expression changed slightly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, feeling slightly moved. He could tell that the young man in front of him was strong, much stronger than him. He could also sense that the other party was very young. He was also stunned when he heard the other party express his wish to fight the strongest member of the Wang clan. Although the Wang clan did not have a supreme powerhouse or a peerless top advanced supreme god now, there were two members of the clan who were close to becoming as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god. They were naturally the pillars of the Wang clan, and their status was high in the clan. If the duo wished to do so, they could easily remove the current clan leader of the Wang clan from his position. "I can't make the decisions for this matter," the old man thought to himself. He took a deep breath before he sent a message. Soon after, another old man with a ruddy complexion, who looked like a sage, appeared in the sky. The elder and the other two middle-aged men quickly greeted the newcomer respectfully. The newcomer was the grand elder of the Wang clan and the head of the council of elders in the Wang clan. His status as the clan was only second to the two supreme elders. "Sir, I heard that you want to compete with the strongest members of our Wang clan," the grand elder of the Wang clan asked. His gaze was slightly hostile when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He thought Duan Ling Tian was too arrogant for saying he wanted to compete with the strongest member of the Wang clan. "That's right," Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently with a nod. As soon as his voice fell, he felt the other party's energy sweeping toward him. The energy was turbulent and terrifying, but to him, it was just like a passing breeze. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was only slightly weaker than those who were close to becoming peerless top advanced supreme gods. Even then, it would not be easy for those people to defeat him. He would still be able to retreat safely if the situation called for it. If the two strongest members of the Wang clan, who were almost comparable to peerless top advanced supreme gods, fought him, he was not confident about beating them. Since he could not leave due to his mission, if he continued fighting them, he would likely lose. However, he was not worried since it was just sparring, not a life or death battle. Moreover, he was confident the duo would be able to see his potential. He was also confident that the Wang clan would be able to see his potential as their son-in-law. Who knew, they might even marry Wang Luoyu to him immediately. Duan Ling Tian released energy as well. In just an instant, he ruthlessly dispersed the Grand Elder's energy. In order to show his strength, he did not hold back and pushed the Grand Elder with his energy. The Grand Elder of the Wang clan stumbled 3 steps back, and a hint of blood could be seen at the corners of his lips. At the same time, the other 3 men from the Wang clan watched with horrified expressions on their faces. After all, it was just a brief collision of energy, but their Grand Elder was defeated just like that. Chapter 4409 Wang Luoyu. Although the Grand Elder of the Wang clan was not anywhere close to being a peerless top advanced supreme god, he was still a top advanced supreme god. With his strength, he was among the top 10 strongest members of the Wang clan. However, he was defeated in just an instant after a collision of energies. The elder and the 2 disciples were shocked by their Grand Elder's defeat. Although they knew the young man in front of them was powerful, they only thought it was because they were weak. However, after the exchange with their Grand Elder, the young man's strength dawned on them, and they were terrified. Perhaps, the young man was not boasting and was really capable of competing with the strongest members of their Wang clan. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Grand Elder of the Wang clan and asked with a slight smile, "Grand Elder, do you think I, Li Feng, am qualified to meet the strongest members of your Wang clan and spar with them?" Duan Ling Tian did not hold back earlier when he let his energy collide with the other party's energy. He needed to show the other party his strength after all so his plan could proceed smoothly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Grand Elder Wang wiped the blood off the corners of his mouth. As expected, his gaze was different now when he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "I've never heard of a talent like you in the Divine Sand Realm. Sir, may I ask where you come from?" Divine Sand Realm was one of the places in the outer boundary. Duan Ling Tian learned about this while he was in Dancing Sun City. The part of the sea when he had just arrived, the Crimson Demon Ridge, the ruined cities, Dancing Sun City, and Blue Dawn City were all part of the Divine Sand Realm. There were 36 realms in the outer boundary, and the Divine Sand Realm was just one of them. Rumors had it that there were no fewer than 100 supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary alone. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he first heard about this. He did not expect there to be so many supreme powerhouses in one realm alone. However, during his journey to Blue Dawn City, he passed by forces with supreme powerhouses and no longer found it surprising that there were over 100 supreme powerhouses in the Divine Sand Realm alone. Just Dancing Sun City alone had 5 supreme powerhouses, and now in Blue Dawn City, there were 4 supreme powerhouses. In just the 2 cities alone, there were 9 supreme powerhouses. In the Divine Sand Realm, there were more than a dozen cities like Dancing Sun City and Blue Dawn City. Needless to say, some cities only had 1 or 2 supreme powerhouses. Even then, just the number of supreme powerhouses in the Divine Sand Realm was about 50. Duan Ling Tian replied calmly, "I'm not from the Divine Sand Realm. I heard of Wang Luoyu, the number 1 beauty of Blue Dawn City, and I fell in love at first sight when I saw her portrait. That's the purpose of my visit. I plan to join the Wang clan if she accepts me. However, I don't plan to stay forever in the clan. I might stay for hundreds of years or thousands of years, even 10,000 years, but I won't stay forever. I plan to bring my wife with me and travel the world. I want to bring her to various places, and at the same time, I also want to train and gain experience. However, if the Wang clan needs help, I definitely won't hesitate to help as long as it's within my ability to do so. My goal is to become a supreme powerhouse. If I don't leave the Wang clan and only cultivate here, I might not be able to become a supreme powerhouse. Needless to say, even after I become a supreme powerhouse, as long as I'm Wang Luoyu's husband, I'll still be a member of the Wang clan." The Grand Elder of the Wang clan was not put off by Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, he knew it was impossible for such a heaven-defying prodigy to stay in the Wang clan forever. He was not certain if Duan Lingtian was truly in love with Wang Luoyu or if Duan Lingtian was just briefly infatuated, but compared to the direct descendants of supreme powerhouses, there were undoubtedly greater benefits to marrying Wang Luoyu to Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian was willing to join the Wang clan. After all, not all the direct descendants of supreme powerhouses had the potential to become supreme powerhouses. Moreover, the supreme powerhouses from those forces might perish one day. There was also no guarantee that the forces Wang Luoyu married into would help the Wang clan. Previously, this was their option. Being related to a supreme powerhouse was better than nothing. At least, no one would dare to recklessly seek trouble with the clan. Young Master Li Feng, I can see that you're a straightforward person, the Grand Elder of the Wang clan said. Despite losing to Duan Lingtian, he wore a smile on his face. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the clan leader of the Wang clan and his great-grandfather, one of the two supreme elders of the Wang clan. Grand Elder Wang, you're being too polite with me, Duan Lingtian replied with a slight smile. After the Grand Elder of the Wang clan informed the clan leader and his great-grandfather about Duan Lingtian's proposal, the clan leader was rather agreeable. He also thought that it would greatly benefit the Wang clan if Duan Lingtian were to marry Wang Luoyu. At the same time, the Grand Elder of the Wang clan's great-grandfather, a supreme elder of the Wang clan, also expressed his willingness to spar with Duan Lingtian. If it was true that Duan Lingtian was not even 10,000 years old and was strong enough to spar with him, then they could not let such a prodigy slip away. They had to do everything to make him stay. After receiving the voice transmission, the clan leader sent a message to the leader of the faction that Wang Luoyu belonged to and asked the other party to convince Wang Luoyu to marry Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was willing to marry her, it would be a great blessing for her and the Wang clan. After all, the other party was not even 10,000 years old but was almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god. Such a person might become a supreme powerhouse before reaching 20,000 years old. Although there were supreme powerhouses below the age of 20,000 in the history of the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, they were very rare, and each of them left their marks in history. In a quiet and elegant courtyard in the Wang clan's estate, two young women sat in front of a stone table chatting with smiles on their faces. If Duan Lingtian were present, he would recognize one of the young women. She was the young woman who came to Blue Dawn City with him, Yi Changwei. At this moment, the old woman who accompanied Yi Changwei was standing at the side, looking around vigilantly from time to time. It was as though she was trying to slight all the movements around her. Sister Changwei, I'm afraid I won't be in Blue Dawn City the next time you visit me. You may not be able to see me again, the other young woman sitting across from Yi Changwei said with a helpless expression on her delicate and beautiful face. The smile on her face vanished as well when she spoke. A hint of pain could be seen in the depths of her eyes when she thought about her brother, Wang Yiyuan. When she thought about how spoiled and acted she had acted toward her brother, she was filled with remorse. In just a moment, tears began to slide down her cheeks. Sister Luo Yu, I'll look for clan leader Wang later and tell him that I want to invite you back to my house as a guest. After that, I'll arrange for you to leave. You won't have to return to the Wang clan again, Yi Changwei said resolutely. This was the purpose of her visit. Sister Changwei, I appreciate your kindness, Wang Luo Yu said as she shook her head. However, if you do that, you'll get into trouble as well. I don't care about getting into trouble, Sister Luo Yu. Back then, if you and Brother Yi Yuan didn't risk your lives to save me, I would have died. Now that Brother Yi Yuan is gone, I'll treat you like my own sister. Don't worry, I told my father about what I'm going to do, and he supports me. Yi Changwei said. Wang Luo Yu shook her head again. Sister Changwei, Uncle Yi is currently competing for the position of clan leader in the Yi clan, and it's a crucial moment for him now. If he provokes the Wang clan now, I'm afraid his supporters will abandon him. I don't want to affect Uncle Yi. Don't worry, it's not necessarily a bad thing for me to marry someone. Even if I don't like him, I can learn to like him. Although Wang Luo Yu spoke calmly, deep in her heart, she felt very helpless. Who would be willing to be sacrificed for their clan's benefit? At this moment, someone called out loudly from outside the courtyard, Luo Yu. Subsequently, a strong old man with white hair swiftly walked into the courtyard. Wang Luo Yu rose to her feet and saluted the old man. Grandpa. Yi Changwei followed suit and rose to her feet as well. The old man was the leader of the faction Wang Luo Yu and Wang Yi Yuan belonged to. He had taken care of them since they were young and treated them like his grandchildren. Miss Yi, you're here as well, the old man said with a smile when he saw Yi Changwei. In the past, the Yi clan was nothing compared to the Wang clan that had a supreme powerhouse. However, now, the Yi clan was not inferior to the Wang clan since the Yi clan had three powerhouses who were almost comparable to peerless top advanced supreme gods. Moreover, one of them was the founder of the faction that Yi Changwei belonged to. Chapter 4410 Wang Kui. Yi Changwei was the pride of the Yi clan, and her status was not the same as that of Wang Luoyu in the Wang clan. The founder of Yi Changwei's faction was one of the three strongest powerhouses in the Yi clan, and she was highly favored by the founder. Moreover, there were very few female direct descendants in the Yi clan among the younger generation, so she was very doted upon. For this reason, even Wang Ming, the leader of one of the factions in the Wang clan, was quite polite and respectful to Yi Changwei. Elder Wang Ming, Yi Changwei said with a nod. She had a rather good impression of Wang Ming. This was because she had heard Wang Luoyu say that many people began to treat her indifferently after Wang Yiyuan's death. However, Wang Ming did not treat Wang Luoyu indifferently, and he also spoke to her and comforted her several times. Wang Ming looked at Wang Luoyu and said with a sigh, "The clan leader sent me a message saying that a talented young man came to the clan, and the other party wants to meet you. The other party said that he's willing to join the Wang clan for your sake. Needless to say, the clan leader prefers to let that young man join our clan than to marry you off. The clan leader also asked me to inform you about this matter. He'll send me another message soon, and at that time, I'll bring you to meet the talented young man." Wang Luoyu smiled bitterly upon hearing these words. The clan leader said that he preferred to let the young man join the Wang clan than marry her off, but there was no difference at all. In other words, the clan leader wanted her to marry the young man. Although she would not be married off to another force, she still could not choose her husband. Fortunately, she had already accepted her fate. Yi Changwei frowned and said to Wang Ming, "Elder Wang Ming, I came this time to invite Sister Luoyu to the Yi clan as a guest so she can relax. Elder Wang Ming, I hope you can help her delay this matter." Wang Ming shook his head before he said to Yi Changwei, "Miss Yi, I know you really want to help Luoyu. However, I advise you to give up. If word of this spreads, it'll affect your father. It might even hinder your father from becoming the clan leader of the Yi clan." Clearly, Wang Ming was aware of the situation in the Yi clan. Two outstanding members of the Yi clan were now competing for the position of the clan leader of the Yi clan, and the duo was evenly matched in every aspect. One of the two competitors was Yi Changwei's father. If Yi Changwei offended the Wang clan, it would definitely cause trouble for the Yi clan and upset the elders of the Yi clan. At that time, the opponent of Yi Changwei's father would definitely gain the upper hand in their bid for the position of the clan leader of the Yi clan. Yi Changwei's expression changed slightly upon hearing Wang Ming's words. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "Then, I won't bring her to the Yi clan. I'll bear all the responsibility for this matter." "You're going to bear the responsibility for this matter?" Wang Ming shook his head and said, "Miss Yi, you're too naive. Even if you don't bring Luoyu to the Yi clan, as long as people know that you brought Luoyu away and ruined Luoyu's arranged marriage, your father and the Yi clan will still be implicated. Don't tell me you plan to sever ties with the Yi clan." Wang Ming thought that Yi Changwei was too naive. Perhaps, she was too anxious that she failed to see how important and serious this matter was. Yi Changwei blushed slightly upon hearing Wang Ming's words. Then, she said solemnly, "As long as Sister Luoyu is fine, I don't mind leaving the Yi clan." "Sister Changwei," Wang Luoyu exclaimed. Then, she said with a soft sigh, "I'd rather die than leave this place with you. If you leave the clan at such a critical moment, Uncle Yi will still be implicated anyway. Sister Changwei, don't interfere in this matter. No matter the outcome, no matter what the future holds, it's all fated." Yi Changwei fell silent. The gloomy expression on her face showed the turbulent waves of emotions that had been stirred up in her heart. At this time, Wang Luoyu looked at Wang Ming and said with a slight smile, "Grandpa, take a seat while you wait for the clan leader's message." Seeing how sensible Wang Luoyu was, Wang Ming could not help but sigh again. He felt slightly regretful at the same time. If he had known better, he would have sent her away as soon as he found out that Wang Yiyuan had died so the others would not have a chance to target her. It would not be difficult to send her away at that time, but it was very difficult to do so now. After all, Many elders and high-ranking officials in the rank who prioritized the clan's interests were now staring at Wang Luoyu, hoping to use her to strengthen the clan. After taking a seat, a smile replaced the serious expression on Wang Ming's face before he said, "Luoyu, compared to marrying into another force, it's better to marry someone who's willing to stay in our clan. I heard from the elder of the patrolling team that the young man is very handsome. Most importantly, he's very strong despite his young age. In terms of talent, even the most outstanding member among the younger generation in our clan is inferior to him. In fact, no one among the younger generation in the Divine Sand Realm is a match for him. I'm sure many women are attracted to that young man, but it seems like he only likes you. Perhaps, sometime in the future, you'll be glad that you met him." Wang Luoyu did not take Wang Ming's words seriously. She assumed that he was only trying to comfort her. After all, if the other party was so outstanding, why would he fall for a person like her? The only thing she was known for was being the #1 beauty in Blue Dawn City, and Blue Dawn City was just one of many cities in the Divine Sand Realm. Let alone the entire outer boundary and the myriad worlds, there were many who were more beautiful than her in the Divine Sand Realm alone. Yi Changwei also assumed Wang Ming was trying to console Wang Luoyu, and she also found his words too exaggerated. She could not help but say, "Elder Wang Ming, if he's so outstanding, how can he be willing to join the Wang clan just for Sister Luoyu's sake? Based on what you said, he has a high potential of becoming a supreme powerhouse in the future. Why would such a person agree to join the Wang clan for the sake of a woman he had never met before? He had only seen her portrait. Yi Changwei was from a relatively powerful clan, after all. She was privy to many things and had met many people. She knew how arrogant those young prodigies were. In her opinion, it was impossible for a proud prodigy to marry into a woman's clan, especially when joining the clan would not benefit him. On the contrary, in this case, it was likely that the Wang clan needed to rely on the young man instead of the other way around. As such, if the young man was as outstanding as Wang Ming said he was, there was no way he would join the Wang clan. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the discussion going on between Wang Luoyu and the others. He was now meeting the clan leader of the Wang clan in the reception hall. The clan leader of the Wang clan was a tall and burly middle-aged man who seemed to wear a perpetual solemn expression on his face. He had a distinct worm-like scar on his forehead. It was not difficult to remove such a scar, but since he had left it there, it must serve a purpose. After being brought to the reception hall, the Grand Elder of the Wang clan said, "Clan leader, this is young Master Li Feng." "Greetings, Clan leader Wang. I'm Li Feng," Duan Lingtian said politely. Although he knew the other party was no match for him, he knew he had to leave a good impression on the other party due to his mission. If he offended the other party, it would make his plan to bring Wang Yi Yuan's sister away even more difficult. Young Master Li Feng, the clan leader of the Wang clan, responded in kind. He had probed Duan Lingtian with his divine consciousness and confirmed that Duan Lingtian did not only look young and that Duan Lingtian was indeed young. As such, he was polite to Duan Lingtian as well. Moreover, he had heard about what happened earlier. He was not much stronger than the Grand Elder of the Wang clan, but the Grand Elder suffered quite a bit due to Duan Lingtian. The clan leader of the Wang clan smiled and said amiably, "I'm Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan. If you get together with Luoyu, it's not just an honor to Luoyu, but it's the Wang clan's honor as well. Young Master Li, I heard that you want to spar with one of our supreme elders. I've already spoken to him, and he's willing to space with you. The supreme elder said that since you came from afar, you should rest in our clan for a few days and recover your energy before you spar with him." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Clan leader Wang, please tell the supreme elder that I can spar now if he's willing." Seeing the hesitant expression on Wang Kui's face, Duan Lingtian added, "After sparring with the supreme elder, I want to formally meet Miss Luoyu. I want to prove my strength as soon as I can so that the Wang clan will know that I'm worthy of Miss Wang Luoyu." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Kui smiled and said, "Very well. Since you insist, I'll send a message to the supreme elder." After a while, Wang Kui received the reply from the supreme elder and said with a smile, "Young Master Li Feng, the supreme elder asked me to bring you to him. We don't want to cause a huge commotion, so you'll be sparring in our clan's spatial artifact. Do you have any objections? If you prefer otherwise, we'll look for a remote place for you to spar." Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied, I have no objections. If the space in the spatial artifact is stable enough, we can spar in there. Chapter 4411 The Birth of a Supreme Powerhouse. In the Divine Sand Realm's Green Billow City. Green Billow City was also a big city in the Divine Sand Realm with supreme powerhouses ruling it. Its status was as high as that of Dancing Sun City and Blue Dawn City, however. Recently, Dancing Sun City had been turned into a ruined city. With the annihilation of the 5 major clans and the destruction left behind by the fierce battle, the city was no longer prosperous like it was in the past. Similar things often happened in the outer boundary. A big city could be flourishing one day, but it could turn into a ruined city overnight. That was why there were so many ruined cities, like the one Duan Ling Tian encountered, in the outer boundary. In the past, the ruined cities were once prosperous and flourishing as well. In Green Billow City, there were 5 first-rank clans, and each of the clans had a supreme powerhouse. The 5 major clans naturally monopolized the best resources in the city, and the more than a dozen second-rank clans could only submit. After all, the second-rank clans were weaker than the first-rank clans. There was nothing they could do even if they were unhappy. As such, many members of second-rank clans strove hard to become a supreme powerhouse. Once a supreme powerhouse appeared in a second-rank clan, the clan would be promoted to a first-rank clan. Today, there was a huge commotion in Green Billow City. Dark clouds gathered in the sky above Green Billow City as lightning flashed accompanied by the sounds of thunder. It seemed like it was going to rain, but the rain did not fall for a long time. At this time, an incomparably bright light suddenly flashed, lighting up the dark and gloomy Green Billow City for a moment. A thunderous explosion that seemed capable of shaking heaven and earth rang in the air, sending shockwaves through Green Billow City. Following that, under everyone's watchful gazes, a figure rose into the sky from a mansion in Green Billow City. Lightning bolts flashed around the figure as the void rippled and twisted. All of a sudden, the clouds, the lightning bolts, the sounds of thunder, and even the figure disappeared. Everyone was confused when they saw the turbulent sky suddenly turn calm. The change was too abrupt. At the same time, 5 figures appeared in the sky above the inner city of Green Billow City and began to chat among themselves. Someone said with a sigh, "I didn't expect the 6th supreme powerhouse in Green Billow City to be that person from the Meng clan. That old man is from the same generation as I am. His talent and comprehension weren't any weaker than mine back then. However, due to the heavenly tribulation, his breakthrough was delayed. Otherwise, he would have become a supreme powerhouse a long time ago. That guy is really lucky. He was injured during the heavenly tribulation. Although it was just a minor injury, it would have affected him since he was only almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god. If he didn't break through and become a supreme powerhouse, it would only be a matter of time before he was killed by the heavenly tribulation. In any case, he's broken through, and there's now a 6th supreme powerhouse in Green Billow City. The Meng clan will also be the 6th first-rank clan in Green Billow City. Let's inform the members of our clans. Let the juniors distribute some of our properties to the Meng clan. From today onward, the Meng clan is a first-rank clan just like ours. Unlike the others, the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 major clans in Green Billow City, who had gathered, naturally knew early on that someone had become a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, they also knew the identity of the other person. They were all supreme powerhouses and had experienced this before. After all, they had experienced this phenomenon before. They were brought into space briefly, where their energies were completely transformed, before they were sent out again, becoming a true supreme powerhouse. There was no danger involved at all during this process. Needless to say, it was difficult to cultivate to this point. Apart from cultivating, one needed to meet many requirements to become a supreme powerhouse. Only if one met the requirements would the phenomenon appear. At that time, one would be struck by lightning before one's body was refined in space. As for the person from the Meng clan who became a supreme powerhouse, when he returned from space, he would become a supreme powerhouse, standing on even ground with the other 5 supreme powerhouses of Green Billow City. Although he had just broken through, he might not be any weaker than them even if some of them had broken through tens of thousands of years ago. After entering the realm of supreme powerhouses, it was an extremely difficult process to continue raising one's strength. For this reason, most supreme powerhouses were evenly matched. The differences in strength were usually because of their unique physiques or even species. Humans, in this regard, were at a disadvantage. When humans became supreme powerhouses, their bodies would be refined and tempered by heaven and earth. However, due to human physique that was inferior to that of demons and other beings, the effect of the transformation was also weaker compared to other species. However, needless to say, even the weakest human supreme powerhouse was far stronger than any demons or beings who had yet to enter the realm of supreme powerhouses. At this time, the other inhabitants of Green Billow City finally figured out what the phenomena meant. A few of them caught on quickly and realized that someone from the second-rank Meng clan was about to become a supreme powerhouse. The Meng clan is about to rise in power. A supreme powerhouse finally appeared in the Meng clan. The Meng clan will become the sixth first-rank clan in Green Billow City. Similar remarks could be heard everywhere in Green Billow City. In the Meng clan's estate, joyous laughter could be heard everywhere. Our ancestor has become a supreme powerhouse. Our Meng clan is going to rise to prominence. I didn't expect our Meng clan to have a supreme powerhouse. The ancestor is the first supreme powerhouse in the history of the Meng clan, right? That's right, our Meng clan had many powerhouses in the past, but even the strongest powerhouse was a peerless top advanced supreme god. There has never been a supreme powerhouse in the clan until now. After our ancestor returns, our Meng clan will become a first-rank clan in Green Billow City. Earlier, I received messages from my friends in the 5 major clans. They said that their clan members have already called for a meeting to discuss the distribution of properties to our clan. I got to see our clan rise to prominence. Even if I die now, I'll have no regrets. At the same time, in a luxurious courtyard in the Meng clan's estate, a young man's eyes flashed with a strange mix of excitement and malice. He sneered as he muttered to himself, "The Wang clan in Blue Dawn City looked down on me when I went to propose marriage. Did they think I wasn't good enough because my clan didn't have a supreme powerhouse? Look, now our Meng clan has a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he's the founder of the faction I belong to, and I'm his only direct descendant." The young man was aware that his ancestor valued him greatly. In the past, when he needed a rare medicinal herb during his cultivation, his ancestor traveled to a place fraught with danger to obtain the rare medicinal herb that would help him cultivate smoothly. He knew that his ancestor placed all his hopes on him. When the ancestor returns, I'll tell him that I want to marry that woman from the Wang clan in Blue Dawn City. Even if the ancestor doesn't personally visit the clan, I'm sure he'll send a member of the clan to do so. Let's see if the Wang clan that no longer has a supreme powerhouse dares to refuse my proposal this time. Previously, I wanted to marry Wang Luoyu as my legal wife, but now, I'm going to make her a lowly concubine. The young man, a direct descendant of the Meng clan, was Meng Yuzheng. Regardless if it was the deaths of the supreme powerhouses in Dancing Sun City, the destruction of the 5 major clans in Dancing Sun City, or the birth of a new supreme powerhouse in Green Billow City, they were all major news in the Divine Sand Realm. As such, news of them traveled very quickly to Blue Dawn City. While news of the incidents continued to spread, at this time, the clan leader and the supreme elder of the Wang clan and another person entered the spatial artifact that had been in the Wang clan for generations. The space in the spatial artifact was vast, and it seemed like there was no end in sight. At this time, a purple-clad young man hovered in the air across from an old man dressed in a pale green robe. The old man had a ruddy complexion. "You're not even 10,000 years old, but you're already so strong. You're truly a peerless prodigy. Where did you come from?" The green-clad old man was one of the 2 supreme elders of the Wang clan, a second-rank clan in Blue Dawn City. He was also one of the 2 powerhouses in the clan who was almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god. The old man did not believe that Duan Lingtian was just a sectless cultivator. After all, it was impossible for him to be a sectless cultivator with such strength at such a young age. Even if Duan Lingtian was extremely lucky, he did not think it was possible for Duan Lingtian to possess such strength without the help of a powerful force. "Senior," Duan Lingtian calmly said, "why don't we chat after we spar? You're quite an impatient child," the green-clad old man said with a contemptuous smile as he shook his head. His eyes flashed fiercely as he said, "Very well. If that's what you want, show me what you got." Following that, the old man's energy surged up, and his entire being seemed to turn into a sword as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4412 The man who was close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Indeed, the supreme elder of the Wang clan was also a sword cultivator. As a sword ray shot out, the energy from the law of metal shone brilliantly, lighting up the dark space in the spatial artifact like the scorching sun. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that the supreme elder of the Wang clan had comprehended the law of metal to its perfect form. After all, the other party was close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. However, he was surprised that the other party had also comprehended the sword Dao, not just the rudimentary form of the sword Dao, but the real sword Dao. However, the other party's sword Dao was still inferior to his sword Dao. Duan Ling Tian struck with his sword as well. The Seven Orifices exquisite sword, which was now a prime divine artifact, did not have any advantage at all since the other party's sword was also a prime divine artifact. Duan Ling Tian channeled his divine energy into his sword, and a seven-colored sword ray shot out. It looked particularly eye-catching in the midst of the golden light emitted by the other party. The golden sword ray was domineering, and its terrifying sword intent seemed to make the entire place tremble. Meanwhile, Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, watched solemnly from a distance away. He had also sparred with the Supreme Elder before, and based on the Supreme Elder's display of strength now, it was clear that the Supreme Elder had held back a lot when they sparred in the past. The Supreme Elder's law of metal and sword Dao were much more powerful than he had imagined. No wonder some people say that our Supreme Elder is the hope of our Wang clan to regain a supreme powerhouse again. With this, he really has a chance of breaking into the realm of supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian flew toward the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan. When the white-haired and rosy-cheeked old man used his bloodline power, he could sense the other party's frightening strength. As expected of someone who was almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god. Not counting supreme powerhouses, the other party was the strongest opponent he had encountered since he came to the outer boundary. Not many of those under the realm of supreme powerhouses were a match for the other party. Senior, your strength is impressive, however, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to defeat me with your sword Dao, Duan Ling Tian said. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian had already exchanged more than 100 blows with the old man. Although he briefly fell into a disadvantageous position, he quickly regained the upper hand. He had also used his sword Dao, which was stronger than his opponent's sword Doa. It was only natural that those who had a higher comprehension of the sword Dao would gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan also discovered the problem. Since he and his opponent comprehended the sword Dao and his opponent's comprehension of the sword Dao was superior to his, it was only natural that his opponent was able to find the flaw in his sword Dao and evade his attacks over and over again. Most importantly, the opponent's sword Dao was significantly stronger than his even if his opponent's strength was weaker than his. Even if the sword Dao they mastered was not the same, there were still many similarities. Even if I mastered other weapon Dao such as the saber Dao or the spear Dao, I still won't be able to defeat him unless I comprehend one of the other three Daos of heaven and earth. The old man thought to himself with a sigh before he said, "All right, let's end this. If we continue, we'll only be wasting our energies. It's unlikely for any of us to win. I admit it's impossible for me to defeat you, but it's also impossible for you to defeat me. After all, my strength is stronger than yours." Following that, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan withdrew his prime divine sword and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes and experienced it himself, he would not have believed a young man who was not even 10,000 years old possessed such strength. He was certain that it was only a matter of time before Duan Ling Tian became a supreme powerhouse unless Duan Ling Tian died prematurely. Moreover, he had no doubt that Duan Ling Tian would not be an ordinary supreme powerhouse. The Supreme Elder of the Wang clan knew a lot about supreme powerhouses. He knew that there were many outstanding and talented cultivators who had difficulty growing stronger after becoming supreme powerhouses. This was because they took too many years to become supreme powerhouses. He, himself, was a good example. If he became a supreme powerhouse in the future, it would be difficult for him to continue raising his strength. He was already very old, after all. Saying that, he was not even sure if he could become a supreme powerhouse. When the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan recalled the earlier battle again, his eyes suddenly lit up. Earlier, he had ended the fight early not only because he felt it was pointless to continue, but it was also because he seemed to have gained some enlightenment regarding the sword Dao when he was fighting Duan Ling Tian. If he could improve his sword Dao, he would be one step closer to becoming a supreme powerhouse. At this time, Duan Ling Tian already had a basic understanding of the opponent's strength. He nodded and said, "Indeed. Senior, if you comprehended another Dao instead of the weapon Dao, I'll definitely lose if the fight drags on. We'll end the fight as you suggested. Senior, I have a request, and I hope you'll agree to it. Tell me, Duan Lingtian had given the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan a chance to improve his sword Dao. Even if Duan Lingtian did not do it intentionally, he was still grateful. As such, when he heard that Duan Lingtian had a request, he did not refuse Duan Lingtian immediately. As long as it was within his ability, he would not refuse Duan Lingtian. He had always been magnanimous, and if he refused Duan Lingtian now, who knew if it would impede his growth in the future? Senior, I hope you'll match me and Miss Luo Yu from your clan. I have seen many beauties in my life, but Miss Luo Yu is the only person who made me fall in love at first sight. I'm deeply enchanted by her. If I don't marry her, I'm afraid it'll be a stumbling block in my path to becoming a supreme powerhouse. Senior, I'm sure you understand my feelings since you've cultivated to this point. One small misstep can lead one down the wrong path. It won't be easy going back to the right path after that, Duan Lingtian said as his expression grew more and more solemn. Needless to say, his words were all nonsense. However, it had to be said that no flaws could be found in his words. The old man was briefly stunned. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian intently and said, I've heard about this from the clan leader. I really didn't expect a member of our clan to be lucky enough to catch your eyes. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, it's her blessing if she can marry you. As such, I'll take it as a joke when you said that you'll join the Wang clan. If there's anything you need from our clan in the future, just let us know. We'll be family after all. Clearly, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan had agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. Not only that, but he planned to do Duan Lingtian a favor. He and the clan would not suffer any losses from doing Duan Lingtian a favor. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was taken aback by how easygoing the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan was. The other party was frank and agreed immediately, causing him to feel guilty. Forget it, I'll just owe him and the clan a favor. In the future, I'll definitely repay them. Duan Lingtian consoled himself inwardly and pulled himself together. At the same time, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan also expressed his intentions to the clan leader and the Grand Elder of the Wang clan. He told them to go along with Duan Lingtian's wishes. No one objected. After all, in their eyes, Li Feng was an extremely powerful peerless prodigy who came from outside of the divine sand realm. I understand, Supreme Elder. I'll deal with this matter properly, Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, said. Following that, Wang Kui led Duan Lingtian out as he said, Young Master Li Feng, I'll arrange for a place for you to stay first. After that, I'll send someone to bring Luo Yu over to meet you. Chapter 4413 The Furious Yi Cheng Wei. Before leaving, the Supreme Elder of the Wang clan also told Duan Lingtian that his name was Wang Jingrao. This could be considered an act of approval and recognition of Duan Lingtian's strength. If Duan Lingtian was not strong, it would be impossible for someone like him who was much older than him to be polite or give his name to Duan Lingtian. Even in the Wang clan, not many members were familiar with Wang Jingrao. They only knew of his existence and addressed him respectfully as Old Ancestor, or Supreme Elder. Following that, before Duan Lingtian left with Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, the Grand Elder of the Wang clan also respectfully introduced himself to Duan Lingtian before leaving. Wang Kui personally arranged for Duan Lingtian to live in the Wang clan's estate. He led him to a vast and remote courtyard. There were a few rockeries with a small stream winding past them. All kinds of flowers, plants, and trees were planted on both sides of the stream, attracting many small birds. Young Master Li Feng, if you need anything, please just let her know. She'll be serving you during your stay. After this, she'll arrange for several servants to attend to you as well, Wang Kui said when an ordinary and amiable woman arrived. After greeting Wang Kui respectfully, the woman looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise before she quickly lowered her head. Aunt Chu has been in our clan for many years, and she's always been reliable in her work. I'm sure there'll be no mistakes with her serving you, Wang Kui said to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he also told the woman about Duan Lingtian and what had happened earlier through voice transmission. The woman's eyes widened when she heard Wang Kui's words. She could hardly believe that a young man who was not even 10,000 years old fought to a draw with one of the two strongest members of the Wang clan. She finally understood why Wang Kui had arranged for Duan Lingtian to live in this courtyard. This courtyard was usually used to accommodate distinguished guests of the clan. In the past, when the Wang clan's supreme powerhouse was still around, he would arrange for his friends to stay here. Even after the supreme powerhouse perished, only those who were powerful or had very influential backgrounds and high status were allowed to stay here. Earlier, she assumed Duan Ling Tian was just a frivolous young master from a powerful force. She did not expect him to be so powerful. "Thank you, Aunt Chu," Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. The woman was flattered when she saw how polite Duan Ling Tian was. She hastily said, "Young Master Li, you're welcome. Please let me know if there's anything I can help you with." Wang Kui smiled and said, "Young Master Li Feng, do you want to rest first and meet Luo Yu tomorrow, or do you want to meet her now? If you want to meet her now, I'll send someone to bring her over." "I'll meet her tomorrow," Duan Ling Tian said. It was inevitable that he would meet Wang Luo Yu, so there was no need to rush. Earlier, although he was not injured during his fight with Wang Jingrao, he had exhausted some of his energy. As such, he wanted to recover his energy. It would take him about 10 days to half a month to fully recover the energy he exhausted. "All right," Wang Kui replied. Inwardly, he was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's reply. In the end, he concluded that Duan Ling Tian must have wanted to meet the woman he liked when he was in a better condition. After all, he was young once, and he also had someone he liked back then. "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Rest well. If you need anything that Aunt Chu can't help you with, send her to me. If there's anything urgent, you can also ask her to call me over," Wang Kui said. He was very polite and modest in front of Duan Ling Tian. It was to the extent that he was willing to come over to see Duan Ling Tian if there was something urgent. In the Wang clan, there were only 2 people who received this sort of treatment, and they were the 2 supreme elders of the Wang clan. Now, there was an extra person, Duan Ling Tian. On the other side of the Wang clan's estate, Wang Ming, an elder of the Wang clan, looked at Wang Luo Yu and said with a sigh, "The clan leader just informed me that the young man wants to rest today, so he'll meet you tomorrow. Have a good rest tonight. I'll look for you at noon tomorrow and bring you to him." After that, Wang Ming shook his head and took his leave. If it was possible, he hoped that Wang Luo Yu could be free from the shackles of the Wang clan. Alas, it was impossible. The Wang clan would not give up on such a good chess piece. After Wang Ming left, Yi Changwei said, slightly annoyed, "What's that man thinking? How can he be so rude? He said he wanted to meet you first, then now, he changed his mind and said he would meet you tomorrow. Why is he doing this? He's intentionally making you wait." Yi Changwei grew more and more annoyed as she spoke. "Sister Changwei," Wang Luo Yu shook her head slightly as she said, "He must have his reason for wanting to meet tomorrow. Don't get angry because of this matter." Yi Changwei frowned upon hearing Wang Luo Yu's words. Then, she sent a voice transmission to the old lady, asking the old lady if she was confident about bringing Wang Luo Yu away from the Wang clan. The old woman replied with a sigh, "Miss, if Miss Luo Yu agreed earlier and we brought her away when we just arrived, I'd say we still have a chance. But now, I'm afraid it's impossible. I can sense a few divine consciousness here. Clearly, the powerhouses in the clan are keeping an eye on her so she can't leave." Yi Changwei felt powerless upon hearing this, and at the same time, her anger grew. She muttered, "Tomorrow, I'm going to follow Sister Luo Yu to see the man who shamelessly forced another woman to marry him." Alas, the next day, Yi Changwei was stopped by Wang Ming when he came to bring Wang Luo Yu away. He said, "Miss Yi, the clan leader asked me to bring Luo Yu there alone. You can't follow us there." Yi Changwei was about to protest when the old woman next to her quickly said, "Miss, we'll stay here and wait for Miss Luo Yu to return." The old woman had spoken up because she could feel several different terrifying divine energies in the surroundings. It was as though they were going to attack at any given moment. Chapter 4414. Straight to the point. In the elegant and quiet courtyard, where the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant, and the stream was constantly flowing, Duan Ling Tian, who was wearing a purple robe as usual, crouched down by the stream and reached out to pick up a small fish that had washed up the bank before he returned it to the stream. He looked at the little fish he released and murmured, "Little one, be careful of where you go. If you swim in the wrong place, you might meet your own demise." A dazed expression could be seen on his face at this moment. He was a stranger in the foreign outer boundary. It was far away from the god-defying world, and there were tens of thousands of places connected to the outer boundary, including the god-defying world. At this moment, a woman's voice rang from behind him. Young Master Li Feng, the clan leader has brought Miss Luo Yu over. Duan Ling Tian rose to his feet and turned around to look outside the courtyard. Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, walked in with two people behind him, an old man and a beautiful young woman. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. As expected of the number one beauty in Blue Dawn City, she's indeed quite beautiful. Wang Luo Yu did not resemble Wang Yi Yuan at all. If Duan Ling Tian were unaware that the duo was siblings, he would not have believed the beautiful young woman was Wang Yi Yuan's sister. It was not that Wang Yi Yuan was not good-looking, it was just that they did not share any similarities in their appearances at all. Wang Kui chuckled and greeted Duan Ling Tian enthusiastically as soon as he walked into the courtyard. He said, "Young Master Li Feng, you must have been waiting for a long time." Wang Ming and Wang Luo Yu followed behind Wang Kui. Wang Ming took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian. "Greetings, I'm Wang Ming, an elder of the Wang clan. This is Wang Luo Yu, a member of my faction." From Wang Ming's greeting, Duan Ling Tian found out that Wang Ming was the leader of the faction that Wang Yi Yuan and Wang Luo Yu belonged to. "Clan leader Wang, Elder Wang," Duan Ling Tian responded with a slight smile before he turned to look at Wang Luo Yu with a dazed expression on his face. After that, it seemed as though he did not hear what Wang Kui said at all. Upon seeing this, Wang Kui was not upset. He only smiled before he gestured to Wang Ming and the servants in the courtyard to leave, leaving Duan Ling Tian and Wang Luo Yu alone in the courtyard. In his opinion, what Duan Ling Tian wanted most now was to be alone with Wang Luo Yu. After leaving, Wang Kui frowned slightly as he looked at Wang Ming and said, "Brother Wang Ming, Li Feng is not only good-looking, but he's highly talented as well. It's not a shame for Luo Yu to marry him. Put away the frown on your face." Wang Kui had long noticed the stiff expression on Wang Ming's face. Wang Ming smiled wryly and said, "Clan leader, it's Luo Yu's blessing if she's able to marry young Master Li Feng. I was only frowning because I'm worried he'll get tired of her in the future and abandon her. She lost her parents at a young age, and she only had Yi Yuan, but now, Yi Yuan." Wang Ming did not finish his words, he only sighed and shook his head. Wang Kui's frown eased slightly upon hearing this. He said, "No one was happy about what happened to Yi Yuan. After all, the two supreme elders had high hopes of him becoming a supreme powerhouse in the future. Among the younger generation, they think he had the highest potential." As the clan leader of the Wang clan, Wang Kui was naturally distressed when something happened to Wang Yi Yuan. Wang Yi Yuan was an outstanding prodigy in the history of the Wang clan, even if Wang Yi Yuan could not compare to the monstrous prodigy, Li Feng. Wang Yi Yuan could be considered a rare prodigy even in the Divine Sand realm. Due to the noise-canceling formation in the courtyard, Duan Ling Tian did not hear the conversation between Wang Kui and Wang Ming. Similarly, Wang Luo Yu did not hear the conversation either. After confirming that Wang Kui and the others had left and were not looking at them, the dazed expression on Duan Ling Tian's face disappeared immediately and was replaced with an expression of indifference. He said, "Please have a seat." Duan Ling Tian walked to the stone table and took a seat after inviting Wang Luo Yu to take a seat. At this time, Wang Luo Yu was slightly confused. She had seen the dazed expression on Duan Ling Tian's face earlier when he looked at her, and it caused her heart to skip a beat. Then, his attitude changed abruptly, leaving her baffled. Wang Luo Yu walked over, but she did not dare to sit down. Instead, she stood in front of the stone table and asked with her head lowered, "Young Master Li Feng, what are your orders?" "Sit down," Duan Ling Tian said again. This time, his voice was slightly louder, and it sounded a little more commanding. Seeing that Wang Luo Yu was trembling in fright and still did not sit down, Duan Ling Tian shook his head helplessly and said, "Sit down. I'm a friend of your brother, Wang Yi Yuan." "My brother's friend?" Wang Luo Yu looked up at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. She said, I've never heard of you, and my brother had never mentioned you. I know all of my brother's friends." Despite her words, Wang Luo Yu felt that Duan Ling Tian had no reason to lie to her due to his high status unless he was using this as an excuse to get closer to her. However, that was not necessary as well since the Wang clan would not allow her to refuse this marriage. "I met your brother shortly before he passed away," Duan Ling Tian said. Wang Luo Yu's expression changed immediately. Then, she mustered up her courage to ask Duan Ling Tian, "Young Master Li Feng, do you know how my brother died?" Wang Luoyu had lost her composure at this moment. Sit down, and we'll talk. Wang Luoyu finally took a seat. She asked anxiously, young Master Li Feng, do you know? Wang Luoyu knew nothing about the circumstances regarding her brother's death. Even the Wang clan did not know anything. I do. Wang Luoyu's eyes brightened upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, and at the same time, she grew even more anxious. Duan Lingtian recounted how he met Wang Yiyuan and the situation they were in honestly. When Wang Luoyu found out that her brother died due to a supreme powerhouse's scheme, apart from helplessness, she also felt indignant and aggrieved. Once again, she grieved for her brother. Her hands were tightly clenched, and she bit her lip hard until it bled. Clearly, she had lost her composure and was agitated. I came this time to fulfill your brother's final wish. He wanted me to bring you away from the Wang clan so you won't be used as a tool by the clan. My real name is Duan Lingtian, not Li Feng. I naturally didn't reveal my name and purpose to the others. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to bring you away, Duan Lingtian said without beating around the bush. He thought it was best to be straightforward so Wang Luoyu would not resist him. Do you have evidence proving you know my brother? You said earlier that he gave you his spatial ring, right? Wang Luoyu asked, seeking one final confirmation. When she saw the spatial ring that Duan Lingtian brought out, all her doubts vanished. Since her brother gave up his ownership of the ring to Duan Lingtian, it showed that her brother trusted Duan Lingtian, and she believed in her brother's judgment. After confirming Duan Lingtian was not lying, she asked in a slightly trembling voice, unable to hold back her tears, Brother Duan, my brother, was he in a lot of pain before he died? Chapter 4415 Duan Lingtian's plan. He did not suffer when he died, Duan Lingtian said with a sigh to Wang Luoyu, you were the only one he worried about before his death. His wish was for you to be free, and he entrusted me with this matter at that time even though he was not sure if I'd be able to escape from that supreme powerhouse. After I escaped, I searched for you and came to Blue Dawn City. After learning about your current situation, I decided to join the Wang clan and bring you away from Blue Dawn City. After that, I'll look for a place for you to settle down where the Wang clan won't be able to find you. Wang Luoyu nodded slightly. Tears streamed down her cheeks again when she recalled that her brother was gone. Duan Lingtian continued to say, I hope you'll cooperate with me to fulfill your brother's wish, I'll arrange for us to leave the Wang clan. Duan Lingtian did not have time to pity Wang Luoyu. After all, he was trying to think of a plan for them to leave the Wang clan. The supreme elder of the Wang clan had high regard for him due to his high innate talent and comprehension skills, which revealed his great potential in becoming a supreme powerhouse in the future. As such, the supreme elder was very kind to Duan Lingtian, hoping to ally with Duan Lingtian through an arranged marriage. However, he knew the supreme elder's attitude would change once the supreme elder found out that he was only here to bring Wang Luoyu away. After all, he was not yet a supreme. Rest assured, Brother Duan, Wang Luoyu said solemnly, I won't let my brother down. I'll listen to your instructions. That's good, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Things would be easier if Wang Luoyu cooperated with him. After a moment, he reminded her, do not tell anyone about this. Not a single person can know that my name isn't Li Feng. Don't worry, Brother Duan. I understand, Wang Luoyun hastily said as she nodded. She trusted Duan Lingtian completely. After all, he could have easily ignored her brother's final wish. No one could hold him accountable, and there was no witness when he gave his promise to her brother. However, he chose to fulfill her brother's final wish. This was enough to prove that he was a trustworthy man. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, we'll pretend like we have feelings for each other in front of the others, and I'll ask for your hand in marriage from the clan. After that, we have two options. 1. We can leave Blue Dawn City before the marriage takes place. 2. We'll continue with the show, and you'll be married to Li Feng, which is my fake identity. There aren't many risks with the first option, but it'll sever all your ties to the Wang clan. There's no risk with the second option since we can leave the clan under the pretext of going on our honeymoon. The Wang clan won't suspect anything. After a beat, he added, I'll cooperate with you regardless of which option you choose. In the end, Duan Lingtian let Wang Luoyu make the decision. After a few moments, Wang Luoyu said, Brother Duan, let's put on a show and leave the Wang clan naturally. I don't want those who care for me in the clan to be worried. All right, We'll go with the second option then, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. I'll send you out now. You're just as smart as your brother, so I trust you know what to do later. Duan Ling Tian rose to his feet and sent Wang Luoyu out of his courtyard. Earlier, he had cast a noise-canceling formation so no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. With his current strength, it would be impossible even for the clan leader and the two supreme elders of the Wang clan to bypass his formation and eavesdrop on them. Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, smiled when he saw Duan Ling Tian and Wang Luoyu getting along as they walked out of the courtyard. As for Wang Ming, he felt relieved when he saw Wang Luoyu's shy expression when she lowered her head. It was obvious to him that she liked Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Luoyu and said tenderly, "Why don't you follow Elder Wang Ming back first? There's something I need to discuss with clan leader Wang." Wang Luoyu nodded slightly and replied, "All right, Brother Li." After that, Wang Luoyu walked toward Wang Ming with a bashful expression on her face. After Wang Luoyu left with Wang Ming, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Kui and said seriously, "Clan leader Wang, I'd like to ask for her hand in marriage. If possible, I'd like to marry her in a month. Please send the invitations out to everyone connected with the Wang clan. I want the wedding to be as grand as possible. Meanwhile, I'd like to be an interim elder of the clan." Wang Kui was slightly surprised at how eager Duan Ling Tian was to marry Wang Luoyu. However, when he recalled Wang Luoyu's bashful expression earlier, he thought that the duo must have liked each other. His smile widened as he said, "Young Master Li, you can count on me. The Wang clan will plan a grand wedding for you and Luoyu in a month." Congratulations. Wang Kui was naturally overjoyed that Duan Ling Tian, who was almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god, would become part of the Wang clan soon. Someone with Duan Ling Tian's talent and was not even 10,000 years of age was unprecedented in the history of the divine sand realm after all. Our clan will be in the spotlight soon because of this wedding. I must invite all the supreme powerhouses who were friends with our ancestor as well. Even if only one of them attends the wedding, it'll be an honor. It won't take long for our clan to return to its former glory with such a monstrous prodigy as our interim elder, Wang Kui thought to himself excitedly. When Wang Luoyu returned to her courtyard, she smiled broadly when she saw Yi Changwei. She said, "Sister Changwei, you should stay a little longer. I'll be marrying Brother Li Feng in a month. I believe Uncle Yi will be attending our wedding as well. Why don't you return with Uncle Yi after our wedding?" Yi Changwei looked at Wang Luoyu in confusion after hearing these words. She asked, "Sister Luoyu, what happened?" Yi Changwei could not figure out what happened to have led to such a drastic change in Wang Luoyu's attitude. Chapter 4416 Meng Yu Zheng. Yi Changwei was truly confused by Wang Luoyu's sudden change in attitude. Wang Luoyu smiled and said, "Sister Changwei, I was truly reluctant to meet Brother Li earlier. I was even lamenting my sad life. However, after meeting him and chatting with him, I think I've met my soulmate. It sounds hard to believe, but I like him and hope to be with him after meeting him." Yi Changwei frowned as she looked at the expression on Wang Luoyu's face. Although the expression seemed to show that Wang Luoyu was in love, she could not help but feel like something was amiss. As such, she even probed Wang Luoyu with her divine consciousness to confirm that the person in front of her was truly Wang Luoyu. After that, Yi Changwei called out, "Grandma." The old woman brought out a formation compass and quickly set up a few formations around the courtyard. Following that, she said, "Don't worry, miss. Even the two supreme elders of the clan won't be able to listen in on our conversations." With that, Yi Changwei looked at Wang Luoyu with a serious expression. A hint of worry and anger and worry could be seen in her eyes as she said, "Sister Luoyu, did they force you? You must be afraid of implicating me and my father in this matter, right? Don't worry, no one can listen in on our conversation now, so you don't have to pretend and lie to me." Wang Luoyu stepped forward and held Yi Changwei's hand as she said with a sincere smile on her face, "Sister Changwei, I'm telling the truth. I really like Brother Li. Although our meeting was brief, I can tell that he's a trustworthy man. At the very least, he's much better than those disciples from the other clans. Sister Changwei, you'll know what I mean after you meet Brother Li. He's really different from those unreliable disciples." Yi Changwei began to doubt herself after listening to these words. Wang Luoyu smiled and continued to say, "Sister Changwei, you want me to be happy, don't you?" Of course, Yi Changwei nodded and said solemnly, I'll be happy if you're able to marry someone you genuinely like. However, if you're doing this against your will, I'll do all I can to help you no matter how difficult the situation is." Wang Luoyu knew that Yi Changwei was sincere with her words. As such, she felt moved and guilty at the same time. Yi Changwei was like family to her, and she was certain if she told Yi Changwei the truth, Yi Changwei would not betray her. However, she had promised Duan Lingtian that she would not tell another soul about this matter. She might trust Yi Changwei, but Duan Lingtian had no reason to trust Yi Changwei. Finally, she said smilingly, "Sister Changwei, don't worry. Our wedding will be held in a month. You have to help me with my makeup." Yi Changwei's expression softened immediately as she said, "I'll definitely help you. With your wedding outfit and makeup, I'm really curious now about the man who managed to catch your attention. Sister Changwei, I'll ask if it's convenient for him to meet you if you're really curious," Wang Luoyu replied with a smile. In fact, Wang Luoyu's words were just perfunctory. She did not want to trouble Duan Lingtian any further after all the trouble he had gone to just to fulfill Wang Yiyuan's final wish and bring her away from the Wang clan. After all, she was not an ungrateful person. Previously, when Wang Kui left the Wang clan's spatial artifact, he had already heard about what happened in Dancing Sun City and Green Billow City. However, he was unaware of Duan Lingtian's connection to the incident in one of the cities. He had also forgotten that the Meng clan in Green Billow City had sent someone to the Wang clan to ask for Wang Luoyu's hand in marriage as well. The Meng clan was a second-ranked clan in Green Billow City like the Wang clan in Blue Dawn City, but the Wang clan was once a first-ranked clan with a supreme powerhouse, after all. As such, the Wang clan had a sense of superiority over the Meng clan. When the Meng clan came to propose marriage, Wang Kui only sent an elder to meet the matchmaker from the Meng clan. He would only personally meet the nobles or those from a stronger force. In his opinion, Meng Yuzheng, the direct descendant of the Meng clan, was not worthy of his attention. The Meng clan in Green Billow City. The Meng clan's ancestor who became a supreme powerhouse finally returned half a month later. The old man dressed in a long and loose green robe was received by a group of supreme powerhouses when he appeared in the sky above Green Billow City. "Congratulations, Brother Meng. Brother Meng, congratulations on becoming a supreme powerhouse. Brother Meng, as the first member of the Meng clan to become a supreme powerhouse, you'll be revered by the future descendants of the Meng clan." The supreme powerhouses were enthusiastic with their greetings. After all, although the old man had just become a supreme powerhouse recently, his strength was not inferior to theirs. How could they ignore him? "Thank you, everyone," the old man replied, delighted by the warm reception. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes at this moment. In the past, the difference between his strength and the strength of the supreme powerhouses was like that of heaven and earth even if he was very close to becoming a supreme powerhouse. As such, he had to lower himself whenever he met them. However, now that he was a supreme powerhouse as well, his status was the same as theirs. Due to his achievements, the Meng clan would also become a first-ranked clan in Green Billow City. "Brother Meng, now that you've become a supreme powerhouse, it's only natural for the Meng clan to become a first-ranked clan in our Green Billow City. Brother Meng, we've already distributed some of our properties to the Meng clan. We can negotiate again if it's not enough." While the ancestor of the Meng clan was chatting with the supreme powerhouses, the members of the Meng clan eagerly awaited his return. "There's a commotion outside. The old ancestor must have returned. There's a group of people there. They must be the supreme powerhouses from the major clans. They must have come to receive our ancestor. Let's wait here until the old ancestor returns. It's inappropriate for us to go there after all." At the same time, in another part of the Meng clan's estate, Meng Yuzheng wore a sinister expression on his face as he thought to himself, "The Wang clan from Blue Dawn City didn't only reject my marriage proposal, but they even invited us to attend Wang Luoyu's wedding. How preposterous. I'll speak to the old ancestor and make them regret their decision. Wang Luoyu, it doesn't matter if the Wang clan has agreed to your marriage, you're mine. Even if the Wang clan has connections with other supreme powerhouses, do you think they'll really stand up for you?" What a joke. Chapter 4417 Duan Lingtian's Ambition. Blue Dawn City. News of the annihilation of the 5 major clans in Dancing Sun City and the emergence of a new supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan in Green Billow City spread through Blue Dawn City and became the hottest topic. However, These matters were quickly forgotten by the public when the Wang clan announced the wedding that would be held a month later. Even after 2 weeks, everyone was still fervently discussing the wedding. Rumors have it that the groom, a prodigy, isn't a noble or from a strong clan. At least, that's not the case in the Divine Sand Realm. Who knows if he has an extraordinary background outside of the Divine Sand Realm? He must be outstanding since the Wang clan allowed him to marry Wang Luoyu. That's right, the Wang clan wouldn't agree to the marriage if they couldn't benefit from it. The wedding will be held in half a month. All the major cities and major clans in the Divine Sand Realm will definitely send their representatives to attend the wedding. I wonder if any of the supreme powerhouses the Wang clan invited will attend the wedding. As long as one supreme powerhouse agrees to attend, the others will likely attend as well. If that's the case, the wedding will be extremely grand. The people in Blue Dawn City were all curious about the young prodigy who successfully proposed to Wang Luoyu, the #1 beauty of the city. Duan Ling Tian was aware that the wedding had become a hot topic in the city since he frequently strolled the streets of the city. However, he did not pay attention to it and was focused on gathering information about the Wang clan and the 4 major clans of Blue Dawn City. The 4 major clans of Blue Dawn City each had a supreme powerhouse and ruled the city. Although they despised the Wang clan, they were still courteous to the Wang clan due to the connections the Wang clan had with a few supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary. As such, it was likely that the 4 clan leaders of the 4 major clans would attend the wedding in the Wang clan as a show of courtesy. Even if the clan leaders did not personally attend, they would definitely send representatives with high status to attend the wedding. The Wang clan used to have a supreme powerhouse, after all. Even if the supreme powerhouse was no longer around, the descendants were still enjoying the benefits. For example, the 4 major clans of Blue Dawn City owned the most properties in the city. The Wang clan was only second to the 4 major clans in that regard. As a second-rank clan, it owned more than double the properties that the other second-rank clans owned. HMPH. Did that kid put Wang Kui under a spell? How the hell did he convince Wang Kui to allow him to marry Wang Luoyu when there are many more suitable candidates in the Divine Sand Realm? Young master, in my opinion, that kid can't even withstand more than 3 moves from you. Duan Ling Tian was strolling the streets as usual when he overheard this conversation. He was briefly stunned before he shook his head and smiled. The Wang clan is quite good at keeping my identity a secret. No one even knows that I'm almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god. After learning more about the outer boundary, Duan Ling Tian had only realized recently how remarkable his current strength was at his age. It had to be said that someone like him was not unprecedented in the outer boundary or even the myriad worlds. Due to their young age and great potential, they were very famous even if they were not a peerless top advanced supreme god or a supreme powerhouse. After all, if Duan Ling Tian was in his twilight years, his strength that was almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god would not be considered extraordinary. Moreover, if he were old, his potential of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god or a supreme powerhouse would decrease greatly since he carried a greater risk of dying during his heavenly tribulation. Moreover, although it was possible to become a supreme powerhouse without becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god first, the chances of doing so were not very high. Apart from that, it was also more difficult for one to achieve a breakthrough in one's old age unless one had fortuitous encounters. After coming to the outer boundary, Duan Ling Tian's knowledge about cultivation had also grown. There's a difference in strength even for new supreme powerhouses. Before becoming a supreme powerhouse, one could only be a top peerless advanced supreme god or close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. As expected, the former would be stronger than the latter once they both become supreme powerhouses. In fact, the former was considerably stronger than those who were only almost comparable to peerless top advanced supreme gods before becoming supreme powerhouses even if they were already supreme powerhouses for tens of thousands of years. One's innate talent and comprehension skills are crucial in becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Since I have 2 supreme powerhouse divinities, I have a chance of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. They'll be able to help with my cultivation greatly, but they won't be able to guarantee that I'll become a peerless top advanced supreme god. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew that the 2 supreme powerhouse divinities he possessed would guarantee his chances of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. If it was so easy to become a peerless top advanced supreme gods, there would have been more of them in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Based on what he had learned, he found out that not even 10% of supreme powerhouses were peerless top advanced supreme gods before they became supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian was rather shocked when he first learned how difficult it was to become a peerless top advanced supreme god. There were rumors that those who were only almost comparable to peerless top advanced supreme gods deliberately suppressed their breakthrough into the realm of supreme powerhouses. They wanted to wait until they became peerless top advanced supreme gods before breaking through into the realm of supreme powerhouses. I heard that raising one's strength after becoming a supreme powerhouse is very difficult. As such, becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god before becoming a supreme powerhouse would give one the advantage over others who did not. Needless to say, if one were young, it's best to strive to become a peerless advanced top supreme god first instead of a supreme powerhouse. Apparently, the sense of achievement when becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god is much greater than when becoming a supreme powerhouse. That aside, supreme powerhouses look highly upon peerless top advanced supreme gods since the latter possess great potential to become a top supreme powerhouse. Moreover, there are many fortuitous encounters in the outer boundary that supreme powerhouses aren't able to access. As such, it'll be beneficial for these supreme powerhouses to have peerless top advanced supreme gods on their sides and could help them. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was filled with the ambition to become a peerless top advanced supreme god. The idea had taken root so firmly in his mind that he felt that he was being constantly reminded to cultivate and grow stronger until he became a peerless top advanced supreme god. Yunqing Yan is now a supreme powerhouse after being possessed by that person from the Soul Imprisonment clan. However, according to the Sha clan's ancestor, he's just an ordinary supreme powerhouse. If I become a supreme powerhouse without becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god first, I might not be stronger than him. At that time, it would be difficult for me to force him to release Ka. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim when he thought of his wife, Ka. He naturally did not forget his purpose for coming to the outer boundary. Even if I manage to become a peerless top advanced supreme god, it'll take some time for me to become a supreme powerhouse. However, once I become a peerless top advanced supreme god, some supreme powerhouses might approach me. At that time, I might be able to strike a deal with them. I'll ask them to capture Yunqing Yan and force him to release Ka. With that, I'll be able to save Ka before I become a supreme powerhouse. There's a chance that the top supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary or the myriad worlds can release Ka from the technique themselves. There might not be a need to capture Yunqing Yan at all. A member of the Soul Imprisonment clan who's stronger than Yunqing Yan can easily free Ka. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he thought about this. He clenched his hands tightly as his eyes shone with determination to become a peerless top advanced supreme god so he could save Ka. Chapter 4418 Yi Changwei meets Duan Ling Tian again. Duan Ling Tian stood motionlessly at the side of the street, lost in his thoughts. His handsome appearance and extraordinary bearing naturally drew the attention of many passers-by, but no one dared to approach him. After all, in their opinion, he likely had an extraordinary background. Moreover, it was clear that he was occupied at this moment, and if they were to disturb him, they might offend him. At the same time, a young woman and an old woman were strolling down the same street. "Grandma, do you think Luo Yu is really willing to get married?" Yi Changwei asked. Although half a month had passed, she still felt skeptical. "Miss," the old woman said with a sigh, "does it matter? In any case, there wasn't anything strange with Miss Luo Yu's behavior, so it's likely that she's willing to marry that man. Even if she's not willing, she's already made up her mind. I might not know her as well as you do, but I know she's very resilient even if she looks soft and gentle. You should follow her wishes and not stir up trouble for her." Yi Changwei fell silent as she mulled over the old woman's words. After a while, her eyes suddenly landed on a familiar figure at the side of the street. "It's him." Yi Changwei recognized the mysterious young man who saved her previously in just an instant. Previously, she had planned to ask the Wang clan to investigate his identity, but she had forgotten about it due to Wang Luo Yu's matter. At the same time, the old woman exclaimed, "Miss, it's our savior." The old woman recognized Duan Ling Tian as well. A hint of gratitude and reverence could be seen in her eyes when she looked at him. After all, he was much stronger than her despite being much younger than her. He was not even 10,000 years old, but he was almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god. Such a person was unprecedented in the history of the divine sand realm. Seeing the blank expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, Yi Changwei wondered outwardly, did he receive some enlightenment regarding his cultivation? As soon as Yi Changwei's voice fell, the old woman appeared near Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. She did not disturb Duan Lingtian. Instead, she looked around vigilantly in case someone tried to harm him. Although they were strangers, she was indebted to him since he saved her and Yi Changwei. Without him, she would have been killed and Yi Changwei would have been kidnapped by the members of the Blood Sea organization half a month ago. For this reason, she wanted to protect him. When Yi Changwei returned to her senses, she quickly joined the old woman and protected Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian was naturally oblivious to the duo's presence. He was completely immersed in his thoughts of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god at this moment, but it did not mean he had let his guard down. He would still be able to react in time to threats. Finally, after sorting out his thoughts and calming down, he opened his eyes. When he saw the young woman and the old woman guarding him, a hint of warmth appeared in his heart. He cupped his fists together at the duo and said, "Thank you, ladies. You're awake." Yi Changwei's expression eased when she looked at the previously aloof young man. The old woman sighed in relief and said, "I thought you were in the midst of enlightenment. It seems like we were worried for nothing." Based on Duan Lingtian's actions, it was clear to the old woman that Duan Lingtian did not let his guard down and was still aware of his surroundings. "In any case, I still want to thank the both of you," Duan Lingtian said with a smile that contradicted his previous indifference. Yi Changwei seized the chance and asked, "Then, can you tell me your name?" Duan Lingtian was slightly stunned. Then, he nodded slightly and said, "Of course. Miss Yi, my name is Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware that Wang Luoyu and Yi Changwei were best friends. Otherwise, he would have thought twice about revealing his identity. Yi Changwei silently committed Duan Lingtian's name to her memory before she asked curiously with a smile on her face, "Brother Duan, where are you from? Are you from the outer boundary or one of 3 major worlds?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied, "None of the above. I came from one of the 18 worlds under the 3 major worlds." Yi Changwei and the old woman were surprised by Duan Lingtian's reply. They did not expect that such a monstrous prodigy came from one of the 18 worlds under the 3 major worlds. Chapter 4419 The Malicious Meng Yuzheng. Duan Lingtian only disclosed his name and origin out of courtesy. Although he did not speak about his origin in detail, Yi Changwei and the old woman were still shocked that he was not from one of the 3 major worlds. Yi Changwei and the old woman exchanged a glance as Yi Changwei said through voice transmission that she could not believe a person of such caliber like Duan Lingtian was not from one of the 3 major worlds. Perhaps, he's the direct descendant of an extremely powerful supreme powerhouse. He might have inherited the legacy of his ancestor, the old woman speculated through voice transmission. Yi Changwei nodded inwardly in agreement. It was the only theory that made sense to her. After a moment, the old woman asked on behalf of Yi Changwei, "Young Master Duan, do you have matters to attend to in Blue Dawn City?" Duan Lingtian nodded and replied, "Yes. Once I'm done, I'll leave Blue Dawn City." After a short and casual conversation with the old woman, Duan Lingtian nodded at her and Yi Changwei before he bade farewell to them and left. Yi Changwei had mixed feelings as she watched Duan Lingtian leave. She had feelings for the mysterious and highly talented young man. He was unique and different from the young men she knew. The old woman said with a sigh, "Miss, you're both from different worlds." The old woman could tell Yi Changwei was curious about and admired Duan Lingtian. Yi Changwei was exhibiting signs of falling into the sufferings of love. After all, Yi Changwei was still young and was easily carried away by her feelings. "Grandma, what are you talking about?" Yi Changwei asked as her cheeks flushed red. "I don't have any feelings for him. I just think he's different from all the men I've met." The old woman nodded and said, all right, I believe you. I just wanted to remind you so that you won't be confused by your curiosity. He's just a passerby in your life. You may never see him again after he leaves Blue Dawn City." Duan Lingtian was unaware of the duo's conversation. He returned to the grand courtyard that the Wang clan had arranged for him to stay in after his stroll in the city. After this, he did not plan to leave his courtyard again until the day of his wedding. After acting out a show with Wang Luoyu, he would bring Wang Luoyu away from Blue Dawn City, and after he found a place for her to settle down, he would continue pursuing his goal to become a peerless top advanced supreme god. Previously, Duan Lingtian wanted to become stronger so he could capture Yun Qingyan, who had been possessed by a supreme powerhouse from the Soul Imprisonment clan. However, he was not certain when he would become a supreme powerhouse or if he would be strong enough to deal with the other party after he became a supreme powerhouse. As such, he thought that the best way was for him to become a peerless top advanced supreme god first. At that time, he might be able to catch the eye of a powerful supreme powerhouse, and in exchange for his service, perhaps, the supreme powerhouse could help him save Ka. Days before the wedding, two uninvited guests suddenly showed up at the Wang clan. They were from the Meng clan in Green Billow City. The Meng clan had been a hot topic recently among the people after the emergence of the clan's first supreme powerhouse. Everyone knew that the Meng clan would soar to great heights now that the clan had a supreme powerhouse. Outside of the Wang clan's estate, an elder of the Wang clan led a young man and a middle-aged man through the main entrance as he said, "Young Master Meng, this way please. Our clan leader has been informed of your visit, and he's waiting for you at the reception hall." The young man was Meng Yuzheng, a direct descendant of the Meng clan. Not long ago, he had also visited the Wang clan. However, his treatment at that time was very different. Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, did not even bother to meet him, and he was also rejected. After a supreme powerhouse appeared in the Meng clan, the treatment from the Wang clan had changed drastically. He believed that if Wang Kui knew that the Meng clan's supreme powerhouse doted on him the most, Wang Kui would definitely personally receive him. When Wang Kui met Meng Yuzheng, he was very friendly. "Young Master Meng, you must be here to attend the wedding in our clan. However, there are still 10 days left before the wedding. Why don't I arrange for my men to show you around Blue Dawn City? All your expenses will be on us." Wang Kui's generosity and warmth were not surprising now that the Meng clan had a supreme powerhouse, propelling the Meng clan to greater heights. He naturally did not dare mistreat Meng Yuzheng, the representative of the Meng clan. Moreover, he was not worried about Meng Yuzheng spending recklessly since such behavior would only be an embarrassment to the Meng clan. Meanwhile, upon hearing Wang Kui's words, Meng Yuzheng's expression turned frosty. He asked indignantly, "Clan leader Wang, what do you mean by this? Are you mocking me, Meng Yuzheng?" Chapter 4420 The Green Flame Saber King. Are you mocking me? Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, was shocked and baffled by Meng Yuzheng's sudden change of attitude. He asked solemnly, "Young Master Meng, is there a misunderstanding?" At the same time, Wang Kui recalled his previous words. After confirming that he did not say anything inappropriate, he wondered inwardly if there was something wrong with Meng Yuzheng. He could not help but sneer inwardly when he wondered if Meng Yuzheng thought he could disregard the Wang clan simply because a supreme powerhouse appeared in the Meng clan recently. The Wang clan had a supreme powerhouse in the past as well. The clan's supreme powerhouse had a close relationship with a few other supreme powerhouses, and up until now, the clan continued to maintain the relationship with them. If anything were to happen to the Wang clan, it was unlikely that those supreme powerhouses would do nothing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Wang clan to survive in Blue Dawn City until now. "A misunderstanding," Meng Yuzheng said with a scoff. "Clan leader Wang, previously, when I came to propose marriage to Miss Wang Luoyu, a grand elder told me that she had no intention of getting married in the next 100 years so she could mourn the death of her elder brother. However, now I'm told she's getting married to another man. Clan leader Wang, do you think the Meng clan and I are fools?" A hint of anger could be heard in Meng Yuzheng's voice nearing the end of his words. After all, it was clear to him that the Wang clan had looked down on him. He had returned this time to vent his anger. After all, the Wang clan could not dismiss him easily now that the Meng clan had a supreme powerhouse. Wang Kui was stunned when he heard Meng Yuzheng bringing up the words of the elder of the Wang clan from before. His expression darkened as realization dawned on him that Meng Yuzheng came this time bearing ill intentions. It was clear that Meng Yuzheng was going to stir up trouble. Finally, Wang Kui looked at Meng Yuzheng and shook his head as he said solemnly, "Young Master Meng, if this is true, I'll punish that Grand Elder severely." A Grand Elder isn't qualified to speak on behalf of the Wang clan. Meng Yuzheng frowned. He did not expect Wang Kui to push the blame on the Grand Elder and settle the matter by punishing that Grand Elder. He fell momentarily silent, realizing that Wang Kui was not easy to deal with. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Wang Kui intently and said seriously, "If that's the case, it means that the Wang clan had no reason to decline my proposal. Why don't you make amends by making me the groom?" No one will be the wiser if you switch the groom now, since no one knows who the original groom is. Wang Kui was slightly taken aback by Meng Yuzheng's words. He did not expect Meng Yuzheng to be so shameless. He thought to himself as he looked at Meng Yuzheng with a hint of disdain, does he think he's comparable to Li Feng, a monstrous prodigy? Outwardly, Wang Kui chuckled and said, "Young Master Meng, you must be joking." These words were meant to give Meng Yuzheng a way out. They could pretend to dismiss Meng Yuzheng's earlier words as a joke. However, if Meng Yuzheng did not back down, he was not afraid of offending Meng Yuzheng. Although the Meng clan now had a supreme powerhouse, the Wang clan was not a pushover as well. Moreover, the Meng clan's supreme powerhouse might not even be willing to offend the Wang clan for Meng Yuzheng's sake. After all, it was impossible for a supreme powerhouse to favor all his descendants and stand up for them. Meng Yuzheng said with a sneer, "Clan leader Wang, I'm not joking. I believe my grandfather will agree with me as well." "Your grandfather?" Wang Kui frowned as a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Based on Meng Yuzheng's domineering attitude and words, he was not entirely surprised when he heard the following words. "My grandfather is Meng Tianfeng," Meng Yuzheng said arrogantly. Meng Yuzheng continued to say with a smug expression, "My grandfather dotes on me the most among the younger generation in the clan. Before he became a supreme powerhouse, he had made an announcement that he would cultivate me as the next clan leader of the Meng clan." How could Wang Kui not know at this point why Meng Yuzheng dared to act so brazenly? As it turned out, Meng Yuzheng had the support of the Meng clan's supreme powerhouse. Unlike the Meng clan, the Wang clan currently did not have any supreme powerhouse. Nonetheless, he did not think that the Meng clan alone was capable of destroying the Wang clan. After all, the Wang clan's supreme powerhouse must have left behind many secret weapons and trump cards before he passed. Meng Yuzheng looked at Wang Kui meaningfully and asked, "Clan leader Wang, I don't think you want to offend my grandfather, right?" Wang Kui did not respond to Meng Yuzheng. Instead, he looked at the person standing behind Meng Yuzheng. Although he did not know the other party's identity, he could tell that the other party was at the very least on par with him. He was certain the other party was not a descendant of the Meng clan and speculated that the other party was likely a powerhouse who joined the Meng clan after Meng Tianfeng became a supreme powerhouse. In the outer boundary, it was common for many powerful advanced supreme gods, even those who were close to becoming peerless top advanced supreme gods, to join forces with supreme powerhouses. Not only would they gain the protection of a supreme powerhouse by doing so, but they would also gain many things in return, such as the supreme powerhouse's divine energy. As for new supreme powerhouses, they would usually recruit subordinates after their breakthrough. However, there was a limit to the number of subordinates they accepted. Needless to say, the limit did not apply to peerless top advanced supreme gods. "Clan leader Wang, if you think I'm bluffing, you can ask the person standing behind me. He was a famous and powerful sectless cultivator in the divine sand realm. I'm sure you've heard of him before," Meng Yuzheng said as he turned to look at the middle-aged man behind him. His tone turned more respectful as he continued to say, "Uncle Tan, please vouch for my words." The middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at Wang Kui with a piercing gaze before he cupped his fists together and said with vigor, "Tan Shutang greets clan leader Wang." Wang Kui's eyes widened upon hearing the name Tan Shutang. Tang Shutang was a famous sectless cultivator in the divine sand realm and was close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Wang Kui was not even sure he could fight Tan Shutang to a draw, let alone defeat Tan Shutang, unless he used the trump cards in the Wang clan that had been passed down for generations. Finally, Wang Kui said respectfully, "As it turns out, you're the Green Flame Saber King. My apologies for failing to recognize you earlier. In the Wang clan, only the two supreme elders of the clan were capable of defeating Tan Shutang. After half a month, when Li Feng, the monstrous prodigy, joined the Wang clan, there would be another member capable of defeating Tan Shutang." Tan Shutang, the Green Flame Saber King, smiled faintly. However, his eyes glinted coldly as he said, "Clan leader Wang, young Master Meng was telling the truth. I hope the Wang clan will show my lord due respect and marry Miss Wang Luo Yu to young Master Meng. The wedding will continue and take place in 10 days. Tan Shutang was famous for his profound comprehension of the Saber Dao. Apart from that, as an expert in the law of fire, after a fortuitous encounter, the red flames he manifested had turned green, boosting its strength greatly. For these reasons, he was called the Green Flame. Chapter 4421 The Green Billow City's Meng Clan. Meng Yuzheng looked at Wang Kui with a gloating expression as Tan Shuteng spoke, silently bragging. Wang Kui frowned slightly. However, he quickly recovered and said with a faint smile, I didn't expect the Green Flame Saber King to serve under a new supreme powerhouse. I'm really envious. Wang Kui's words were sincere. In fact, with Tan Shuteng's strength, it would be difficult for him to serve under a new supreme powerhouse unless he approached the supreme powerhouse as soon as the supreme powerhouse broke through. Among the subordinates of supreme powerhouses, those whose strength were almost comparable to peerless top advanced supreme gods and below were ranked at the bottom. Clan leader, please do not stray from the topic, Tan Shuteng said as he raised an eyebrow. He could not conceal the expression of pride on his face as he continued to say, the marriage between young Master Meng and Miss Wang Luoyu will undoubtedly benefit the Wang clan. Although I don't know the identity of the groom you've chosen, based on the rumors, he's not from the Divine Sand Realm and his status is inferior to that of young Master Meng. Wang Kui maintained his composure after listening to Tan Shuteng. He said, Green Flame Saber King, we've already agreed to marry Luoyu to young Master Li Feng. Their wedding will proceed as planned. There's nothing we can do to change that. I hope you'll explain this matter to your lord, whom I'm sure is a reasonable person. Meng Yuzheng's expression changed immediately upon hearing Wang Kui's unyielding words. At the same time, Tan Shuteng said icily, Wang Kui, is this your stance or the Wang clan's stance? Do the two supreme elders of your clan agree with you as well? Don't forget that I was sent here by my lord to propose a marriage between young Master Meng and Miss Wang Luoyu. Tan Shuteng's voice grew threatening nearing the end of his words. Wang Kui smiled slightly and said, I just informed the two supreme elders about this matter. The supreme elders share the same stance as me, so my words represent the Wang clan's stance as well. The two supreme elders of the Wang clan who were close to becoming peerless top advanced supreme gods were the strongest in the clan, followed by Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan. As such, if the trio reached an agreement, the other members naturally would not have any objection. Tan Shuteng and Meng Yuzheng's expressions darkened immediately. The latter clenched his hands tightly as he glared at Wang Kui, looking like a furious beast that was about to attack. Tan Shuteng asked in a deep voice, so does this mean that the Wang clan refuses my lord's goodwill? Wang Kui shook his head and said, Green Flame Saber King, that's not true. There's order in everything. If the Meng clan had shown up at the same time as young Master Li Feng, the Wang clan wouldn't hesitate to betroth Luoyu to young Master Meng. It's unfortunate that the Meng clan is a step too late. The Wang clan has already decided on the groom and the wedding date. The wedding will proceed as planned unless, he paused for a beat before he said nonchalantly, unless young Master Li Feng suddenly changes his mind and withdraws from the marriage. If that happens, young Master Meng will naturally be given priority to marry Luoyu. Alas, I think it's impossible. From what I know, young Master Li Feng likes Luoyu very much. It's impossible for him to abandon her. Wang Kui had improvised these words. He pushed the blame on Li Feng, using Li Feng to refuse the Meng clan. The Wang clan did not fear the Meng clan, but it was still best to avoid offending the Meng clan unless it was absolutely necessary. However, Wang Kui's words were undoubtedly offensive. Wang Kui found Li Feng, the monstrous prodigy under the age of 10,000 years old but possessed strength almost comparable to a peerless top advanced supreme god, mysterious. A person like Li Feng was definitely among the best even in the entire outer boundary and myriad worlds. For this reason, Wang Kui tried to kill two birds with one stone. He shifted the blame to Li Feng in order to protect the Wang clan, but he also did it to test Li Feng. He could not help but wonder what Li Feng would do when pressured by a supreme powerhouse. Before he had said those words, he knew for sure that Meng Yuzheng would insist on meeting Li Feng after he said those words. As expected, Meng Yuzheng expressed his wish to meet Li Feng. Wang Kui only wanted to test Li Feng, he had no intention of offending Li Feng. As such, he said, Young Master Meng, I'll have to speak to young Master Li first. It'll be inappropriate for me to bring you to him unannounced. I'll look for him now and ask if he's willing to meet you. Is that all right? Meng Yuzheng scoffed. A hint of ruthlessness could be seen in his eyes as he said threateningly, tell Li Feng that if he refuses to meet me, I'm afraid that he won't be able to spend the rest of his life with Miss Wang even if they successfully get married. Wang Kui frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Meng Yuzheng. Clan leader Wang, I'm aware that the Wang clan has a good relationship with a few supreme powerhouses. I came to marry Wang Luoyu, and my target is Li Feng, not the Wang clan. As such, I don't think those supreme powerhouses would protect Li Feng. Moreover, Wang Luoyu isn't a direct descendant of the Meng clan, her bloodline isn't pure. She was only given the status due to how outstanding her brother was, Meng Yuzheng said. Wang Kui remained calm and only said, "Young Master Meng, I'll relay your words to young Master Li." Subsequently, Wang Kui instructed his servant to show Meng Yuzheng and Tan Shuteng to their courtyard to rest before he left the reception hall to look for Duan Lingtian, who was pretending to be Li Feng. At this time, Duan Lingtian was waiting in his courtyard. He had been informed that Wang Kui wanted to speak to him. Wang Kui greeted Duan Lingtian warmly when he arrived. Then, he sighed heavily and asked with a troubled expression on his face, "Young Master Meng, have you heard of Green Billow City's Meng clan before?" Duan Lingtian nodded. A member of the Green Billow City's Meng clan recently became a supreme powerhouse. After that, the Meng clan rose from a second-rank clan to a first-rank clan, becoming the sixth major clan in Green Billow City. It's a hot topic in Blue Dawn City. I wouldn't have known about it if I didn't wander the streets of Blue Dawn City. Chapter 4422 The Wang clan's stance. Wang Kui nodded. That's right, the Meng clan has been promoted to a first-rank clan in Green Billow City because its supreme elder, Meng Tianfeng, became a supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian had heard of Meng Tianfeng's name when he was exploring the streets of Blue Dawn City. As such, he was not confused when Wang Kui mentioned Meng Tianfeng. When he saw the hesitant expression on Wang Kui's face, he smiled faintly and said, "Clan leader Wang, I'm sure you didn't come here just to discuss the Green Billow City's Meng clan with me, right? What's the matter? You look troubled, clan leader Wang." Duan Lingtian assumed that the Green Billow City's Meng clan had heard about his capabilities and was trying to recruit him. Otherwise, he really could not figure out why Wang Kui would look so troubled. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was surprised when Wang Kui told him that Meng Yuzheng wanted to meet him. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Meng Tianfeng's direct descendant wants to meet me? Clan leader Wang, why does he want to meet me?" It was only then that Duan Lingtian found out that Meng Tianfeng's direct descendant came for Wang Luoyu. It was not because the Meng clan wanted to recruit him. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone coldly as he asked, "Clan leader Wang, you said that the Wang clan previously refused him when he asked for Miss Luoyu's hand in marriage. So am I right to assume that he returned now that the Meng clan has a supreme powerhouse, hoping to separate me and Miss Luoyu?" "That's right," Wang Kui nodded and replied, "Young Master Li Feng, rest assured. I've already refused Meng Yuzheng earlier when he expressed his wish to replace you and marry Luoyu. However, he insisted on meeting you. I think he's just unwilling and wants to know your strength and origin." "I have no interest in meeting him," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Who does he think he is? Why must I, Li Feng, agree to his request? A mere direct descendant of a new supreme powerhouse thinks he can ruin my marriage with Miss Luoyu. What a joke, clan leader Wang. Since the Wang clan has made its stance clear, it's unnecessary for me to meet him." Wang Kui was surprised by how domineering Duan Lingtian was. He could detect the disdain in Duan Lingtian's voice when Duan Lingtian said, "New supreme powerhouse." He thought that Duan Lingtian was either putting on an act to appear tough or that Duan Lingtian truly came from a powerful background and looked down on a new supreme powerhouse like Meng Tianfeng. Wang Kui's heart skipped a beat as he speculated inwardly. Based on his achievements at such a young age, he definitely has the support of a powerful supreme powerhouse somewhere outside of the divine sand realm. At the same time, Wang Kui felt grateful that he had decisively refused Meng Yuzheng earlier. Otherwise, he would have offended Duan Lingtian. In comparison to the supreme powerhouses who had a close relationship with the Wang clan, Meng Tianfeng could only be considered average. It was not a problem for the few supreme powerhouses to deal with Meng Tianfeng. However, in Wang Kui's opinion, the supreme powerhouse supporting Duan Lingtian was not someone the Wang clan could afford to offend. In his opinion, the supreme powerhouse who supported Duan Lingtian might possibly be stronger than the few supreme powerhouses, who were allies of the Wang clan, combined. As expected, all the heaven-defying prodigies have powerful backgrounds, Wang Kui thought to himself as chills ran up his spine. After a brief moment, Wang Kui said, sounding more respectful than before, "Young Master Li Feng, rest assured. I'll relay your words to him. Previously, Wang Kui was already convinced by Duan Ling Tian's heaven-defying talent and comprehension skills. Now, he was frightened of the possibility of a powerful supreme powerhouse protecting Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian might not be able to do anything to the Wang clan, but it was different if it was a powerful supreme powerhouse. As such, he was naturally very courteous toward Duan Ling Tian. As the clan leader of the Wang clan, he had to ensure that no disaster would befall the clan. Otherwise, he would not be able to face his ancestors in heaven. Peace and quiet were restored in Duan Ling Tian's courtyard after Wang Kui left, but they were nowhere to be seen in Meng Yuzheng's courtyard after he learned that Duan Ling Tian refused to meet him. Clan leader Wang, I don't care if he refuses to meet me. I must meet him. How dare he ignore me? I have the blessing of my clan's supreme powerhouse to marry Wang Luoyu. Meng Yuzheng roared, looking like a ferocious beast. Wang Kui snorted once and said frostily, Young Master Meng, don't forget that you're in the Wang clan. Young Master Li will officially become a member of our Wang clan in about 10 days. He's one of us now. If you really want to meet him, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until the wedding is over. Wang Kui was annoyed at Meng Yuzheng. After all, he almost offended Duan Ling Tian because of Meng Yuzheng. In his opinion, it would be a catastrophe if he offended Duan Ling Tian. Meng Yuzheng did not take Wang Kui's words seriously. Instead, he decided to meet the two supreme elders of the Wang clan. In his opinion, the two supreme elders of the Wang clan had higher status than Wang Kui and could override Wang Kui's decision. Clan leader Wang, we'd like to request a meeting with your clan's two supreme elders. I'm afraid you alone aren't enough to represent the Wang clan. Tan Shutang, the green flame saber king, glared at Wang Kui and said threateningly, Young Master Meng only wished to meet with Li Feng, whom the Wang clan has chosen as the groom. This isn't an outrageous request. Moreover, young Master Meng was sent here by my lord. It's not a problem for both of you to meet our clan's supreme elders. Please follow me to the main hall, Wang Kui said coldly. At this point, he had lost all his patience. Not only did the duo challenge his authority in the Wang clan from the very beginning, but they were consistently disrespectful toward him. No matter what, he was the clan leader of the Wang clan and should be treated with respect. While Wang Kui led Meng Yuzheng and Tan Shutang to the main hall, word of the duo causing a scene began to spread in the Wang clan's estate. Does the Meng clan think they're invincible now just because they have a supreme powerhouse? Ha! The Meng clan has only been recently promoted to a first-rank clan, and Meng Tianfeng is their first supreme powerhouse. They're just like an upstart. How can they compare to our Wang clan? Our clan's supreme powerhouse made his mark, and due to his legacy, we're still. Shush, lower your voice. No matter what, he's still a supreme powerhouse. Our clan won't protect you if he demands your life for being disrespectful. It did not take long for this matter to spread to Wang Luoyu. She frowned immediately. She had been looking forward to her marriage with Duan Ling Tian, which would lead to her freedom. She was naturally displeased when she heard that Meng Yuzheng had shown up to cause a scene. Will brother Duan be able to handle the pressure from the Meng clan? This was Wang Luoyu's first thought. It was not surprising that she was worried. Fortunately, after hearing more about what happened, she finally felt at ease. At least the clan's standing firmly on brother Duan's side. Coincidentally, Yi Changwei and the old woman arrived outside Wang Luoyu's courtyard at this time. Sister Luoyu, are you in? Yi Changwei called out. Wang Luoyu quickly went out to greet and receive the duo. Yi Changwei did not waste time. She frowned and said without beating around the bush, Sister Luoyu, I heard that the Meng clan wants Meng Yuzheng to replace the man you're supposed to marry. The powerhouse who accompanied Meng Yuzheng here said that this is the wish of the Meng clan's supreme powerhouse. A hint of fear could be seen in Yi Changwei's eyes when she mentioned the Meng clan's supreme powerhouse. In the past, the Meng clan was not a threat, but things had changed now that the Meng clan had a supreme powerhouse. Wang Luoyu nodded. I've heard about it as well. However, the Wang clan has made its stance clear. The clan is standing firmly on brother Li Feng's side and has refused the Meng clan's unreasonable demand. A hint of relief could be seen on Wang Luoyu's face when she spoke. I heard about this too, Yi Changwei said with a nod. Then, she asked, Sister Luoyu, who is Li Feng exactly? Why is the Wang clan willing to offend the Meng clan that has a supreme powerhouse for him? Chapter 4423 Meng Yuzheng refuses to give up. Wang Luoyu was briefly stunned by Yi Chengwei's question. Then, she smiled shyly as she said, Brother Li Feng, to be honest, Sister Chengwei, I don't know much about Brother Li Feng's background. You don't know much about his background? Yi Chengwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, You don't know anything about him, but you're going to marry him. Yi Chengwei was slightly confused. For the first time, she felt like she did not know her best friend at all. After all, in her mind, her best friend, Wang Luoyu, was not such an impulsive and reckless person. Wang Luoyu smiled and said, I only know that he's not from the divine sand realm. As for the other things, I haven't asked for the time being. Moreover, I don't think it's important to ask about his background. After all, I like him, not his background. The smile on Wang Luoyu's face made her look like a woman in love. Yi Chengwei grew even more curious about the Brother Li Feng, whom Wang Luoyu mentioned. Seeing Wang Luoyu's reaction to Li Feng, a purple figure suddenly appeared in her mind, and she thought to herself, Sister Luoyu keeps saying Li Feng is peerless, but in comparison to Duan Ling Tian, he's probably a lot weaker, right? I'll be able to see Li Feng soon. I want to see what kind of man can make Sister Luoyu so obsessed. After Yi Chengwei left, Wang Luoyu hurried over to Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. As soon as she saw Duan Ling Tian, she expressed her worries. Brother Duan, I'm worried Meng Yuzheng from the Green Billow City's Meng clan will continue to deliberately make things difficult for us. After all, he has the support of a supreme powerhouse now. If the supreme powerhouse helps him, I'm afraid you'll be in danger, Brother Duan. Perhaps, we should put a halt to our plan. Although Wang Luoyu wanted to escape the shackles of the Wang clan, she did not want any harm to come to the kind young man in front of her. He had already gone to great lengths to fulfill her brother's final wish, so she did not want him to get into more trouble because of her. No need, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head, we'll proceed with our plan. We don't know for sure that the supreme powerhouse will step forward for him. Even if the supreme powerhouse really takes action, remember that the Wang clan isn't a pushover as well. Initially, there was no guarantee that those supreme powerhouses, who were friends with the ancestor of the Wang clan, would attend the wedding in the Wang clan. However, after this incident, Duan Ling Tian was certain that the Wang clan would make sure at least one supreme powerhouse was in attendance just to be on the safe side. After all, the value of Li Feng, the heaven-defying prodigy to the Wang clan, was much higher than the threat that the Green Billow City's Meng clan posed. Duan Ling Tian explained his thoughts to Wang Luoyu, putting Wang Luoyu at ease. Wang Luoyu thought that the person her brother entrusted his final wish to was truly far more reliable than she had imagined. Meanwhile, only one of the two supreme elders of the Wang clan came to meet Meng Yuzheng. It was out of Meng Yuzheng's expectations that the supreme elder of the Wang clan would be the same as Wang Kui. Not only did the supreme elder not support his marriage to Wang Luoyu, but the supreme elder also did not allow him to meet the young man named Li Feng. Although only one supreme elder was in attendance, it was clear his words also represented those of the other supreme elder. In the end, Meng Yuzheng was personally sent out of the Wang clan by Wang Kui. Before he left, Wang Kui even told him that he was more than welcome to attend Wang Luoyu and that young man's wedding. In his eyes, this was a humiliation. After leaving the Wang clan, Meng Yuzheng, furious and embarrassed, found an inn in Blue Dawn City to stay in. I didn't expect that the old geezer, Wang Jingrao, would refuse me and the old ancestor just like Wang Kui. No, I can't just do nothing. I won't allow them to humiliate me like this. The more Meng Yuzheng thought about it, the angrier he became. After a moment, he looked at the middle-aged man next to him and said, Uncle Tan, can you contact the old ancestor and ask him to visit and pressure the Wang clan? Needless to say, the middle-aged man was none other than Tan Shutang, the Green Flame Saber King, who accompanied Meng Yuzheng here. Upon hearing Meng Yuzheng's words, he furrowed his brows slightly and said, I've already reported this matter to my lord. He's also furious that the Wang clan refused to give in. However, I don't know if he'll come. After a moment, Tan Shutang added, the lord said that the Wang clan won't support a young man with an unknown background for no reason. It's likely that the young man has a powerful background or has something special about him. Moreover, although the Wang clan no longer has a supreme powerhouse, the clan has the protection of a few supreme powerhouses who were friends of the clan's ancestor. They might not stand aside and do nothing if something happens to the Wang clan. Tan Shu Teng's words made Meng Yuzheng feel even angrier. At the same time, he suddenly felt that it was not that great to have a supreme powerhouse as his backer. His eyes glinted coldly as he recalled the humiliation he suffered at the Wang clan. He muttered to himself, "The old ancestor is afraid of the Wang clan, but I'm not afraid of Li Feng. This is the divine sand realm. Even if he's talented or has a powerful background, he'll still have to obediently submit to our Meng clan in Green Below City. I want to see what kind of person he is after 10 days. Let's see if he can withstand the wrath and threat of the Meng clan." Meng Yuzheng's face was twisted into an unsightly expression and his eyes shone with killing intent, looking as though he wanted to devour someone, as he continued muttering to himself, "He's just the husband of a humble female descendant of the Wang clan's side branch. If something happens to him, will the Wang clan really turn against me and the Meng clan in Green Below City? After all, when a person dies, his or her value ceases to exist as well." Following that, Meng Yuzheng turned to look at Tan Shu Teng and said seriously, "Uncle Tan, on the day of the wedding, I'll threaten that guy through voice transmission and tell him to withdraw from the marriage. If he does as I say, I'll let him off the hook. Otherwise, please kill him for me, Uncle Tan." Meng Yuzheng was murderously jealous of the young man named Li Feng at this moment. Upon hearing Meng Yuzheng's words, Tan Shu Teng frowned. He said, "That person not only obtained the Wang clan's approval to marry Wang Luoyu, but most importantly, even under the pressure from the Lord, they still firmly stood on his side. I'm afraid he's not simple or weak at all. Until I find out more about him, I don't recommend taking action against him." Tan Shu Teng had lived for a long time and was more experienced. After all, Meng Yuzheng frowned. Then, his frown suddenly disappeared, replaced by a huge grin on his face as he said, "Based on what I know, you're quite skilled in assassination. I assume you're able to assassinate someone without leaving any traces behind, right?" Tan Shu Teng's frown deepened upon hearing these words. He said, expressing his concerns, "Even then, it's still risky. If his background is more powerful than the Meng clan, it'll be disastrous for the Meng clan. If a powerful supreme powerhouse wants to avenge his direct descendant, he doesn't need evidence to take action." Meng Yuzheng was unwilling to give up. He said, "Uncle Tan, if you help me with this, I'll give you this treasure that I'm sure you'll be very interested in." As soon as Meng Yuzheng raised his hand, something appeared briefly before he quickly returned it to his self-destructive spatial ring. He was clearly not afraid that Tan Shu Teng would forcefully seize the treasure since it was kept in his spatial ring. "This is, you, where did you obtain this thing?" Tan Shu Teng's eyes widened in disbelief, and his breathing quickened, causing his chest to rise and fall heavily. His eyes shone as he looked at Meng Yuzheng in shock. Chapter 4424 The Heavens Vault Blood Oath. Tan Shu Teng did not expect Meng Yuzheng to bring out a supreme powerhouse divinity at all. Most importantly, it was a fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity. His strongest law was the law of fire, and it had reached the perfect form. Since his fire had mutated, he had an even higher chance of comprehending it to the paramount stage. To him, the fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity was a peerless treasure. At least for now, no treasure could compare to the fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity. After all, if he possessed the fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity, his chances of comprehending the law of fire to the paramount stage would increase significantly to more than 70%. Tan Shu Teng continued to breathe heavily. It took him a while to calm down before he looked at Meng Yuzheng and said in a deep voice, "I didn't see what it was earlier, can you show it to me again?" A hint of greed could be seen in Tan Shu Teng's eyes at this moment. To him, for the sake of the fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity, even if he had to kill Meng Yuzheng and flee the divine sand realm to the end of the world after offending the supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan in Green Below City, it was worth it. As long as he comprehended the law of fire to the paramount stage, sooner or later, he would become a peerless top advanced supreme god. At that time, it was definitely possible for him to find a supreme powerhouse stronger than the Meng clan's supreme powerhouse to protect him. Even if he encountered Meng Tianfeng would not dare to attack him. In the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, peerless top advanced supreme gods were rarer than supreme powerhouses and highly sought after by supreme powerhouses. After all, Meng Yuzheng was not a complete fool. He smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Tan, your strongest law is the law of fire, so you're more sensitive to it. However, since you said you didn't see it, let me tell you, it's a fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity. As for its origin, I'm sure you can guess it. It was given to me by my ancestor. The main reason my ancestor was able to become a supreme powerhouse was thanks to the fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity he obtained 10,000 years ago. Now that he's a supreme powerhouse, the fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity is no longer useful to him. As such, he gave it to me. After all, I'm the most outstanding one among all his direct descendants, and I also comprehend the law of fire. Meng Tianfeng, the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan, and Meng Yuzheng also comprehended the law of fire. Tan Shuteng raised an eyebrow and said, I'm sure the Lord didn't give you the supreme powerhouse divinity just for you to casually give it to another person. From now on, don't joke about this matter anymore. If the Lord finds out that you wanted to give it away, he'll be upset. Tan Shuteng was abnormally calm and clear-headed at this moment. Since the supreme powerhouse divinity was given by Meng Tianfeng, how could Meng Yuzheng give it away so easily? He thought that Meng Yuzheng was not being serious. After all, Meng Yuzheng knew how precious the supreme powerhouse divinity was. Meng Yuzheng said with a smile, Uncle Tan, you're right. I misspoke earlier when I said that I'll give you the supreme powerhouse divinity. What I mean is that if you help me kill that brat who'll be marrying Wang Luoyu, I'll lend you the supreme powerhouse divinity. At that time, it'll surely bring you closer to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god or even a supreme powerhouse. Once you achieve your goal, you'll return it to me. Meng Yuzheng's expression was serious as he continued to say, needless to say, if you agree, you'll have to make the Heaven Vault's blood oath, Uncle Tan. You have to swear that you'll return the supreme powerhouse divinity to me after you become a peerless top advanced supreme god or a supreme powerhouse. Otherwise, even if you kill that Li Feng, I won't lend you the supreme powerhouse divinity. The Heaven Vault's blood oath was a type of oath people made in the outer boundary. After swearing a Heaven Vault's blood oath, one would be subjected to the rules of heaven and earth. If one broke one's oath, even if one escaped from the outer boundary to the myriad worlds, one still would not be able to escape death. In the myriad worlds, it was difficult for those below the realm of supreme powerhouses to make a Heaven Vault's blood oath. As such, the Heaven Vault's blood oath was rarely mentioned in the myriad worlds. Moreover, supreme powerhouses were the ones who maintained order in the myriad world and executed the punishment of breaking a blood oath. Unlike blood oaths in the myriad worlds, the Heaven's Vault blood oath was governed by a higher power. Meanwhile, Tan Shuteng frowned slightly when he heard Meng Yuzheng's words. When his frown finally eased, he said, very well, I promise you. Tan Shuteng was not worried about Meng Yuzheng going back on his promise after he completed the task. Even if Meng Yuzheng was protected by Meng Tianfeng, it was impossible for Meng Tianfeng to follow Meng Yuzheng everywhere. It would not do Meng Yuzheng any good to offend him. Moreover, now that he was serving Meng Tianfeng, the supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan, he could be considered half a member of the Meng clan. It was unlikely that Meng Yuzheng would break his promise. Upon hearing Tan Shuteng's reply, Meng Yuzheng said with a smile, thank you, Uncle Tan. Meng Yuzheng was certain, right from the start, that Tan Shuteng would not refuse him. After all, he knew how tempting the fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity was to Tan Shuteng. He had also heard from Meng Tianfeng that Tan Shuteng agreed to serve him because Meng Tianfeng promised to guide him in comprehending the law of fire. Tan Shuteng was a famous figure in the divine sand realm and was known as the Green Flame Saber King. He was known for his unruly nature. If it were not for the fact that Meng Tianfeng also comprehended the law of fire, an unruly person like him might not be willing to serve a supreme powerhouse like Meng Tianfeng. There were many supreme powerhouses in the divine sand realm, and he had never served any of them until Meng Tianfeng appeared. Based on this, it could be seen that he was not very interested in serving a supreme powerhouse before this. At this time, Duan Ling Tian naturally did not know that Meng Yuzheng from the Green Billow City's Meng clan, whom he refused to meet, had already planned to assassinate him. However, even if he was aware of it, he would not take it seriously. After all, Tan Shuteng was not stronger than two supreme elders of the Wang clan. Tan Shuteng would be lucky if he was able to escape after fighting the duo at once. Duan Ling Tian patiently waited for the wedding day to arrive. After that, he would stay in the Wang clan a little longer before taking Wang Luoyu away. Once he found a place for her to settle down, he would have fulfilled the late Wang Yiyuan's final wish and repaid Wang Yiyuan for giving him a treasure. He would no longer owe Wang Yiyuan anymore. With that, he would be able to continue on his own journey. A few days before the wedding of Wang Luoyu and Li Feng, Duan Ling Tian's fake persona, Blue Dawn City was already very lively. The guests that the Wang clan invited arrived in Blue Dawn City one after another, and they stayed in the inn arranged for them by the Wang clan. The day before the wedding, Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, returned to the clan with an old man who looked like a sage. When the old man arrived, Wang Jingrao, the supreme elder of the Wang clan whom Duan Ling Tian had once sparred with, came over immediately. He bowed and kneeled respectfully to the old man as soon as he saw the old man. All in all, 10 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. Chapter 4425 Senior Satu. The sage-like old man looked at the old man kneeling in front of him, who also looked to be over 60 years old, and asked, slightly surprised, "Are you little Jing?" "Yes, it's me, Senior Satu," Wang Jingrao replied respectfully as he remained kneeling. "I didn't expect that you'd still remember me, Senior Satu." In the past, when Wang Jingrao was young, he was fortunate enough to have met the old man in front of him. At that time, that old man had yet to become a supreme powerhouse and was just a powerhouse serving the ancestor of the Wang clan. The old man was also an interim elder of the Wang clan at that time. Due to the old man's talent, the ancestor of the Wang clan did not treat him like an outsider and regarded him as a member of the clan, carefully guiding him. For this reason, the old man had always been grateful to the late ancestor of the Wang clan. Later on, the old man successfully became a supreme powerhouse and left the Wang clan. However, he still maintained a close relationship with the ancestor of the Wang clan. The biggest reason the Wang clan was able to maintain its status after its ancestor was due to the old man. The old man said with a slight smile, "Of course, I remember you. I still remember that the first time I met you, you were being bullied by another boy in the Wang clan who was a few years older than you. At that time, you cried and yelled that you'd avenge yourself in 3 years. That was also my first time coming to the Wang clan's estate. You left a lasting impression on me because of your words at that time. After a few years, I even asked the elders of the clan about you. Unexpectedly, it only took you 2 years to grow stronger than the boy who bullied you." Although the old man had spoken casually, Wang Jingrao, who was still kneeling, could not help but feel delighted. He did not expect the old man in front of him to remember him. After all, this was his first time meeting the old man again after so many years. In the past, he had always been busy with the clan's matters and cultivation. For this reason, it was always his elder brother, the other supreme elder of the Wang clan, who received the old man when the old man visited. The old man smiled and said, "Good job. Now that you've reached this point, it won't be difficult for you to go further. I'll be in the Wang clan over the next few days. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can come to me at any time." "Thank you, Senior Satu," Wang Jingrao said excitedly. After all, the person in front of him had become a supreme powerhouse a very long time ago. Although it seemed like he was not far from the realm of supreme powerhouses, the gap between him and a supreme powerhouse was still insurmountable. If you're able to become a supreme powerhouse, Master Who's in heaven will definitely feel relieved that the Wang clan has another supreme powerhouse, the old man said with a smile. If one looked closely, one would be able to see a trace of sadness in his eyes. However, neither Wang Jingrao nor Wang Kui, who was standing at the side, noticed it. The old man was worried he would not be able to protect the Wang clan for long. If he perished, the Wang clan's status in Blue Dawn City and the Divine Sand Realm would fall. Although the Wang clan had a good relationship with several other supreme powerhouses, the old man knew that if he were not around, they likely would not care much about the Wang clan anymore. In those supreme powerhouses' opinion, they were indebted to the ancestor of the Wang clan, not any of the current members of the Wang clan. Due to his attitude toward the Wang clan, the other supreme powerhouses followed his actions, worried that they would be called ungrateful if they left the Wang clan alone. However, if he was gone and no longer served as a contrast, it would not take long for the others to forget about the Wang clan. For this reason, he sincerely wished that a second supreme powerhouse would appear in the Wang clan. In his opinion, Wang Jingrao was one of the 2 most promising candidates in the Wang clan. While Wang Jingrao chatted with the old man, Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, was lost in his thoughts. Little Jing. This was Wang Kui's first time hearing Wang Jingrao's nickname when Wang Jingrao was young. He did not expect Wang Jingrao to have such a cute nickname in the past. If the young members of the clan who idolized Wang Jingrao knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. At this time, Wang Jingrao and the old man were finally done reminiscing about the past. Wang Jingrao said, pulling Wang Kui back from his thoughts, "Clan leader, Senior Situ came from afar. Let's lead him to my courtyard so he can rest." The Wang clan had a courtyard dedicated to accommodating guests of the clan. However, Duan Ling Tian, who was pretending to be Li Feng, was now staying in the courtyard. As such, Wang Jingrao arranged for the old man to stay in his courtyard. With this, it was also more convenient for him to ask for advice regarding cultivating from the old man. Wang Kui quickly regained his senses and followed Wang Jingrao and the old man to Wang Jingrao's courtyard. On the way there, Wang Kui suddenly received a voice transmission from Wang Jingrao. "Boy, earlier, did you hear how Senior Situ addressed me?" Wang Kui was briefly confused when he heard the voice transmission, but he soon realized that it was a threat. As the clan leader of the Wang clan, he naturally had a high EQ. He quickly feigned ignorance and replied, "What? I'm sorry, Supreme Elder. I was thinking about Luo Yu and young Master Li Feng's wedding that will take place tomorrow. I was trying to think if there are any other arrangements to be made. By the way, what did Senior Situ address you as earlier?" "It's nothing," Wang Jingrao said as he nodded in satisfaction. Then, after a moment, he added, "Thank you for personally receiving Senior Situ. After sending Senior Situ to my place, you can rest and wait for the wedding." "Yes, Supreme Elder," Wang Kui replied. His back was already damp from cold sweat when he thought about how Wang Jingrao might have silenced him if he did not respond correctly earlier. Wang Jingrao definitely would not let him off the hook so easily if he told another soul about what he heard today. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the supreme powerhouse that the Wang clan invited as a safeguard had arrived. After all, Meng Yuzheng from the Green Billow City's Meng clan had come to the Wang clan to make a fuss and even claimed he had the support of the Meng clan's supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian did not care about Meng Yuzheng's threats at all. Moreover, he did not think that the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan would show up at the wedding tomorrow. Even if the other party showed up, he was rather certain the other party would not attack him rashly. After all, in their eyes, his origin was a mystery, and he possessed amazing strength despite being younger than 10,000 years old. With this, most people would assume that he had a powerful background. After all, how could an ordinary person with no support achieve such feats at such a young age? While the new supreme powerhouse from the Meng clan stewed in his doubts and worries, Duan Ling Tian was sure he had plenty of time to bring Wang Luo Yu away before the other party decided on what to do. "Tomorrow, our plan will be almost completed. After finding a place for Wang Luo Yu to settle down, I would have fulfilled my promise to Wang Yi Yuan. With that, I can continue on my journey. I only hope that Meng Yuzheng is smart and sensible. If he dares to pester me and stir up trouble, I won't hesitate to send him to hell before I leave." Although Duan Ling Tian had never met Meng Yuzheng, based on Wang Kui's words, he knew that Meng Yuzheng came bearing ill intentions. Moreover, it seemed like Meng Yuzheng was rather persistent. Duan Ling Tian wanted everything to go smoothly tomorrow. If Meng Yuzheng dared to stir up trouble, he would not let Meng Yuzheng go. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts drifted in another direction. Peerless Top Advanced Supreme God. Currently, I'm still very far from becoming a Peerless Top Advanced Supreme God. Although my law of space and law of time are close to the perfect form, I still have yet to comprehend them to that stage. If I comprehend them to the perfect form, my strength should be comparable to those peerless advanced supreme gods who didn't comprehend their laws to the paramount stage, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes brightened. Not all peerless top advanced supreme gods had comprehended their laws to the paramount stage. Among peerless top advanced supreme gods, the strongest ones were those who had comprehended the laws to the paramount stage. Even if they did not have a profound comprehension of any of the four Taoes of heaven and earth, they were still rather powerful. Since they had comprehended the laws to the ultimate, their strength would increase greatly. Even if someone possessed the level of Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the Sword Tao in a law that had reached the perfect form, he or she would not be a match for someone who had comprehended the law to the paramount stage. In fact, with Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the Sword Tao, even if he comprehended both the law of time and the law of space to the perfect form, he still would not be a match for a peerless top advanced supreme god who had comprehended the law to the paramount stage. I've heard that the four Taoes of heaven and earth can also be comprehended to the perfect form. However, There's no known person in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds who has done so. It's said that if one comprehends any of the four Taoes of heaven and earth to the perfect form, even if one's law had only reached the perfect form, one would not be inferior to those who comprehended the laws to the paramount stage. If one's able to comprehend any of the four Taoes of heaven and earth to the perfect form and also comprehend the law to the paramount stage, one would be invincible among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian had read about this in ancient books, and he was not sure about its veracity. People can become supreme powerhouses without the need to comprehend the four Taoes of heaven and earth to the perfect form. However, after becoming a supreme powerhouse, it'll be difficult to improve the four Taoes of heaven and earth. How many people are willing to suppress their cultivation and continue comprehending the four Taoes of heaven and earth to the perfect form as an advanced supreme god before becoming a supreme powerhouse? Chapter 4426 Li Feng's Wedding Day. Although Duan Ling Tian still had a long way to go before becoming a supreme powerhouse, it was inevitable that he would eventually become a supreme powerhouse. Just his extraordinary comprehension of the Sword Tao alone was enough to help him become a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he also possessed the 5 divine elements that would also help him break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. Many advanced supreme gods searched desperately for a chance to break through into the realm of supreme powerhouses, but Duan Ling Tian did not need to do such a thing. In fact, currently, he did not have much desire about becoming a supreme powerhouse at all. Instead, he was much more excited about becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Peerless top advanced supreme gods were rarer than supreme powerhouses. There were rumors in the myriad worlds that the number of peerless top advanced supreme gods was only 1/10 of the number of supreme powerhouses. In the outer boundary in the myriad worlds, everyone has an understanding. If one's confident about becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god, then one should hold back on becoming a supreme powerhouse immediately. After all, after becoming a supreme powerhouse, it'll be extremely difficult to improve one's laws in the four Taoes of heaven and earth compared to the time before one becomes a supreme powerhouse. Ideally, one should only break through to the realm of supreme powerhouses after one has comprehended the law to the paramount stage and any of the four Taoes of heaven and earth to the perfect form. However, in the history of the outer boundary and myriad worlds, there's no record of anyone doing this before. There's a legend that says if one's able to achieve this feat, as soon as one becomes a supreme powerhouse, one's strength would be in the world supreme realm. The world supreme realm is the strongest realm for a supreme powerhouse. In the myriad worlds, there are only a few dozen people who have entered this realm. I can only imagine how terrifying it is for a new supreme powerhouse to immediately enter the world supreme realm. Chills ran up Duan Ling Tian's spine when he thought about that level of strength. After arriving at the outer boundary, Duan Ling Tian learned more and more about supreme powerhouses who were a mystery to him in the past. It was also after he arrived at the outer boundary that he learned about how difficult it was to grow stronger after becoming a supreme powerhouse. He also learned about the strength difference between supreme powerhouses, and those in the world supreme realm were the strongest supreme powerhouses. It's said that only 3 major worlds and the second-tier worlds have supreme powerhouses in the world supreme realm. For this reason, the 21 worlds dominate the myriad worlds. The weaker worlds willingly surrendered and gave up their forces. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, considering how powerful those in the world supreme realm are, if they're willing, they should be able to release Ka from that technique from the soul imprisonment clan, right? If it's possible, I hope to serve a supreme powerhouse in the world supreme realm after becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. At that time, I'd be able to ask for a favor and save Ka. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he thought about this, growing even more determined to become a peerless top advanced supreme god. He could not wait to enter closed-door cultivation and comprehend his laws. However, he forcefully calmed himself down as he thought to himself, I'll have to fulfill Wang Yi Yuan's final wish first. After finding a place for Wang Luo Yu to settle down, I'll continue to explore the outer boundary and continue on my journey to grow stronger. After calming down, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the next day to arrive. At the same time, there were quite a few people in Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. They were decorating the place in the rooms, preparing for the wedding. However, thanks to Wang Kui's orders, no one disturbed Duan Ling Tian, allowing him to enjoy some peace and quiet. The night passed in just a blink of an eye, and the day many people anticipated finally arrived. Duan Ling Tian woke up early in the morning. With the help of servants from the Wang clan, he changed into a festive red robe and tied his long hair up, making him look even more handsome than usual. A middle-aged woman followed Duan Lingtian as he walked out and said, "Young Master Li Feng, I'll brief you about the Wang clan's wedding ceremony. Please feel free to ask me if there's anything you don't understand." After a beat, she continued to say, "Although the ceremony seems troublesome, you only need to go through a few formalities. However, after that ceremony, you and Miss Luo Yu will have to greet and entertain a few of the clan's distinguished guests." Duan Lingtian could tell the Wang clan placed great importance on this wedding based on the middle-aged woman's words. Needless to say, he did not have any objections and planned to cooperate. To him, this was just an act that was necessary to free Wang Luo Yu. After the wedding, he would bring Wang Luo Yu away from the Wang clan. The wedding naturally did not mean anything to him. After fulfilling his promise to Wang Yiyuan, perhaps, his only connection to the Wang clan was Wang Jingrao. After all, he felt indebted to Wang Jingrao and planned to repay Wang Jingrao by helping the Wang clan if the clan was ever in need. As Duan Lingtian walked through the Wang clan's estate, he drew many people's attention. These people, who were mostly young men and young women, looked at him curiously as they discussed among themselves. "Is that young Master Li Feng? He's really handsome. Since the clan agreed to let him marry Sister Luo Yu, he's definitely not simple. I've not heard anything about his origins so far. Does anyone know anything about his origin?" A teenager suddenly asked the people around him. The people in the surroundings shook their heads. Everyone's curious about his origins. However, until now, his origins are still a mystery. It'll only be a mystery for a while. Eventually, we'll find out about his origin. In any case, who cares? For him to be acknowledged by the clan, his origins are definitely extraordinary. I heard some people say that he's not from the Divine Sand Realm. That's why no one has heard of him or seen him before. However, there's no doubt that he has an extraordinary background. At the very least, he must be from a supreme rank force. Did you hear about it? For his sake, the clan did not even hesitate to offend the Green Billow City's Meng clan. Young Master Meng came to ask for Sister Luo Yu's hand in marriage and even said that he had the support of the Meng clan's new supreme powerhouse. Even then, our clan still did not give in to the Meng clan. I'm becoming more and more curious about his identity. Chapter 4427 Meeting Ta Meng Sha again. In the eyes of the members of the Wang clan, the young man named Li Feng was very mysterious. They had heard that he had taken the initiative to ask for Wang Luo Yu's hand in marriage. Some people said that despite his young age, he was stronger than the grand elders of the Wang clan. When he first arrived at the Wang clan, he had defeated a grand elder. The patrolling members at that time had witnessed it themselves. It was said that they spread the word later on, but when they were asked about it, they denied everything as though a gag order had been issued. This made the others even more curious about the young man. If it was true that he was stronger than the grand elders despite being younger than 10,000 years old, he was definitely a peerless prodigy in the Divine Sand Realm. If he's truly such a heaven-defying prodigy and has an extraordinary background, it doesn't even matter that he's not from the Divine Sand Realm. He's definitely worthy of our Wang clan. There's no way the clan would take this matter lightly. Between him and the young master of the Green Billow City's Meng clan, our Wang clan chose him. This shows that the clan's regard for him is much higher than that of the Meng clan in Green Billow City. With the rumors they had heard, many people came to the conclusion that the young man held a high position in the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Wang clan. The Wang clan had sent invitations to all the prominent and influential forces in the Divine Sand Realm. Needless to say, these forces included those with supreme powerhouses. Although the Wang clan did not have a supreme powerhouse at present, the forces with supreme powerhouses sent representatives to attend the wedding as well. Even the strongest forces in the Divine Sand Realm, which were stronger than the Wang clan even when the Wang clan still had a supreme powerhouse, sent their representatives to attend the wedding. However, these representatives were not core figures of those forces. Nonetheless, it was more than enough to raise the status of the Wang clan that did not have a supreme powerhouse. The wedding was so lively because of the late ancestor of the Wang clan. His legacy continued to keep the Wang clan's status high. Many people thought that the Wang clan would not fall into decline as long as the clan maintained their relationship with the supreme powerhouses, who were friends of the clan's ancestor. Even without a supreme powerhouse, very few people and forces dared to underestimate the Wang clan. Although the middle-aged woman had assured Duan Lingtian that the Wang clan had kept the wedding ceremony simple, he still found it tedious and troublesome. How troublesome! Fortunately, the Wang clan had sent many people to do most of the things on his behalf. For now, he only had to follow Wang Kui's lead and receive guests from powerful forces in the Divine Sand Realm. Clan Leader Wang, congratulations. Clan Leader Wang, I can see that the Wang clan's new groom is an extraordinary young man. Since Duan Lingtian did not know the guests, he only greeted them perfunctorily. However, he suddenly froze when he heard a loud voice. I'm Ta Yu from Kai Ming Mountain. I, along with my junior, Ta Meng Sha, represent Kai Ming Mountain to congratulate the Wang clan. Duan Lingtian saw a burly middle-aged man and a burly young man, and when the duo saw Duan Lingtian, they were just as taken aback as he was. The burly young man in particular was staring at Duan Lingtian intently. Kai Ming Mountain. Duan Lingtian was shocked and puzzled when he heard came from Kai Ming Mountain. He had thought the name Ta Meng Sha was slightly familiar when he heard it and did not think too much of it. However, he was shocked when he heard the words, Kai Ming Mountain. At the same time, when he saw the young man's piercing and unruly gaze, he recalled his time in Dancing Sun City. At that time, he had defeated a giant ape, but spared the giant ape's life, and that giant ape's name was Ta Meng Sha. With this, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out the identity of the burly middle-aged man standing in front of Ta Meng Sha. He was one of 3 demons who destroyed Dancing Sun City with the supreme demon of Kai Ming Mountain. He was also one of the right-hand men of the supreme demon of Kai Ming Mountain. Duan Lingtian knew that Ta Yu was strong when he was in Dancing Sun City, but he did not know the extent of Ta Yu's strength. It was not until later that he found out Ta Yu and the other 2 demons, who were only second to the supreme demon of Kai Ming Mountain, were almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god. Greetings, Senior Ta Yu. Wang Kui greeted Ta Yu respectfully. Based on Wang Kui's tone, Duan Lingtian was even more certain that Ta Yu was almost as strong as a peerless top advanced supreme god. After all, they had greeted quite a number of guests, and Wang Kui only spoke so respectfully to a few of them. Congratulations, Clan Leader Wang. Our lord can't attend as he has something to do, so he sent me here to attend the Wang clan's grand wedding. I hope the Wang clan doesn't mind this, Ta Yu said as he laughed loudly. Ta Yu's laughter was like a clap of thunder, causing everyone to turn to look at him. However, when they saw Ta Yu, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. After all, Ta Yu of Kai Ming Mountain was known to have a quick temper. Those who provoked him in the past had all come to a terrible end. Senior Ta Yu, you must be joking. The Wang clan is honored by your presence, Wang Kui said warmly. Then, he turned to Duan Lingtian slightly and said, Senior Ta Yu, this is the main star of our Wang clan's wedding today. Young Master Li Feng, greet Senior Ta Yu. Ta Yu shifted his gaze toward Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to feel a slight pressure. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, Greetings, Senior Ta Yu. We haven't seen each other for a long time, but you're still the same. Wang Kui was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Meanwhile, Ta Yu looked at Duan Lingtian intently before he said, After the battle in Dancing Sun City, I realized that you're not a simple person. It's a pity that you left early. I didn't have a chance to thank you for sparing Ta Meng Sha. Then, Ta Yu glanced at Ta Meng Sha, who was standing behind him, and said, Ta Meng Sha, why don't you thank Brother Li Feng for showing mercy that time? Ta Yu's words shocked everyone present. As for Wang Kui, his mouth was agape as his eyes darted between Duan Lingtian and Ta Yu. Chapter 4428 It's you. Thank Li Feng for showing mercy to Ta Meng Sha. Everyone naturally understood these words. It meant that Li Feng was capable of killing Ta Meng Sha, but he chose to spare Ta Meng Sha's life instead. Although it seemed like Duan Lingtian had done Ta Yu and Ta Meng Sha a great favor, Wang Kui's expression could not help but change slightly. He felt like Ta Yu hid knives behind his words. Unlike Wang Kui, the other guests gathered to watch the show excitedly. Ta Yu of Kai Ming Mountain actually asked his adopted son, Ta Meng Sha, to thank the Wang clan's new groom for showing mercy. So this person is capable of killing Ta Meng Sha. Tisk, 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 he's really powerful even though he's not even 10,000 years old. Amazing. I wonder if Ta Yu will avenge his adopted son. That's unlikely, right? Didn't you hear Ta Yu asking his adopted son to thank Li Feng? Hey, Who knows if he's being sincere? Perhaps, he's being sarcastic. Although he doesn't seem angry now, who knows if this is just the calm before the storm? Unlike the members of the Wang clan present on the scene who were tense and wary, looking as though they were facing a great enemy at this time, the crowd was speculating fervently among themselves in hushed tones. After all, this matter was between the Wang clan's new groom and Kai Ming Mountain. Ta Mangsha frowned slightly. In the end, under the watchful eyes of his adopted father, he stepped forward and said, "Li Feng, thank you for showing mercy." However, despite Ta Mangsha's words, the frown on his face did not ease, and he continued to say domineeringly, "I'll definitely defeat you in the future." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and replied, "I look forward to that day." Defeat me? Does he think that I used all my strength when I fought him? Currently, if he were to fight Ta Yu, even if he could not win, it would not be a problem for him to escape unscathed. There was no need to mention Ta Mangsha at all. With a little time to raise his strength, he would definitely be able to defeat Ta Yu. At this time, Ta Yu looked at Wang Kui and said with a sigh, "I really didn't expect that the Wang clan's new groom is him. I'd like to congratulate the Wang clan again for being blessed with a son-in-law who has a high potential of becoming a supreme powerhouse." As soon as Ta Yu's voice fell, the crowd fell silent briefly. Based on these words, it was clear that Ta Yu looked highly upon the new son-in-law of the Wang clan. However, many people thought that the words were just perfunctory. "Thank you for your compliments, Senior Ta Yu." Wang Kui thanked Ta Yu on Duan Ling Tian's behalf. Ta Yu continued to say, "The compliment isn't from me. I'm merely repeating what my lord said to us. He told us that this young man here has a high potential of becoming a supreme powerhouse." The crowd broke into an uproar immediately. None of them expected that the supreme demon of Kai Ming Mountain, a powerful supreme powerhouse, would have such a high opinion of the young man who was not even 10,000 years old. Their gazes changed when they looked at the young man again. After all, he was someone recognized by a supreme powerhouse. Perhaps, in the future, he would be the second supreme powerhouse in the Wang clan. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly and said to Ta Yu, "Senior Ta Yu, please send my greetings to Lord Kai Ming. Previously, I was in a hurry to leave because I had an urgent matter to attend to. As such, I didn't have a chance to pay my respect to Lord Kai Ming. I hope he'll excuse me for being rude." Despite Duan Ling Tian's calm exterior, he was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect that Kai Ming had taken notice of him when he was in Dancing Sun City. Perhaps, at that time, Kai Ming was just too busy to deal with him. "Very well," Ta Yu replied with a nod before he walked into the Wang clan with Ta Mangsha in tow. All of a sudden, he turned back to look at Duan Ling Tian and said with a friendly smile, "Li Feng, if you have time, come and visit me on Kai Ming Mountain. I'm sure my lord will also like to meet you." In fact, Wang Kui was being too cautious. There were no hidden knives behind Ta Yu's earlier words. Ta Yu was rather courteous to Duan Ling Tian. This was because before he came, he heard that the Wang clan disregarded the new supreme powerhouse of the Green Billow City's Meng clan for their new son-in-law. With this, he knew that the Wang clan's son-in-law was not simple even if they had yet to meet. When Ta Yu finally saw the new son-in-law of the Wang clan, he finally realized that he had met the other party before. As it turned out, during the battle in Dancing Sun City, the young man was the person who spared his adopted son's life. Due to his speculations about Duan Ling Tian's extraordinary background and Duan Ling Tian's attitude toward his adopted son, Ta Yu's attitude toward Duan Ling Tian naturally became better. "All right," Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. He looked at Ta Yu and Ta Mangsha's backs until they vanished from his sight, and he returned to greeting the other guests. Not long after, Wang Kui suddenly frowned when he saw the two guests walking over. The two guests were none other than the men from the Green Billow City's Meng clan, Meng Yuzheng and Tan Shuteng, the Green Flame Saber King. Meng Yuzheng led Tan Shuteng forward. When he arrived in front of Wang Kui, he did not look at Wang Kui. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian icily and scoffed. Only after that did he glance at Wang Kui and ask indifferently, "Clan leader Wang, so this is the husband the Wang clan has chosen for Wang Luo Yu?" Wang Kui replied bluntly and domineeringly in an equally indifferent tone, "Young Master Meng, if you're here as a guest, the Wang clan will naturally welcome you. However, if you come to cause trouble, please leave immediately." As soon as Meng Yuzheng frowned, Tan Shuteng, who was standing at the back, said, "Clan leader Wang, young Master Meng came on behalf of my lord. How can you ask him to leave? Does this mean you don't welcome the Lord? Tan Shuteng did not hesitate to mention the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan as soon as he opened his mouth. The atmosphere turned tense in just a blink of an eye. Upon hearing Tan Shuteng's words, Wang Kui was not in a rush to explain himself. Instead, he said with a smile, I believe if Senior Meng is here, he definitely wouldn't be impudent like young Master Meng. That's why I and the Wang clan have nothing but respect for Senior Meng. As the clan leader of the Wang clan, Wang Kui was naturally adept at dealing with this kind of situation. Seeing that Wang Kui showed no signs of yielding, Meng Yuzheng could only scoff and say, let's go in. After that, Meng Yuzheng beckoned Tan Shuteng to follow him inside. He was determined to attend Wang Luyuo and Li Feng's wedding. Meanwhile, Wang Kui said to appease Duan Lingtian, young master Li Feng, don't pay attention to him. He's just a good-for-nothing young master. If it weren't for the fact that the Meng clan now has a supreme powerhouse, he wouldn't dare to act so presumptuously. It's fine. He's just like a clown in my eyes, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Clearly, he did not take Meng Yuzheng seriously at all. A loud exclamation rang from afar, catching everyone's attention. The voice belonged to a young woman with a beautiful and delicate face. She was walking arm in arm with a middle-aged man, followed by an old woman. However, as soon as she saw Duan Lingtian, she stopped in her tracks. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the young woman and the old woman. Chapter 4429 Yi Cheng from the Yi clan. The young woman was Yi Cheng Wei, and the old woman was the person who accompanied her. The old woman stood behind Yi Cheng Wei while a majestic-looking middle-aged man stood next to Yi Cheng Wei. His eyes looked somewhat similar to those of Yi Cheng Wei. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the middle-aged man's identity after he saw Yi Cheng Wei. The middle-aged man was like Yi Cheng Wei's father, one of the candidates for the position of the next clan leader of the Yi clan. Although Duan Lingtian only met Wang Luoyu a few times, he had learned a few things about Yi Cheng Wei from her. He knew that Yi Cheng Wei came to Blue Dawn City for her, hoping to help her escape from the marriage that the Wang clan had arranged for her. For this reason, his impression of Yi Cheng Wei improved. Duan Lingtian quickly recovered from his surprise. However, he had no intention of explaining himself to Yi Cheng Wei why he had told her his name was Duan Lingtian. He knew that Yi Cheng Wei would assume Duan Lingtian was just an alias. Why is he the groom? Yi Cheng Wei was still in shock. He did not expect that the talented young man, Li Feng, whom Wang Luoyu was going to marry was Duan Lingtian, the young man she had a crush on. He gave me a fake name. I didn't expect him to be Li Feng. Yi Cheng Wei could not help but feel disappointed and upset at this moment. At the same time, she also envied Wang Luoyu. This was the first time Yi Cheng Wei had met someone she liked, after all. Moreover, she could tell that the other party was a good man. Yi Cheng Wei's gaze was complicated as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Similarly, the old woman was also shocked when she saw Duan Lingtian. Similar to Yi Cheng Wei, she also looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. After a moment, she furtively looked at Yi Cheng Wei. She could see Yi Cheng Wei's delicate body trembling slightly. At this time, the middle-aged man standing next to Yi Cheng Wei also noticed her body trembling. He asked worriedly, what's wrong? Do you feel unwell? Yi Cheng Wei returned to her senses and shook her head. Father, I'm fine. I just feel a little sad now that Sister Luoyu is getting married. The middle-aged man shook his head and said reassuringly with a smile, silly girl. Even if she's married, she's still your friend. This won't change. Even if she leaves the Divine Sand Realm with her husband in the future, it's not like she'll never return. Even if she doesn't, you can always visit her, right? Then, the middle-aged man said, let's go meet Luoyu's husband. You said that Luoyu and the Wang clan both acknowledge him, so he must not be an ordinary young man. After that, the middle-aged man led Yi Cheng Wei over to Wang Kui and Duan Lingtian. After the middle-aged man greeted Wang Kui smiled and said amiably, greetings, Elder Yi Cheng. Since your daughter is a close friend of Luoyu, you can be considered an elder of Luoyu as well. You have to drink more since it's her wedding. Of course, Yi Cheng laughed before he turned his attention to Duan Lingtian. Elder Yi, Duan Lingtian said with a nod. Then, he looked at Yi Cheng Wei, who was standing next to Yi Cheng, and said, Miss Yi, we meet again. Initially, Yi Cheng Wei did not dare to look at Duan Lingtian, worried that she would become even more emotional. However, when he took the initiative to greet her, she raised her head and looked at him with a complicated gaze as she said, "Yes, we meet again. I didn't expect you to be the brother Li Feng, whom Sister Luo Yu spoke about. Where, do you know young Master Li Feng? Miss Yi, you're acquainted with young Master Li Feng." Yi Cheng and Wang Kui spoke in unison, surprised. However, Wang Kui was surprised because it seemed like Yi Cheng Wei did not meet Duan Ling Tian through Wang Luo Yu. It seemed that they were acquainted at another time. Yi Cheng Wei looked at her father and said in a lowered voice, "Father, Brother Li Feng is the young man who saved me and Grandma during our journey to Blue Dawn City." Yi Cheng was naturally surprised. He had heard from his daughter that a powerful young man had saved her, and most importantly, she had said that the young man's strength was not inferior to his and that the young man was not even 10,000 years old. He had been curious about the young man and did not expect the young man to be the Wang clan's groom and new son-in-law. At this moment, Yi Cheng finally understood why the Wang clan risked defending the Green Billow City's Meng clan and insisted on marrying Wang Luo Yu to the person in front of him. As it turned out, the young man was a heaven-defying prodigy. Considering everything, it was likely that the young man had a powerful background. The Wang clan really found a gem, Yi Cheng thought to himself as he sighed inwardly. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at his daughter and thought to himself with a sigh again, "If Wei is able to find such a husband, I won't need to worry about her future when I'm no longer around." Although Yi Cheng Wei deliberately lowered her voice when she spoke, Wang Kui still heard her words. His eyes widened slightly before he turned to look at Yi Cheng and saw the surprise in Yi Cheng's eyes. He thought to himself, "It seems like we won't be able to hide young Master Li Feng's strength for much longer." Meanwhile, Yi Cheng returned to his senses and said to Wang Kui with a smile, "Clan leader Wang, congratulations to the Wang clan on getting such an outstanding son-in-law." "Thank you, Elder Yi," Wang Kui said with a smile. "This way please, Elder Yi. Please go in first. The ceremony will start soon." Yi Cheng responded and entered with Yi Cheng Wei and the old woman. Before he left, he said to Duan Ling Tian, "Young Master Li Feng, I'll go in first. See you later." "See you later." Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile as he watched the three members of the Yi clan leave. Duan Ling Tian and Wang Kui continued to greet the guests, and when it was almost time, Duan Ling Tian left to make preparations for the wedding ceremony. From the beginning until now, Duan Ling Tian did not ask the Wang clan to prepare a simple wedding even though he knew the Wang clan would definitely acquiesce if he asked. After all, he did not want them to suspect anything. The plan was only a step away from success, and he did not want any issues to arise at the critical moment. After the wedding, I can finally find an excuse to leave, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Chapter 4430. When will the ancestor arrive? After arriving at the wedding venue with her father, Yi Cheng Wei parted ways with him, saying that she was going to accompany her best friend, Wang Luo Yu. Since Wang Luo Yu was getting married today, Yi Cheng naturally did not have any objections. After learning that Wang Luo Yu's husband, Li Feng, was a peerless prodigy, he naturally hoped his daughter would have an even better relationship with Wang Luo Yu. He nodded in agreement as soon as his daughter spoke up. Following that, Yi Cheng Wei left, accompanied by the old woman who followed her like a shadow. Yi Cheng might not know his daughter's thoughts, but the old woman, who was always Yi Cheng Wei, could vaguely guess her thoughts. She said, "Miss, some people are only meant to be a passerby in our lives. Don't take this matter too seriously." The old woman was aware that Yi Cheng Wei had a crush on Duan Ling Tian. Although Yi Cheng Wei did not admit it, it was not hard for her to tell since she herself had felt this way as well in the past. "Grandma, why didn't he tell me his real name?" Yi Cheng Wei asked, clearly disappointed. She thought that his name was Li Feng, not Duan Ling Tian. She wanted to know why he had lied to her and wondered if she was not worthy of knowing his real name. The old woman shook her head and said, "Miss, don't overthink this matter. Since young Master Li Feng didn't reveal his name, I'm sure he has his own reasons and concerns. You should understand this. He'll soon be Miss Luo Yu's husband. You'll be meeting him after this." There was a hidden meaning behind the old woman's words. She was trying to remind Yi Cheng Wei that Duan Ling Tian was getting married, hoping that Yi Cheng Wei would stop thinking about him. She was aware that Yi Cheng Wei was arrogant and had never taken a liking to any man in the past. Duan Ling Tian was the first person Yi Cheng Wei liked. Yi Changwei's delicate body trembled slightly as she said, "That's right, he'll soon be Sister Luo Yu's husband. He'll be my best friend's husband from today onward. Grandma, I'm fine, let's go and look for Luo Yu. Since her brother's gone, I'll accompany her on her brother's behalf and witness her getting happily married." The old woman sighed in relief inwardly upon hearing Yi Changwei's words and hurriedly agreed. It seemed to her that Yi Changwei was going to let go of her feelings. Even if Yi Changwei could not completely let go yet, she was certain that Yi Changwei would be able to do so with time. "Sister Changwei," Wang Luo Yu called out when she saw Yi Changwei. At this time, Wang Luo Yu was getting ready at the back courtyard of the Wang clan's estate. She was surrounded by a group of people who were helping her to get ready. 3 or 4 women were helping her to apply her makeup at this time. Although it was not done yet, she looked far more beautiful than she usually did. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have been stunned by her appearance. Even Yi Changwei's eyes could not help but light up when she saw how beautiful Wang Luo Yu was. She said with a smile, filled with praise, "Sister Luo Yu, you're so beautiful." While the women continued to apply makeup for her, Wang Luo Yu smiled in response before she asked, "Sister Changwei, since you came with Uncle Yi, you should have met Brother Li Feng, right?" Wang Luo Yu knew that Yi Changwei had been curious about Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian did not want to meet Yi Changwei previously. Today, Yi Changwei finally got to meet him. Yi Changwei nodded. "I did, Sister Luo Yu, do you remember when I told you I was saved by a young man during my journey here?" A hint of fear could be seen on Wang Luo Yu's face as she nodded and said, "Yes. Fortunately, that young man saved you, Sister Changwei. Otherwise, I really couldn't imagine what would have happened to you." When Wang Luo Yu thought about the incident again, she could not help but feel frightened. In fact, Yi Changwei also knew that Wang Luo Yu would be frightened and worried. As such, when she just arrived, she did not tell Wang Luo Yu about this matter. It was not until many days later that she mentioned this matter when they were chatting. Unsurprisingly, Wang Luo Yu had been concerned and frightened when she learned that her best friend was almost kidnapped by the members of the Blood Sea organization. She was truly thankful that a young man happened to pass by and saved Yi Changwei. "I saw him again today," Yi Changwei said. Wang Luo Yu was slightly confused. After a moment, she asked curiously, "Sister Changwei, is a guest at my and brother Li Feng's wedding. Did you greet him? Did he tell you his name?" Previously, Yi Changwei had told Wang Luo Yu that the other party was very aloof and refused to tell Yi Changwei his name. At that time, she was surprised. After all, she could not imagine what kind of person would not be moved by Yi Changwei's beauty. She even wondered if the other party did not like women. A complicated expression appeared on Yi Changwei's face before she said with a sigh, "He's not a guest at your wedding. He's your brother Li Feng." Wang Luo Yu was stunned. "Brother Li Feng? No, Brother Duan. Brother Duan is the one who saved Sister Changwei." A complicated expression appeared on Wang Luo Yu's face as well when she learned that the young man who traveled all the way to Blue Dawn City to fulfill his promise to her brother met Yi Changwei before she did and even rescued Yi Changwei. She also felt even more complicated when she saw a hint of loneliness in Yi Changwei's eyes. What a twist of fate. As it turns out, Brother Duan is the one who saved you. Moreover, it's clear that you have a crush on him, Wang Luo Yu thought to herself. At the same time, her eyes flashed slightly. She wanted to tell Yi Changwei the truth about Duan Lingtian and how he had come to bring her away from the Wang clan. However, at the last minute, she quickly held back. She remembered that Duan Lingtian had reminded her not to reveal his identity. In the end, Wang Luo Yu forced a smile on her face and said, feeling guilty, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect the person who saved you to be Brother Li Feng. He didn't mention this matter to me before." Yi Changwei returned to her senses and quickly changed the topic to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. At this moment, she regretted expressing her admiration for her savior to Wang Luo Yu previously. Wang Luo Yu and Yi Changwei continued to chat as Wang Luo Yu got ready. Not too long after, someone rushed over and said, "Miss Luo Yu, it's almost time. Let's get ready and go out." The people around Wang Luo Yu became even more busy putting on the finishing touches before they helped Wang Luo Yu out of the courtyard. Yi Changwei stayed with Wang Luo Yu, planning to represent Wang Luo Yu's brother and watch her marry Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian was already waiting at the side of the venue. According to wedding customs of the Blue Dawn City's Wang clan, Duan Ling Tian and Wang Luo Yu would enter the hall from two different entrances and meet at the high platform, facing the guests seated below. After that, they would have to go through a series of ceremonies. After the ceremonies were over, the wedding would be completed, and they would toast and entertain the guests. The wedding was held in a large hall in the Wang clan's estate. It was decorated with lights and festoons. At this time, Meng Yuzheng, who was seated at one of the banquet tables, looked at Tan Shu-Teng and asked excitedly through voice transmission, "Uncle Tan, is the ancestor really coming?" Tan Shu-Teng nodded and replied through voice transmission, "Yes. The Lord said that he wants to meet the young man since the Wang clan dared to refuse the Meng clan and him, who's now a supreme powerhouse." Meng Yuzheng's eyes brightened. He was like a drowning man who was suddenly given a raft. He asked impatiently, "When will the ancestor arrive?" Chapter 4431 The Meng clan's supreme powerhouse, Meng Tian Feng. Tan Shu-Teng replied to Meng Yuzheng, "He should be arriving soon." At the same time, a figure flew from Green Billow City to Blue Dawn City at lightning speed. He was so fast that most people could not even catch a glimpse of him. The figure belonged to an old man with snow-white hair and ruddy cheeks. He looked rather youthful for his age. As he flew, the hem of his long gray robe fluttered in the wind as thunder and sparks of flames lit up the sky. The Wang clan. Memories from his earlier years flashed in his mind as he flew in the sky. The old man was not even 10,000 years old when he followed his elders and went to the Wang clan in Blue Dawn City for the first time to meet the Wang clan's supreme powerhouse. The Wang clan's supreme powerhouse was stronger than ordinary supreme powerhouses, and for this reason, the Wang clan was respected not only in Blue Dawn City, but in the Divine Sand Realm as well. The Wang clan's supreme powerhouse was so strong that if Blue Dawn City were facing destruction like Dancing Sun City did, he alone was powerful enough to make the supreme demon from Kai Ming Mountain think twice about attacking. I didn't expect the once mighty Wang clan to fall to such a pitiful state after the death of their supreme powerhouse. They might have the support of a few supreme powerhouses now thanks to their late ancestor. However, how long can the clan rely on them? If a supreme powerhouse doesn't appear in the Wang clan, they won't be able to maintain their status in the Divine Sand Realm for long. Alas, the Meng clan isn't exempted from this as well. Although I've grown stronger and my lifespan has increased, I'll also die eventually. I brought glory to the Meng clan after becoming a supreme powerhouse, but this glory will vanish with my passing, the old man mumbled to himself as he sighed. The old man was none other than Meng Tian Feng, the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan. Back in the Wang clan in Blue Dawn City, in a huge open-air hall, the atmosphere was lively as Duan Ling Tian and Wang Luo Yu walked in. The Wang clan's new son-in-law has an extraordinary bearing. His handsome appearance is truly worthy of our Blue Dawn City's #1 beauty. I wonder who he is. He must have a powerful background. Otherwise, the Wang clan wouldn't have rejected the Meng clan for him. The guests could not help but discuss among themselves as they watched Duan Ling Tian and Wang Luo Yu walk from opposite directions toward the high platform in the center of the hall. They were naturally familiar with Wang Luo Yu, the #1 beauty of Blue Dawn City. Perhaps, their attention was mostly focused on Duan Ling Tian, who was a mystery to them. At this time, the host of the wedding, Wang Kui, also the clan leader of the Wang clan, bowed slightly to the guests and said, "Dear guests, I, Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, would like to thank all of you for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend this wedding." Under normal circumstances, Wang Kui, as the clan leader of the Wang clan, would not be the host of the weddings in the clan unless the bride or groom had an extraordinary background. Moreover, even if the clan leader hosted a wedding, it was usually the wedding of a male descendant of the Wang clan. It was even rarer for the clan leader to be the host of the wedding of a female descendant. For this reason, the guests were even more convinced that Duan Ling Tian, whom they knew as Li Feng, had a very powerful background. Today is the wedding of our clan's direct descendant, Wang Luo Yu, and Li Feng, a prodigy from outside the Divine Sand Realm. The clan and I wish both of them a fulfilling and harmonious marriage. Apart from that, Wang Kui continued to give his speech as Duan Ling Tian and Wang Luo Yu made their way up the high platform. Even after the couple arrived on the platform, Wang Kui was still not done with his speech. The speech was so long-winded that Duan Ling Tian nearly fell asleep. With nothing else to do at this moment, Duan Ling Tian swept his eyes across the guests seated below the high platform. Most of them were only looking at him curiously, and nothing was out of the ordinary except for Meng Yuzheng from the Green Billow City's Meng clan, who was glaring at him. From the moment Meng Yuzheng arrived until now, Duan Ling Tian only ignored Meng Yuzheng. However, it did not stop Meng Yuzheng from harassing Duan Ling Tian. Meng Yuzheng stared at Duan Ling Tian murderously as he said threateningly through voice transmission, "Brat, you'll pay for your impudence. My ancestor, the supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan, is going to arrive soon. He can end this wedding in just a blink of an eye. I want to see how arrogant you can be in front of him." Duan Ling Tian continued to ignore Meng Yuzheng. It was as though he did not hear the voice transmission at all. This naturally only made Meng Yuzheng even more furious. This bastard, does he think I'm joking? At this time, Wang Kui finally ended his long-winded speech and introduced Duan Ling Tian to the guests. He briefly explained that Duan Ling Tian came from a clan outside of the Divine Sand Realm before he handed a wedding from the Wang clan to Wang Luoyu and said with a broad smile, "Luoyu, you'll always be a part of the Wang clan even if you're now married." Slightly startled by this gesture, Wang Luoyu reached out to accept the gift, feeling rather guilty. However, it was imperative that she put on a perfect show to ensure the success of the plan. "I'll be leaving the Wang clan soon after the wedding is over. Based on Brother Duan's words, the place where he comes from, the god-defying world, seems perfect. Perhaps, I'll settle down in one of the mundane realms there," Wang Luoyu thought to herself. Just as the ceremonies were about to end and the guests were about to feast, a crisp and clear voice rang in everyone's ears. It was difficult to tell where the voice came from since it seemed to echo from all directions. "Since the Wang clan is holding a wedding banquet, I, Meng Tianfeng from the Meng clan, came to toast the Wang clan." Everyone was shocked when they heard the voice. Then, they began to fervently discuss among themselves. "The new supreme powerhouse from the Green Billow City's Meng clan. It's him. I didn't expect him to show up. What's going on? That supreme powerhouse actually came to attend the wedding. This is unbelievable. I guess it's true that the Meng Tianfeng wanted the Wang clan to marry Wang Luoyu off to his direct descendant. If that's the case, he definitely came with malicious intentions." Chapter 4432 Apologize. Meng Tianfeng, the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan, finally arrived at the Wang clan's estate in Blue Dawn City. After hearing Meng Tianfeng's words, the smile on Wang Kui's face dimmed slightly. He quickly regained his composure and flew into the sky before he looked in the direction of Green Billow City. He cupped his fists together and bowed slightly before he said, "Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, greets Senior Meng Tianfeng." Wang Kui still did not see Meng Tianfeng, but he guessed that Meng Tianfeng came from Green Billow City. Following that, a youthful-looking old man suddenly appeared out of thin air and said, "The young boy I once met in the past is now the clan leader of the Wang clan." At the same time, the guests looked up and recognized Meng Tianfeng instantly. A few of the old men present wore complicated expressions on their faces as they looked at Meng Tianfeng. They were Meng Tianfeng's peers, but he had now become superior to them, after all. "It's Senior Meng Tianfeng from the Meng clan. Greetings, Senior Meng." A few people rose to their feet and greeted Meng Tianfeng before the others followed suit. Only a few old men remained seated. These few people might not be supreme powerhouses, but they were not afraid of Meng Tianfeng and the Meng clan. They were all from powerful forces as well, after all, and they were naturally arrogant. Ta Yu, one of the 3 strongest demons under Kai Ming's command, and his adoptive son, Ta Mengsha, were among the few who remained seated. After all, Kai Ming, the supreme demon of Kai Ming Mountain, was rather powerful even among supreme powerhouses. Kai Ming's strength could be seen during the massacre in Dancing Sun City. Kai Ming alone could deal with 3 of the 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City. Meng Tianfeng's arrival naturally shifted the spotlight away from Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, he looked at Meng Tianfeng, discreetly sizing the other party up. Not a hint of fear could be seen on his face at all. So he's the new supreme powerhouse of the Meng clan. He's just like those 5 supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian had witnessed the large-scale battle between the supreme powerhouses in Dancing Sun City. However, it had to be said that he could not even catch a glimpse of their movements due to their speed. Before meeting supreme powerhouses, he felt that they were inviolable and sacred. However, after meeting them, apart from being terrifyingly strong, he realized that they were not different from ordinary people. they were still not free of secular desires and were also afraid of death. Meanwhile, Wang Kui said with a hint of surprise, I didn't expect Senior to still remember me. Wang Kui had only met Meng Tianfeng once in the past. At that time, Meng Tianfeng was already a core figure of the Meng clan. As such, the previous clan leader of the Wang clan even personally received Meng Tianfeng. At that time, Wang Kui was just a teenager. Meng Tianfeng said with a smile, I knew you were different from the other youngsters when I first saw you. When I heard that you became the clan leader of the Wang clan, I even bragged to my friends that I have keen eyes for talent. After saying that, Meng Tianfeng said, Clan leader Wang, excuse me for a moment. I just saw a few of my old friends, and I'd like to greet them. As soon as Meng Yuzheng vanished and reappeared on the ground, a few dozen people approached him and greeted him. Congratulations, Brother Meng. Brother Meng, I was told that you were in closed-door cultivation when I went to visit you to congratulate you. I thought I'd visit again another time. I didn't expect to meet you here. Brother Meng, it's good to see you. Before Meng Tianfeng became a supreme powerhouse, he was already a famous figure in Green Billow City. He had made many friends, including those from powerful forces, during the time he wandered the Divine Sand Realm. After a while, Meng Yuzheng led Tan Shu Teng over. He bowed and said respectfully, Yuzheng greets the old ancestor. Greetings, my lord, Tan Shu Teng said respectfully with a bow as well before he moved to stand behind Meng Tianfeng. Meng Tianfeng's old friends wore complicated expressions on their faces when they saw that the Divine Sand Realm's famous Green Flame Saber King was now Meng Tianfeng's subordinate. The Green Flame Saber King was at least on par, if not stronger than them. Apart from that, although Meng Tianfeng did not put on air, his aura as a supreme powerhouse was naturally overbearing, causing those who were in close proximity to feel slightly pressured. They felt like they were sitting on pins and needles and were filled with the urge to distance themselves from him after they greeted him. Since Meng Tianfeng had become a supreme powerhouse, they knew it was impossible for them to treat him casually like they did before unless they became supreme powerhouses as well. At this time, Meng Yuzheng began to complain to Meng Tianfeng. Old ancestor, that brat who's marrying Wang Luoyu is called Li Feng. He's rude to me even though he knows I'm from the Meng clan and that I represent you. Upon hearing Meng Tianfeng's words, Meng Tianfeng's old friends raised their eyebrows. There was no doubt that now that the Meng clan asked for Wang Luoyu's hand in marriage on behalf of Meng Yuzheng but was rejected by the Wang clan in favor of Li Feng, a prodigy from outside the Divine Sand Realm. Nonetheless, they did not think that Meng Tianfeng would do anything drastic. After all, the Wang clan's new son-in-law was a mystery. For this reason, it would be reckless for the Meng clan to offend the Wang clan's new son-in-law when they knew nothing about the other party's origin. Meng Tianfeng looked at Meng Yuzheng and said indifferently, knowing you, it must have been you who was rude to little Li Feng. Apologize to him now. Everyone was shocked by Meng Tianfeng's words. At the same time, they wondered if Meng Tianfeng knew something about Li Feng's origins. Meng Tianfeng's face paled as his heart sank. O old ancestor. Chapter 4433 Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint. Even Tan Shu Teng, the Green Flame Saber King, who was standing behind Meng Tianfeng, was shocked by the sudden twist of events. He assumed that Meng Tianfeng would be furious after the Wang clan rejected Meng Yuzheng's proposal to Wang Luoyu. It was beyond his expectations that not only did Meng Tianfeng reprimand Meng Yuzheng but demanded Meng Yuzheng to apologize as well. Everyone was shocked and confused as well. Even Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, who was prepared to call for reinforcement when Meng Tianfeng arrived, was dumbfounded. Everyone assumed Meng Tianfeng was going to stand up for Meng Yuzheng after the latter complained. Unexpectedly and shockingly, he ordered Meng Yuzheng to apologize to Li Feng instead. Moreover, he even addressed Li Feng familiarly as Little Li Feng. Does he know something about young Master Li Feng's background? Wang Kui wondered inwardly. This was the only explanation that made sense to him. Why are you still hesitating? Go and apologize now, Meng Tianfeng said expressionlessly as he glanced at Meng Yuzheng. Although his voice was calm, it sounded thunderous in Meng Yuzheng's ear, causing Meng Yuzheng's heart to skip a beat. Meng Tianfeng quickly made his way over to Duan Ling Tian with a reluctant expression on his face. However, although he was reluctant and furious, he did not dare to let it show. His arrogance was gone as he said, Li Feng, I'm sorry. Young Master Meng, you don't have to apologize. I understand. After all, Who won't be moved by a beauty? Duan Ling Tian said casually. Meng Yuzheng only stared at Duan Ling Tian for a moment before he returned to stand next to Meng Tianfeng, next to Tan Shu Teng. Meng Tianfeng looked at Duan Ling Tian and nodded before he said with a smile, "Little Li Feng, I heard that you're not from the divine sand realm. The force that you belong to must be extraordinary." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "Senior, you think too highly of me. The force I belong to can't be compared to the Green Billow City's Meng clan." Although Duan Ling Tian's words were modest, they sounded different in Meng Tianfeng and Wang Kui's ears. The duo wondered if Duan Ling Tian truly meant that his force could not compare to the Meng clan or if it was the other way around. After a moment, Wang Kui thought to himself, puzzled, does this mean Meng Tianfeng knows nothing about young Master Li Feng's origins as well? Then why is he being so courteous to young Master Li Feng? Is it due to the Wang clan's treatment of young Master Li Feng? However, it still doesn't make sense for him, a supreme powerhouse, to be so courteous. Meng Tianfeng shook his head and said, "Little Li Feng, you're too humble. It's impossible that you're not from an extraordinary force since the Wang clan has invited the heaven-bearing sword saint here." Duan Ling Tian did not react to these words. On the contrary, Wang Kui's eyes widened imperceptibly as he exclaimed inwardly, How did he know? The heaven-bearing sword saint was the title of the supreme powerhouse whom the Wang Kui invited over to protect the Wang clan. When the heaven-bearing sword saint was still an advanced supreme god, he was already famous in the divine sand realm. Currently, people would tremble at the mention of his name because he was one of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the divine sand realm. He was at least on par with Kai Ming from Kai Ming Mountain. In the divine sand realm, there were two kinds of supreme powerhouses. There were supreme powerhouses like the heaven-bearing sword saint and Kai Ming who were considered the strongest in the divine sand realm, and there were ordinary supreme powerhouses like Meng Tianfeng and the five late supreme powerhouses of Dancing Sun City. Meng Tianfeng's words stirred up a commotion among the guests. The heaven-bearing sword saint is here. I didn't expect the Wang clan to have such a close relationship with supreme powerhouse Situ. I heard the rumors, but I didn't think much of it. After all, the heaven-bearing sword saint is in a different league. I heard the rumors as well. It seems like the rumors are true. That's right, it said the Wang clan wouldn't be able to maintain its standing if they were only allied with ordinary supreme powerhouses. At that time, rumors had it that the Wang clan had a close relationship with the heaven-bearing sword saint. Only a few people remained calm. These people were long aware of the relationship between the Wang clan and the heaven-bearing sword saint. Yi Cheng Wei's father and an elder of the Yi clan, was among those who were aware of this matter. Yi Cheng thought to himself, I didn't expect the Wang clan to invite Senior Situ Lei. The Wang clan must know something about that young man's ability and background. After listening to the hushed conversations in his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian finally realized how formidable Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint, was. Situ Lei was at least on par with Kai Ming and was a powerful supreme powerhouse in the divine sand realm. Meng Tianfeng smiled slightly and said to Wang Kui, Clan leader Wang, I came not only to congratulate the Wang clan on this blessed marriage, but also to meet Senior Situ. Can you please inform Senior Situ that I, Meng Tianfeng, request an audience with him? I want to seek guidance from him regarding the problems I encountered in my cultivation. It was a coincidence that Meng Tianfeng found out the heaven-bearing sword saint was in the Wang clan. Previously, Meng Tianfeng had visited the latter's cultivation ground but was informed that the latter was not around. It was known that the heaven-bearing sword saint rarely left his cultivation ground and spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. As such, he speculated that the heaven-bearing sword saint must have gone to the Wang clan for the wedding. Based on Wang Kui's reaction, it seemed that his speculation was right. After a brief silence, Wang Kui said, Senior Meng, Senior Situ agreed to meet you. Please follow me. Following that, Wang Kui quickly led Meng Tianfeng away. Alas, the festive mood was ruined by Meng Tianfeng's appearance. Normal newlyweds would have been furious at Meng Tianfeng for ruining their special day, but Duan Ling Tian and Wang Luoyu did not seem to care at all. On the contrary, Yi Chengwei did not hesitate to express her displeasure to Yi Chengwei. The Meng clan's new supreme powerhouse's timing is really terrible. However, it's great to see that Meng Yuzheng's plan was thwarted. Does he think a good-for-nothing like him is worthy of my sister Luo Yu? He's delusional. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to Yi Chengwei while Wang Luo Yu tried to calm Yi Chengwei down. At this moment, Yi Changwei acted as though she was the bride, angry that her wedding was ruined. Duan Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings. Before his eyes met Meng Yuzheng's eyes. The hatred in Meng Yuzheng's eyes was even more intense than before, but he was not bothered by it at all. After all, Meng Yuzheng was no match for him at all. In fact, no one in the Meng clan, except for Meng Tianfeng, could defeat him. Tan Shuteng did not follow Meng Tianfeng to meet Situ Lei and remained in the hall. At this time, he received a voice transmission from Meng Yuzheng. Uncle Tan, from tomorrow onward, I want you to find an opportunity to kill him. I'll lend you the supreme powerhouse divinity once you bring his corpse to me. I believe you have the means to kill him. Flames of hatred burned high in Meng Yuzheng's eyes. A hint of greed flashed in Tan Shuteng's eyes when he heard Meng Yuzheng's voice transmission. However, although he coveted the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still remained level-headed. Meng Tianfeng is right, the Wang clan wouldn't invite the heaven-bearing sword saint if Li Feng is just an ordinary person. Tan Shuteng, the green flame saber king, was famous and powerful, but he was naturally nothing compared to the heaven-bearing sword saint. Even before the heaven-bearing sword saint became a supreme powerhouse, he was already capable of killing Tan Shuteng, let alone now that he was among the strongest supreme powerhouses of the divine sand realm. I must find out more about his origin before I make a move. Who knows if someone's secretly protecting him in the dark? It's impossible for a supreme powerhouse to guard him all the time, but it's not impossible for a powerful advanced supreme god to do so. I'll only make a move after I confirm that he's not protected or I can defeat the person protecting him. Chapter 4434 Situ Lei wants to meet Duan Ling Tian. Tan Shuteng truly yearned to get his hands on the fire-type supreme powerhouse divinity. However, he naturally would not risk his life for it. Nothing was more important than his life after all. Uncle Tan, seeing that there was no response from Tan Shuteng for a long time, Meng Yuzheng's expression turned gloomy. He could not help but wonder if Tan Shuteng had second thoughts after what happened today. I know what to do, Tan Shuteng finally replied. I won't miss the chance to borrow that supreme powerhouse divinity from you. Meng Yuzheng finally heaved a sigh of relief after he heard Tan Shuteng's words. His expression eased, and the corners of his lips curled up into a sneer. Although Meng Yuzheng was frustrated that the Wang clan had invited the heaven-bearing sword saint here, he also knew it was impossible for the heaven-bearing sword saint to watch over Duan Ling Tian all the time. Let alone a top supreme powerhouse like the heaven-bearing sword saint, he did not think the Wang clan assigned anyone as strong as Tan Shuteng to protect Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of Meng Yuzheng and Tan Shuteng's deal to kill him. At this moment, he was waiting for Wang Kui to return so they could continue with the wedding ceremony. Meng Tianfeng's arrival naturally stirred up a commotion among the guests. Most of them were still talking about Meng Tianfeng and Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint. After all, Situ Lei was among the strongest supreme powerhouses in the divine sand realm. Many of them sighed emotionally as they concluded that the Wang clan would continue to maintain their status as long as they had Situ Lei on their side. At the same time, news of what happened during the wedding in the Wang clan spread quickly. The individuals and forces who declined the invitation truly regretted their actions when they heard the news. They did not expect the Wang clan to have such a close relationship with Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint, and to have successfully invited the latter to the wedding. I should have attended the wedding. Even if I'm busy, I would have attended if I'd known better. I wonder if the Wang clan took offense that I declined the invitation. This incident also stirred up a commotion in Blue Dawn City, and almost everyone knew about the supreme powerhouses who showed up in the Wang clan. As such, everyone's focus switched from Li Feng and Wang Luoyu, the newlyweds, to the two supreme powerhouses. After the wedding ceremony ended, the newlyweds returned to the grandly decorated courtyard that the Wang clan had prepared for them. After Duan Ling Tian and Wang Luoyu entered the wedding room, the servants quickly left them alone. Brother Duan, thank you for all your hard work, Wang Luoyu said apologetically. Not only did Duan Ling Tian have to put on a show for the Wang clan, but he also had to deal with Meng Yuzheng and Meng Tianfeng. Fortunately, nothing bad happened during the wedding. Don't mention it, Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile. We'll spend the next few days in the room to convince the others that we're deeply in love and inseparable. After that, I'll meet the clan leader and tell him that I plan to bring you on a vacation. I don't think the clan will suspect us. I'll bring you away from the Wang clan like I promised your brother. The treasure that Wang Yiyuan gave Duan Lingtian was extremely precious and useful to Duan Lingtian, so he was determined to repay Wang Yiyuan and fulfill Wang Yiyuan's final wish. All right, Wang Luoyu replied. She could not help but feel excited when she thought about gaining her freedom in a few days. However, tears soon welled up in her eyes when she thought about her late brother. She recovered quickly and thought to herself, I must live well so that brother's effort will not be in vain. Following that, Yi Changwei's slender figure appeared in Wang Luoyu's mind. Apart from her brother, she trusted Yi Changwei the most. After a brief moment of hesitation, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Brother Duan, I think Sister Changwei likes you, she's a really nice person, if it's possible. Duan Lingtian did not let Wang Luoyu finish speaking before he interjected, it's impossible. I'm married. After finding a place for you to settle down, I'm going to continue to look for ways to save my wife. I'd appreciate it if you don't speak of this matter anymore. Duan Lingtian's voice grew indifferent near the end of his words. Wang Luoyu nodded and no longer said anything, she only sighed inwardly. After leaving Blue Dawn City, it was unlikely that she would meet Yi Changwei again. After all, the myriad worlds in the outer boundary were vast. Although she trusted Yi Changwei, she had already promised Duan Lingtian that she would not tell another soul about their plan. Luoyu, you can have the bed. Rest well in the coming days. After saying that, Duan Lingtian disappeared into the ordinary spatial divine artifact that he had forged during his free time. Although his skill did not improve much from when he was in the mundane realm, he was able to forge the divine artifact after reading some scrolls in the outer boundary with his law of space. The spatial divine artifact looked just like an ordinary metal fragment. He had placed it near one of the legs of the table because it was unnoticeable. Meanwhile, Wang Luoyu was curious about where Duan Lingtian had gone, but it did not cross her mind at all that Duan Lingtian might abandon her. She was confident he would not do such a thing. Otherwise, he would not have come to Blue Dawn City at all. Heaven-bearing sword saint, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the air as he recalled the day's events. Based on the conversations he overheard and Meng Tian Feng's respectful attitude, it was clear that Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint, was a formidable supreme powerhouse. So he's on par with Kai Ming, the supreme demon of Kai Ming Mountain. Duan Lingtian had yet to meet Situ Lei, but he had seen Kai Ming in action in Dancing Sun City. Kai Ming had domineeringly led his troops of demons to destroy Dancing Sun City's 5 major clans. With the help of another powerful supreme powerhouse, Kai Ming managed to kill a few of the 5 supreme powerhouses and forced the surviving ones to flee. If Situ Lei was as strong as Kai Ming, he must be capable of such a feat as well. The heaven-bearing sword saint, it seems like he's a sword cultivator as well. Earlier, someone said that his comprehension of the sword Tao is very profound. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes lit up, I wonder whose sword Tao is more profound. Mine or his? His sword Tao can't be more profound than mine, right? Duan Lingtian was very confident about his sword Tao. Although Situ Lei was much older and was a supreme powerhouse, comprehending the sword Tao relied on one's innate talent and comprehension skills in fortuitous encounters. Moreover, he also heard earlier that Situ Lei did not become a supreme powerhouse because of his sword Tao. Before Situ Lei became a supreme powerhouse, his sword Tao was not strong enough to help him break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. I wonder if the Wang clan will arrange for us to meet, Duan Lingtian wondered inwardly. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, a few days later, he ran into Wang Kui, who seemed to be in a hurry. As soon as he left his room, Wang Kui looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, Brother Li Feng, I believe you've heard about Situ during the wedding. Senior Situ will be leaving in a few days, and he wants to meet you before he leaves. Chapter 4435 The Considerate Li Feng. Duan Lingtian did not expect Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint, would request to meet him. After all, the other party was a high and mighty supreme powerhouse on par with Kai Ming from Kai Ming Mountain in the Divine Sand Realm. In his opinion, unless the Wang clan strongly recommended it and revealed his high innate talent, it would be impossible for him to meet such a person. Did the Wang clan tell him I'm not even 10,000 years old and close to becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god? If this is the case, it seems like the Wang clan doesn't hide anything from this supreme powerhouse. Based on what Duan Lingtian knew, the guests of the wedding were unaware of his strength and capability. In fact, even most of the members of the Wang clan were unaware of it. As such, It was clear that the Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint, was an exception if his speculation was true. Wang Kui sensed Duan Ling Tian's hesitance, so he said seriously, "Young Master Li Feng, Senior Situ isn't just an ordinary ally of the Wang clan. After our Supreme Elder mentioned how heaven-defyingly talented you were, he wants to meet you. The Supreme Elder also mentioned your extraordinary comprehension of the Sword Dao. Senior Situ has said that if the Supreme Elder didn't exaggerate, it's likely that your comprehension of the Sword Dao has surpassed his." A hint of disbelief and shock could be seen in Wang Kui's eyes when he spoke. Wang Kui was not entirely certain how powerful the four Daos of heaven and earth were because he did not comprehend them. As such, when Wang Jingrao, one of the Supreme Elders of the Wang clan, told him that Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the Sword Dao was very profound, he did not understand the extent of its power. Nonetheless, it was still shocking to him when he learned that the Sword Dao of one of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the Divine Sand Realm was inferior to that of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when he heard Wang Kui's words. After all, he had already suspected that the Wang clan revealed his capability to Situ Lei. However, he was surprised that the Wang clan mentioned his Sword Dao. With this, he concluded that Situ Lei wanted to meet him due to his Sword Dao. "I'm no match for him in terms of cultivation base and strength, but my Sword Dao is definitely superior to his. Even if the Sword Dao we comprehend is different, Situ Lei will still be able to learn a thing or two from me. I'm sure he knows this as well," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian was right. He did not mind sharing his knowledge of the Sword Dao with Situ Lei as long as he benefited from it. Moreover, he believed the Wang clan would fully accept him as long as he did a good job of pleasing Situ Lei. After all, the Wang clan was indebted to Situ Lei. They would do everything they could to fulfill Situ Lei's wishes, especially this request since it was rare for them to be able to help a supreme powerhouse like Situ Lei. Situ Lei willingly protected the Wang clan due to his friendship with the late ancestor of the Wang clan, but such a connection would gradually weaken with time. Every time Situ Lei stepped forward to protect the Wang clan, Situ Lei was repaying the grace of the late ancestor of the Wang clan, and the Wang clan was naturally eager and happy to repay the favor through Duan Ling Tian. With this, the high-ranking officials of the Wang clan, including Wang Kui and the two supreme elders, would treat Duan Ling Tian as a part of the clan if he could help them. "Brother Li Feng, I'll be honest with you. The clan hopes that you'll discuss the Sword Dao with Senior Situ. With your current level, he'll definitely be able to learn a thing or two from you. If Senior Situ is happy with the outcome, the Wang clan will definitely fulfill your demands as long as they are within our capabilities," Wang Kui said solemnly, expressing the Wang clan's intention. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, "Clan leader Wang, I, Li Feng, am the son-in-law of the Wang clan. We're a family. If the clan needs my help, I'll do my best to help. May I know when it's convenient for Senior Situ to meet me?" Wang Kui's eyes lit up upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. He could hardly contain his excitement as he said, "Young Master Li Feng, Senior Situ will come and meet you whenever it's convenient for you." After learning that Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the Sword Dao had surpassed his, Situ Lei did not put on airs. Since Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the Sword Dao was so profound despite his young age, he was certain that Duan Ling Tian must have had an extraordinary background. In his opinion, it was not impossible for the force that Duan Ling Tian belonged to have a stronger supreme powerhouse than him. For this reason, despite being one of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the Divine Sand Realm, he did not underestimate Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, "Senior Situ is too kind. As a junior, it's only natural that I go over and meet him. Clan leader, please lead the way." "Thank you, young Master Li Feng," Wang Kui said as he sighed in relief inwardly. At the same time, he felt grateful. If it was up to Wang Kui and the Wang clan, they naturally hoped that Duan Ling Tian would go and meet Situ Lei instead of the other way around due to Situ Lei's high status. Moreover, due to Situ Lei's seniority, it was indeed more appropriate for Duan Ling Tian to go to Situ Lei as a show of respect. However, the Wang clan also knew there was nothing they could do if Duan Ling Tian chose to let Situ Lei come to him. Wang Kui quickly sent a message to Wang Jingrao, telling him that Duan Ling Tian had agreed to meet Situ Lei. He also did not forget to tell Wang Jingrao about how considerate and tactful Duan Ling Tian was. The Wang clan owes Li Feng a favor. After Senior Situ leaves, bring Li Feng to our clan's treasure vault and let him take whatever he needs. However, with his innate talent, comprehension skills, and background, I doubt that there'll be anything in our vault that'll catch his eyes, Wang Jinggrao responded to Wang Kui. At this time, Duan Ling Tian, who was following Wang Kui to meet Situ Lei, was unaware that the Wang clan had decided to allow him access to their treasure vault and take whatever he needed. Chapter 4436 Learning from Each Other. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had encountered a supreme powerhouse while he was on the realm battlefield in the god-defying world. He was slightly surprised when he met Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint, and discovered that Situ Lei seemed to be on par with that supreme powerhouse. Situ Lei was a thin and ordinary-looking old man, but his aura was so domineering that even the divine tree of life in Duan Ling Tian's little world was shaken. It had been a long time since Duan Ling Tian had such feelings. The last time he felt this way was when he spoke to the mysterious supreme powerhouse while he was soaking in the divine fountain. That supreme powerhouse didn't even appear at that time, but his aura was so terrifying. This means that he's much more powerful than Situ Lei, right? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly, shocked. Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint, was one of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the divine sand realm. One could only imagine how powerful the supreme powerhouse he had spoken to in the past was. Moreover, although Situ Lei was strong, he was likely not comparable to the top supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary. After all, the divine sand was just a small and remote place near the periphery of the outer boundary. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this while he was in the Blue Dawn City's Wang clan. Greetings, Senior Situ, Duan Ling Tian called out, looking quite at ease. It was not his first time meeting a supreme powerhouse after all. Unlike Duan Ling Tian, Wang Kui stood stiffly after greeting Situ Lei. He did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Situ Lei's eyes shone as he smiled amiably and said, "Little Li Feng, you're too polite. Although my cultivation base is higher and I'm stronger than you, my sword Dao isn't better than yours. I believe you've already heard about the purpose of our meeting today. I wish to discuss the sword Dao with you. If I gain something from our discussion, I won't forget your help." Duan Ling Tian was surprised by how straightforward Situ Lei was. Initially, he assumed Situ Lei would only ask him to show him his sword Dao. All in all, he had a rather good impression of Situ Lei. Not only was Situ Lei direct and sincere, but Situ Lei also did not put on airs with him even though he was not even a peerless top advanced supreme god. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Senior Situ, you're too kind. Since I've married Luo Yu, I'm now part of the Wang clan. The Wang clan is able to prosper for so many years due to your kindness, and it's only natural that I, as the son-in-law of the Wang clan, return the favor." Wang Kui's eyes were filled with warmth when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Situ Lei was briefly stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he laughed and said, "The Wang clan has truly found themselves a good son-in-law." With this, Wang Kui said tactfully, "Senior Situ, I'll take my leave first." Then, he said to Duan Ling Tian, "Young Master Li Feng, please entertain Senior Situ on our clan's behalf." Wang Kui was proud to have Duan Ling Tian as the Wang clan's son-in-law. In comparison, the Meng clan's Meng Yuzheng was nothing. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Don't worry, clan leader Wang. I'll tell Senior Situ everything I know." Duan Ling Tian intended to share all his knowledge of the sword Dao with Situ Lei. In his opinion, he had nothing to lose from forging a good relationship with Situ Lei. It was also a chance for him to return the favor to the Wang clan. All in all, it was a win-win situation for everyone. With this, in the future, even if his motive for coming to the Wang clan was exposed, he felt that Situ Lei and the Wang clan might not necessarily resent him. Duan Ling Tian had a good impression of a few members of the Wang clan. As such, he hoped that he could bring Wang Luo Yu away without offending the Wang clan. Although he felt that Wang Kui and Wang Jingrao might not react negatively if Wang Kui knew he intended to bring Wang Luo Yu away, he still dared not take that risk. After all, there was still the other supreme elder whom he had yet to meet. "Amazing, little Li Feng, your sword Dao is remarkable. I thought that my comprehension of the sword Dao shouldn't be too far away from yours, but clearly, I was wrong. If I'm able to comprehend the sword Dao to your level, I'm confident I'll be the strongest supreme powerhouse in the divine sand realm." Situ Lei was amazed after he watched Duan Ling Tian's display of the sword Dao. At this moment, the duo was in Duan Ling Tian's spatial artifact. Usually, it would be risky to enter another person's spatial artifact. However, Situ Lei did not have any worries since as a supreme powerhouse, he could easily break out of Duan Ling Tian's spatial artifact. During this time, Duan Ling Tian also found a few flaws in Situ Lei's sword Dao and pointed them out to Situ Lei. Situ Lei naturally would not be able to find these flaws if he had just observed Duan Ling Tian's display of the sword Dao. Thanks to Duan Ling Tian's reminder, he would be able to correct his flaws even if it would take some time. Unsurprisingly, Situ Lei felt grateful to Duan Ling Tian. After spending more time with Situ Lei, Duan Ling Tian also found that Situ Lei was very friendly. Situ Lei not only did not put on airs, but Situ Lei also treated him as an equal despite his much younger age. He also managed to learn a thing or two regarding the law of space and the law of time from Situ Lei. Although Situ Lei did not comprehend those two laws, Situ Lei naturally had many friends and opponents who had comprehended those two laws. As such, Situ Lei was rather knowledgeable about them. The duo spent 3 years in the spatial divine artifact, learning from each other, before they finally left. Duan Ling Tian also did not expect that he would end up making Wang Luoyu wait for 3 years. However, unlike before, Wang Luoyu's life in the Wang clan had improved significantly. She was treated like a princess in the Wang clan and envied by many. Every few days, the clan would send her a lot of cultivation resources. There were even rumors about Wang Kui slapping one of his grandsons because his grandson had gossiped about Wang Luoyu's late brother, Wang Yiyuan. How could those in the Wang clan not know that Wang Luoyu's status had risen very high due to her husband? For this reason, they grew even more curious about Li Feng. At this time, a maid was helping Wang Luoyu to dress up. At the same time, she said, "Miss, everyone in the clan is talking about how lucky you are to have married young Master Li Feng." Wang Luoyu smiled wryly when she heard these words. She felt that she was not worthy of Duan Ling Tian at all. At the same time, she wondered inwardly, it's been 3 years, Brother Duan should return soon, right? Chapter 4437 Spirit Blood Essence. Over the past 3 years, Wang Luoyu's thoughts had changed a lot. Previously, just like her brother had wished for her, she had wanted to leave the Wang clan. However, over the past 3 years, the Wang clan had treated her really well. Even Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, was very courteous to her. She even met one of the clan's supreme elders, and that supreme elder had even offered to help her if she needed it. Her current treatment was vastly different from what it was in the past even when her brother was still around. Naturally, she knew she had Duan Ling Tian to thank for the change. Recently, it crossed her mind a few times that it would be wonderful if her marriage to Duan Ling Tian was real. If Duan Ling Tian was willing, she would have no objection at all. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a good and responsible man. It was not surprising that she had developed feelings for him. Brother Duan is really outstanding, no wonder even Sister Cheng Wei, who's very picky, likes him as well, Wang Luoyu thought to herself with a sigh. As Yi Cheng Wei's best friend, she naturally knew Yi Cheng Wei had high standards. Even some of the most talented young men in the Divine Sand Realm failed to meet Yi Cheng Wei's standards. I didn't expect 3 years to pass in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian spent 3 years with Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint. He helped Situ Lei with Situ Lei's sword Dao while Situ Lei helped him with the law of space and the law of time. Although Situ Lei did not comprehend those two laws, his wisdom and knowledge that came with his age were very useful. Apart from that, he also possessed recordings of fights between experts of these two laws, and one of the experts was even a peerless top advanced supreme god. A floating image pearl that contained the recording of the fight of a peerless top advanced supreme god was very rare and valuable in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Under normal circumstances, 9 out of 10 peerless top advanced supreme gods had comprehended a law to the paramount stage. With this, one could imagine how precious the recordings were. Situ Lei had generously given such a floating image pearl to Duan Ling Tian. In Duan Ling Tian's eyes, the floating image pearl was as, if not more, precious as the supreme powerhouse divinity. He even felt that he had gained more than Situ Lei, whose sword Dao had improved. Even if the improvement in the law of space was not as much as Situ Lei's improvement in the sword Dao, it might not be the case in the future. Before parting, Situ Lei handed Duan Ling Tian a spatial ring as he said, "Little Li Feng, I wonder when we'll meet again in the future. You might find something useful in this spatial ring." Even if there's nothing useful to you, you'll be able to trade them for something useful. Then, his eyes shone with anticipation as he continued to say, thanks to your guidance over the past 3 years, my sword Dao has improved significantly. Perhaps, it won't take me long to become invincible in the divine sand realm. Currently, Situ Lei was among the few strongest supreme powerhouses in the divine sand realm. However, his improvement in his sword Dao would definitely raise his strength. Apart from that, his improvement was so significant that he even felt confident about facing his upcoming heavenly tribulation. This meant that the improvement also contributed to him being able to live a longer life. For these reasons, he felt greatly indebted to Duan Ling Tian. The spatial ring and the floating image pearl he had given away were nothing compared to what he had gained. Senior Situ, the floating image pearl is more than enough as a token of gratitude, Duan Ling Tian said, clearly not intending to accept the spatial ring. He was not a greedy person after all. Situ Lei insisted that Duan Ling Tian accepted the spatial ring, but Duan Ling Tian continued to refuse. Seeing how determined Duan Ling Tian was, he could only give up in the end. His gaze when he looked at Duan Ling Tian changed slightly as he said, Little Li Feng, I won't insist on you accepting the spatial ring. However, you have to accept another gift from me. You might not use it at all in your lifetime, but I can guarantee that if there's a use for it, it'll definitely save your life. As Situ Lei spoke, he brought out an ordinary-looking jade token. After that, a streak of golden light shot out of his glabella before a drop of blood shining with golden light and surrounded by golden scripts entered the jade token. When the golden light finally dissipated, the jade token emitted a terrifying energy. It was as though an ancient beast lay dormant in the jade token, and once it was woken up, it could destroy heaven and earth. Suddenly, the world-cleansing divine water exclaimed in Duan Ling Tian's little world, the Supreme Spirit Blood Essence. The Supreme Spirit Blood Essence. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. It was his first time hearing about it after all. He had heard of Blood Essence but had never heard of Spirit Blood Essence. Chapter 4438. It's more difficult for a peerless top advanced supreme god to become a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian had never even heard of the Supreme Spirit Blood Essence. How could he know what it was? However, based on the world-cleansing divine water's reaction and Situ Lei's words, he knew it had to be something extraordinary. After all, Situ Lei said it would save his life during critical moments. Only supreme powerhouses possess the Supreme Spirit Blood Essence. You're familiar with ordinary blood essence, and you know how valuable it is to everyone. The Supreme Spirit Blood Essence is refined from the blood of a supreme powerhouse. The refinement process isn't difficult, and it doesn't affect one's cultivation. However, it's quite time-consuming, the world-cleansing divine water explained. It's said that it takes more than 10,000 years for a supreme powerhouse to refine a drop of Supreme Spirit Blood Essence. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by the world-cleansing divine water's words. Supreme powerhouses were incredibly powerful, and they could live up to at least 100,000 years. This meant that a supreme powerhouse could only refine about a dozen drops of Supreme Spirit Blood Essence in his or her entire lifetime. As such, Duan Ling Tian was mind-blown that Situ Lei was willing to give such a precious thing to him. Sister Water, what's the use of a Supreme Spirit Blood Essence? Duan Ling Tian asked. Duan Ling Tian was naturally intrigued by the Supreme Spirit Blood Essence after Situ Lei said that it would be able to save his life. Although he was reluctant to be indebted, he was undeniably moved by the Supreme Spirit Blood Essence. He thought to himself that he might not be able to repay the favor immediately after accepting it, but he could repay the favor once became a peerless top advanced supreme god. The world-cleansing divine water replied, you can activate the Supreme Spirit Blood Essence with your divine energy and the law you comprehend. At that time, it'll summon the supreme powerhouse. In a way, it's like a portal that helps the supreme powerhouse get to you. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened and his heart skipped a beat when he heard that he would be able to summon a supreme powerhouse in person with the Supreme Spirit Blood Essence. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, however, like many things, it has its limitations as well. You're only able to use it in the outer boundary and the realms in close proximity, excluding secret realms that prohibit supreme powerhouses. You won't be able to use it in the myriad worlds unless both of you are present in the same world. Duan Ling Tian asked again, Sister Water, this means that I'll still be able to use it in secret and independent realms, which doesn't bar supreme powerhouses from entering, as long as it's in or near the outer boundary, right? Yes, the world-cleansing divine water replied. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's explanation, Duan Ling Tian accepted Situ Lei's supreme spirit blood essence before he said solemnly, "Senior, the supreme spirit blood essence is akin to a life-saving talisman. Thank you for your kindness. Once I become strong enough to protect myself, and if I don't use it in the end, I'll return it to you. However, if I end up using it, I'll owe you another favor." Then, he added resolutely, "Please agree to my request. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't accept such a precious thing." Situ Lei looked at Duan Ling Tian silently with growing admiration. After a moment, he said, "Little Li Feng, you're highly talented. I believe you'll be much stronger the next time we meet. I have a piece of advice for you: don't rush to become a supreme powerhouse if you have a chance of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. Although your strength will increase greatly after your breakthrough, it'll be difficult to comprehend the laws and the Taos after your breakthrough. I've never heard of anyone who didn't comprehend the laws to the paramount stage before becoming a supreme powerhouse. It's unprecedented in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Apart from that, when a peerless top advanced supreme god becomes a supreme powerhouse, he or she will become a world supreme powerhouse, or at least close to one. Ordinary supreme powerhouses aren't a match for such a supreme powerhouse at all." After a beat, Situ Lei continued to say, "However, I have to remind you that the path to becoming a supreme powerhouse after becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god is much more difficult. I don't know how difficult it is since I didn't travel down that path. However, there's no doubt it's very difficult. All supreme powerhouses know this. I've lived for about 200,000 years, and most of the peerless top advanced supreme gods I know died from the heavenly tribulation before they became a supreme powerhouse. All of them were capable of becoming supreme powerhouses before they became a peerless top advanced supreme god, but they chose to suppress their cultivation instead. As you can see, it's really not an easy path to take. I only know a few supreme powerhouses who took the path less traveled and succeeded. If you were an ordinary prodigy, I wouldn't encourage you to take this path. However, based on your achievements at such a young age, I believe that if you become a peerless top advanced supreme god first, the path of becoming a supreme powerhouse won't be as difficult for you as it was for other peerless top advanced supreme gods." This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard that it was much more difficult for peerless top advanced supreme gods to become supreme powerhouses. This must be another reason why there are so few peerless top advanced supreme gods. There's no need for advanced supreme gods to become peerless top advanced supreme gods before becoming supreme powerhouses, and their chances of becoming supreme powerhouses are almost guaranteed compared to peerless top advanced supreme gods. If they chose to become a peerless top advanced supreme god and failed to become a supreme powerhouse, their lifespan would be greatly reduced. After all, for those below the realm of supreme powerhouses, the heavenly tribulation would come once every 1,000 years, unlike the heavenly tribulation for supreme powerhouses that comes once every 10,000 years. After listening to Situ Lei, Duan Ling Tian felt his conviction of becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god sway slightly. With his comprehension of the Sword Tao, even if he did not comprehend the law to the paramount stage, he might not be necessarily any weaker than Situ Lei after becoming a supreme powerhouse. In fact, after stabilizing his cultivation base as a supreme powerhouse, he might even be stronger than Situ Lei. However, although the possibility of failing to become a supreme powerhouse as a peerless top advanced supreme god was worrying, if he succeeded, he would become a world supreme powerhouse. Based on the rumors, there were only a few dozen world supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a world supreme powerhouse. However, Senior Situ is right. Based on my achievements so far, it should be less difficult for me to become a supreme powerhouse after I become a peerless top advanced supreme god compared to the others. My ultimate goal is to save Ka. The chances of my success are higher if I become a peerless top advanced supreme god. If Duan Ling Tian became a peerless top advanced supreme god, it would not be difficult for him to serve a world supreme powerhouse. At that time, he would be able to ask for help from the world supreme powerhouse to release Ka from the soul technique of Yun Qingyan, who had been possessed by a supreme powerhouse from the Soul Imprisonment clan. For world supreme powerhouses, peerless top advanced supreme gods held more value than ordinary supreme powerhouses. There were certain things that could only be done by peerless top advanced supreme gods. After all, there were certain restrictions on supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian hesitated for a moment before he looked at Situ Lei and asked, "Senior, do you know about the Soul Imprisonment Clan? Situ Lei seemed slightly taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. After a brief moment, he nodded slightly and said, the Soul Imprisonment Clan. Yes, I heard that it's a clan in the myriad worlds. The members specialize in soul techniques. Clearly, Situ Lei's knowledge of the Soul Imprisonment Clan was limited to what he had heard from others. Senior, it's said that there are supreme powerhouses in the Soul Imprisonment Clan. Normally, a stronger member can easily break the soul technique of a weaker member. If an ordinary supreme powerhouse is unable to break the soul imprisonment technique, can a world supreme powerhouse do so? Duan Lingtian asked before he waited anxiously for Situ Lei's reply. Chapter 4439 Wang Luoyu's Choice. After mulling over Duan Lingtian's words for a moment, Situ Lei said, under normal circumstances, they should be able to do so. Although world supreme powerhouses are supreme powerhouses like me, their strength is significantly stronger than other supreme powerhouses. Not only does their strength increase significantly, but their souls will also be greatly enhanced. Situ Lei had emphasized the word, should, because he had never met a world supreme powerhouse before, and his knowledge of them was limited to what he had heard. He looked at Duan Lingtian again and said, I've never met a world supreme powerhouse before, so I can only speculate. Based on my knowledge, I think that a world supreme powerhouse specializing in soul techniques should be able to undo the technique of a supreme powerhouse from the Soul Imprisonment Clan. I'm not sure if other world supreme powerhouses would be able to undo it. Situ Lei's earlier words had given Duan Lingtian a little hope, and after listening to Situ Lei again, he became even more hopeful. Indeed, a world supreme powerhouse, who was skilled in soul techniques, was highly likely able to save Ka even if those who were not skilled in soul techniques could not. Little Li Feng, why did you suddenly ask about this? Is the soul of your loved one imprisoned by a supreme powerhouse from the Soul Imprisonment Clan? Can't the supreme powerhouse backing you undo the technique? Situ Lei asked, feeling a little suspicious when he saw the excitement on Duan Lingtian's face. Duan Lingtian nodded when he thought about the ancestor of the Sha clan, who could not free Ka's soul from the soul imprisonment technique. He sighed and said, after all, not all supreme powerhouses are capable of breaking or undoing soul techniques. Situ Lei was not surprised. He knew it was impossible for most supreme powerhouses to undo the soul technique of a supreme powerhouse from the Soul Imprisonment Clan unless they specialized in soul techniques. At the same time, he finally confirmed that there was no world supreme powerhouse backing Duan Lingtian and was slightly surprised. In his opinion, only a world supreme powerhouse could cultivate a heaven-defying prodigy like Duan Lingtian. Without the help of a world supreme powerhouse, it was hard to imagine how difficult it had been for Duan Lingtian to come so far. How could he not be surprised by this revelation? In any case, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely become a famous figure in the outer boundary and myriad worlds, Situ Lei thought to himself. Duan Lingtian no longer asked any questions about soul techniques. He bade farewell to Situ Lei and flew toward the courtyard where the Wang clan had arranged for him to stay. Wang Luoyu was still waiting for him after all. Situ Lei also finally left the Wang clan's estate. Before he left, he went to look for Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, to inform Wang Kui about his departure. Apart from that, he also told Wang Kui to look for him if Duan Lingtian ran into any trouble in the future. As long as it was within his capability, he would help Duan Lingtian. Based on his attitude, it was obvious that he had gained a lot from Duan Lingtian over the past 3 years. However, Duan Lingtian thought that it was unlikely that he would meet Situ Lei again after they parted. Even if he did, it would likely be the time when he used the Supreme Spirit Blood Essence that Situ Lei had given him. If he used the Supreme Spirit Blood Essence, he would likely have more intersections with Situ Lei since he would have to repay the favor. Wang Luoyu, who had been waiting for 3 years, finally saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled slightly and said, sorry to have kept you waiting. You should start making preparations. We'll leave tomorrow. Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay any longer in the Wang clan. The sooner he brought Wang Luoyu away, the sooner he would fulfill his promise to Wang Yiyuan. Upon hearing these words, a hesitant expression appeared on Wang Luoyu's face. After a moment, she mustered up her courage and said, Brother Duan, with your current status in the Wang clan, even if you leave without me, the clan won't dare to let me remarry. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Wang Luoyu's words. However, After thinking about it for a moment, he understood the situation immediately. Over the past 3 years, Duan Lingtian had done the Wang clan a huge favor by strengthening the relationship between the Wang clan and Situ Lei, the heaven-bearing sword saint. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the Wang clan to mistreat Wang Luoyu. After all, in the Wang clan's eyes, she was the wife of Li Feng. Duan Lingtian nodded. Previously, he was not certain if the Wang clan's attitude toward Wang Luoyu would change if he left. However, currently, he was certain that the Wang clan's attitude toward Wang Luoyu would not change after his departure. After all, not only did the Wang clan have to consider his potential in the powerful force, he came from outside the divine sand realm, but they now also owed him a huge favor after he discussed the sword Dao with Situ Lei. Considering all these things, even if he left the Wang clan for 1,000 years, the Wang clan still would not mistreat Wang Luoyu. Finally, Duan Lingtian asked, "Are you sure?" Wang Luoyu nodded and replied, "I'm sure. I grew up in the Wang clan after all. I've never been to any other places and have been in Blue Dawn City all my life. If I have a choice, I would rather not leave. Brother Duan, my brother asked you to bring me away because he didn't want the Wang clan to control my fate. However, thanks to you, the Wang clan won't do that. I'm sure the Wang clan won't make me do anything I don't want until the day I die from the heavenly tribulation." After a beat, Wang Luoyu added, "For this reason, even if you didn't bring me away, you'll still fulfill your promise to my brother. After all, this is my own choice." Duan Lingtian thought about it for a moment before he said, "There's a problem you have to consider. If you stay in the Wang clan, it'll be difficult for you to remarry if you meet someone you like. The Wang clan is unlikely to allow you to remarry." Upon hearing these words, a pretty smile appeared on Wang Luoyu's face as she said, "Brother Duan, I don't plan to marry again in my life, I'm happy being single." Duan Lingtian sighed when he heard her reply. He said, "You should think about this again. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, you can decide then if you want to leave with me. I think your brother must also hope that you'll find your happiness in the future. I don't think you'll be able to do that in the Wang clan. If you leave the Wang clan, you'll be able to pursue your happiness. If Wang Luoyu stayed in the Wang clan, she would forever carry the label of Li Feng's wife." With how much the Wang clan valued Li Feng, it was impossible for the clan to allow Wang Luoyu to remarry. Even if the clan could not confirm if he had a powerful background or not, based on his relationship with Situ Lei, they definitely would hold him in high regard. After all, no one knew better than the Wang clan that Situ Lei was a grateful man. After Duan Lingtian left, leaving Wang Luoyu alone in the room, she sighed and murmured, "Brother Duan, after meeting you, I finally realized that the perfect man exists. With you serving as a comparison, it'll be impossible for me to fall in love with another man in the future. As such, it's better for me to spend the rest of my life alone." Needless to say, Duan Lingtian did not hear these words. Duan Lingtian was leaving the Wang clan alone. Wang Kui, the clan leader of the Wang clan, Wang Jingrao, the supreme elder of the Wang clan, and Wang Luoyu stood at the entrance to send Duan Lingtian off. "Clan leader, supreme elder, I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll be away for a while. Please look after Luoyu on my behalf," Duan Lingtian said. However, he knew that even if he did not speak up, Wang Kui and Wang Jingrao would definitely look after Wang Luoyu. Wang Kui smiled happily and said, "Don't worry, young master Li Feng. Later, I'll make an announcement about my decision to recognize Luoyu as my sister. The Supreme Elder will also recognize her as his daughter. With that, she can be considered the princess of the Wang clan." Wang Jingrao, who was standing at the side, nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. Don't worry, I assure you that no one will harm Luoyu as long as the Wang clan remains standing." "Duan, brother Feng," Wang Luoyu called out. However, she could not finish her words as tears began to well up in her eyes. A reluctant expression could be seen on her face when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Although they were not real husband and wife, she still felt sad and reluctant to part. After all, it was all thanks to him that she was now living a good life in the Wang clan. "I'll be back as soon as possible," Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Then, he bade farewell to everyone and flew away from the Wang clan in Blue Dawn City. The trio from the Wang clan watched Duan Lingtian leave and only returned to their senses when they could no longer see him. Just as Duan Ling Tian flew out of Blue Dawn City, a figure in the corner of the city flew after him, following him from a distance. Based on my observation, there shouldn't be any powerhouse protecting him secretly unless the other party is a supreme powerhouse, and I was unable to detect the other party's presence. I'll follow him first and continue to observe the situation. The person tailing Duan Ling Tian was dressed in a black robe, and his face was hidden. However, when he moved, he looked like a green saber, crossing thousands of miles in just a blink of an eye. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.